Yes, a few more days out here at Broncos Park. Ending for us anyway this Thursday, which will build all the way to joint practice against the Arizona Cardinals. I cannot wait. Happy to be back here. And I have a few questions that lead to today. Hearing some of the talk yesterday, seeing some of the reaction from the game over the weekend, uh, the question's very simple to me. It's a matter of trust. And I will admit that the Broncos' trust factor over the last few years has been less than maybe some other teams in town. Like, you trust that the Avs are going to do things well enough to be at a competitive level. You trust that the Nuggets are going to do that. Or at least you should have. You know, there was a question of trust when they first made the GM switch and hired the tandem of John Wallace and Ben Tenzer. Then, shortly after the criticisms came, it seemed that they had everybody's trust again. Uh, it's a matter of trust for the Broncos, though, too. And the question is, do you trust them? You know, I saw an article over the from yesterday that was discussing the idea that Bo Nix could potentially be a Mac Jones type. Now, the people who really dislike the Denver Broncos, the Nick Wrights of the world, they're one of the first ones to try and come out and say something like this, waiting for some sort of failure. Uh, but I'll say this. The reasons for it are that he checked down a lot last year, and his completion percentage over the average quarterback from X distance was a little bit less than this and this. And I just try and factor in that the guy was a rookie last year. Nothing was going to be perfect. He was not going to make the right read every time. He was not going to make the perfect throw every time. He was going to have struggles. But all I asked last year from Bo Nix was something very simple. Can you show the flashes required out of a rookie QB to establish belief moving forward? That's really the main thrust of what last year was for me, was exactly that. It doesn't need to be perfect, but can you make a few plays that make you go, that's where the franchise quarterback lives? Because if you have those, then you build on that, and then it's on the responsibility of your front office and head coach to get the rest of that out of them. That's how this stuff works. So with Bo, he had a really good statistical season last year. I actually think the stats for Bo Nix were more than the actual play out of him. I think that he was somebody that it. There's some guys that just box score wise, they just do better than others, and some guys have great games and they don't look great in the box score. You know, like Jokic is a. I mean, Jokic is the best player in the world, so I don't want to use him as an example. Um, but there can be games in which Jokic plays really bad, and then you look at the final the stat tally and the box score afterwards. You're like, he had 29, 13, and 9. But you can tell for his standard it wasn't a good game. Bo Nix, I think, had a few of those where the numbers maybe outdid what the performance was, and it kind of skewed it. But the bottom line is, he had this great statistical season in year one, and I actually think that those numbers might take, at least the passing touchdown total, might take maybe a little bit of a step back this year. And that won't be a terrible thing, because you hope that other things come up to elevate the rest, like an actual running game, for one. Um, but there's a lot of questions about him after this first preseason game, and I think it all stems to a word that's trust. If you're doubting anything about Bo after the first preseason game because, yeah, he missed a read on the free blitzer that resulted in a safety. He threw it a little bit low to Cortland Sutton on a high point ball. He didn't make a good throw to J.K. Dobbins when evading pressure against his body. Like, okay, fine. All that stuff can be true. But if you find doubt at all in this, it's because you were doubting heading into it. And I'm just a guy that wasn't. I'm not doubting Bo Nix. I'm not doubting this team. I'm not doubting Sean Payton. Like, everything about what they're building feels right. Everything about how they're trying to stack the most positives in the areas you need them most, it's all smart. Like, they're building a football team in the way that when you look at contenders over the last, especially recent years, they've all done the same thing. You know, and some of this has been tried and true since the 60s in the NFL. But it's building up front on both sides of the football. It's finding a quarterback that you believe is the franchise guy, and it's kind of building out from there. And they've done that. Like, here's the thing. Everybody is going to be ultra focused on Bo Nix, and I think ultimately this team's success or failure will kind of come down to how he plays. You are not going to be given any breaks here. The schedule, I think, is way tougher than most thought it was at the beginning of the season. Now, these can always kind of change on a whim. Middle of the year, teams you think are good end up being bad. Teams you think you're bad end up being good. But the way to build this is all going to center around Bo Nix and his play, and I honestly think the way that they're built makes it much easier for him because it doesn't have to be the Bo Nix show to win. A lot of teams are built that way. The Cincinnati Bengals are built, Joe Burrow, you have to win us the football game. Every week, without exception. Joe Burrow is not allowed to have a bad game and win. It's almost impossible for him because he can't rely on his defense. And it's all going to come down to, is he going to score 30 points this week or not? But there are teams that are built like that. It's funny. The Chargers used to be. They used to be all about Justin Herbert. If you don't play well, then we don't win. And that's why a lot of people would put losses on Justin Herbert, I think unfairly, early in his career. It's like their defense gives up 35 points. He scores 34. And it's like, well, why didn't you get that final drive? It's like, dude, how much more do you want this guy to do? And now, look what Jim Harbaugh did this second he took over in Los Angeles. He made that offense so dumbed down and so much easier that they won a great amount of football games with his worst statistical season in the NFL. Why? Because Jim Harbaugh's smart. Because he does that everywhere. It's one of the reasons why I have questions about what J.J. McCarthy's going to look like in the league. I go, when you're under that guy, he's just going to make you look better no matter what. When you are sitting underneath a Jim Harbaugh, it's like, we are going to run the ball 40 times, and I'm going to need you to make about 10 throws a game. We'll throw the ball more than 10 times, but I'm going to need about 10 throws. And he did that. So I don't think that this is going to be some sort of Bo Nix is going to have to carry the load stuff here. He just can't, in my estimation, you just can't mess it up. You got a defense that is too good. You got a running game that is hopefully way more improved than it was last year. And when you have that, you aren't putting the bulk of that responsibility on the quarterback, which is a smart thing. Because none of us know at this point in his career if he can handle something like that. And to be honest, not a lot of guys can in year two. But I don't think if there's a freak out from anybody after week one of the preseason, when you know that Sean Payton isn't trying to show anybody a damn thing, and he's not drawing up anything elaborate offensively, it's just kind of like make the offense go. I really think that was more about he was getting a feel for all of his running backs in week one. Again, fully admit, Bo Nix made a couple of bad throws. So what? Do you trust that they will be ready by week one? And I've been given no indication since Sean Payton took over that they won't be. You know, you can point to week one last year, and it's like, was that being unprepared? Or was that rookie quarterback playing his first game on the road in a pretty tough environment? You know, it wasn't week one under Hackett. It wasn't counting down the play clock. It wasn't 40 seconds on the clock. Let's let it tick down for like a 65-yard field goal to try and win it. It wasn't that. But I've been mentioning this all offseason. Like the Broncos have jumped into a trust category to me, which is not quite where the Avs and the Nuggets are, but on the same sort of in the same ballpark. I think the people in charge here, the things that you need most, the tenets to good football organizations, they have it all. They have an owner that seems to be doing the right things. They have a GM who I think is one of the tops in the league. They have one of the best head coaches in the league, and now they have at least a quarterback that's at minimum okay. Like even if you're still doubting him, he's at least all right. Tell you right now, if you put Bo Nix out there, there's a bunch of teams in this league that would give up their quarterback for Bo Nix right now. So once you have all of those tenets, you're going to be a team that's sort of in the conversation for not just the playoffs, but once you get there, it's more than that. Does that start this year? Hopefully. And Sean Payton certainly seems to think so. Now, he is not someone that's going to overdo the praise if you're not worthy of it. We've seen that happen for guys on this team over and over again where they have like great games or a great series of practices or a great training camp and like, wow, what do you think about this guy, Coach Payton? And he goes, yeah, he's doing all right. He's got to do this better and this better and this better. It's just how he's wired. He doesn't give effusive praise unless it's absolutely something that he fervently believes in. And we talked to Jeff Lakewald 2 weeks ago. He was the first one to say it. I go, what's the main theme of this camp? I go, every camp sort of has a theme to it. It's about quarterback battles. It's about positional battles. It's about what the first round pick looks like. And I go, this draft or this camp doesn't really have a lot of that. And he goes, I'll tell you what the theme is. The head coach thinks the team is good, which hasn't happened here in a minute. And then he comes out the other day and he goes, there's a handful of teams that I've coached that I think had a shot at a championship, and this is another one. So when you think about it that way, um, it's just a matter of trust. And me, I trust this team right now. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. So a lot more to get to today. Again, we're here today, tomorrow, and then Thursday is our final day out at training camp, which will be joint practice between the Cardinals, but a lot more to get to today. Stick around. Back out here, Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Another day of Broncos camp. Again, the trust. And what do you think? Do you trust in the future of the organization? Well, I was trying to find the exact article, and I finally found it from ESPN's Seth Walder, where he had more of a cold water take on where the Broncos are going to be. Here's what he said, and it revolves strictly around Bo Nix. So this is a future NFL power rankings that he offered up. So it's like, where do you see this team being a few years down the road? And it was projection for all 32 teams, their roster, their coaches, their quarterbacks, trying to figure out who's still going to be there, who's not. So the Broncos were seventh in the NFL on this list. He said, a reason for hope. The Broncos look like they have a solid quarterback in Bo Nix and arguably the NFL's best offensive and defensive line led by star cornerback. PS2, what a turnaround for Sean Payton and general manager George Payton. That was from Ben Solak. Reason for concern, this from Louis Riddick, a guy that I like and respect. Do the running backs have the ability to provide the physical, rugged presence that is needed in December and January when the run game becomes a focus? Combination of Dobbins, Harvey, Estime has to improve on the Broncos' 1.63 yards after first contact. That was 25th in the league last year. If this group gets going, Denver can challenge Kansas City for the AFC West title. That's Louis Riddick. But here's the bold prediction. This is where Seth Walder comes in. Bold prediction is Nix will lose his starting job during the 2027 season, which will be his last as a Bronco. He said there's optimism around him, I know, but there's a reason to be skeptical in the long term. As a rookie, his rushing led him to be decent efficiency-wise, but he ranked 28th in completion percentage over expectation and 22nd in yards per dropback despite playing behind a top-tier offensive line. The roster around him is great now, but it won't always be. So this seems to be the main thrust for anybody who is a Bo Nix doubter, is he's checked down, that he takes the easy throw. And I will admit, at times, especially early last year, he did. But if you don't think that Bo Nix improved as the season went on and was playing at a pretty damn high level towards the end of the year last year, then you and me weren't watching the same thing. Was there any time last year that I considered Bo Nix to be a top 10 quarterback in the league? No, not last year. There was a time near the middle of the season where I thought he was going to be competing with Jaden Daniels for Offensive Rookie of the Year, because Jaden Daniels, he kind of, I guess, was more average towards the middle of the season, and that's where Bo Nix started to hit his stride, and you thought if this continued, then this was going to be a real conversation. Now, Jaden Daniels eventually just never stopped losing or never stopped winning football games. He was just winning every single week. He was leading his team to the playoffs. Then eventually the NFC Championship game, it became obvious that he was deserving of that award. But there was a minute there in the middle of the season where you thought maybe Bo Nix, after a rough start, which Jaden Daniels didn't have, could eventually overtake him. But do you think that this is all he is? You know, there have been guys that have had good years that I have been skeptical about. There's two that right off the bat. One of them is the comparison that a lot of these Bo Nix people who don't think he's going to be all that great, they make the comparison to Mac Jones immediately and say this is what Mac Jones did. If you guys remember, Tom Brady leaves, he goes to Tampa. They draft Mac Jones. He starts. He does a lot of check down stuff. It's relied a lot more on like the defense playing well and him not making mistakes. They end up making the playoffs, and they get bounced immediately. And then Mac Jones was just never good again after that. So that's what they're trying to cling to, is that, well, the look of how they had success the year previous was very similar. Check down, occasional big play for a touchdown, rely on your defense to do the rest for you. I can actually understand why you'd make the comparison. But I'm telling you right now, it didn't look the same. Mac Jones didn't possess a special quality to him. Bo Nix has it. Bo Nix is already, I think, one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL at his feet, which is a big thing. I mean, there's the obvious ones like your Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels, Josh Allen types, and then there's a tier after that I think that Bo Nix is in. And we've seen it firsthand. His ability to take off and outrun people for 20 or 30 yards, he did it all the time. He almost did it too much. And I think part of that was not having a running game of your own to really kind of establish and keep the defense on its heels. Like, one of the things I'm most excited about, I went back and watched, we'll get to R.J. Harvey in a bit, but I went back and looked at all of R.J. Harvey's rushes, and he made about, I don't know how many carries he had total. I forget, it was like 6 or 7, something like that. On 3 of them, there were people waiting for him in the backfield, and he still found a way to get positive yardage. One of them, he ran like 8 yards for a first down. Now, that was him bouncing it to the outside and just beating him with speed. But the fact that you have that in the backfield is something you've never had before. But Mac Jones is like the first guy they're going to bring up when it comes to that. The second one that I thought of, and I'm still on this, is Brock Purdy. And everybody made fun of me because they're like, you're so wrong about Brock Purdy and blah, blah, blah. Like, Brock Purdy possesses, he's an accurate guy. But I just didn't see anything that was stupefyingly special about him. He reminded me a lot of Jimmy G, actually, where it's like he's good. And I think that's where it ends. And when you're good and you're getting paid in Arby's coupons because you were the last pick in the draft and you can do that for 4 years, you can surround him with as much talent as you could humanly imagine. The second that he needs to get $250 million, which he did this season, and bye-bye Deebo Samuel, and bye-bye Dre Greenlaw, and bye-bye Hufanga, and bye-bye a whole bunch of different guys in that team that were I think, the glue that kind of held it together, you're admitting this guy has to carry us. Can he do that? Now, to be fair, I don't know that answer about Bo Nix yet. But I know as a rookie, it gave me a lot of indications that he's capable, that he could be that guy. And even if he's not, if he is in this sort of Brock Purdy, what I would put Brock Purdy in the ball of, well, then you got a nice little 4-year window here to try and make something happen before it comes time to pay somebody. Texter says, I felt the same about Stafford. Thought he was overrated until I discovered just how atrocious Detroit was after watching Lions games. Stafford was somebody that he caught a lot of grief because they would always tout his record and his record against winning teams and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, you have to factor in who the guy plays for, number one. But if you didn't see a Stafford deep ball and think that wasn't something special that not a lot of people possessed, then you just weren't trying that hard. Bo Nix actually proved a lot of people wrong last year in that he was capable of making a throw like that, which I didn't know. I didn't know if he had that in him until he actually started doing it about midway through the year. I mean, we all remember, I think it's the highlight of the season is probably the 90-some-yard touchdown to Marvin Mims, where it's 50, 60 yards right on the money. Marvin Mims takes it the rest of the way. Just knowing he's capable of it is one thing. But doing it more consistently, and that's what I'm hoping to see this year, is that, all right, in year one, you wanted to kind of dumb things down, make sure that he understood the playbook. He was a veteran guy walking in as far as a lot of college experience. So you had a little leg up in that category. But now another year in the same system, which, God, it's been forever since you have that, a guy just having the same thing year over year at that position to learn from. Not to mention a roster turnover rate that is incredibly low, or incredibly high, I should say, in which you're keeping most of your roster from last year, which also builds consistency and chemistry. The highest in the league, you should be able to get them some things rolling. And the places you did change, it feels like you got an instant upgrade at those. Dre Greenlaw is an instant upgrade. Hufanga is an instant upgrade. Ingram, upgrade. The backfield. It took me like 2 practices to be like, all right, these both Dobbins and RJ Harvey bring a different level of speed and burst than we've seen here in years. Now, all of those guys I mentioned, is it actually going to work? Can all those guys stay healthy? Like, yeah, all those questions are still going to exist. But as far as pure talent, it's taken a step up at the places that you were weakest. And that's why I went back and I looked at some of these Harvey runs from that first game because they gave him a good chunk of work early in that game. And each time it felt like he was going to get wrapped up in the backfield and found ways to get positive yardage. And that's one of the things that I think was missing. Like, they had a couple of runs last year that you thought were okay, but the hole's not always going to be perfect. Sometimes you just got to find a way to make a play happen. And he's somebody that I think with his speed is capable of doing that. Like, you didn't have, and this stuff matters, a home run threat from the backfield last year. It didn't exist. There was not a single guy when they got the football in their hands that you thought was going to take it to the house. Everybody kind of pretends like Jaleel was that guy. He wasn't. Jaleel's longest run was like 21 yards. I'm talking about somebody found open space and will run past you on the way to the end zone. I think Harvey possesses that ability. And he can do it from at least the indications that I saw in that first game. Just a tiniest sliver that maybe he needs to make up on his own. So 303-504-0925, shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So the AP poll top 25 came out, and here is what the main sort of challengers in the Big 12 look like. So I always like when this stuff comes out preseason, and these, I fully acknowledge these mean nothing. It's not as if the AP top 25 preseason to the end of the season, it's always funny to go back and take a look. Take a look where people had them early in the year as opposed to where they finished. But I will tell you that a lot of these teams that you find on here are at least going to be decent. They're going to be challenges if you have them on the schedule. And so looking at this, the Big 12 this year has 4 teams that are ranked in the AP Top 25 preseason. It is Arizona State. They're at number 11. Kansas State is at number 17. Iowa State is number 22. And Texas Tech is number 23. So you have 4. Now, compared to a lot of other conferences, it's not a ton. At least the ones that you want to be competing with, your Big 12s, your SECs, your conferences like that. Now, the ACC has 3, but they have Clemson at 4, they have Miami at 10, they have SMU at 16. You see a giant split between what those conferences are and what the Big Ten and the SEC is working with. Because the Big Ten has the number 2 team in Penn State, the number 3 team in Ohio State, the number 7 team in Oregon, 12 in Illinois, 14 in Michigan, and then 20 in Indiana. That's what they got. The SEC is littered with the number 1 team, Texas, number 5, Georgia, number 8, Bama, number 9, LSU, 15, Florida, 13, South Carolina, 18, Oklahoma, 19, Texas A&M, 21, Ole Miss. Like, they're everywhere. You don't, but this is like, I was trying to explain this when CU joined the Big 12, that they have, I think, a great advantage in one thing. And I honestly cannot wait, because how far away are we from that first game? Is that next week? Is that week 0 of college football? Is it next week or the week after that? Yeah, it's, what is today? Today's 12th? Yeah, it's next Saturday. Like, we're right around the corner from this. But there is a huge advantage that CU possesses in being in this position, especially with the idea of automatic bids, and you win your conference you're typically going to be in. Like, you aren't dealing with the same gauntlet as the other teams. Now, there's a balance to this. The SEC and the Big Ten see this as a disadvantage towards them. It's why they're complaining about, like, well, we should get more automatic bids than what other conferences get. And it's like, dude, you do. You absolutely do. Because when those teams lose in their conferences, it's not nearly as punitive as it is for anybody else. Like, think about this for a second. Is it easier to go undefeated in a conference that's not the Big Ten or the SEC? Yeah, it's probably easier. It's definitely easier. But the second that you lose, people look at you differently. And I'll give you an example. If Colorado State goes 12 and 0, they're probably making the college football playoff. But if CSU goes 10 and 2, they got no shot. That's the difference. Is that you're afforded mistakes because of the conferences you play in. And I think the Big 12 is in this perfect sort of sweet spot where it's a little bit of both. They don't get as much leeway on losses as other teams do in the Big Ten and the SEC, but they get a little bit. They get more than the other teams. They get more than the Mountain West does. And I'll just give you an example. Arizona State won last year. They won the conference and made the college football playoff by finishing the season. Was it 11 and 2? I think it was 11 and 2 for them last year. 2 losses, still got in the dance, you're fine, and you did that in a conference that you could win when you were 10 and 2 at the end of the season before the Big 12 championship game. You're afforded 2 losses, still with a shot at an automatic bid. It's just not going to happen in most other conferences. And so if you're CU, you are in a prime position to take full advantage of that, and I can't wait to see what Deion's going to have in store without some of his without some of the guys that have been part of the package for the last 4 years. Without having Shador and Travis Hunter hanging on both arms, walking in to Folsom hand in hand. How are you going to do this now when you were kind of like on your own? This is just the guys that you recruited, the guys that you got out of the transfer portal, and what you can put on the field. But I do think that they got a shot because they did last year. It's just a matter of, can you improve in the areas? It's kind of like the Broncos conversation. They were a pretty good team last year. They could be a really good team if they improve on the weaknesses that they had. CU's, very simple. Can you get better on defense, one? And can you find a running game? It's the same thing as what the Broncos are facing. They find a running game, then that offense is going to be humming at a super high level. It's going to be tough to beat. If not, if you're going back to we're going to throw the ball 50 times a game and hope we get 30 rushing yards by the end of the week, you're probably going to have some struggles. But I think they're in a pretty prime position to compete with the conference they're in because it's tough, but not insurmountably tough. So we're out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Another day at Broncos camp. We got Jesse back at the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. Back out here at Broncos Park, another day of Broncos camp and all camp coverage. In case you guys are wondering, training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. I just saw something that is so hilariously NBA that I was gonna wait until we had the audio. I mean, Jesse, I'm gonna send it to you now. You don't need to play it now, but I want it for later. So Bradley Beal, who was he was like the king of Washington when he was playing for the Wizards. He moves over towards Phoenix. He joins up with Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. They're trying to get themselves a super team ring, which is hard to come by. Worked a couple of times, but doesn't work a whole lot. He did this interview with a local station after he joins the Clippers, KMOV. And he was asked, why join the Clippers? And he said, quote, because I need a ring. Which proves two things that he is very, very unaware of. Number one is somehow after trying the super team thing once and it fails miserably, he still thinks that's a viable option. Number two, he is part of this generation of NBA talents, really talented players, that think if I'm friends with somebody and we play on the same team, then we win. And three, he is totally unaware of the history of the Los Angeles Clippers. I mean, it would be the equivalent of somebody saying, I need a ring, that's why I signed with the Detroit Lions. That's why I signed with the Cleveland Browns. Well, they don't have one of those. They've never had it. They've very rarely been close to it. And the only reason people talk about them is because they reside in Los Angeles. Make no mistake, the Clippers are the Charlotte Hornets, but just with palm trees. But I don't know, like, if you need some sort of, who's the lady in the movie Get Out who's got the spoon with the tea that puts you in the sunken place? You know what I'm talking about? That lady. I don't know if you need one of them to just individually go to these, like, these Bradley Beals and James Hardens and guys like that to, like, hypnotize them out of this way of thinking. But I really, really hope that the younger players don't feel this way. Because, all right, now that we got it, I mean, let's go ahead and hear it, Jesse. Go ahead.
You just signed with the Clippers. Where are you at in your NBA journey?
I need a ring. I need a ring. You know, I want one bad. And I feel like I got a new life of rejuvenation, for sure, a new hunger. I'm excited about the opportunity, new city, new environment, but a hungry environment, too. You know, I'm definitely excited about the opportunity to go win.
Spoke volumes that you gave Chris Paul that number 3. What went into that, and
all right,
how
you got it there. I don't care about Chris Paul getting the number 3. Chris Paul's 40 years old. This generation of players, and I do think this is changing at least a little bit, because we have, I guess just the European guys are kind of like this. Jokic has no care for a super team. Luka cried when he found out he's being traded to L.A. If that tells you anything about how he feels about it. He loved Dallas so much he didn't want to leave. He cried. European guys certainly feel different. But maybe this is just like a lot of kids grow up who are really good playing in AAU ball. They make friends with other guys. Their friends from AAU ball end up being good players. And they're like, well, we did that once, so let's do that again. And it's just, it doesn't translate to success in the way that people want it to. Now, I understand where he's coming from. He's now an older veteran player whose chances at winning are starting to really drift away. It's just starting to get pretty close to out of reach. But there is some sort of disease in that league that it makes people feel like I'm getting towards the twilight of my career. I need a ring, so I'm going to join the other old guys that are my same age. Like, the smart thing to do is to, if you're really concerned about a ring, and this is part of the problem, I think, with a lot of these dudes, I'll take you back to another quote from last year. Cam Newton was on with, it was one of the morning talking head morning shows. It was First Take, or it was the Skip Bayless show when he was still there. And they asked him, would you trade your MVP for a Super Bowl? And his answer was no. And when he said that, I go, you know what I respect? That he was honest. Because a whole bunch of guys would have lied, even if they knew they wouldn't make the trade, because there's cameras on them and because of the way that people want them to act. They will say, you know what? I absolutely would. Give up an MVP for a Super Bowl? For sure. And they'd lie. And I said, I respect Cam Newton for not lying. But I think that's the way a lot of these guys think. Bradley Beal's best chance to win a ring was not joining the Clippers as a big-time player within the rotation. The easiest thing he could do would join a team like just the Nuggets, for example, and say, I'll come off the bench and play 15 minutes a night for you. That's his easiest way to get there. But they aren't willing to do all of that to win a ring. Like, sometimes it's not enough just to be a champion. You have to be the reason why the championship is won. And a lot of guys that I think are veteran dudes in the league, they're in their mid-30s, that had their runs of all NBA teams and MVPs and stuff like that, they aren't willing to do that. They aren't. You know, there's so many. You know, Carmelo back in the day when he went to OKC, and he laughed. And he goes, they're trying to say, would you come off the bench? And he's like, he was insulted by it. And it's like, well, no. You're a guy in your mid-30s whose game is not the same as it was before, and it's probably better for the team if you did that. But the fact that you're so unwilling to shows that your head's not in the right space. Like, if you want to go out and play on a decent team with your buddies, the Clippers seem like a great place to play. You want to win a championship? Not the place. Not where you'd go. So I don't buy any of that. None of it. You know, there's a great psychology in sports when it comes to winning and how much you individually mattered towards the winning, that I'm not even like chastising people who want to be a big reason for the winning. I think a lot of guys take pride in that. You know, if let's say you're playing, I don't know, you're in a slow pitch softball league, but you're really competitive about it. And you're the guy you're the sub, and your team wins. It's probably going to feel different than if you're the guy who's batting cleanup and playing shortstop. I mean, it just is. But I always go back, there's a couple of really good examples. I think one of them that is like the best in this is, he would never admit it, but it would be great if you could put some truth serum in him and get him to answer this question. When the Philadelphia Eagles won that first Super Bowl with Doug Peterson, Carson Wentz was having an MVP season. He breaks his leg. He's unable to play during the playoffs. Nick Foles takes over, has that magical run. They win, and now Nick Foles has a statue outside that stadium. I always wondered how much of Carson Wentz was actually hoping they'd lose, because it makes him look replaceable. And it's I think it's a really interesting psychological social experiment of your need to be wanted, but also putting the team above all else. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm sure he was spraying champagne in the locker room and having a great time. But he wasn't having as good a time as some other guys in that locker room, as most of the other guys in that locker room. You could almost guarantee it. But I think there's a lot of that goes on in the NBA where it's like, winning's not enough. I need to be a reason for the winning. And it's like, well, I don't think you're capable of being a main reason anymore. And that's why I respect the hell out of guys that kind of know where they're at in their careers. It's one of the reasons why I think Bruce Brown is one of the coolest guys ever. Like, Bruce Brown is somebody his entire career has known his role. Bruce Brown could have made, I think, more money than the vet minimum this year somewhere else in the offseason. But he's like, I loved my situation there. I just went out and made some money. Now I can be a pretty key part coming off the bench for a team that is primed to win a championship, that is going to be one of the X amount of teams in the discussion. It's something that I think Westbrook has a hard time with. He's willing to come off the bench, but when he's on the floor, he's got to be the guy. Now, part of that's just his style of play, and that's why I don't think it would fit this year with the Nuggets, but it did. They almost needed that last year with somebody coming off the bench. But, again, it's just an interesting way to see how people think. And there's a need to be wanted by a lot of guys in the NBA, and they will choose a worse basketball situation for a better life situation, which is, I get to go play with my buddies now. Okay, well, everybody on your team is like 37 years old. Yeah, we'll be fine. I don't think it's how it works. 303-504-0925. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app, and you get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway fresh food, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube channel today, Altitude Sports Radio, and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. All right, another day out here at Broncos Park for another day of Broncos camp. We're going to be here today. We'll be here tomorrow. And then we'll be here on Thursday for joint practice against the Cardinals. And then Sean Payton personally puts his boot in our butts and says, get the hell out of here. Leave.
Yeah,
Never
pretty
come
much.
back.
Pretty much. And that's probably the way he would like it from the get-go. You know,
I actually think that's what should happen. When joint practice ends on Thursday, Sean Payton lines up at this little exit that we go to, and he personally kicks us all in the rear on the way out.
really.
I think we should do that.
Just
Yeah.
should I wear like a pair of underwear with a little target on
Yes,
the back?
yeah,
and
yeah.
he can just put his boot right in my tailpipe. That'd be great.
Yep.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
I think it sounds like a great time.
I get the feeling that he would like to have done that July,
3 weeks ago?
Yeah, July 28th
Yeah.
or something. You know what I mean? Like, hey, dudes, I get this not. It used to be, listen.
I'm done with your little internet shows. Leave.
Right, times have changed because it used to be the Broncos, I don't want to say they needed the media, but they did. I mean, they were the conduit to the fan, right? I mean, all the fans out there got their information through the media and through writers and through shows and through – you used to be on the news and all that kind of thing, right? And now they've got a team of little kids running around out here with their own cameras and whatnot, doing their own thing, writing their own stories. They try to control the narrative, but they can't control all of the narrative. But times have changed, man. So Sean Payton doesn't really need us at all.
There's a guy who wears official Broncos gear that takes like the pictures for their website.
Right,
So he's
right.
got that really fancy long camera looking thing, right?
Yeah, he's like the guy who used to take pictures of Tommy Lee and Pamela
Yeah,
Anderson.
yeah.
That guy.
Yeah. And I'm always in his way. And he lets me know that he's annoyed by me.
Oh, he does.
I don't know if just because I'm tall and I can't stand still, so I'm always kind of like a little bit of a pacer. I got to take steps side to side sort of thing. And I'm always just in his way. And he does not like me at all. So he's got to deal with that for 2 more days is what I'm telling you. Hey, Moj, there seems to be a question, and I think of it this way, of trust. I think it's about trust with this organization. The Avalanche and the Nuggets have earned the trust of all of their fans and the state of Colorado over the last, 7-8 years, right? Progressively better, always being a team that's contending for a title, always being a team in that every move that they seemingly make, there's not huge mistakes really on the board. There's some. Nobody's perfect. But on the whole, they've done really good at assembling a team and keeping it together for playoff runs and being consistently
And
good.
they go for it. Like they're trying.
And they go for it.
They're trying to win. The fan base
Yes.
knows they're trying to win. And the fan base, it cracks me up because they get mad at things when things don't. Okay, I get that. It sucks. You want to win every single year. But winning is very, very hard. But if you got a team that wants to go for it, you should feel pretty good.
Are the Broncos there or not? And and here's why I asked the question. They are for me. And that's why I look at, okay, first-team offense doesn't do well in the first preseason game, and I go, so what? I think they'll be good. Like, they have my trust that Bo Nix has my trust that he's at least decent, okay? I don't know where he's going to end up being on the list of, like, 3-4 years from now. What kind of quarterback is he? Is he top 10, top 5, top 15? I don't know. But he's at least decent. You have a really good head coach. You have a really good GM. And you have a good ownership group. And as long as you have that, the team's going to be good. And that's why when I watched the first-team offense not do great for a couple of drives in the first preseason game, I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares? Because they have my trust. And it feels like the people who aren't feeling that way are ones that maybe were doubting the Bo Nix thing from the jump and still are in the doubt phase, let's say.
I think that people like to live in that category a little bit. They like to live in the I told you so, he's not as good as I thought kind of, or you thought kind of category. I get all of that, but the kid's just going to play. And wherever the kid ends up in terms of who he is as a quarterback, that's where he is. And he should be, I think, after his rookie season now going into year 2. Look, he hasn't proven jack squat yet, which is why I think that this whole YouTube thing rubbed DMac the wrong way. And you won't find a bigger – I mean, DMac, we all know of
Wait,
draft
YouTube
night.
thing rubbed him the wrong way. What do you mean?
Well, he has his own YouTube channel now, doing workouts and selling gear and all that.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So I think that rubbed DMac the wrong way, rubbed people the wrong way. And, I mean, I get that, and DMac's a huge supporter, so he hasn't earned anything yet. But I think we think he's good enough that a one preseason situation in 3 drives, that's not going to change my mind. The kid, I think, is going to be a fine quarterback. Now, again, where he ends up, I don't know. I just saw that latest poll. Golly, I got to start screenshotting these things because once I see it and then I go to, like, let's say I go to answer the phone, I go back to it, it's gone, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I can't find it again. It's a problem with Twitter.
Yep.
Because it disappears.
It does disappear in a hurry.
You can't go get it again. But where, like, all the GMs in the league were polled anonymously, and they had Nick's like 20 or 21, so he was at the top of the 3rd tier of quarterbacks in their mind as to where he is right now, which isn't terrible, but it's not great. And some people who are Bo-leavers, they're going to think he should be top 10 right now. You ought to see Diana Rossini's coming out to Broncos camp here again. Oh, no, I'm sorry, it's
Kay Adams.
Kay Adams is coming out, sorry. And all the Broncos fans are glomming on her. Oh, my God, you could see Bo. He's going to be so awesome. And I'm like, hey, man, he hasn't really earned anything yet. Let's chill out. But he should be afforded, this team, yes, should be afforded the opportunity to have a first-team offense that sputters a little bit in preseason game 1 because they're going to be good. They're going to be good.
Can I ask you a question? What does earned that mean? Jaden Daniels has earned it. Now, he won Rookie of the Year. His team went to the NFC Championship game. Okay, fine. Statistically, Bo Nix was 6th in the league in passing touchdowns last year. He threw the most as a rookie has ever, or was it second most? I think second most ever, behind Justin Herbert. He took a team that has not been to the playoffs in 8 years to the postseason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What does earning it mean? I'm just curious. I'm not
In
criticizing.
my eyes,
I'm just asking.
In my eyes, more than once.
More than once what?
Do what you did more than once.
So has Jaden Daniels earned it?
No, if I was a Washington Commander person, right, and I'm not saying he's doing this, but if he did do this, and Bo Nix is not doing this, but I don't want to see any strutting, any super benefit of the doubt. I give you some for sure.
I got you.
Because in my brain, I think you're going to be pretty dang good. And I think Jaden Daniels is already pretty dang good. That being said, you haven't really earned anything in this league yet. There have been thousands of guys in all positions who have gone to the postseason once, right, and then
that's fine.
Inflated out, or quarterbacks who have taken their team deep and
Okay,
they never did it again.
But my so you answer my question. It would have been impossible for him to earn anything last year. He could have had the greatest season ever. You'd be like, I don't care. He's going to do it more than once. Okay, fine.
Well, I think if you walk in and you're a Super Bowl champion, that's pretty awesome. And it happening, obviously. I mean, no, Brett,
Did Roethlisberger do that? Did Roethlisberger win a Super Bowl his
no,
rookie year?
He went to the AFC title game his rookie year. I don't think he won. No, he did not win his rookie year, did he? Couldn't. I think it was year 2, wasn't it? Help me out.
I want to see.
Okay.
I want to see.
Here's what I do know. I think I have degrees of benefit of the doubt. I have various degrees. Right now, the Broncos are in the pretty dang solid benefit of the doubt. Overall, the offense. The defense I have complete confidence in and zero question marks about them whatsoever. But the offensive side, they've earned a pretty good degree benefit of the doubt. Not total by any means.
Yeah.
The Kansas City Chiefs, they're in the benefit of the doubt. Patrick Mahomes could lose a limb.
They lost the conference championship game to the Patriots.
There you go.
Roethlisberger was 13-0 as a starter in the regular season.
Okay, and then the next year they came here and he beat the Broncos in the AFC title game and they went on to win.
Yes. Second year they won.
Okay, so there you go. I mean, look, Patrick Mahomes could lose a limb, and I would still give them the benefit of the doubt that they can do anything, right?
Yeah.
I mean, because they've earned all of that. So there are varying degrees. I'm not freaking out about Bo Nix or the offense or anybody else in that first preseason game.
I guess it's earn it. I just jumped on that one because it seems to be a sticking point for people who are doubters. Now, I'm just going to throw this name out there for a second just because he's a prime example of it. But the ultra Denver hater in sports media is Nick Wright. So Nick Wright thinks that Bo Nix is Mac Jones, that he's a check down guy, that if you remember in year one for the Mac Jones, takes over for Tom Brady. He checks down a lot, doesn't make mistakes, has a good defense. They make the postseason, they lose that first game, and Mac Jones is awful for the rest of his career after that, right? So that's who he thinks that Bo Nix is going to be. Well,
No, that's who he hopes Bo Nix is going to be. And so
Right.
if he hopes Bo Nix because he wants to be right, he wants I want to say that name. He wants to be correct.
Yes.
So if he hopes Bo Nix is that guy and he turns into that guy, he looks like an absolute genius.
So ESPN put all of their contributors together, and they did a NFL future power rankings, okay? So this is what they based the team and what's going to happen 2, 3, 4 years down the line, who's going to be the best teams in the league. Where do you think the Broncos finished on that list? Because they're doing it by overall roster minus quarterback, coaching, front office. Those are the criteria.
This is so. And how many years down the line? You say 2, 3, 4 years down the line, whatever.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the exact thing.
Well, I think the
next 3 seasons. Over the next three
the
yep.
they're definitely top 10.
They are top 10.
Yeah, definitely top 10. I would say they're probably right around 4, 5, or 6, right there.
They're 7.
7, okay.
So the teams
a little bit lower than I anticipate, but they're right there.
The teams in front of them are Philly. They're number 1. Baltimore, Kansas City,
Yep.
Buffalo, Detroit, Green Bay, and then Denver.
And those are, I mean, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good company there. Can I explain to the fans out there why this is the case? The number one reason that the Broncos are right there and will be there, in my opinion, for some time to come is because of the people upstairs. It's because it starts with the owner. They've got money. They will spend money. They're not going to blow it. They're not going to be silly about it, but they've given George and Sean Payton, they've given them and put them in position to spend that money wisely. And here's the other thing that I think you need to think about. Let's say they do make a mistake and do screw up. They've got the ability to spend their way out of it. They've got the ability to to signing bonus their way out of problems should they need to do that. Now, I'm not anticipating that this team is going to make many grave mistakes with their money in terms of where they put it, how they distribute it, and so on. But if they do, they're going to be in good shape because you've got the richest owners in the league, and they've shown that they're willing to spend. I mean, you're so far ahead of the game right now, it's not even funny.
I agree. I also think a big part of that is identifying talent, and I think George Payton is incredibly good at it.
Well, I think the combo's good at it because you're identifying talent that the coach wants, and the coach is telling you the talent that he wants, and the coach is insisting he gets this piece of talent.
So in this futures power ranking thing, they have reason for hope, reason for concern, nugget to know, and bold prediction. I'm just going to paraphrase a couple of these. Reason for hope, this from Benjamin Solak. Broncos look like they have a solid quarterback, arguably the best offensive and defensive line in the league.
It's arguable, yeah, I get that.
His reason for hope. Reason for concern, a guy that I like a lot, Louis Riddick, had this. He said, do the running backs have the ability to provide the physical, rugged presence that is needed in December and January when the run game becomes the focus? And so he says the combo of Dobbins and Harvey has to improve the 1.63 yards after first contact per rush. That was 25th in the league last year.
We knew that already, yes, we did.
He said if that group gets going, Denver can challenge Kansas City for an AFC West title.
Great.
The bold prediction is from Seth Walder of ESPN.
Seth.
In which he said this. This is his bold prediction.
And for the record, I think Seth is kind of a weird name.
I agree, actually.
It's kind of a weird name.
I've known some Seths.
Yeah.
Weird guys.
Kind of a weird name, yep.
Seth Walder said this, and I want you to ponder this during the break. Nix will lose his starting job during the 2027 season, which will be his last as a Bronco. There's optimism around him now, but there's a reason to be skeptical in the long term. As a rookie, his rushing led him to be decent efficiency-wise, but he ranked 28th in completion percentage over expectation and 22nd in yards per dropback despite playing behind a top-tier offensive line. The roster around him is great now, but it won't always be. So think about that for a second. I want to get your reaction when we come back. We're out here at Broncos Park.
Should I pop that in like a chew and chaw on it for a little bit?
Exactly what you should do.
I'm going to pop it.
All training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Back after this.
Is your carpet dirty? If it is, do what I did. Call my friends at Zero Res. Don't do it yourself. It's not going to be enough. If you have some problems, like we went out of town a few weeks ago, and whenever that happens, our dogs get a little squirrely and they might have a couple of unforeseen spots when we get home. I made the call immediately to my friends at Zero Res. They take care of all of it, and they have your carpet feeling like it's brand new again. And they have a bunch of great deals going on right now that you can take advantage of because Zero Res is simply the best. Whether it's your carpets, whether it's upholstery, whether it's your couches, whether it's your air ducts, they do all of that at the best level possible. And that's with my friends at Zero Res, not to mention a flash sale is coming up here in just a week, so stay tuned for that. But Zero Res is the absolute best. You can give them a call, 303-471-5150. Go online, ZeroResDenver.com, and say you want the altitude special. The absolute best in the business, Zero Res. Give them a call for all of your cleaning needs. That's Zero Res.
You shot it.
Back out here, Broncos Park, another day at Broncos camp, as we'll be here today, tomorrow, and then Thursday for joint practice against the Cardinals.
Why are you always touching everything?
Yeah, yes, and don't touch my stuff.
I mean, always
My stuff's been fine all morning. Don't touch my stuff. You take your grubby hands off my microphone.
You ever see me? And have you ever touch anything here?
Nope.
You just you trust
Can I make
Cole.
Can I make
Cole
a
knows what he's
proclamation?
doing.
Look at touchy. I mean, it's just
look
so
at Cole's
weird.
face. That's like a guy who knows what he's doing. Let me explain something. Nobody out here, and this is absolutely
Cole, turn
the
his all the
truth.
way down.
Here's an absolute
Attaboy. Attaboy.
absolute truth. Nobody out here touches things better than me. So I'm an expert at it. I've been doing it for years. I'm in Winnipeg, bro. Hey, bro, I'm in Pittsburgh, bro.
I don't understand why you need to touch everything.
Because I'm getting it right, getting it set up correctly.
Do you think he has OCD or what
Hey,
disease?
just a little
does he have?
bit.
Hey,
What-
don't you get stuck at the gate and walk in here 20 minutes late and start gabbing away about touching things?
What disease do you think he has?
I don't know.
It's a
but
disease.
You know what's weird is that when we're out on location somewhere, Moser's a touch talker. He does this. He goes,
Yeah,
hey.
I know.
So there's
Trust
a lot
me.
of
Yeah.
hitting your shoulder,
Hey,
touching your
hey.
leg. Like
You know who's like that too? Sanford.
Sanford is
Sanford's
like
a
that.
toucher.
Yeah.
Sanford and Moser. Can you imagine them doing a show together?
That would be awesome.
Be like two fencers.
Sounds great.
Fencing.
Let's go.
So Vic, we were just talking about this. There's sort of a theme to this in how you feel about the Broncos, and I think it comes down to trust. And do you trust this organization? Do you trust the quarterback? Do you trust all the different factors that you need for this team to be a successful, winning, contending team? And I just saw this article from ESPN. They took all their contributors. They had them rank over the next 3 years, power rank the teams and where they think they stack up over the next 3 years. They have
Okay.
the Broncos at 7th in the league.
Over the next how many years?
3.
So
Through the 2027
So
season.
their power ranking over 3 years, they have them 7th best in the league.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that's fair. The teams above them, if you're just tuning in, it was Green Bay at 6, Detroit at 5, Buffalo 4, Kansas City 3, Baltimore 2, and Philly 1.
So what do all those teams have in common? They have quarterbacks, right?
They have quarterbacks.
Well,
Their criteria was overall roster. It was quarterback, coaching, and front office. That's how they factored this in.
Okay. But primarily, not a single one you mentioned doesn't have a primetime quarterback. You don't have quarterbacks.
The ones at the tippy top do,
Yeah.
yes. But here was a bold prediction. So they broke this down to reasons for hope, reasons for concern, nugget to know, bold prediction. Bold prediction was from a guy named Seth Walder where he said this. He thinks Nix is going to lose his starting job during the 2027 season,
Wait, what?
which
What?
will be his last as a Bronco. He said there's optimism around him now, but there's a reason to be skeptical long term. As a rookie, his rushing led him to be decent efficiency-wise.
How can you have him top 7 and a quarterback lose his job?
But he ranked 28th in completion percentage over expectation and 22nd in yards per drop back, despite playing behind a top-tier offensive line. The roster around him is great now, but it won't always be.
That article makes no sense. If your quarterback, how do you have him top
Well, no,
7
no.
over 3 years if your quarterback loses his gig?
Brett didn't explain it well enough to you. It's kind of the good, the bad, and the ugly. They have 3 different
He said
guys.
reason for hope, reason for concern, and bold prediction.
And bold prediction. So that's
So
this
so
one
wait.
guy's bold. Somebody else writes the other article, and then these 3 guys chime in, and that's the guy who
Yes.
chimed in last.
Yeah.
Oh, bold prediction. Let's go ahead and make some bold predictions, everybody. What's your bold prediction for Nugget season?
The thing about this is Bo Nix, and this is what I was talking to Moser about in the first segment. It's like everybody feels like Bo Nix needs to prove more. Now, certainly he does.
I got a bold prediction. Bo Nix steps down and runs for mayor of Morrison, Colorado. Bold prediction.
I'd vote for him if I was a member of Morrison. The question about it is, to me, did Bo Nix have statistically a higher season than what people think his output is? Because he had really, we all kind of know this. When Jokic has a bad game and he finishes with 29, 13, and 9, you're like, the box score didn't say the story of what Jokic actually played like. It looks better than what it was. And I feel like there's some people who think that about Bo Nix. Do you guys remember midway through the year last year, Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels were like neck and neck for Offensive Rookie of the Year? Because Jaden Daniels had like a little bit of a lull in the middle of the season before he took off again. And so it's just a weird thing that a lot of people are making comparisons to Bo Nix and what Mac Jones was as a rookie in New England, saying that he's just checking down, relying on his defense, and not making mistakes. And to me, that means that's a good thing. Like,
okay. It is a good thing. Keep going.
Here's the reason why. Moj, I know your feelings on the Chargers. You think they're pretty good? Vic, you think the Chargers are pretty good?
They took a hit, though, when they lost one of their best linemen.
No, I'm just saying last year. Pretty good team, right?
Yeah, they're doable.
What's the first thing Jim Harbaugh did when he went there? The first thing he did was, this team is no longer about...
No, he reined in Justin Herbert.
Well, he reined him in saying, this isn't going to be on you to throw 4 touchdowns
That's
to
correct.
win this week.
Yeah, he reined him in. Correct.
He took a giant step back statistically because
Correct.
he's like, I'm going to make a better team around you
Correct.
to where it's not all on you.
That is correct.
That's what good coaches and good football teams should do. Like, what does Cincinnati have to do to win a football game? They got to put up 35 points.
That is
because
also
their defense
correct.
stinks. It's like, that's not a good thing to have. And so if you have the ability to, like, I don't need to make the big risky play here, and I can check down for something easy and just move the chains, you should be striving for that. It shouldn't be something you diss.
That's totally great. That's totally fine. I get in arguments, though, because I think you're going to have to – again, defenses have been now looking, Brett, at the Broncos' games and game plans every single game from last year, right?
Sure.
They've been studying Bo Nix. They've been dissecting him, and they've been dissecting Sean Payton and what they like to do together and so on. They're going to have to open things up even more, and I think now that you've got Ingram, I think there's an opportunity there that's going to present itself for you to do that.
Yeah.
But I get in arguments with people on the text feed and the Twitch feed and so on, and people believe what they want to believe. And if you've got honks, we had so many different honks over the years for guys. We had Case Keenum honks, for crying out loud. We had Trevor Siemian honks. Can you imagine being a honk for Trevor Siemian? Oh, Mose, you shut up. You don't know what
Chad
you're talking
Kelly
about.
honks?
Well, that was just because there was nothing else. It's like I'm starving on a desert island. I'll eat a dead crab.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, or whatever. Dead minnow. Okay. And last year, people they're like, oh no, Bo Nix can go vertical. He has gone vertical. He's done. Well, in terms of yards per pass, average yards per pass last year attempted, he was 29th in the National Football League.
Yeah,
29th. And while things opened up as the season went on, and everybody remembers the awesome over-the-top play to Marvin Mims and so on and so forth, the fact of the matter is the statistics, the analytics, the data will show that he doesn't do that. And they didn't do that. Certainly through the first half of the season, they were incredibly reserved. And then things got more opened up as the year went on, and that's great. I think you need to start this year out more opened up than ever before. None of this, I mean, I don't want to say none of this, but you can't just live in a shell your entire life and expect to win it all. Can you win 10 games and go to the postseason with a kick-ass defense? You're dang right you can. But I tell you what, if the Broncos had a different defense, if they didn't have a top 10, top 5 defense, they couldn't survive that way offensively.
But they had to build it that way because of the division they're in and the opponent they face twice a year. You're not going to be Patrick Mahomes. You can't mimic that. You can't go there and say, I'm going to do what they do. You have to do the opposite. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're building a team to handle Mahomes defensively. Yeah. They're building a team that can that's going to be their calling card. And it's the right way to do it because that's a once-in-a-lifetime, that's a once-in-a-generation player over there.
Yep. By the way, somebody put together a package. I want you to look at this. So this is J.K. Dobbins and every run that he had during that first preseason game. I want you to look at what he makes work with really no holes opening up for him. Mm-hmm. Each one of these is like a positive play with not a lot of space to operate.
Yeah.
And his ability just to find the speed to break through. Like, everything is kind of blown up in the backfield.
Well, the first thing I notice is this, and this is what happened last year with Javonte. Javonte lost a step after his ACL, right? He lost a step. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Like that play you just showed me, he takes a handoff that's designed to go up the middle. It's flushed up the middle. He's able to break it outside and beat a cornerback to the edge. And I don't think that's something Javonte Williams could have done.
Never.
And this is what this is what he brings to the table.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's some runs where there's no way he can break it, but he's making a 2 or 3 yard run into something that was going to lose 2 or 3 yards.
Exactly. That's the point here. Is like it might not have been a huge run, but that negative 3 yard run turning into a 2 yard gain is like that's one that he barely missed. He just got edged up on the outside.
Yeah.
But that's the stuff that I noticed in that first game with him specifically.
That's
that
a
it's
great
like
cut up right there. See, this is what I love about the modern age of watching football. Whoever cut that up took every single carry from the end zone.
Forever
angle.
Broncos on Twitter. Shout out to you.
The end zone perspective that shows exactly what the running back is seeing.
Yes.
What hole he's seen. And it gives you perspective of how quick a thinker he is, how reflexive he is,
Yep.
right? That's good stuff, dude. That's why you go get a guy like J.K. Dobbins.
Well, and that's where I was just thinking, like, everywhere that they needed improvements on this team, like the stuff that held you back, I think for sure, just from a talent perspective, you would say that they've improved. Now, whether those guys stay healthy or whatever, I mean, that's a different story. But think about it. You were not great at linebacker. You get Greenlaw. He's an immediate upgrade. Hufanga is better than who he had last year
Your
at
safety
safety.
position is pretty damn solid.
Your running backs, just from this cut alone, it's like nobody could do
You're
that
better.
last year.
You're better.
Tight end,
You're better.
not even close. You're better. Like everywhere you needed to improve, they have. Now it's a matter of how much can they improve and can they stay healthy and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
But you didn't really get weaker anywhere. The only thing that I think maybe they could be a little bit weaker is offensive line, just because they got a pretty old offensive line.
Well, I don't think weak is the word. You got to keep them healthy because they stayed largely
Yeah.
healthy last year.
Yeah.
Remember at the beginning of last year's season, they lost a key backup offensive lineman. And they haven't lost anybody yet, knock on wood.
Yep.
Knock on
It
wood.
was Quinn Bailey last year.
Yeah. So you keep those guys healthy, and that automatically helps you going into the season.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think we'll see this week? Do you think we'll see, starter-wise, do you think a half? Do you think this is the week where they just let their hair down and go? I wouldn't be
Gosh, I don't
surprised.
know.
Let me
week two.
Let me turn your question into a question, and I hate it when people do that.
I do it all the time.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then that's why I hate you. Then let me turn your
Yeah.
question.
All right, turn my go ahead, and let's just go back and forth, and I'll respond with the question.
Do you think that Sean Payton thinks that the Broncos' first-team offense needs a little pick-me-up?
Do you think that the offensive players themselves believe they need to play extensively in the preseason?
Yeah, but do you think that Sean Payton thinks that they think that they need to play a whole lot in the preseason, so he wants to give them what they want?
That's a great question. Do you think that Sean Payton is making them overthink this just to get ready for all the thinking in the regular season?
I think so.
How concerned are they with injuries in a game that ultimately doesn't matter?
No, Kane,
From now on, this show, we're
Just
just
questions.
going to ask
Yeah.
questions.
That sounds good. I'm dead
I want
serious.
just questions.
I'm
question.
dead serious, I think.
My question,
Am I?
if you answer my question, you're going to answer your own question. And that is, look, let me put myself in their shoes.
Yeah.
I'm first-team offense. I'm Bo Nix. Hell, I'll be Bo Nix. Let me spike my hair up blonde, spike it all up right up there, right, that kind of thing. I just got done with a workout. You know, it was kick-ass, and I had a famous philosopher, Aristotle, once told me that. Okay, so now I'm Bo Nix. And I say, hey, look, and I'm being silly. I love the kid. I would like a chance of – I want to – when the next time my ass hits the pine in the preseason and Jarrett Stidham takes over,
Yeah.
I want to have a good feeling with me and my boys, with me and my offensive line, me and my receivers, me and my backs. I want our first-team offense to go, all right, you feel good, dude? Yeah, me too. Little high five. Give me a little high five with the back, Vic, like this. Little back. All right, cool. That's what – if I was Bo Nix, I'd want – next time I sat down, that's what I would want to feel. I don't want to sit down again going, damn, I just went 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, and now I'm being pulled in the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, which is kind of, I mean, he sat on the bench, I'm sure, was not satisfied with anything that he did against the 49ers. And neither was Sean Payton. He called it average or below average, right? And so I would like a little pick-me-up just to give these guys a little oomph, a little kick. Not that they need it. Not that I'm freaking out about week 1 against Tennessee, because I think the Broncos are going to mollywop those guys. They're going to stomp their tails. But I would like to have that good feeling, that good vibe.
I would agree. I think that they'll get another game. I don't think anybody's going to play in that final one. Anybody of substance, anyway, is going to play in that final one. But I don't know if it's a half, Vic. Maybe it looks really similar to what was it? Was it 2 or 3 drives that they had in that first preseason game? Do you remember? The first team offense?
I thought it was 3.
I think it was 3.
Yeah, 3 drives.
I think it might look like
3
that
drives.
again. Where it's like you got 3 drives, just go make something happen, and then
I think
and then
it'll
we'll
be more
done.
than that.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. And I think they want to see a little bit of a substance. And if they see what they need to see, then Game 3 will be unnecessary.
Yeah, if you come on out with a great drive, let's say you have, and I'm going to be very optimistic here. Let's say you have a 10-play, 71-yard drive, cap it off with a touchdown pass. You know what happens? Everybody sits down, high fives, and or even a run, even you get the rookie up the middle, for crying out loud, between the tackles, and he breaks it for a touch, from the 10. Everybody sits down, and you feel good about yourself. That's it. But I think you need the work. You need the work, and you need a little positivity.
Why is everybody saying to me that I was talking about Dobbins when I was
Because
talking
you
about
said
Harvey?
Dobbins instead of Harvey.
So I just said the wrong name? My
Yeah.
bad. Dobbins did play, by the way, on Saturday. People saying he didn't play. He did play. He didn't get any
wait a minute.
carries.
You mean to tell me that entire video was not
No,
J.K. Dobbins?
No, that was Harvey.
And
Oh,
that,
I said Dobbins
Dobbins.
instead of Harvey.
Hold
Sorry,
on
I
a
meant
second.
Harvey.
What a complete joke of a segment we just did. So you mean to tell me I was looking over your shoulder
Wait, there's no way I said Dobbins every single time.
every single time he did?
He said Dobbins.
Every single time, because I know that, because I was surprised. I was like, in the back of my mind, I'm like, wait a minute.
Hold on.
Did J.K. Dobbins get that many carries?
Can I explain a little bit too? Did you guys notice that
You didn't partake in the
I didn't partake
conversation.
because I didn't want to correct you. I didn't want to bust you
Yeah.
up. You were in the middle of your thoughts.
I
and
meant Harvey. You could have just corrected me and said that.
But what makes it worse is that the entire time I agreed with everything he was saying.
Did you notice how I just sat back over here and shut up? I was trying to
You
protect.
kept showing me video of a running back claiming it was J.K. Dobbins, and I'm sitting there going,
I meant to say Harvey. How many times did I say
That
Dobbins?
is
I said Harvey.
embarrassing.
Nah, I don't believe this. I might have said Dobbins once.
No.
You said Dobbins multiple
You said
occasions.
Dobbins so many times that I had Dobbins at the foot of my mouth.
And I just, Brett, I didn't want to
The
embarrass
foot
you.
of your mouth.
I don't know what that means.
See, I'm a bigger person. Unlike you guys, I didn't want to embarrass you. So I just sat over here. And if you go back to
It
that
wouldn't have been
segment,
embarrassing. I mixed up a name.
if you go back to that segment, you'll
That's a big
notice that I didn't talk for about 5 minutes.
You know what? I think the issue is the 2-letter first name throws me off.
If you're a new listener to the show, just so you understand, this is exactly what this show is. We have zero clue at times what we're talking about.
I meant to say Harvey.
I mean, there are kids right now.
I almost want to go back and listen
Think
how
about
many
this.
times.
There are kids going to school. Let's say they got out of the car. Parents pushed them out of the car after listening to 10 minutes of that.
Yeah.
They're going to go to their friends and their teachers and say, hey, did you see all those cuts by J.K. Dobbins the other night? Man, what a flurry.
It's R.J. Harvey.
And the teacher is going to say, what are you talking about, dude? J.K. had like 3 carries. That's embarrassing for you.
No, J.K. had no carries.
That's embarrassing for you.
I like that. R.J.K. Dobbins. That's now the name of him.
Let's say there are times in some of these NHL arenas where we're so far high, like Pittsburgh, but New Jersey, Edmonton, right, that if you get a play in the far corner, if a guy is a 28 and a 29, let's say, on whatever team, and I say, so-and-so, kicks it up the boards, whatever, and somebody will go, that's the other guy, you idiot. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, well, I meant that guy. It just.
But see, that's a fast-paced game, and you're doing it live. We're talking about something that took place 3 days ago.
I just mixed up a name. Look, the name's right here in front of me. It's right there in the tweet that I showed you.
Ladies
I know
and
who I'm
gentlemen,
talking about.
Ladies and gentlemen, J.K. Dobbins did not get a single carry
I said
in that preseason game.
He was targeted a couple of times in the past game.
And yet, my partner spent the better part of a segment refining the greatness of J.K. Dobbins.
I meant R.J. Harvey. Look, my point remains. Just flip the name around.
Dude, how many times When we talk about Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace, how many times are we going to
It's
say
the
Ben
same thing.
Wallace? We're going to say Ben Wallace throughout the course of this season 1,000 times.
Made that mistake over and over
And
again.
I don't want people to do this. It's Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace, you moron.
You know.
Anyway, I just shut up. If you go back to that segment and somebody pointed it out, he said Dobbins the whole time. You did. I just didn't want to partake. I was silent for at least 5 minutes.
Texter says, so
I
Moser.
recuse myself.
So Moser is as responsible for Rhett's mistake as Brett is. I blame Moser for that junk segment. I actually agree with you. That you heard me, and then you just sat back.
I literally said nothing the entire segment, and I'm responsible for it.
When we come back, we'll delve into – was it really? When we come back, we'll delve into the fine, stellar play of Rockies' third baseman, Jeff Conine, who's played well of late.
Dude, that is a wow! How did you pull that out your tail? Dude, you pulled that out from way up there.
It's a pull.
I mean, if we had a proctologist, Brett, a proctologist couldn't have pulled out Jeff Conine.
I got something for you. AP Top 25 came out.
So
if you're into that kind of thing,
I got something else for you. We know who the Nuggets are going to open up with opening week.
Well, stick around.
Hey, how was your weekend? Was it good? This time of year is all about fun. Firing up the grill, spending days in the sun, the one you love. But if you're dragging through it, if you're tired, you're foggy, or off your game, low testosterone could be the reason. It's Moser. And it was for me. So I went to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and they fixed me up big time. You forget about it. You know, the loss of testosterone can cause a host of problems like low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, all that stuff. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there to take care of you. Schedule an appointment today. It's just $99. They're going to draw your blood results within 30 minutes with the Colorado licensed medical provider. They're going to go through everything with you. And if you need treatment, they are absolutely going to take care of you. All that stuff is going to go away, and you're going to feel like you did years ago. So give them a call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Hey, Brett.
Hey, what?
Would you like to get all over your partner's bacon here?
I know it wasn't even. I know. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. I made a mistake in the last segment that compounded the abhorrent mistake you made. So let's start with the root of the problem.
It wasn't abhorrent.
No, let's start with this. The root of the problem was we spent 10 minutes talking about a running back who didn't get a single carry Saturday night. All right, that's the root of the
In
problem.
my head, it was all about
listeners and
R.J.
viewers
Hart.
will agree.
I almost said J.K. Hart.
We spent 10 minutes, valuable, and these minutes are precious on this show, guys. They go for a lot of money.
Precious, yeah.
Ask our sponsors.
It's like gold bullion.
I mean,
for
ask
crying
our
out loud.
sponsors
Yeah.
how valuable these minutes are.
100%.
So we spent 10 valuable minutes talking about a running back who did not get a carry. All right, that's number one. We corrected you.
It's a simple mix-up.
On top of that, I tried to throw an analogy out there.
Right.
All right, talking about someone who doesn't play for the Rockies anymore.
Right.
I said Jeff Conine. Mm-hmm. Well, I was wrong, too. It's Jeff Cirillo.
Correct. Jeff Conine never played for the Rockies.
Exactly
I
right.
was going to say, I always thought of Jeff Conine as a Marlin.
Yeah, he had 2 stints with the Marlins.
Yeah.
But
So we got 2 things wrong, and I got something wrong trying to get him, trying to teach people how wrong he is.
That is correct. And then in the meantime, somebody texted into the text line and said, you are both dip blanks,
Yes.
but you're still smarter than Moser. And
Wow,
that
this just sort of goes downhill here.
I'm at the bottom of the barrel here is what I am. I'm the little guppy at the bottom of the barrel eating scum, eating pond scum. That's what my deal is. So anyway.
Unreal.
So we have the preseason.
How stupid are we?
We have the preseason AP Top 25 poll.
Okay.
And in that, you have 4 teams from the Big 12 that are currently in this, the highest ranked being Arizona State at 11. You have Kansas State at 17. You have Iowa State at 22 and Texas Tech at 23.
By the way, how the hell, when I look back on it, how the hell did Arizona State win the Big 12? How did that happen?
That dude, I'm still to this
They came
second.
out of nowhere.
To this second, I'm still like, golly, man, how does that happen?
Like mid-season, they weren't very good.
They were 5-2 with losses to Texas Tech and Cincinnati, and then rattled off 7 straight to win. 6 straight to end up in the Big 12 championship game and win it.
And from what I remember, let's see, their final loss was in the playoff, right? And
yeah, they lost to Texas in double overtime. They should have won that game.
Exactly. That game was nuts.
Yeah.
They had that game.
Yep.
They had that game on several occasions and couldn't finish. So you could argue for everyone who says, well, Arizona State they don't deserve it. What do you mean they don't deserve it? They had Texas in the rights. Done.
This is kind of like, I said this the second that it was announced that they were moving to this new look Big 12 and that Texas and OU were moving to the SEC. I think it's such a great spot to be in. Like, if you're CU. If you're in the Big Ten right now, like, I'll give you the other conferences across college football. And I want you to tell me, by the way, college football starts next Saturday.
I'm loving it.
Next Saturday.
Dude, I am so flippin' excited about it. I can't even begin to tell you. So,
hang on.
Okay,
Let me get through this.
Okay, I got a story. Go ahead.
So they have 4 teams from the Big 12 that are in the AP Top 25, the highest being 11. The Big 10 has the number 2 team in Penn State, number 3 team in Ohio State, number 7 team in Oregon, number 12 team in Illinois, number 14 team in Michigan, and number 20 team in Indiana. The SEC has the number 1 team in Texas, the number 8 team in Alabama, the number 5 team in Georgia, 8 team in Alabama, 9 in LSU, 13 in South Carolina, 15 in Florida, 18 in Oklahoma, 19 in Texas A&M, 21 in Ole Miss, and 24 in Tennessee.
All right, we get it. They're loaded.
The point is this. You don't need to run the whole gauntlet to end up on top in the Big 12. And as long as you're in the Big 12 championship game, you get the auto bid into the playoff.
It is the
It's
easiest.
a great spot to be.
I bet you it's making
It's the easiest Power Four to win. It is.
Financially, I understand why Oklahoma and Texas made the move to the SEC. Financially, competitively, they're probably sitting there going, "Damn it."
Well, Texas is finally good.
I know,
somehow.
but had they stayed, they'd be like, "Damn."
Oh, sure.
Incidentally, did you see their new locker room at Texas?
They already improved.
Dude,
locker room?
it will. Google it during the break. It
Okay.
will blow your face off. It is unbelievable the money that they've got.
Now, there's a give and take. It makes it easier for you to win the conference. Now, we all know that the SEC and Big Ten, they get the benefit of the doubt when it comes to, you got a couple losses, we don't mind those all that much. That doesn't apply the same in other conferences. You know, if CSU loses a single football game, it's tough for them to get into the college football playoff, right?
That is correct.
Because they're just
They
it's
won't.
more
Yeah,
it's
they
more
won't.
punitive
Correct.
than it is in the SEC and the Big Ten. You get a little bit of that in the Big 12. You get a little bit of leeway. But still, you got to kind of be on your P's and Q's the entire year. But the thing is, you could be 5-2, make a run, and then you're still in the playoffs.
See, this is where I think right now being in the Big 12 is beneficial. It certainly was for ASU last year, right? Absolutely. But it's the easiest of the Power Four to win because you can get to the Big 12 title game with two
ACC
losses.
might have an argument for that.
Well, you've got Clemson and Miami in there too.
True.
I mean, they're kick butt. But at the same time, you have the margin for error is less than it is in the SEC. Let me explain too. Texas, do you know their first game of the year is against?
Yeah, Ohio State.
Ohio State.
They ain't messing around.
So you got number one versus.
that game's going to be right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
Is it really?
Damn
Yes.
right it is.
Did you guys see the schedule for opening week of college football?
Oh, yeah, it's amazing.
It's
Well,
killer.
first of all, next week is 0 week, right? Is that what they
The
call
week
that?
0.
Is that whatever?
Yeah, yes.
The game is in Dublin, Ireland. It's Iowa State and K-State.
Two ranked teams?
Two ranked teams from your Big 12 conference.
Yep.
Going right at it from the get-go.
Iowa State, Kansas State.
See, here's the deal, though. Because I know you were focused on the Big 12, obviously, because that's Colorado's conference.
Yep.
And I know you don't, we know nothing about what kind of offense Colorado's going to have.
I know.
Zero.
I mean, nothing. Think about it. For the last 2 years, we had a semblance of what we were going to see, especially last year. We have zero idea what we're going to see.
You don't think it's still going to be a similar offense to what they're running?
The way Prime is talking is they're going to change things up. You know, let me ask you, did they do enough in the run game over the last 2 years?
Not at all.
No.
They abandoned the run game, right? Would you say that's a fair assessment?
Absolutely,
They had a couple
did.
games where they ran the ball well, and in those games they succeeded. Would you be the least bit surprised now that Shador's not up there, and they have two guys battling for that quarterback spot?
Pound the football.
One of which is a rookie.
Try to pound.
Exactly. Isn't this the
I
time to
hope.
adopt that
I think
game?
they have to, yeah.
Well, I'd be fine with that, but we don't even know who the starting quarterback is going to be. Is it going to be Salter? Is it going to be the kid Lewis?
I think they're both going to play this year.
Well, I think they probably both will. And here's if Coach Prime knows what he's doing, and I think he does. No matter what, you're going to get Lewis in to be able to get some snaps and to feel comfortable
Yeah.
I
in Big
have
12
no
football.
idea what they have planned.
Agreed, but at the same time, Brett is totally right. You can make a run. I mean, you have the ability to recover from early season losses. The fact that Texas and Ohio State are playing a week 1 game against each other is so flippin' good that, you get 1 versus 3, best in the SEC versus best in the Big Ten. But whoever loses has a lot of leeway and a lot of time to recover from it. And, Brett, they're going to get the benefit of the doubt because they're also so good and people realize that they're playing another very best team in the entire country.
So we can continue this on the other side, along with Vic said you got the opening week opponent for the Nuggets, or
I do.
the opening game.
Yeah.
So
I don't know if it's opening game. I know it's opening week.
Okay, we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Stick around.
I want to make a proclamation right now, please. And, Jesse, could you please call the government, whoever that is, government, and have the entire first hour of this show stricken from the record, please?
Terrible.
Your Honor.
It was embarrassing.
Because I just recalled that Vic and Brett's tease coming back for this hour number 2 here at Broncos training camp, Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We're going to get into a lot more football. Your tease was Vic's going to tell you about a team the Nuggets will play. and
sharp.
And it was the first game. Well, it's not. I don't think it's the first game of the season, but they're going to play
No,
this
it
team.
is the first game. I verified.
Oh,
yeah.
But your tease was. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, Nuggets are playing somebody this season. Up next, more details.
I mean, that whole hour was the dumbest hour in the history of organized radio. You got kids in their basement in Waukegan, Illinois, doing better work.
All right,
Pick
well,
it
let me
up,
give it to
idiots.
you.
Pick it up.
ESPN has announced its opening night matchups. Now, I believe they've got a doubleheader on each night, October 22nd and October 23rd. All right? The Denver Nuggets will play on October the 23rd. That is expected to be their first game of the season. Barring something else that happens before that, I don't know. They could start Tuesday the 21st, but this will be their first nationally televised game on the 23rd. The schedule, the full schedule, is released this Thursday, so we'll know for sure. But their first game on ESPN will be the 23rd, a Thursday night, a late game, 8 o'clock, against Golden State. So there it is. That's what they've got. Golden State and the Nuggets. Doesn't say here whether that game's in Denver or at Golden State. Could be either or. What's so funny? Why is that funny?
The lack of information.
I'm just telling you what we know. What? I don't understand what's so funny about it.
It's because
why is that humorous?
Because your big report is they're going to play the Warriors on the 23rd. I don't know if it's the first game or if it's maybe game 2. I don't know if it's this or that. I mean,
so let me tell you guys something. Here's what ESPN.
By the way, it's a conflict game because we're home against Carolina that night too. So
okay,
it's our first conflict.
I just got
verification
from a pretty damn good source. The game will be at Golden State on the 23rd.
Well, judging by if the Avs are playing that night, it'd be kind of hard to do both.
What are you talking about?
He just said the Avs are at home that night.
I wasn't paying attention. I was reading my text.
He just said the Avs are at home.
I was reading my text.
I'm sorry.
You're such an idiot.
I was gleaning information from my text.
Like Moser just said. Oh my God, you're
coming out of his nose.
You're snotting.
He's got crap coming out of his nose. That's disgusting. Get out. Oh my God, look, he's bleeding from his nose.
Dripping.
What the hell am I seeing here? What is going on today?
I have no idea what's going on.
He just went into a convulsion.
I don't know why he thought it was that funny, but it was funny. He just goes, well, that's a conflict night because the Avs are at home against the Devils. You go, I got it. I just got confirmation. And I thought you were making a joke like you just heard it from Moj.
Okay, here's what we've confirmed because things happen quickly. It is the first game of the season for the Nuggets.
Yeah.
It is Thursday, October 23rd, and it is at Golden State. And we also know that Moser's nose is dripping right now.
That
it
too.
Is dripping. Are we good? Come back. Come back and join us. Are you all right?
Come back, do the show.
All right.
Go ahead now. Go ahead now.
Took a while to get it out there, but there it is. It's verifiable.
The amount of the amount of inaccuracies, the amount of
it wasn't inaccurate.
No, but he said I don't know if it's home or road. I don't know if it's the first game or the
I didn't know at the time. The information is coming at me fast and furious, and now I got it.
Oh my God! And the fact that we teased that, we ought to be in jail. Brett, you always say prison, like Bill Belichick, dating a 25-year-old prison.
Yeah,
right?
Jail, straight to jail.
We ought to be in prison right now for what? This is. Oh, my God,
Have you ever
dude.
seen anybody drip tears from their nose?
I've actually never seen that.
I've never
It's
seen
impressive
that.
on your
What
part.
is that?
I don't know. I know.
He is literally crying.
That was snot. Snot was coming out of my nose because I was laughing so hard. Dude, that was hysterical. I mean, the tease was abysmal. It was a completely bombastic.
It was a factual tease.
And then the delivery was even worse. Okay, we got to strike everything from the record and move on because I can barely keep it together. I'm laughing so hard.
Okay, so I got
Oh my
I got
God,
something for
dude.
you. I got something for you. Jesse, if you can cue up Bradley Beal. He was interviewed by a local station in Los Angeles and doing the old welcome.
I love it here.
Welcome. Why did you choose the Clippers sort of thing, right?
Right.
And so here's what he told, I believe it's KOMV in Los Angeles.
You just signed with the Clippers. Where are you at in your NBA journey?
I need a ring. I want one bad. And I feel like I got a new life of rejuvenation for sure, a new hunger. I'm excited about the opportunity, new city, new environment, but a hungry environment too. I'm definitely excited about the opportunity to go win.
Spoke volumes that you gave.
All right, as long as we're doing accuracy stuff, there's no KMOV in L.A. It's actually a
see.
TV station in St. Louis, Missouri. So let's get that straight.
Why is he in St. Louis?
He's probably doing a camp or something.
Okay.
Who knows?
I've never heard inaccuracies. I need to get a ring, so I went to the Clippers, and this is my best shot at it.
I went to the old folks' home.
Like, I really just don't – I don't think a lot of these guys that are in the age range of Bradley Beal, your Beals, your Hardens, your Westbrooks, like everybody who's kind of in
Chris
that –
Paul.
Chris Paul.
They're in the old folks' home. The Clippers are the old folks' home of the NBA right now.
When he says I got to get a ring, there's a balance that I think a lot of players of their ilk have a problem with, which is there's a way to get a ring, and then there's a way for you to still hang on to what you believe you are as a player. And here's what I mean. Bradley Beal could have went to a team like the Nuggets and said, I can give you 15 off the bench, and that'd be a really good shot at getting a ring.
Better shot.
But they want to be still the guy somewhere,
Or
a key part somewhere.
Or there's financial incentives to go to certain teams. Even though he got bought out essentially.
But didn't he sign for like 2 years, $11 million or something?
I get it, but the LA factor always comes into play here. The LA factor, playing in LA, that's why these guys choose Los Angeles, the lifestyle, whatever. They choose LA. I am not at all, and tell me if you guys are, I am not at all fearful of the LA Clippers.
No.
Zero.
None.
Zero fear. Zero. And I know they are star-studded with names of the past. I mean, think about it. They got Hall of Famers. Kawhi Leonard's a Hall of Famer. James Harden's a Hall of Famer. Chris Paul is a Hall of Famer. Who am I missing here? Who else is on that team that is a Hall of Famer?
Bogdanovich.
They've got 3 definite Hall of Famers on the team right now. And the roster is laden with old dudes. That's what they have, a bunch of old dudes.
They got a bunch of names, though. I mean,
Nicholas Batum is your age, Moser.
Yeah, thanks.
He's
Appreciate
your
that.
age. Still effective.
But I don't think that these guys quite understand what it's like, what the recipe to winning a championship is now. They're like, they would rather go play with their friends, and they think that is like a good shot at a championship. It's not how this works. Like, you don't – how many times does the team he was just on one that was terrible.
Yeah, I know.
With Durant and Booker.
Well, but they think that this collection of guys can get it done. Someone says here, don't discount them. They've got John Collins. Yeah, I will discount them.
Yeah,
I think John Collins is a good player. Great. Awesome. I don't think they're a championship team. I think somebody will get them in the playoffs. Are they better than they were last year? Yeah. Yeah, they're better. But tell you what, the Nuggets are a lot better.
I'll just go top of my head.
A lot better.
Teams that you fear. Do you fear Oklahoma City?
Of course.
Yeah, you should.
Of course I fear them.
Do you fear the Houston Rockets? With
Yes.
Kevin Durant now?
Yes.
Yeah.
A little bit.
You
Yeah,
should.
a little bit.
Yes.
Do you fear the T-Wolves?
Yes. Sure.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I could keep going down this list before I get to where the Clippers are.
100%.
How about
I
though,
fear the Lakers before the Clippers.
How about if you reverse
I
that
agree.
and say, hey, do these teams fear the Denver Nuggets? And the answer is, heck yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They
Sure.
absolutely fear.
You know, all right, so let's go back to
Denver Nuggets.
let's go back to the Nuggets opening night, October 23rd. We have confirmed a Thursday at Golden State because on that same Thursday the Avs are at home here in Denver.
That is correct, against the Carolina
Thank you.
Hurricanes.
What great reporting here. What do you guys think of Golden State? Because they're in that same category now as the Clippers.
Nope.
Nope. What are they? Who cares?
They're too old.
Yeah, but like, it's not the same. They don't have that same panache. That's not that same pull. It's not that gravitas they used to have.
Hey, if you 10 years ago, this Clippers roster, I'd be like, that's probably winning a
Legendary.
championship. It ain't 10 years ago. Like, these guys are 35 to 40 years old, and Golden State's in the same category. They're best players. Like, they got Horford, and I'm like, that's great. Horford's a good player, but he's just another guy who's 39.
Wait,
you know what I mean?
Did they get Horford? Is that official?
I thought they did. Didn't they?
I don't think they have
I
officially
don't think
yet.
they've
but
gotten Horford yet. I don't
think it's official yet.
They're trying to get rid of Kuminga.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
They're
Well,
trying
if they
to-
get Horford.
This Kuminga thing is holding up a lot of deals in the NBA, including, I'm told, the Russell Westbrook to Sacramento contract.
So what's the deal with Kuminga? What? He still seems like a talented guy.
He's a very young player. You know that he's only 22 years old. He's still a very young guy.
He wants a lot of money. They don't trust him with all that money. They would rather let him go somewhere else for the right deal. Otherwise, he would be a Golden State Warrior.
Yeah.
That's bottom line.
Right.
But is it curious to you guys that Russell Westbrook still does not have a home?
I don't know if there's any rush for him. Is there any sort of rush for him?
Well, I mean, let me ask the question this way. What is his goal? What is his goal at this juncture of his career? What do you think it would be? Because if it's to win a ring, and all I'm hearing is Sacramento's the place. If the goal is to win a ring,
Sacramento ain't
which
it.
has eluded him,
Sacramento ain't it.
why would you go there?
Well,
Exactly.
you're acting like Westbrook still has a choice in where he goes. Maybe he doesn't anymore.
Well, originally we heard that the Knicks were an opportunity, and that fell through from last we heard. And the Knicks would have a much better opportunity to win a ring than I mean, if you're going to Sacramento, you're basically telling everybody, yeah, I'm just playing this thing out.
Yeah, see, that's exactly it. Basically, for a guy like Russell Westbrook at this point in his career, he can say ring all he wants. He can. But maybe he just gets himself resigned to the fact that he's never going to win one, and I might as well just get as much money as I can.
Which I don't blame him.
before it's all said and done.
You know, you don't. I don't blame
I don't blame
anyone
him
for doing that.
I don't blame him whatsoever. He can go to Greece and play for
Panathinaikos?
Panathinaikos and go win a Greek championship and get his ring that way. I'm sure it'll be very pretty.
The problem with Russ, we were actually talking about this earlier. There's a very specific style that he plays. And, Russell is willing to accept a role. Like, that's why he's come off the bench the last, 3 years of his career. He's willing to do it. But the problem is this. When he gets on the floor, there's no back seat taken. Like, he has one style of play that he knows how to play. And to be honest, the Nuggets needed that last year.
Sure.
They needed somebody to take control off the bench last year. They needed it. It would make no sense to have that this year. None.
Completely
And I
agree.
think a lot of teams that are in that championship category feel the same way. They're like, I need somebody who's going to fit in, not run things the second that they hit the floor.
Guys in this league, Chris Paul is chasing it, clearly. James Harden is chasing it. They're all chasing that ring because they've never gotten one, and they want that feeling. Everybody does. There's other ways to get it. Danilo Gallinari got his first ring.
In Puerto Rico?
Yeah. Won the Puerto Rican championship.
We had to pay a price for it. I'm not even trying to be funny.
I know. She's fine now.
Is she okay?
Yeah, she's fine.
Okay, good. That was, by the way, is that a fear for you ever? Brett, do you ever go in the water? You almost got killed by a riptide one
Yeah,
time.
if you missed it, Danilo Gallinari's wife, who was pregnant at the time, got bit by a shark off the coast of Puerto Rico.
In Puerto Rico, yeah.
Yeah, she's fine. She was in the
Thank
hospital.
God.
But took a big chunk out of her thigh.
If my pregnant wife got bit by a shark, I'd grab a snorkel and I'm looking for him.
You are?
Yeah, I'm
Not
like,
me.
Dude, I'm like, dude, let's go.
Really? What are you going to do?
No, that's one of my biggest fears. I love to splash around in the water.
Yeah.
Okay, I like wherever Hilton Head. Hell, we were in Italy splashing around
Are
in the
there
Mediterranean.
sharks there? Because my daughter kept asking me if
There are sharks
there.
in the Mediterranean, but shark bites in the Mediterranean are incredibly rare.
Okay, because I told her no.
So yeah, basically, the odds are virtually zero.
I told her they can't live there for some reason.
Oh, well, I'm sure she believes you.
Okay.
The odds are zero. I like to splash
Accuracy.
around.
Believable.
Yeah.
I like to splash around, but you always hear that
Let's splash around.
Yeah. This woman's,
Floaties on.
she's in waist deep water, and a dude comes up and goes, bam, right, and then there goes her calf, and I'm like, oh my God, I do that all the time if I can, and now I'm trying to think, man, if you can't see,
I like to play in the water. I do.
yeah, and if
There's
you
a risk.
There is. I mean, even if you could see the bottom, shark's
right.
going to come up on you pretty quick. Dude.
Obviously, if I even had any notion there was a shark circling within 10 miles of the water, I mean, I'd get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
But you've been to Mexico multiple times.
Yep.
It's the only foreign country you've ever been to, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You ever been jellyfished?
No, I've been Dominican.
You ever been jellyfished?
No.
Bro, you want pain. You ever been jellyfished?
No.
Dude, my son got jellyfished up and down his stomach once.
Oh, my
What?
God.
Up and down his stomach.
Oh,
You know what you do for a jellyfish?
yeah, pee.
Well,
It's a very awkward situation.
I think it's kind of
Yeah.
an old wives' tale, but
Yeah, I don't buy that. I think somebody made that up and just like, how many people can I get to pee on other people?
yeah.
When they're around the ocean.
Tore my ACL. What do I do?
You pee on it. I mean, do you buy the healing properties of urine? Moises Alou swore by it. He peed on his hands before every game.
That's great. Yeah, that's just
I won't tell you what my
wonderful.
mom told
Yeah.
me to do when I used to get fever blisters.
Poop?
No.
Oh.
No, come on. Don't be stupid. This is a radio show. This is FCC regulated.
You know what? You know what's great, Moj? For you said you needed Zyrtec D today. You know what's great for that? If me and Vic spit on your
Yeah.
face,
Okay.
that's what really helps. I learned this years ago. Anyway.
Slapped you across the face.
Yeah.
My old Omaha grandmammy told me if a guy is sneezing,
Meemaw.
spit on him.
Meemaw had a
Meemaw,
real
yeah,
strategy
real
towards that.
strategy.
All right, hey, just a couple more minutes here. This is a story out of Europe. Bosnia coach Adis Bisaragic. I tried.
Sounds good enough.
He said Yusuf Nurkic is out of shape and can barely run.
How out of shape can he be?
That warms the cockles
He said
of my
he can
heart.
barely run.
Yeah, but I read he had 16 points in one of those exhibition games. So, I mean, what does he just sit in the post and turn around?
I guess. You know, you guys ever think about this? There is a world that exists in which the Nuggets traded Jokic and stuck with Nurkic instead.
No, that
I
world
don't
is-
know.
that world
I'm just
is-
saying, like,
Yeah.
it would have been a possibility.
Well, I'll tell you this. In the locker room, behind closed doors, I think they saw the value of Jokic and they saw the talent. And credit to Michael Malone, Tim Connolly, that entire staff, they saw it. They saw it with their own eyes every practice. What we saw as fans, as media, was far different.
Yeah.
Because we saw them in games. And I'm not going to lie to you. If every media member back in that time, you looked at the two of them and you thought Nurkic was far advanced. Nurkic was more NBA ready.
Yep.
Nurkic was the star. Do you remember that time?
Yep.
None of us thought Jokic was going to be what he is. None of us.
But the start
None
of
of us.
that,
Don't let anybody fool you. When they played together, yeah, Jokic had moments, but none of us thought it would come to this. None of us. So Nurkic had the benefit of the doubt because he played with more power. He was one of those fierce competitors, and nobody saw what Jokic had.
There's a very famous story. I'll say no. Golden State offered up Steph Curry for Andrew Bogut.
right.
They were going to do that
remember
trade.
I remember that.
And you know who said no? The Bucks, because they didn't trust the ankles of Steph Curry.
Before-
they made the decision, we're going to
Yes.
keep Monte Ellis over Steph
Yes.
Curry.
Insane. Well, hey, listen,
and they
Vic,
actually
Vic,
became teammates. Before the Nuggets lost to Golden State in that legendary series where, the mole, Andre Iguodala, emerged.
he was a mole.
Before that, the Warriors had tried on multiple occasions to trade Steph Curry
Yep.
and failed.
Just
So
idiotic.
all this talk about the Golden State Warriors, oh man, they just did it. They're so smart. They did it. Oh man, look at them. Everybody, they're the franchise. Everyone's got to model themselves after. You know what they were, Moshe? Lucky.
They were. Let me get back to the Nuggets real quick. My last thought on this, Brett, before we break. It was the start of the 16-17 season, okay? And, again, Jokic is still a young puppy at the time. I mean, we're talking a 21-year-old, right? 2021, whatever he was. But he started to play better that whole time. And so I'm there at Madison Square Garden, February 10th, 2017.
Tell me if you've heard this story before.
I'm telling you,
About 47
80
times.
no, 87
so,
times.
So how many times, I'm just curious from our listeners, how many times has Mark Moser told I was there to see Joker go off on the Knicks at Madison Square Garden?
but you're misconstruing the point here. from even before that moment on, the talk between Jokic and Nurkic, there was no discussion to be had whatsoever. And not only that, everybody knew it, including Nurkic, which is why he became such a B.
Yeah. 303-504-0925. Get back to Broncos camp here. All training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Back after this. Back out here, Broncos camp. Going to be out here until Thursday, which is going to lead up to the joint practice between the Cardinals. You were asking earlier, Vic, do you think that they keep playing the starters in at least this preseason game? I have a different question for you. Is there any way that they would play just the offensive players and say, I think we're good on defense. I want to see more from the offense?
That's not a bad thing to do. I mean, what's the difference, right? If one side of the field has established itself, why push it?
Yeah.
Why
Like
even,
maybe.
Yeah. Are you as concerned? What concerns you most after watching preseason game number one, the offense or the defense, or both?
Well, the offense. The first team offense, of course. I mean, that's a given because they didn't perform that great.
Yeah, and when I say offense, first team.
It wasn't. I don't want people to think that what we saw was horrific because it wasn't horrific. It was a little out of sync. Your quarterback took a safety, didn't need to, misread a play, or didn't see the blitzer coming, turned his back to him. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. These are things that can get worked out. I have absolutely zero concern though. Now, again, if we should see some plays against Arizona that raise your eyebrows, then we'll say, okay, man, play even a little bit more. But these guys, when they hit the ground running in week one, I want to see them going. Go. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, I think defensively, they're missing a couple linebackers as well. And outside of that opening drive where there was a long pass play over Jaquan McMillan, I thought defensively they did fine. I mean, hell, Nick Bonito wrecked an entire series by himself. One-person wrecking ball.
I just saw they were doing, unless I'm late to the party on this, they're doing the top 25, right? Or top 100.
Yeah, Bonito got 38.
He's 38?
Yeah. Which is pretty darn impressive for a guy who's had one big season.
I think the same thing, yeah.
Can we officially be now, and again, I'm still on record as saying if I'm the Denver Broncos, if I'm George Payton, and anybody above, I'm saying, give me more, man. Don't give me, maybe even whip the contract out after week 3. And then does Benito actually sign it then, or does he say, nah, maybe I'll wait a little bit? I don't know. I still am of the impression of, hey, okay, I want to see more production before I give you the big, fat, crazy dollars. That being said, I'm starting to lean that way, Vic.
Yeah.
I'm starting to, as the further we go on here, and obviously after him just blowing up the Niners O-line the other night, or the backup O-line, but after blowing those guys up, my lean goes even more to, all right, let's get him under contract. Yeah.
What do you think his lean is? If I'm him, given injury risk in this league, I want it now before later.
I
would.
Yeah, and I think you're in a position that you can negotiate for not top-of-the-line money, but pretty close. Like, you could get up, I'm sure he could get up somewhere like upper 20s to almost $30 million a year.
Here's the other deal. Does it surprise you guys, and I know a lot of this is simple accounting and creative accounting, does it surprise you guys that the Denver Broncos have been able to rework so many deals or extend so many deals given the albatross that remains Russell Wilson's contract? It's still the second year of that. It's the second year of that dead money.
Because what they're doing, Vic, is because the bonus money is what it is. They're basically replacing Russell. They're replacing the Russell Wilson with the bonus money. So even when Russ goes away, all that's going to now start hitting the cap situation.
Sure.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
So it's basically just a swap, is what it is. I'm not necessarily surprised because if you have cash on hand, and the owners of the Denver Broncos certainly have the most cash on hand, or one of the most cash cows on hand, you can do these kind of things. It's about the cash up front because that's got to go into the bank right now.
It's also
and then you worry about the cap implications later.
When you're negotiating a 4-year deal, that doesn't have to do with Russell Wilson anymore. That's far enough down the line where that's not affecting it. The thing I'm wondering, is there anybody else that's due to get paid after Bonito?
Well, Franklin Myers. I mean, he wants a
that's a question.
Contract.
That's a question of hang on. You want to re-sign Bonito?
Absolutely.
I don't know if they're sure about Franklin Myers yet. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
Like Zach Allen was due. You knew you wanted to keep him. He was going to get money. He was going to get it. Okay, fine. Bonito's another guy in that category. I don't know if Franklin Myers is or not part of the longer-term plan. He's a really good player. But if he wants $20 million a year, I don't think the Broncos can do it.
So you think he's more, in terms of the money thing, he's more of a want for the Broncos than a need? That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, he's in the category of, like, if the price is right. If not, we'll let you walk.
Yeah.
They aren't letting Benito walk. It's just going to be like, what number do we come to? You know what I mean?
Well, what if he wants Myles Garrett bread?
Well, if he goes out and has 18 sacks this year, then you pay him Myles Garrett bread.
And that's fine, but golly. You know what I'm curious about? Listen, I'm sure Nick Benito always believed in himself. I'm sure he was always thinking that I'm going to get into the National Football League and I'm going to prove that I should have been a first-rounder as opposed to a second-rounder and so on. But could he ever have imagined in his youth or even in his college days, whenever, that, hey, I'm going to be a $30 million a year guy? Because if he couldn't, then maybe you just say, you know what? Yeah, I'll take the 29 per right now, right this second.
He's so athletic, man. Like, he can do so many different things. Like, obviously, just that first game of the preseason, we saw how quickly he can get in the backfield. Okay, fine. The fact that he can, like, drop back and cover if he has to is, like, a different sort. For as good as Von Miller was, Von wasn't doing a lot of that.
By the way, did you know the Russell Wilson dead cap money? They're paying $32 million, right? That's the cap hit.
Yeah, because they paid $50 last year.
There's other dead money on the books. Josh Reynolds, $1 million, and the third biggest cap hit for the Broncos of dead money is Greg Dulcich.
Oh, you're kidding?
Yeah, those are
pennies. $250,000.
Those are pennies, though.
I'm telling you that it exists.
I thought you were going to say somebody else was getting like $20 million still. It's like, who the hell is that?
Hey, Jesse, he just mentioned Von Miller, and it just jogged my memory. Jesse, do you have the sound I sent you yesterday from Von Miller with the guys at – who's PFT commentator? Who's he work? He's with
Pardon My Take?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Pardon My Take.
I thought it was Pro Football Talk.
Well, let me know when you get this, Jesse, if you could please communicate to me that you might have it.
I have it now.
All right, he's got it. Listen to Von Miller wax nostalgic about his time in Denver and what it's like seeing Denver rebound. Remember, when he left the Broncos, he left with tears in his eyes.
Yeah.
And the Broncos were bad at that time.
And the Broncos did him a favor, got him a Super Bowl.
He left. He goes and gets a Super Bowl with the Rams, and he's flourished. The Broncos have not been good until now. Listen to Von Miller talk about his Broncos experience.
Being away from Denver and, like, at first it's like, yeah, I'm on a new team. And, like, as time goes, like, you just miss those days, man. I had spent so much time in Denver, man. They're doing so many good things with that organization, building a new facility and new stadium, and everything is just going crazy. They got a good team now. You're just like, damn, man. Like, it's like seeing your old girlfriend with a new guy and she's happy. Mm-hmm. You're like,
yeah, because
like,
at first, got the spank thing.
But at first you won the breakup because you left, and then Nathaniel Hackett. So you were like, wow, that's a mess.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm here. But now she's starting to get in shape, and like she's starting to look good now, and she's bouncing back, and you're like, dang, like I should send that hey big head text.
Yeah. I told you last week. I said the Broncos are in revenge bod mode.
That is so funny.
That's what they are.
Yeah. That's pretty funny. Listen, you cannot deny the fact that when the Broncos, and again, this is after Peyton and so on, you saw so.
I'm going to let you go, but that little snot rag you got in your nose is making you sound like a 4-year-old. But keep going.
You saw so many 58 jerseys in the stadium.
Sure.
I mean,
there still are.
Yeah, you couldn't swing a dead armadillo by the tail without hitting a 58 jersey. He was beloved here, and he loves the Broncos. He loves Denver.
If they gave him
at the same time, it was the right move to make at the time.
No, it totally
was the right move.
Yep. For both, it's one of those things where both people got what they needed out of it. If he was given the opportunity to come back, he would in a heartbeat, wouldn't he?
Absolutely. I don't think there's any doubt.
Just no need for him here.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like the Broncos, I don't even know where he'd fit. It sounds silly to say, but honestly, if this version of Von Miller was here, how much playing time would he get?
Not much.
Like, he's not playing over Cooper.
I mean, they've
he's
got
not
a
playing
stable
over Benito.
They've got
he's not playing over JFM.
No. Well, that's an interior guy.
But still,
he's got a stable of. They've got a stable of edge rushers where you want these guys to get reps.
Yeah.
And you don't want to steal reps from the young guys.
For being a 36-year-old guy, his contract is pretty damn good with Washington. His contract is pretty good. He's got a $6.1 million deal, but if he hits his incentives at the age of 36 now, Von Miller is no spring chicken. He can get to 10.5.
Where's he at again?
Washington.
He's in Washington.
Yes.
God, Washington is really – I questioned it last year, but they leaned into, like, they signed a bunch of veterans. Remember, they got Bobby Wagner last year. They signed Eckler. And, like –
Well, how did it work out for
Well,
him?
it worked out great. But
so far, yeah.
At the time, I was like, he signed a lot of old dudes. I don't know if this is going to work. And to their credit, I mean, they crushed it last year.
It's worked out pretty dang well for him. I mean, when you go to an NFC title game after being one of the worst teams in the National Football League, you did some pretty right things, some pretty correct things.
Actually, I want to look this up. Remember when we were looking up how many teams around the league had guys over 30 on their roster?
Mm-hmm.
And it was like most teams had like 3.
Yeah. Broncos had 6.
Washington's got to have like 7.
I thought Buffalo and Washington were tied for the most. I thought Washington had a bunch of them. But then again, it depends what position you play.
Yeah.
You know, not necessarily. What impact do you have?
Yeah, they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They got 9 guys over 30. And they got Debo, who's 29. They got a whole bunch of 29-year-olds, too. Whole bunch of them.
So
it's an older team.
a veteran-laden team, you call that, right?
Yeah.
Veteran-laden.
Yep.
Hey, you mentioned who's next on the Broncos when it comes to re-signing, because they've done a good job keeping the core of this roster together so far.
Yeah.
Well, John Franklin Myers' contract is up after this season.
Mm-hmm.
He's on the radar. Alex Singleton's contract is up after the season. Let's see what he does this year. Talked about Benito. We know about Benito. Will Lutz, his contract is up after 2025.
Okay.
He becomes a free agent. Then you have a bunch of guys who are, lesser players, role players. Malcolm Roach, Adam Troutman. Those are guys who are looking at the final year of their deal.
But
J.K.
there's
Dobbins is only a one-year deal.
There's no, as of right now, guys that are like, must bring back, cannot lose, need to have this guy.
No, they've pretty much, that's
Taken
the
care of
beauty
that.
of what the Broncos
Yep.
are right now. They have answered every single question except Nick Benito.
Yep.
I shouldn't feel this way about Alex Singleton, but I do, and it's unfair to him. And that is, he led the Denver Broncos in tackles 2 years ago, did he not?
Mm-hmm.
He is a linebacker that flies all over the field, gets to the football,
Always
gets
around
to
the
the
ball.
ball carrier, right? And yet when he went out with injury, I didn't feel like the Broncos really skipped a beat. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, here's your leading tackler. Yeah. And we always say, well, they didn't suffer any injuries. I mean, well, it's because they were able to fill that role quite effectively. You know what I mean?
Cody Barton did pretty good in this
Justin
place.
Sternad did a good job.
Exactly right. And so I'm thinking to myself, when a team loses its leading tackler and a guy who flies to the football, typically that team's going to suffer. They really there was no discernible suffering for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
So in terms of paying Alex Singleton, and there's no doubt in my mind, Vic, that he's going to healthy, he's going to kick some major butt this year. But he's one of those guys where you go, well, do we have to give a new deal to him? Do we have to present a fat contract to him? Or can we just get other guys to fill that role like we did before, and we didn't seem to skip a beat?
By the way, this from Ian Rappaport. Jordan Love tore a ligament in his left thumb, had procedure to repair it.
Wow.
It's been called a little procedure, shouldn't miss any regular season time, but they said they banged it on a helmet. I always wondered that. It's got to be so painful. You got the follow through and you just put it right on top of somebody's helmet.
You said what, hit his throwing thumb?
I think he said left.
Okay,
left
so
thumb.
that's not his throwing thumb.
Well, then how the heck how do you do that to his left thumb throwing?
Said after banging it, taking a sack is what happened.
Okay.
So just something to monitor there with one of the better young quarterbacks in the league. Out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Back after this. Vic says I had a question. What's your question?
So news today, well, it's not news. It's one of these polls. Nick Bonito, number 38 on the NFL's top 100.
Yeah.
Okay. It's pretty high. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Did you expect Bonito to go 38 on that list?
He's probably somewhere. I thought maybe around more like 50s, but
That's much higher than I expected. You?
He's had a meteoric. Listen to me. Meteoric rise in the National Football League rankings. Yes, a little bit higher than I thought, but you know what? If he continues to produce, he deserves it all.
So let me ask this question. Two questions. Two of them. Who's the Broncos' best player?
Surtain.
Okay. I don't disagree with you. He's going to be where on that list? Maybe even top 15, top 10?
He might be top 10, yeah.
Who's the Broncos' second best player?
Quinn Miners.
Bingo. At his position, right?
Well, he's
Patrick
incredibly
Surtain,
valuable.
Like, listen to this. Patrick Surtain at his position is the best player in the National Football League, is what most people think.
Yeah.
Right? Unanimously.
Well, he's the best defensive player in the league.
Well, exactly. Now, I don't know if Miners will go to that extent, but he's among. I mean, he's an all-pro.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
So he's sort of lost in the shuffle when we evaluate great Broncos. We almost overlook that.
Offensive linemen get that way. It's like, unless you're – I mean, who are the offensive linemen that you really knew in standout? There's only a few of them.
Well,
and most of them are
Philly,
tackles.
The Philly linemen.
Yeah, Lane Johnson is up there. I mean, Kelsey was there forever.
I mean, you put
Jason.
together a Christmas album, and you're going to see
Yeah.
That's my advice.
Offensive linemen that are known, the Trent Williams.
Sure.
Penei Sewell. Like, there's only a few, though, of offensive linemen that get that type of notoriety.
But he's a guard, not
Guards,
a tackle.
yeah.
But you figure he's going
Guards
to be
are
on this.
different,
The reason I'm bringing it up, that 38 is where Benito is. There's still room for more Broncos. Surtain is definitely going to be named on this, and so will Miners. I mean, he's got to, right?
They have to be higher than that. Yeah, sure.
He's got to.
Yeah, you'd think so. Yeah, you'd think so.
So let me just see. I want to check this list.
What are you looking
I hate
for?
that they do this by tens. I just want to see how many interior offensive linemen have made this list at all.
Man, you probably count that on 2 fingers.
So I'll do a quick run through, at least as fast as I can. But my guess is going to be there's not a whole lot, because you're going to find a whole bunch of edge rushers and skill position guys. So Creed Humphrey, center for the Chiefs, was number 93. So there, you got one. And then you guys talk amongst yourselves, and I'll tell you if I find another one here.
Well, are you telling me that Quinn Miners is going to be in the top 37?
Well,
yeah, that I actually have a tough time believing.
Yeah, so he's either the top 37 or he's out of the top 100, which is crazy.
How do you leave
Now, keep in mind, there's tackles on this list. I'm leaving them off.
How do you leave a guy out of the top 100 when he's deemed the best at his position?
I don't know how you would do that. I have no clue. And especially coming out of Wisconsin Whitewater. You remember his rookie year, this fat guy with his belly coming out? We're like, hey, Wisconsin Whitewater guy. Well, dude, that guy was a player. That guy could play the damn game. And he's only gotten better at the National Football League level. We'll see. I guess we'll see when the rest comes. When is the rest supposed to come out? Does anybody know that question?
Slowly but surely, they'll drip it out by the start of the season.
Okay.
Yeah. I tell you what, though, Nick Bonito has to be smiling ear to ear. He already tweeted out better stuff coming after he acknowledges his ranking at 38. Yeah. He says, I forgot what he said. He said, I ain't done, is what he wrote. Every time he's mentioned on lists like this, wrecking an entire series, just add some more change to his contract that's coming up. He is digging it.
Well, and this is the cool thing about this. Is the reason I like this list. You're voted on by your peers.
Oh, is that who votes? I was going to ask you.
No, this is a player vote.
Gotcha.
And it's solely players. So this is just now they have biases to, like, if a guy's hurt last year, they leave him off the list entirely, which I think is kind of a fault in this.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm seeing a lot more tackles pop up now. There's Deion
Not many
Dawkins.
guards, though, right?
The only interior offensive lineman so far was Creed Humphrey at 93.
Okay.
The center for the Chiefs.
So,
and I'm getting now to the 40 to 31. And Benito's there at 38.
Baby, we coming. Miners is going to be in the top 37.
What's going on here?
It ends at 38. That's all they've got. They just unveiled
unveiled
that one today.
I got you. I
Yeah.
got you. I got you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's it.
Think
It's
about
one
it. Think
guy.
about it. Nick Bonito is ranked ahead of C.J. Stroud.
Roquan Smith.
I mean, that's some names that he's in front of.
well, you should.
I think
the
that
names I
highly of
passed
him.
by already. I mean, who is the Tyreek Hill? He's above Will Anderson Jr. He's above Aiden Hutchinson. He's above Mike Evans. He's above Jalen Carter.
I mean, that's a pretty heady place to be.
Yeah.
Holy cow! I guess you don't realize that till your fellow players start to really say that. You know what? This guy's special.
What a
Are they
This
just?
guy is something.
But hang on. In response to minors, is it just a disrespected position being on the
Yeah,
inside
part
of
of
an
that is it.
offensive
Yeah,
line? Because
part
they
of-
respect tackles.
Yeah, part of that is it.
And I don't know if that's, especially with a player vote, it's like edge rushers would be like, oh, man, you try and go up against Deion Dawkins, or you trying to go up against Trent Williams.
You know,
Like, it's tough.
I was watching the Broncos pregame show on Channel 9 the other night, and they had George Payton on, and we're talking to George about, what is he most proud of?
I was eating a cheesesteak slider, and I was also watching that, but the sound was down, and I couldn't hear what he said. So what did he say?
Just an insane thing to try and, like, jump in
Yeah,
with.
I'm just curious.
Vic, I was having chips and queso when that was happening. Tell me. Tell me,
All right,
please.
so
I was
about
crunching
to-
my way through
so
it.
let me get this straight. I was about to tell you what George Payton was going to say. He had to chime in and interrupt me by telling me what he was eating at the time.
Yeah, it was really good, too. Some place up in Loveland. I forget the name of it. Colorado something or other. Anyway, go ahead.
No, I'm not doing it. No, not doing it. Not going to tell people what he said.
I was watching Kliss. Kliss had his hair slicked back, too. Kliss is looking all like GQ that night.
Like Pat Riley?
Yeah, well, no, not like that. But I mean,
Oh.
he had it shorter and kind of slicked back a little bit. He's looking all kind of stylish and
Why
whatnot.
don't you do that? Can you do a Pat Riley for me this year at some point?
I'm almost getting there.
Grow it out and just put it. Glue it
Anyway,
to your head.
what he said was he's most proud of the way they've built the trenches on this team because that's where it starts. You got Pat Surtain, you got all these other positions, but he said the trenches is football, both offensively and defensively. And when you look and assess what the Broncos have done well, he's most proud of that. And he's exactly right. They did it with a combination of drafts and free agency. A lot of that offensive line was free agency. Some of it was draft picks. A lot of that defensive line was free agency. Some of it was draft picks. I mean, Zach Allen, what a free agent acquisition he was.
Yeah. Well, they've also made a couple of mistakes. I mean, they had the Randy Gregory thing was a
What's
swing and
gonna
a
happen?
miss. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but for the most part, when you're trying to take care of that situation, you're going to have some swings and misses. And now they've got their guys, and they've got their guys locked in. It's great.
Most importantly, when you were listening to that, Moshe, how would you rate the cheesesteak slider out of 10?
That one was pretty good. Bear had one. What was it? I think it was like a carnita slider, which is pretty dang good. And they're pretty big sliders too.
Out of 10, though, what would you give it?
I'd give it a solid 7.
A 7. Okay.
Solid 7 out of 10. Yep.
I'm going to make this abundantly clear for you. And you've said this several times. On
Oh,
the
that's
show.
right. I'm sorry.
Listen,
From the 3432, the Colorado room in Fort Collins is where it was. That's it. Okay.
I'm going to make this very clear.
Okay, please.
I don't care what you eat.
I know.
Ever.
And I don't care for your teases that say, when we come back, I'm going to tell you that the Nuggets are going to play a team this coming season. I don't know what game it is.
It wasn't my tease.
And
That
I
was
don't know
his
whether
tease.
it's home or away.
That was
I
his
don't,
tease,
I don't,
not my
I don't know
tease.
about that either. But the Nuggets are going to play the Houston Rockets a couple times, and they're going to be
When
home
we come
and
back.
stuff.
When we come back.
You know what? When we come back, I'm going to pour this little tube of organic greens into my water.
You're going to do that right now, not when you come back.
I'll do it during the commercial break.
But when we come back, the Nuggets do play a team next year, and we'll tell you exactly who that team is on a random day
So dumb.
in just a second.
So
Stick around.
dumb. We're dumb. Hour 3, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane here at Broncos training camp, Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Glad to have you aboard with us today, tomorrow, and then Thursday will be our final day at camp, Vic. Thursday. And that's when the Cardinals get here, and 87 buses pull in. Kyler Murray's out here running around doing his thing and so on, but we're getting closer. I mean, every single day we are one step closer to the goodness. We're looking at what now, 3 weeks?
Yeah, interestingly enough, Thursday is not exactly the final day of camp. They still have another preseason game to go after that, but it's the final day we're allowed here. Yeah. And then the final day the fans are allowed here because this week is – what's wrong?
I don't remember my laptop being faced that direction. That's weird.
I got a taste of that.
Yeah, I could tell.
I went through that a little bit. Don't worry about it. Big news to emerge today. Moser had a cheese sandwich. Was that what it was?
No, it was a cheesesteak slider.
Yeah, cheesesteak slider.
Yeah.
During Broncos pregame.
Right during the Broncos pregame on 9 News.
Big news.
I thought Steve and Ryan, again, did a great job. They're so good.
Yeah.
I also had a beer. Brett, I had a very tasty Mexican lager.
I love it.
It was super good.
Way to go.
It was awesome.
The other piece of news that emerged today, and it took us to about 30 minutes to piece it together. The Nuggets are going to open the regular season on ESPN on the road October 23rd, 8 o'clock tip-off against Golden State.
Which that used to be such a huge marquee game, and I really don't care about matchups with Golden State anymore. Not that, it's going to be the first game of the year. You want them to win and good vibes, and it's always good to beat Steph and all that different stuff.
Yeah.
But I just don't view Golden State like, hey, you beat
They're
a
not
team
a contender.
that contends. Yeah.
They're not
exactly.
a contender. I will say this, though. Those first 2-3 weeks of the Nuggets season cannot do what they did last year because that put them in a hole, and you're digging for the rest of the season. You have to get off to a better start this year. That will be vital, especially in this Western Conference.
Yep.
And speaking of, I hate to say this because you guys are going to get all over me, but I talked to a lot of people at my wife's art show over the weekend, okay? That's enough of that. But
what kind of people?
Just people.
I'm sure major sports fans.
Very nice people.
Huge sports fans attending those art shows.
First of all, Dillhole, you're pigeonholing people as they have only one interest in life. A lot of people have multiple interests in life.
I'm not trying to pigeonhole, but
there were a lot of people wearing Avs and Nuggets gear all over the place, and Broncos gear.
You're right.
All that kind of thing.
I am pigeonholed, but let me make just an observation. Do you think people that attend art exhibits are listening audience?
Probably. Well, the funny part is a lot of people, I say a lot, some people showed up because they knew I was going to be there with my wife, and they were shooting the breeze.
Listen to this guy.
I'm not even kidding you.
Hey, everybody, they knew I was going to be there, so.
How'd you think this was going to go, Moshe?
God.
See, this is why I hesitate to even bring it up.
In Vic's defense, by the way, you said you're pigeonholing people. If I go to a sports bar on a Sunday and I see a guy wearing a football jersey and I say, hey, name a Van Gogh painting, I don't think anybody's going.
Van Gogh?
Van Gogh.
When you're a sports fan, it's Van Gogh.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
They would probably say Van Gogh.
Okay.
I don't think they toss Starry Night out to me is what I'm telling you.
But I get a lot of questions all the time of, realistically, how are the Nuggets and the Avs going to be in the Broncos and so on? And I say, well, listen, the Broncos were a playoff team, and I expect at least that this year. Okay, great. If you really look at it, these Nuggets, and you're not so concerned about Golden State anymore and so on, the Nuggets and the Avs are both tied second favorite to win the championship.
Sure.
The defending champions that got the most bread on, in OKC and in the Florida Panthers. And then tied for second are the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Period. End of story, dude. So I tell people, look, they're like, it's so disappointing, losing in that first round. Yeah, it is. But, again, you're playing another really good team that's going to be right there, too, and you have to have things go right. But are we to the point now where we can really do that, start discounting and kicking aside some of these powerhouses of the past?
No,
like
but I'm not here's the thing, Moj. Like in the Nuggets case, I'm not doing that to OKC. I'm not doing that to Houston.
Right.
I'm doing that to Golden State, and I'm doing it to the Clippers because I just think that they're old. And I don't see that as something that's going to work to the tune of an
Okay,
NBA
well,
championship.
then the optimism for the Broncos to battle for and possibly win the AFC West over the Kansas City Chiefs, where does that come from?
Well, you competed.
The team's
against
better.
them. Yeah, you competed against them last year, and you could rightfully say you should have won both games. You're not.
Well, the second
intimidated.
game wasn't a game.
Here's where it comes from.
Kansas City was already in sleepwalking.
Here's
mode.
where it comes from. I don't think this team is intimidated by that team
Me neither.
at all. That's where it comes from. Where in years past, you're like, oh, my God, hold on for dear life. It's Kansas City. That feeling does not exist anymore.
Well, are the
And
Nuggets
we
and the
play-
Avalanche, are they intimidated by anybody, even the defending champions? Are the Nuggets intimidated by the Oklahoma City Thunder?
No, but I do think this.
They're in a
And-
tough matchup.
yeah.
The little C teams were like, that'll be tough. That's how
what
they see
is.
it.
Exactly. One thing I hope the Nuggets take care of quickly this year, and I know they're going to see him on Christmas night. We know the Nuggets have had a Minnesota problem.
Yeah, that's got to stop.
Got to erase that.
That's got to stop.
Got to erase that. Just like the Avs in the postseason have had a Dallas problem.
Right.
I
Oh,
think
it's been a Dallas problem, but the Avs right now, I mean, you got to go down the list. The Stars are plus 1,000. The Avs are plus 800 right now. I mean, they're still a favorite over the Dallas Stars, despite having a Stars problem, which is why I hate the way the postseason works in the NHL. It drives me insane.
the biggest regular season games for the Nuggets and the Avs. For the Avs, it's games against Dallas. And for the Nuggets, it is not OKC. I would say the biggest game that they have on their schedule is Minnesota. Until they prove they can get over whatever that funk is with that team, it's that. It's them. You competed with OKC in a 7-game series where you had 3 guys that were like hamstrung by a million different injuries.
Dude, the Denver Nuggets, and we'll have plenty of time to talk about this, they are so much better equipped right now to handle Minnesota than they were 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Size-wise, wing-wise, everything.
Also,
I mean,
Minnesota's not as good.
But they are so much better off than they were at the end of the season. Trust me, I think they'll take care of that. They'll move on.
Can I ask you guys a question? As somebody who does not do this, it scares me.
Can I answer your question with a question?
No.
Okay.
But a lot of people have fears. They have fears of heights, fears of snakes, spiders.
Both of those,
Yep.
not spiders as much, but both
Dude,
of those for
no,
sure.
although I saw a spider this weekend, dude, it looked like a dinner plate. Scared the hell out of
I
me.
had one in my basement, had one of those little sack things on it.
Yeah,
I was like, I don't know
yeah,
what that is,
yeah.
but that's done
Yeah, you're
immediately.
gone. Kill
I'm
them
not
all.
a big fan of, and I know they're harmless. The daddy long leg spider, I'm not a fan.
They're just creepy looking.
Just like
don't like it.
I don't need it.
I have a fear, and it's just in a car. A train, fine. Plane, totally okay. Going too fast in a car freaks me out. I get scared of it. Myles Garrett just got pulled over for going 100 at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's his 7th incident since joining the Browns of that nature. Not to mention, the Browns have Shador, who got arrested twice within, 3 weeks of going 120 miles an hour? What's the appeal there? Somebody explain that one to me.
I don't understand. Listen, my wife has a heavy foot, but not to that extent. A heavy
I
foot.
speed.
Yeah, we all speed.
Reasonably.
But dude, I read that same thing about Myles Garrett. To be pulled over that many times. So he gets pulled over for going 100 and a 60. And he does so just a year after. Do you remember what he did last year? Do you remember he wrecked his Porsche?
Yeah.
He wrecked his Porsche.
Right here.
And vowed, yeah, I mean, that's bad, dude.
That's really bad.
Very bad. And said at that point, I'm going to change the way I drive. I'm not doing this anymore. So what happens? 100 and a 60.
And you know what he said?
100 and a 60.
You know what he said? I got the official transcript. He said, go on and write me up for 125. Post my face, wanted dead or alive. Take my license, all that jive. You know why? Because I can't drive 55. That's what he said. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'm like, I get it. I mean, I get where you're coming from, Miles. I've been there, done that.
I hope they tear the show apart.
Yeah.
I hope they do. I hope, after this week, they just say, we're going to redo the morning show.
So it's his 7th ticket. It's his 3rd time going 100 miles an hour or more.
Dude,
he had another
so
time
you-
where he got caught at 99.
You
so
don't
it's
you
probably
don't you don't
4.
like going fast?
Not
Dude,
that fast.
I know, but if you've got listen, I've never had a.
That's stupid.
What's the
fast.
word I'm looking
That's
for?
dangerous
I've never
fast.
had a sports car like that in my life ever. I never have.
One need you have to go 100 miles. Listen, you rode on the Autostrada in Italy, okay?
That is correct.
But see, the difference
The
is this.
Autostrada?
Autostrada. The difference is this. Everyone is going that speed pretty much.
Yeah.
All right? Everyone is going
That's
that
the
speed.
flow of traffic.
But when you're doing 100 here in Denver, Colorado, that's dangerous.
Well, I told you, as soon as 470 opened back in the day, I lived up north, and I had that killer BMW motorcycle. And nobody was on the road, man. And I went from like 25, starting to head toward DIA that way. And I got up to like I want to say like 121, something like that. And it was so smooth, and the road was perfect. There's not a human out there. And then I'm like, what are you doing, you idiot? All it takes is a squirrel to run out, and you're dead.
Yeah.
So then I throttle that thing back, got down to about 80, right? I'm like, I mean, but it was exhilarating while I'm doing it.
It scares you when you think of it, though.
Yeah,
right?
and I told you the time that I hit the bird in South Dakota, or I didn't hit the bird, my buddy did. It covered me with blood and all that. We were doing like 114 down the chute going toward Deadwood. And like, you think back, you're like, that's just stupid. It's just, why would you do that? It's just dumb.
So he doesn't play in the game. He goes 100. He gets pulled over. It's his 7th citation.
Yeah.
7th. And then you wonder, Shedeur Sanders going through his speeding issues.
Yep.
Who are his role models in Cleveland? He's looking at Miles saying, hey, I got 5 more to catch you, my friend.
Well, look, I think I'm just old now.
Who do you know in your
I'm just a dad. If I see somebody going like literally 25 through my neighborhood, I'm like, slow it down. Kids live here.
All right, I should have more because I'm older. I should have more. Let's just go through it right now. Speeding tickets acquired over a lifetime. I got 2 of them in Ogallala, Nebraska, on the way back from Notre Dame for like vacation or summer break, whatever. I got 2 of them. One going, one coming back in Ogallala.
Never gotten a speeding ticket.
Was that in your Hyundai?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the broken Hyundai?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, listen to this.
With no AC?
Well, it didn't. The speedometer wasn't
Speedometer
working.
didn't work. That's
so
right. Yeah.
He pulls me over, and I think I'm a smart guy. Pulls me over, and I go, hey, man, I didn't know how fast I was going. My speedometer doesn't work. And he goes, oh, okay, here's another ticket.
I was going to say, that's
here's
another one.
ticket for what's that ticket for?
It's a fix-it ticket. Fix-it ticket. Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, great.
How's this? I've never gotten a speeding ticket. I got pulled over. I've gotten 2 warnings. So when I was doing my show in Lincoln but living in Omaha, it's like 45 minutes. And it's 6 o'clock at night. I'm like, I just want to get home before it gets dark. So I went, 10 miles over. It wasn't crazy, but it was like 85 and a 75. This cop pulls me over, does all the insurance thing, blah, blah, blah. And then he goes, all right, just slow it down. Gives me just a warning. Next day, the exact same mile marker, a different cop is sitting there. Same thing happens. Pulls me over, checks all my stuff, and goes, slow it down.
Slow it down,
Gives
kid.
me a warning. And I was like, thank God it wasn't the same guy. Because that same guy would have been like,
dude, I just
saw you yesterday. Yeah.
In my lifetime, I probably had 3. I want to say 3. One time in Wyoming, coming back from
Frontier Days?
No, from
your girlfriend's house?
Mount Rushmore. I was coming back through Wyoming though, and you got those long winding through the mountains, down hills, and there's not a human alive. Out there. Dude pops me. I'm like, you got to be
Those
kidding.
are the dangerous ones. Those are like if you're going 5 over and a cop sees you and they haven't seen a car in 2 hours. They're like, hey.
And then
I'm bored.
Especially if you have a Colorado plate, dude. I'm convinced that Ogallala guy looks for Colorado plates.
Probably does. Then I'm going to one of the games this year, and I'm going down Santa Fe. I'm trying to go the back way because it's all packed on 25. And a motorcycle cop, bang, nails me. And so he gets behind me, but there's nowhere to go. It's like, bumper-to-bumper traffic and all this kind of stuff. And I basically motion, I'm going to go up there. I'm going to pull into a lot, right?
Moser's trying to run the show now.
Yeah, well, no, because I want to get off Santa Fe because it's rush hour. And so I pull in, I got all my stuff ready, and I say, hey, man, I pulled in because I didn't want you to get, run over out there on Santa Fe. Let me off with a warning. I was incredibly nice, and I'm like, hey, man, I didn't want you to get smoked out there. I know I was doing like 45 and a 30, 35, whatever Santa Fe is. after the train tracks when you're heading downtown.
Yeah, I
whatever it
once
is
tried
there.
that. I instructed the cop, just follow me home. Just to, just get to my driveway, and then we'll talk about it there.
I've been at
Cook
the
you a
bar,
nice
I've been at the
meal.
bar for 8 hours. So just follow me home.
Just took your hand, put your hand out the window, and said, "Yeah, come on, follow me this way."
Question is, what were you eating at the time, Moser?
Great question, Jesse.
That
Great
time
question.
it must have been a euro.
Okay, in Denver, Colorado,
Euro.
if you've never been popped for speeding
Euro.
and you want to know what it feels like, I tell you what you do. Get on Spear Boulevard driving into downtown on just a basic weekday. Those motorcycle cops and that little speed trap there, they pop. I mean, they're all around Ball Arena because that's where they pull them over into that little chopper circle. Every day, man.
Meanwhile,
every single day.
Last thing. Meanwhile, going home after Avs games, 25 South, it might as well be the Indy 500.
Oh, it's crazy. The little zippy cars?
Well, not only that, but you'll get teams of guys like 4 Dodge Chargers, and they're doing – I'm telling you, they got to be doing 100 easy down 25, dude. Around Colorado, around the turn there. And
it's like, relax. You aren't Vin Diesel.
I'm like,
okay?
Good God almighty. Because they get on you before you know it. Land.
Out here at Broncos Park for another day at camp. All training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Back after this. Hey, so a quarterback in college football that is getting a lot of hype. Think he's going to be, first of all, a really good player for what should be a good team and possibly a high-end draft pick. John Mateer out of OU. You seen the story surrounding him lately?
No, talk to me. When I hear that, by the way, I think of the linebacker from what was that show?
Remember the Titans?
Yeah.
Gary Bertier?
Gary Bertier.
Gary Bertier.
Got it.
Gary Bertier.
Gary Bertier, baby.
And Gary got in a car wreck, man. That
tragic.
sucked. That sucked.
So here's the story behind John Mateer. People were looking through his old Venmo transactions.
Oh, my God, no. No,
I don't
no,
like
no.
that those things are public. I made mine private.
Well,
who's he paying and for what? Oh, God, God, no.
He's got multiple different transactions.
Don't tell me
there.
it's OnlyFans.
No, dating
God.
back to 2022. That pays off a friend that he has, Richard Roten, for sports gambling, specifically writing down UCLA versus – this is an edit from somebody, by the way. That's what it was. UCLA versus USC, which means he was in college football
Betting
making
on other
a
games.
bet on college football games.
Dude, who would have known that Venmo could get you in trouble just by what you First of all, why?
So he was at Wazoo at the time.
Can I ask you this regarding Venmo? It's a great idea. Why does Venmo list all of the transactions of my contacts and friends in front of me to see?
Yeah,
why? Why do I? Why?
What does that do for you?
Yeah, well, I'm going to go through it right now. Why do I know that so-and-so just paid for a football or a coffee? I mean, look at this. Very stable genius, it says here. Go through your Venmo. Lessons.
Pizza. A skirt.
Lunch. Caddy. Merch.
Golf and fun.
How about this one? I paid Mark Springer.
For being awesome.
500 clams, yeah.
Why is this public knowledge, though?
I don't know.
It's a great
know.
question. I don't think it should be.
I mean, one thing in life.
Look at my kid. Her and her friends. Look how much they Venmo back and forth.
Dude, your kid's got to make it private so you don't see it.
Why?
Because here you are. Let me tell you something.
Big Macs.
One lesson in life.
All kind Chick-fil-A's.
Would
all
you
kinds
guys
of
agree
stuff.
on this? You can mess with other people.
Sweatshirt, pizza.
You don't mess with people's money.
Yeah, of course.
You don't mess with people's money. That's a locker
Oh, look, here's
room.
you. I paid you $30 for golf.
What's happening?
Oh, is that when I beat you?
Yeah, that's when I lost money to you. Yeah, that sucked.
Oh, that's a bet. You should put on there.
Money
I
well
lost
spent.
I lost a bet.
June 25th, I lost. Yeah, that stinks.
Where's my money?
We didn't bet.
Should have.
You want to play today? Let's go right now. Let's go after.
No, I can't.
Why?
I can't. I got stuff to do.
How about
after
this afternoon?
I got stuff to do this afternoon.
I got a 1 o'clock tea time. How
I'm
about
playing
that?
tomorrow, but we're already booked.
I mean, I can't.
Every
no, I just wanna take his bread.
every time you've done this to either me or Vic, you have lost.
I'm ready, but I'm right this second.
You
I am
said that
ready.
last time.
But right now, I'm ready. Right now, I'm sure that I'm ready.
Anyway,
You know, it's like, you know what it's like, Vic, and this is what stinks. It's like the day that the kid beats his old man in basketball. You know, that just
and it's done. It's just gone. Dad never beat me again. You know,
never beat me again because I'm a winner.
and Lord knows Grandpa's not going to beat me ever again.
All right, listen here, Meemaw. Just continue on.
My point around this John Mateer thing is whether he's saying that he never did it. And I'm like, bro, that's pretty hard evidence that I don't know why you'd write that as a joke in there. But can we all agree on one thing? Can we just do a collective who cares and just not and move on from this?
Yeah.
Do you really care that he put down – he's a college kid. What, $10 on the USC-UCLA game back in 2022? Does it really matter?
I couldn't give a rip less. I really couldn't.
I've said this before. The only thing that really matters to me is if the guy's playing in the game, okay? If you're playing, if you're an active participant
that is
in the
correct.
game that you're betting on,
Correct.
then it gets a little bit weird.
But isn't that a slippery slope, though? What if
It is.
What if it leads to that? What if,
It is.
man, I just lost that UCLA USC game. I need to make that up.
Well, it's also he's 18 and stupid at that time. Like, maybe just let the kid slide, and this doesn't need to be a big
Dude,
deal.
I am
By
stunned.
the way, the only people that can find that are, as you pointed out, friends.
Yeah.
Who's the DB who screenshotted that thing and called him out anyway?
Yeah.
Did you bet when you were in college? Did you bet on games?
Of course.
Okay, you had a bookie?
I had a bookie.
Hey,
Yeah.
All right. But Moser,
who's the backup quarterback at OU? That's the question.
Yeah, no kidding.
So I'm not surprised by this because I know friends who have done it. I am stunned, not surprised, a bigger word, how prevalent sports betting is among college kids who have very
you have
little money.
A college – exactly right.
Very little money.
But you find a college kid who is a sports fan. It's got to be like 95% have bets
Dude,
every single Saturday and Sunday.
I cannot tell you how prevalent it is in my son. I saw it through all his buddies and all his friends. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like I got to have a piece of this. I got to have a piece of this.
I will say this: back when I did bet,
when your buddies are watching games, like we've been it's 6 dudes at a house, or you guys go out to Buffalo Wild Wings or a sports bar or something like that, and like 5 of them got money on these games that they're watching. You're like, well, I want to throw down something too. Like there's just that feeling of like I want to do it.
I do not bet on sports. The only thing I bet on is golf. When I play golf.
When we play golf.
When I
That's correct.
control the bet. Not
That's
when
correct.
I don't like to bet on things I cannot control.
Want to bet that I'll make you bet?
Okay, what?
He just did. Yeah, okay. But I will say this: one of the most fun things and one of the saddest things is to be in a sports book on a Sunday.
Ooh, yeah, that's a tough one.
It's fun
It's a tough look.
because what it does if you're in let's say you're in a sports book in Vegas or wherever you're Reno, wherever you're at. Hell,
Vegas
even here
is
in
different,
even
but-
I mean even here in Colorado, right? Okay. But the fact of the matter is that if you've got $10 on a game that would be the Titans and the Ravens, it means nothing to you essentially, okay?
Yeah.
But if you got $10 on it, it makes it more interesting if you're palling around with your buddies and whatnot. But the amount of depression of people who lose, and you can tell like some big losers in those books.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking that guy must have had thousands on that game because he looks like he's ready to jump off the roof. I mean, it can be fun, but it can be so damn depressing.
I still remember when I bet against Sister Jean and
Now,
won.
see,
won.
The fact that you're still alive and God hasn't taken you home yet is a miracle. Of all the people in the world, 2 people in the world that I know that have taken the Lord's name in vain more than anybody else.
What? Are you kidding me?
You and Burton Oley. You bet against a nun.
Well, it's not taking his name in vain.
You might as well.
I said I'm betting against Sister Jean, and we'll let God decide. That's what I said.
And what did he decide?
He decided that I win.
I know. I can't believe it.
The whole thing of wagering is really, it comes down to you want to be a part of the experience, right? You need to feel like you got something in it. You got some skin in the game, and it's the very reason it's a sickness for me too. I can't play golf unless I'm betting the persons I'm playing with.
Uh-huh.
Otherwise, what are we doing? We're exercising.
Well,
here?
do you bet with your wife when you play tennis?
No, but tennis is different. Tennis, you're moving around. It's a little cardio. You're getting some. But golf is it feels like it's a betting game. For me, it is. It may be different for some. I can't everywhere. I can't remember the last time I can't play around without betting at least $1 a hole or something.
Yeah.
Can you?
Not anymore. I used to.
I mean, I think
And
the
then
last time
you,
I
and then
played
you corrupted me.
I played with Raj. Remember we played that round? I played with you. That was the most boring round of golf I've ever experienced because we weren't betting anything. You got to get something on the other side.
It's like
Get your John Mateer on.
That was a good shot, Raj. That's not fun. It's not fun at all. You're like, watch me knock this in from 10 feet to make your heart sink.
You got to have that little shake when you get that 3-foot putt.
Oh, speaking of,
so we're when I'm with your buddy and you two are a team, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he drains that 60-footer
Kibbe?
from the back. Yeah. I'm with Kibbe. You're draining that 60-footer, Brett, from the back of the green.
Yeah.
And I'm not kidding. I felt like I wanted to puke. I couldn't, and I don't want to be that mad at you.
How much money was it at the time? Because
that's probably $50, something like that.
Doubled the bet.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, it hurt. It hurt. Like that putt, I can't be happy for you that you made a 60-footer downhill sliding from left to right on a double breaker. I can't be happy for you because you just hurt me and you just took food out of my mouth.
Yeah, it was an incredible putt. You gave me some money on that one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hole 2, Knucklehead drains a 30-footer from nowhere. I mean, I couldn't even see him on the other side of the green. I needed a friggin' search party to locate Vic Lombardi, and he makes the putt. Like stuff that doesn't happen in the history of mankind, it hurts your feelings.
I love this, by the way. I saw this video. So we've all been a part of this, I think. I think every human being has been a part of this, where you play in a scramble, and there's a group that says they shot, 22 under or something, and you know they had no shot. Like, you can kind of just look at the group. You guys have done this, right? You look at the group, you're like, you know what? Maybe these guys can play a little bit, and then you see a group, you're like, there's no chance that you guys got anywhere near that number. No chance.
I'm playing in a golf tournament with Brandon and Connor on Sunday.
What is it?
It's with our buddy Jerry Jones from Colorado Off-Road, okay? And so Brandon yesterday sends me a text, and he goes, just making sure you're still in for Sunday. I'm like, yeah, it's a 7:30 shotgun, by the way, Sunday morning. I'm like, everybody's going to be trunk slamming. I guarantee it. Just trunk slamming, go to the first tee. And I said, so it's you, me, Connor, and Jerry. He goes, yep. I go, and then I type back, we got no shot.
Yeah, because
if I'm the best,
you're the wheel.
If I'm the best player in our foursome,
You're done.
Yeah.
I got no.
I agree. If I'm the wheel, it's over.
Right. If I'm an 8 and I can play to, let's say I can play to a 4 or a 3, and I can on any given day. But let's say that's the case, we ain't winning jack. So I'm winning nothing. There's no prize. There's no nothing for those.
Hang on. I want to show you what this scramble did. It took the top 3 teams at the scramble and made them play a hole in front of everybody at the very end of the tournament.
Well, it's funny you say that because we hosted a tournament. If Kyle Keefe is listening, he can vouch for me. Kyle Keefe are doing this tournament. I'm not going to say what it is. I don't want to call anybody out. And this was about 5-6 years ago. This team won with a ridiculous score, one of those scores you mentioned.
Yeah.
So Kyle and I are up there going, all right, come on, look at these dudes. There's no way.
Mm-hmm.
So we challenged them to a 9-hole. After the tournament was done, we said, we'll take you guys on 9 holes. Best ball. 9 holes, best ball.
Yeah.
Just me and Kyle against you guys.
Mm-hmm.
And they did it. And we found out right away, there's no way that's scored.
Oh, sure.
I mean, there's no way.
Well, like this one, these guys won the scramble. This is one of the guys in their group.
He's pounding it into the forest.
That's
So I actually kind of love this idea.
That's a great idea. That is a way to check to see. Just look at their swings.
Yeah.
All you have to do is look at the swing.
So I played in one recently where I've never had this happen before. So you know how they stack you up? There's 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, right? You got people stacked up.
Sure.
They said they want us to all play together. She said,
and
all 8 of you guys tee off, and then you just wait for your shot next. And they said the reason why is because you can keep an eye on the other team to make sure they aren't cheating. I was like, that's actually a decent way to go about it if you're really concerned about it.
So the whole tournament was 8-somes?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. You're kidding. That's kind of a good idea.
I got good news and bad news. That was fun to talk about. We also wasted everyone's time for the last 10 minutes talking about
pretty
golf
much.
and what we do on the golf course. There is a football practice that is taking place. Players have ascended. They're on the field right now. 3 days this week. It'll cap off with a joint practice against the Cardinals on Thursday. Fellas, they are not in full pads today. They're going to ease into it. They're going to save the heavy stuff for later in the week. They're just wearing what they got? Do they have shoulder pads on? Shorts and shoulder pads.
Just shells.
Yeah.
Just shells. Yeah.
Just shells today. The key, I think the key story this week, are they going to put Dre Greenlaw in there and Alex Singleton in there to practice? Are they back? Are they ready to go? We'll see this week.
If they're going to do the joint practice on Thursday, which will be the last day that fans are allowed out here too, right? Thursday's the last day for everybody.
Thursday's the final day for all of us. They're a little concerned as we see Darren Rizzi, the special teams coach, take his sprints. Little concern over the punting of rookie Jeremy Crawshaw. He is not done. And maybe this is the part of training camp and preseason where they're trying to sort through some things and instructing him to. One thing I know about kickers and punters, when they're told to change their style, that's not an easy thing to do. And I'm not sure that they're trying to get him to change his style, but maybe change where he puts the ball.
Yeah, I didn't know if it would bore people if I brought that up yesterday because It's one thing that I wrote down was like the first punt out of Crawshaw was a guy that you drafted in the 6th round, right? You drafted him to be like, all right, we aren't worried about punting. Yep. And his first punt was not just short; it was in the air for like 2 seconds.
Well, nobody.
And it resulted in a big return.
Yes. Nobody talks about the punter unless the punter's struggling.
Right.
And I'm not saying that it's too early to panic. He's struggling, but they got to sort that out before the start of the season.
Yep.
There's a reason you were drafted, and he clearly has the talent. We've seen the leg. He's got a booming leg. But the special teams coordinator, I've seen this happen so many times where a guy might have a certain style, a new coordinator comes in and wants him to change that style or alter the way he approaches the kick, and it messes everything up.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, it's just I hope that gets better in a hurry because it's one thing to do it in practice, but there is some guys they'll freeze up a little bit when the game starts. I mean, how many kickers have you seen bang through 30 in a row at practice, and then it's like the actual rush and pressure?
But it was also his first National Football League outing.
I understand.
And his leg is beyond powerful. If you said, hey, Crawshank, what's his name?
Crawdad.
Crawdad. He said, Jeremy, boot it to the moon. You know what he'd do? He'd boot it to the moon.
Yeah.
Okay? But if you say, hey, Jeremy, I need, a bunch of hang time, and I need you to drop it at the 5 and let these guys field it or let us down it in,
Well, that is what his responsibility is.
Yeah, but
I understand.
What?
I understand.
He's overthinking. You could tell. It's like, when you get paralyzed on the golf course and you're trying to guide the ball rather than swing.
That's
you're
correct.
just overthinking. It's like baseball when you're – you just got to go.
Yep. Again, out here for another couple of days out at Broncos camp, as we'll be here tomorrow and then Thursday, and then that will be it before we get sent the boot. But joint practice on Thursday. Got a fact checker coming your way next.
Hey, how was your weekend? Was it good? This time of year is all about fun. Firing up the grill, spending days in the sun, the one you love. But if you're dragging through it, if you're tired, you're foggy, or off your game, low testosterone could be the reason. It's Moser. And it was for me. So I went to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and they fixed me up big time. You forget about it. The loss of testosterone can cause a host of problems like low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, all that stuff. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there to take care of you. Schedule an appointment today. It's just $99. They're going to draw your blood results within 30 minutes with the Colorado licensed medical provider. They're going to go through everything with you. And if you need treatment, they are absolutely going to take care of you. All that stuff is going to go away, and you're going to feel like you did years ago. So give them a call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Woo! Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
Yes, Vic?
Let me know when he's done.
Moser, you done?
I'm done.
You guys ever have like a product in the house that is a necessity, but you're too embarrassed to tell people you have no idea how to use this thing?
Wait, that's a necessity?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think like a need in the house.
Yeah. Something that is used often, but
by whom?
You look at it and you're like, what do I do here?
Uh-huh. All right, so
What's
what
so
is
funny? Why are you laughing?
Never mind, man. Oh God.
Why is he laughing?
That I don't know. I don't know.
I have a weird brain. I'm thinking.
Yeah, I don't know what
Go
you
ahead,
think
go ahead.
it is.
Got nothing. Go ahead. What are you talking about?
Well, I'll give you one example.
Please,
The first time we went to Italy, my son thought that the bidet was a water fountain. Okay, but let me move on. Tyrese Maxey.
Okay.
Plays for the Sixers.
Uh-huh.
Great player.
Yeah.
He went on Insta Live asking people, because he has no idea how to use it. Take a look at the video as you look at it here, Brett Kane. I'll give you some play-by-play.
All right.
He has in his hands
a can opener.
He has no idea how to use a can opener.
Oh no.
And he's the kind that you put in your drawer and you pull out. He's asking folks, how does this operate?
That's pretty crazy.
He could not open the dog food. Doesn't know how to use
That's crazy.
the can opener. Now, to defend him a little bit, it can be a little tricky.
Yes, it can.
It can be a little. I mean, even if I know how to use one, but at times I'm sitting there going, "Wait, why isn't this thing working?"
Now, when I first started using can openers, I don't know. Like I'm trying to think when that would have been. I was 16, 17
in opening cans.
Dude, I think my
But
mom,
I
when I was
think
like three, when I was like 3, my mom, God rest her soul, I'm pretty sure she just gave me a can opener to play with, hoping I wouldn't cut myself.
Yeah.
It's all the toys I had.
But I remember I initially, look, you stare at it and you're like, okay, so these two things come open. It's got to open. So there's gears, so it's going to grind together. I did it the opposite way, where it was rolling, but it was like nothing was happening.
On the bottom of the can.
The bottom, yeah.
Underneath the lid, yeah.
Yes,
on the other side,
yeah. So I just had to flip the can opener the other way, and it's like, there it is.
So someone's got to tell you this, though.
It doesn't feel like it's that hard. Vic, the video you showed me was there was a can like this,
and he
just put it on top, and then started turning the thing. It's like, that's not how that's gonna work.
I mean, you got to figure it out, kid. I opened a can last week, as a matter of fact, and I hadn't done it probably in a while. And my wife, she's a cook with fresh ingredients, that kind of thing. We hardly ever use canned stuff. But then I brought it up to her. Do you remember the can opener, the electric one that used to be underneath the cabinet, Vic? Like you could mount it underneath the cabinet?
Of course.
And just go, that kind of thing. Didn't every 70s mom have that?
Of course.
Yeah.
I struggled with that one, too, because I couldn't get the can properly put in there at the right angle, right?
Now, if you're just talking about things that are life's necessities that you have no idea how they work, there's plenty of those for me.
I got a bunch, too, that are embarrassing. I don't even like talking about it.
I'm going to tell you right now.
What?
If I went back in time and I was telling them about the stuff that we have in the future, and I'm like, lights are everywhere. They're like, how does that work? I'm like, just kind of flip that thing on, and then lights appear in front of me. Okay. Unless the power's out, in which case I'd probably die if they never turned it back on.
You don't know
or like a car.
Fuse box?
Or like a car. How does that work? Well, you used to have a key, and then you turn it, and it goes vroom, vroom. And now I just hit the brake and push a button. Like, I don't know how they work.
But do you have something in the home that most people know how to utilize and you can't? Is there anything that you just can't comprehend? How does this operate?
I'm honestly trying to think if there's something that I just don't know.
I got one. You guys are going to make fun of me.
Okay.
I just can't figure out the dishwasher.
What does that have to figure out?
That
one's easy. That's like a light switch. You just push a button.
No, because there's a bunch of buttons on ours. There's all kinds of buttons. And I don't know if I'm doing the proper wash. I don't know. Like, there's 2 dispensers. I always got to be – someone's got to help me through it on occasion. I can't figure it out. I just like to hand wash my stuff.
There are some cooking instruments that my wife
hand wash.
has to make different things. I pasta this and that, all these different machines. I had to grinding out pasta through the thing and flattening it and all that I'm not super sure of, but there's really nothing in my house that I don't know how to operate. I can't think of anything that I would say, what does this do? Now, I may say, how often do I need to do this? Do I need to stir this? Do I need to grind this, make this pasta flatter, whatever? But I know how it operates.
I'm trying to think, because there is something that I ask my wife for help on at the house, and I can't think of what it is. Or I'm just like, I tell her, I'm like, I can't do this. I just can't. And I can't figure out the hell. Do you guys have one of those, they're like vacuums with the water? What do they call those? Not a steam cleaner, but it's something like that, just the carpet cleaner with the water
I'm
and stuff.
good on that. I can do that.
But I never know, like, what is the formula to put in? How much do you do?
That's an eye test. Just throw a little bit in there. Yeah, don't worry about it. Just get it done.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that. If there's any stain really in the floor or couch, I am told not to touch it.
But it's called zero res.
Because I'm a scrubber.
It's called
I
zero
go like
res,
this,
right?
and that's a bad thing. It's a blot, and there's a whole technique that I don't understand. Still to this day, don't understand it. Because I'm like, I feel like I do a pretty good job. She goes, can you still see it? I was like, a little bit if you really look. I feel like I do good at it. Texture says, I can't iron clothes. Drives me nuts. Make an admission, never attempted it.
Wait.
Not once in my life has I
hold
used
on
an iron.
a second.
Not once.
You have never attempted to iron a piece of clothing.
Never seen the point.
Holy moly. Did
Never
you just
seen
hear
the
that?
point.
That's amazing to me. I am like crazy consistent with ironing, I should say. But the steamer's taken over now.
I've used the steamer. I guess that's a cheat code. I've used that thing before.
When you travel with a team and you've got to get to the rink, right, you learn how to iron pretty quickly, dude. You don't go on television looking like a Shar-Pei. You just don't do it.
Oh, I got one thing.
Been on the post-game show looking like a Shar-Pei.
Well, you look dumpy.
My wife bought for me for Christmas one of those fancy espresso makers. You know, the really nice, the kind that you see in Italy.
Yeah.
I tried it twice. Nah, can't do it. Can't do it. Too much stuff going on.
Yeah.
Too much stuff. This won't bend this way. Turn on, it doesn't go. Just give up. Just sits there. So if anybody wants to come get it, I'm done.
Just as a general exercise.
Ain't doing it. Not worth it. Just give me a Keurig.
I'll do it.
Take it.
I'll come get it.
Take it.
I'll come get it.
It's all yours.
I miss Italy, so I'll come get it.
How many people have not used an iron before? Just listening to the show.
That's embarrassing. Did you hear the old
Texter Justin, he says same thing.
Was it John Smoltz? This is a true story. It's an Atlanta Braves pitcher, I believe. Somebody can verify it. Who missed games, burned himself,
was
wearing
his
shirt.
Wearing the
he
shirt.
He was wearing the shirt at the time while ironing.
Oh, come on.
Yes. One of the craziest baseball injuries ever.
Well, that's...
Hey, Brett, your Nebraska is showing. You're right. Wouldn't you need anything nice ironed?
Wouldn't you think that people in Nebraska would be good at ironing? Isn't that what you think?
I don't know.
You live on a farm.
Yeah, you say you never dress up. So, I mean, if there's no need, you don't, it's not like you dress up
I'm
for anything.
33. I've never used an iron either, Brett. That from Joe.
Okay, it says Smoltz. It's an urban legend. It's not true. He actually says he was using a portable steamer to remove wrinkles and accidentally touched the steamer to his chest, leaving a burn.
I won't believe that.
Why would you
tattoo himself?
Exactly. Why would you admit? Yeah. I mean, why? It's just ridiculous.
Hey guys, take a look at that guy right there receiving the football on the jugs machine.
Yeah.
Yep. He's gotten good.
Trey Franklin looks pretty good.
He's gotten good.
He's gotten a lot.
I thought he looked good in the opener. I thought he's looked good in training camp.
Yep.
And I think he is one after Cortland Sutton, guys. It's a toss-up. Who's the second best receiver? I think it might be that guy right there.
I mean, ideally, if that's your answer, then you're in good shape.
Yes.
That's who you want it to be. That's what you drafted him for. That's what. Not to mention, look at him. He's 6'3", and he's got a ton of speed.
Yeah. I'm looking at this receiving core. An odd man out is going to happen here. You've got some guys who can catch the football. This is going to be, I think, a difficult decision for Sean Payton on who he keeps and who he tries to practice squad.
Who's odd man out? What do you mean? I don't think I think that there's an established group, and then the other guys, they just unfortunately don't have much of a shot.
Agreed, but when you look at a guy, let's take a Joaquin Davis, for example, a guy that you probably would like to
squatter.
keep. Yeah, you probably like to keep him around, right? I mean, he's a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
You probably like to develop him because he's got size, he looks good, looks the part, but who knows? I mean, you try to put guys on practice squads nowadays, and other teams come and snatch them away. I don't know. I like this core. I really do.
Who the heck was that guy returning punts the other night? Courtney Jackson.
Good returner.
Yeah, I mean, but
Yeah.
he doesn't have a shot. That's Marvin Mims' job.
No.
He doesn't have a shot. That was just, hey, let's get him some reps. Let's get him
Right,
out
right,
there.
Right. Unfortunately for those guys, they're going to have to be practice squad dudes who might get a call-up if there's an injury or two because there's just no room. I mean, I think they're going to carry 6, aren't they? Probably 6 wideouts into this season. If you talk about it's going to be Sutton, it's going to be Franklin, it's going to be Bryant,
Vele,
Sherfield, and Mims.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, that's going to be your 6. And those, I don't think that's
And you're right. There's not very much competition.
And you aren't.
Everybody else is a practice squad.
You aren't taking 7.
Yeah.
You aren't going to carry 7 wideouts.
Again, it makes you feel bad. I see him every year. He's seen him 3 years in a row. What Michael Bandy just shows up and what is he? You got no shot.
Just do my work.
I mean, what do? You just show up and say, I'm a football player, but I'm not
Bandy
going to make the
season
active
right
roster.
now. This is it.
Right?
Hey, practice squad's not a bad gig. Get paid a decent chunk of money. You stay right there, sort of on the cusp. And I think those guys still, if I remember right, I think those guys for what do they get? Are they pensions?
You know,
or whatever it is after like 6 years in the league, get like lifetime health insurance or something. Pretty nice.
That is their version of the minor leagues, essentially. I mean,
for sure.
You know, take a look at their salaries and compare them to minor league baseball players. They make a hell of a lot more than minor league baseball players.
Way
Not
more.
even close.
But that's going to do it for us today. Again, out here at Broncos Park, another day of Broncos camp and all training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Be back out here tomorrow. You can catch the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
You guys made me laugh today. Thank you. It was
Well, you're
hysterical.
bleeding out of your nose with laughter.
It's pretty funny, man. You guys were pretty funny.
You guys have a wonderful, wonderful Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Hey, how was your weekend? Was it good? This time of year is all about fun. Firing up the grill, spending days in the sun, the one you love. But if you're dragging through it, if you're tired, you're foggy, or off your game, low testosterone could be the reason. It's Moj. And it was for me. So I went to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and they fixed me up big time. You forget about it. You know, the loss of testosterone can cause a host of problems like low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, all that stuff. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there to take care of you. Schedule an appointment today. It's just $99. They're going to draw your blood results within 30 minutes with the Colorado licensed medical provider. They're going to go through everything with you. And if you need treatment, they are absolutely going to take care of you. All that stuff is going to go away, and you're going to feel like you did years ago. So give them a call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Back out here live at Broncos Park for Training Camp 2025 on a 2K Tuesday. The coach, Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, Emmy, you guys are listening to the Morning Sprint here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. A beautiful day as Broncos are out here in helmets and if spiders, I don't even know if I see spiders underneath the jerseys right now. It should be a light day, obviously, in terms of physicality as the Broncos get ready to welcome in the Arizona Cardinals for a joint practice session on Thursday, and then preseason game number 2. As we start today, Coach, just some notes. Guys who are absent from practice right now, tight end Nate Adkins, and one of the players that we heard from and heard about in that show open there, number 15, Nick Benito, not at practice today. Mike Kliss, the first one reporting that about 6 or 7 minutes ago on Twitter. No, we do not see number 15 out here today.
No Nick Benito today. Did limp off after his fourth and final quarterback pressure, and it was a minor limp. But I think the limp might have more to do with the fact that it is time to pay that man. Could that be happening in real time today?
The last time that we saw this happen during camp, a player not be present, especially at a practice like today's, right, where it's going to be mostly walkthroughs, a lot of offensive installs. Well, who wasn't there? Cortland Sutton wasn't at practice that day. Zach Allen had the same exact thing, wasn't at practice that morning, and then they showed up the next day, and they were millions and millions and millions of dollars richer. I just think the precedent has been set this camp that if a player of that ilk is stepping out, there's a very good chance that it is contract-based and not just, hey, he needs a day off, hey, he tweaked something, so he's not going to be walking around with us today.
To be fair, I think it's probably 60% contract based that he's not out here, 40% that he's a little dinged up from the preseason game. The 60% likelihood that it is contract based, Alex, I think this is a very wise decision for the Denver Broncos to pay him now. Because I believe wholeheartedly after watching his back-to-back-to-back pressures of Mac Jones, granted it's against the second defense, the second offense from the 49ers in a preseason game. Nick Benito is going to command top 3 edge rusher dollars a year from now, maybe even top 1. After the market is reset by Trey Hendrickson, T.J. Watt semi-reset the market already. Am I right? T.J. Watt's deal
T.J. Watt is the standard bearer right now in terms of average value at 41 a year.
Who's up? Is it Max Crosby that could be up here in the next year, or is he already
No, Max Crosby signed his deal in 25. He's signed through 2029 at 34 on average.
There's one other edge rusher that – it's Parsons. Michael Parsons.
And then Daniil Hunter, but Hunter's, 32 at this point.
Different situation.
31 maybe?
Yeah. Nick Benito, he's going to get paid. It's just a matter if he gets paid, or paid. I think if you do it today, you pay him.
That's the reason why the deal hasn't gotten done, Coach. I firmly believe that this is not a the Broncos don't want to pay Nick Benito yet situation. I am completely convinced that it's the Benito camp holding out, trying to see whether or not Parsons is going to reset the market in Dallas, or if they just have to have their hands forced and sign this extension before the year to guarantee that you get that long-term deal, you get that guaranteed money. God forbid something bad happens this year, whether it is a drop-off in your play and he turns into an 8 or a 9 sack guy, and now you're looking at 20 million, 24 million, or if he does get, again, knock on your wood, if he gets injured and doesn't play a full season and can't live up to that billing in a contract year, you're not looking at 35 to 40 million on an average basis. I think this has been a Benito camp. We are in a position of power, and let's just wait until Nick or Micah Parsons eventually signs that deal at an average basis of like 42 or 43.
The right move for Nick Benito and the right move for the Denver Broncos, for the reason that you just mentioned it. Nick Benito, the fear is that you get injured. I mean, God forbid something actually did happen to him at the tail end of his appearance in the preseason game. Think about the amount of money that could be left on the table if you don't secure a deal. So it's the risk, right? You are playing with a big stack of chips in Vegas, and you're saying, am I willing to walk away and put these chips in my pocket and go to the cashier and cash out right now, which is what would be the case for Nick Bonito and his agency, or am I willing to go out there and just keep letting it ride?
No, it would be dumb to bet on yourself again this year. After playing basically full seasons as a rookie, as a sophomore, and as a third-year player in this league, and having your best season, again, I know he wasn't a starter those first 2 years, but having your best season come last year in 15 starts and 13 and a half sacks, I hate to say it, I don't think this is going to be the case for Nick Bonito, but there's a chance that's the best Nick Bonito season there's ever going to be. There's a chance.
We've
seen crazier things happen in this league.
There's 100% chance. There's 100% chance you get injured. There's 100% chance. There's always the chance, right?
Which is why you sign the deal, baby.
You sign the deal, and for the Broncos, it's a very wise decision to sign the deal because in the event that you wait till next year or next offseason or even maybe 2/3 the way through this season, he's already at 10 sacks through 12 games, 9 games. He looks like he's watching him out of training camp practice every day, seeing him in those 3 snaps in a row against the 49ers. He looks like a guy that's going to actually have more sacks than he did last year.
Isn't it funny? You have the defensive player of the year, maybe the best defensive player in football. He is right now. He's the best defensive player in football, and Pat Surtain II. Has Pat been the most dominant player on the field in camp? No, I don't think so. It's been Nick Bonito.
It's been Nick Bonito. Yeah, we see it every day. He just keeps showing up. So let's have the conversation about contracts. Okay, the top 5 average annual value of edge rusher contracts. Number 1, T.J. Watt at $41 million. Number 2, Myles Garrett at $40 million. Number 3, Danielle Hunter at $35.6 million. Number 4, Max Crosby at $35.5. And then number 5, and this is the sweet spot that I think we need to start talking about. Nick Bosa, $34 million. He's at number 5.
He's going to get more than Nick Bosa. Bosa's too hurt too often. He's getting more than Bosa.
Is he deserved to get more than Max Crosby, who's $35.5?
No.
I agree with you.
No.
And I see Cole here and thinks that he deserves more than Max Crosby.
He's not a better pass rusher than Max Crosby.
He hasn't proven it for the longevity of his career like Max Crosby has. So you make Nick Bonito the 5th highest paid edge rusher in the National Football League, and the contract should be $34.5 to $35.2.
But every single one there's a difference between all of those contracts and Nick Bonito. Every single one of those players signed their most recent contract that puts them into the top 5 of average contracts by edge rushers in the NFL. All of those guys signed that contract outside of Nick Bosa. Much older than where Nick Bonito is right now.
Right.
Watt signed his extension at 30. Garrett signed his extension at 29. Danielle Hunter at 30. Max Crosby at 25. You have to find another 25-year-old at number 5, and that is Nick Bosa.
What was Max Crosby's?
Max Crosby signed his deal at 27 years old last offseason. It's a 3-year extension at $35.5 million. There's a chance because of how young he is, right? He's 2 years younger than Max when he signed that extension, that he makes more than Max just because of how young he is and how the cap continues to rise.
Yeah.
Now, do I think the player is worth more than Max Crosby at this point in his career? No. Is the ceiling just as high? Sure. So if you told me he sits in at 36, 37, 38, I'm happy with that. If that's the deal, that if he actually is working on signing a contract right now and he's not just sitting out today because of a tweaked X, Y, or Z, and he walks out and it's $38 million a year over the course of 4 seasons, I'm ecstatic. I'm thrilled.
For sure. Get the deal done, Denver. Get the deal done, Nick.
What's a successful season for Nick Bonito if he doesn't sign the season this year? Or the extension this year?
I'd put the number at 15. 15 sacks. 15 sacks, he's going to command big money because he did 13. He would be 13 and a half, backed up by.
Does it change if
greater than 15 sacks?
Does that number change for you if he signs the extension today? Let's say he becomes a top 3 paid pass rusher in the game this afternoon. He's at $38 million. He's signed through the year, 2030, maybe even 2031, at $38 million per.
15 sacks.
it doesn't change for you.
That's what he's capable of. Not only do I desire and put a number for him to achieve at that would be an appropriate number, I just look at the arrow on Nick Benito, Raj. That arrow just continues to go up and up and up, and he's healthy and he's fresh and he's young. Hopefully he's healthy. I mean, I want to put that into the universe. So there's the knock on wood on our composite table that we have out here at
There's
training
literally
camp.
no wood out here around us.
Yeah, it's tough place to find wood. That's what I would put as the number to make it a generally speaking, a massive success.
Join us today, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. All of our Broncos camp coverage is brought to you by our friends at Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. Quick timeout. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes live from Broncos training camp. No pads on again. No Nick Benito. No Kroll at practice today. 2 players of note. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. 2K Tuesday rolls along on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Shop Mazda text line. Get your favorite 90s and 2000 songs in to Mr. KJ Granderson. He'll spin them on the ones and twos throughout the day. Again, if you are just joining us, no Nick Benito at practice, no Kroll out at practice.
Did we see anything of Lucas Kroll outside of being wide open in the end zone on the touchdown pass?
We didn't talk about that touchdown pass yesterday. We went through almost every play in the first half of that game. Every play of note in the first half of that game.
Of the starters and offensively and defensively.
That's the most wide open I've seen anyone in the end zone in 3 years for the Broncos.
So what happened right there was this was a bunch set. And
this is the Stidham to Kroll touchdown.
Stidham to Kroll. So it's a bunch set, and instead of playing just like either a man coverage or a pure zone coverage, the 49ers played essentially like a version of in and out, which means if this guy goes in, I take him. If he goes out, then the other player takes him like a safety. And the safety and corner both took the in. Therefore, there was nobody to take the out, and the corner out was wide open. So just – second, third string, maybe even fourth string defensive backs for the 49ers and just seeing normal breakdowns. So, yeah, it had nothing to do with a great route. It was a great concept. It's a great concept to be in and out coverage, which means that you have to communicate in real time as people pass from, so the premise is that all patterns have X amount of people that are going to break out and Y amount of people that are going to break in. Therefore, you're going to account for it.
They were set up in amazing territory, right? There was the Reed interception that put them on the San Francisco 40. You got back-to-back good runs from Tyler Bidet. McLaughlin gets you to the 25. You get an R.J. Harvey first-yard run when he bounces out, or first down run when he bounces to the outside. Like, you were marching down very easily against a tired second, third, if not fourth stringers at the end of that first half,
right,
for San Francisco. So I'm not saying like Lucas Kroll is anything to be like super excited about in terms of a red zone threat this year. But is there anything to read into how the offense clicked under Jarrett Stidham and it didn't under Bo Nix?
No, I feel like Bo's pressing a little bit. I do think that my little theory after I went back and rewatched the film about Robert Saleh employing several blitz looks that are maybe outside of the gentleman's handshake of what a preseason should look like. I think those were reserved for Bo Nix because he knew that Bo Nix is Sean's guy. I think once you got to Jarrett Stidham and going into Sam Ehlinger, you saw way more just vanilla your day one installation, base coverage, base looks, and I think that what happened probably for Stiddy would have happened for Bo had he gotten those looks. That's how I view it. Because you can't you could be listening right now and say, you know what, Bo Nix has got it. He's a starting quarterback in the National Football League. He's got to be able to make adjustments to deal with those types of pressure looks. The answer to that is you game plan for that week for those pressure looks that are on film or historically on film. You don't have a chance to, quote, game plan when you're playing a joint practice 2 days before, a highly competitive joint practice. That is not a normal game week. 2 days before a normal game week, game day is basically a walkthrough. And then it's a pure walkthrough the next day where you're working on all those various looks. So Bo Nix in his post-game press conference was right in saying, I'm not going to concern myself too much with it. Preseason ends up being more about reacting and less about game planning and executing a plan against all of the particular looks. You just have to take the looks as they come.
The Athletics NFL staff came out with their quarterback tier rankings yesterday. Bo Nix slots in tier number 3 alongside the likes of Kyler Murray, Aaron Rodgers, Tua, Trevor Lawrence, Geno Smith, Sam Darnold, Drake May, Caleb Williams, Bryce Young, and Kirk Cousins. That is your tier 3 quarterbacks ranked 15 through 25. Bo sits at number 20, tied with Sam Darnold, ahead of May, but behind Lawrence and Geno Smith. This tier, again, according to The Athletic, a Tier 3 quarterback is a legitimate starter but needs a heavier run game and or defensive component to win football games. A lower volume drop back passing offense suits him best.
I agree with the ranking today. Meaning there's only 1 year of data. The Broncos felt like they were as good as their defense was last year in games. If their defense was able to stymie opponents, they were going to probably win that game. If their defense was leaky, like they were against the Bengals, frankly, at times they were against the Browns. Luckily, they also scored on defense as well twice. That the Broncos offense, I thought Bo really performed in the Bronco Brown game in terms of executing at a high level, becoming an explosive offense. I think he did some things against Cincinnati to stay score for score with the Bengals, but couldn't get it done at the end of the day. And that's where you're at right now. Where do I think Bo's going to be postseason? Even after the preseason game that wasn't great, I think Bo's going to end up being in the top 14 category without question.
That top 14 category, they have it as your tier 2. It's between quarterbacks number 6 and number 14. It starts with Jaden Daniels, your reigning rookie of the year. It goes to Justin Herbert, who continues to be ranked off of the physical tools that he has.
But let's not forget. Do you remember Justin Herbert last season coming to Empower Field?
I do.
And not missing any throw and looking otherworldly.
I also remember what they did in the playoffs.
Agreed. But do you remember what the Broncos did in the playoffs?
They weren't supposed to be there. The Chargers were.
That's fine. But that's the reality of where you sit today. Both quarterbacks. But Justin Herbert looked far superior in their head-to-head matchup in that particular game.
Jared Goff ranked at number 8 behind Herbert. C.J. Stroud and Jalen Hurts tied at number 9. That's a slap in the face of the Super Bowl winning quarterback for Jalen Hurts.
I think it's ridiculous.
11 through 14, Baker Mayfield, Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy. That is your list of quarterbacks. Again, this is the Athletics quarterback tiers ranking that he would have to jump in, and those become his contemporaries.
My prediction is that Bo Nix comes out of this season as a top 14 quarterback in the National Football League. I'm not going to go top 10. I'm not there. Because top 10 would require you're better than some of these guys. Jalen Hurts, C.J. Stroud, Jared Goff, keep going down, Baker Mayfield, and I'd say he has the ability to bypass Dak Prescott and Jordan Love. Jordan Love, I mean, that was bad. They had a bad first preseason game. Receivers just can't catch the ball in Green Bay for some reason. Jordan was 1 for 5, and I think he had 4 documented drops. Their offense has some issues. They have some dynamic firepower that just isn't coming. It has not panned out. I think Bo ends up. I want to see Bo be better than Brock Purdy coming out this year, and that's my prediction.
If Bo isn't better than Brock Purdy, there's a serious issue. If Bo isn't better than Brock Purdy, you're not winning a Super Bowl with Bo Nix, and therefore it will be a failure.
You think after this year? Because, I mean, Brock Purdy's going – this will be what, year 4 of Brock Purdy I guess he didn't start the season 3 years ago as the starter, became the starter as the year progressed. He's been to a Super Bowl.
Hasn't won it.
He's been to one.
Hasn't won it.
He also just got paid. Second contract.
And look at what's happened with the San Francisco defense as a result.
You're right.
Talanoa Hufanga and
we're looking at him right now.
Here.
We're looking at him live from training camp out here.
Deebo Samuel is no longer on that team. Like there are very serious issues within San Francisco. Like I think there's a much greater chance that Kyle Shanahan doesn't have a job by the end of this season than San Francisco makes another run at an NFC championship.
The Savannah Bananas just walked by us. The firefighters and the Bananas. And I looked at them, gave them the evil eye and said, I'm not really interested in your product. Nonverbal communication. Didn't say it. But I'm not interested in their product, so I don't want them on as guests. Our listeners, you guys good with that? I don't want a TikTok dance to break out here at training camp. It's football time, man. It's not theater, a.k.a. fake baseball. I digress.
Scotty Hastings was wearing a cut-off Savannah Banana shirt yesterday.
Huh.
Did you have that conversation with Scotty?
I didn't even notice it.
Scotty likes it. Scotty went. He had a good time.
Okay. Not a Savannah Bananas guy. What was the question?
I was talking. Actually, I don't even remember what I was talking about. You've completely derailed me, Coach. I appreciate that. The other thing I was seeing on ESPN, they had their future team rankings. The Broncos slotting in at number 8 in terms of their overall outlook 3, 4, 5 years into the future. And one of the big hits that they had against the Broncos was, well, Bo Nix wasn't as good as you think he was at the end of the season because he was utilizing his feet too much, and those were skewing his offensive numbers. And the bold prediction that they come out with in this one, Nix will lose his starting job during the 2027 season, which will be his last as a Bronco. And that actually reminds me of what I was talking about before you derailed with the Savannah Bananas thing. Bo's got to be better than Brock in order to win a Super Bowl here.
Oh, yes, to win a Super Bowl. And that's the goal. That's what the Penner Group has paid Sean Payton handsomely to do.
Dude, if he's not better than Brock, the bold prediction is true.
Does it have to be after this season?
No.
That was what I was saying.
No.
I think a very successful year for Bo Nix to keep the arrow trending towards Super Bowl champion. You'd overtake Brock Purdy this year. Now, is it a failure if you don't? No. You're still part of your growth. But you will be not only ahead of schedule, you will be in a position where the Denver Broncos don't just get to the point of feeling comfortable talking about the Super Bowl, where it's nearly an expectation that they're in that game.
I haven't changed my goal. I
have
not changed my goalposts with the Broncos this year. My goalposts are compete seriously for the AFC West. You don't have to win it, but you should be in the conversation within the last 2-3 weeks of the season, right? If you find a way to be within a game in the last 3 weeks and you kind of have it within your own hands, you win a couple and you win the division, I'm happy with it. If it doesn't happen, way she goes, right? You do have to win a playoff game this year in order for me to call it a success.
That is true.
Must.
And I think your best path forward to winning a playoff game this year is what I kind of go back to as the most important thing for the Denver Broncos in Sean Payton's real second year as the head coach. This is his third year, we know that, but real second year with his quarterback, his roster, his culture. You've got to take over as at least AFC West number 2 team. You got to get better. You got to be better than the Chargers after this year. And that was the biggest disappointment for me. First-year head coach Jim Harbaugh sweeps the series against second-year head coach Sean Payton. Chargers versus Broncos. If that happens again this year, this year's a failure.
Top to bottom, hold on. Top to bottom last year, though, I don't think you can look at playing the Chargers last year and go complete failure. You're not on the same level of them going into this season. Last year, the Chargers had a better roster than you top to bottom. You had a rookie quarterback that was the 6th guy selected at his position in the first round over the first 12 picks.
The Chargers could also, you could argue from a roster perspective that they might have been the most efficient skill player group in pro football in terms of wide receivers.
Looking at last year, the rosters for both teams were vastly different. Vastly different.
Who had a better defensive roster at the end of the season? The Chargers or the Broncos have a better defensive roster?
Denver at the end of the season.
Yeah, preseason, no, you would have said
Denver at the end of the season.
Chargers, for sure. And the Chargers' defense was filthy. They ended up top 5 in just about every statistical category as well. Jim Harbaugh and his ability to pound the football, run the rock, man, that still scares me. Because that's a way that you win divisions or win games against divisional rivals that are competitive.
He's got a rookie doing it this year and then another guy with like one eye. What's going on with Najee Harris?
Did he play? Has he played yet in training camp? I haven't even looked. Does he have any noticeable?
We asked Peter Schaefer that a few days ago, and Peter went, "It doesn't look good with Najee."
Ooh, it's not ideal.
So you've got a rookie and a guy who injured himself in a firework accident. Are you confident that Harbaugh can pound the rock this year as much as he did last season with J.K.?
Yes, because it's an identity. Omarion Hampton's going to be I think he's going to be good. I still stand by.
You weren't sold on him.
I think he's going to be good. The reason he's going to be good is he's going to get so many at bats running the football, and he's one of the few guys is going to benefit from a head coach and an offensive coordinator in Greg Roman that will give him the opportunity to fully get lathered up and get into a rhythm and into a groove. Will Sean do that during the regular season? Kind of did it. It was kind of sweet. He kind of did it in the preseason. One of the better things that happened offensively for the Denver Broncos.
He gave R.J. Harvey 7 touches on the ground and another 2 targets with 1 reception through the air.
And he did the same thing Watson touched it. Bidet touched it.
3 times in a row.
I don't know. Jaleel had how many touches? With like 3 or 4? It wasn't much. It wasn't nearly as much as the other guys. But that was good to see. But can he do it when the season starts? Because I think that whoever wins the battle of running the football and the turnover battle between the Chargers and the Broncos is going to ultimately win that series. It would be a success for me to split with Harbaugh. It would be a success.
You and I have had this conversation. I think it's very, very possible that the entire AFC West splits down the middle.
Totally. I mean, the Raiders, you can say that they're a dumpster fire. They have a terrible roster. They do have a bunch of no-names outside of Brock Bowers, outside of Geno Smith, outside of Max Crosby and Ashton Genty. The rest of the roster, I was watching their preseason game. Who are you? I coached football with your contemporaries, and I don't know any of you. Like, I've never even heard. Like, who is? It's a no-name roster. But they're still coached by one of the better coaches over the last 25 years in pro football and college football, for that matter. They're going to run the football. They're going to be built to stop the run. Geno Smith can always catch a hot hand. Problem with him is he does throw the ball to the other team. He does turn the ball over. He does create negative plays. And against this defense, if they get 3 takeaways against the Raiders, the Broncos create 3 takeaways, you're going to sweep the Raiders. But if you don't, it's going to feel different going into Allegiant this year than it did last year. I was at that game. It felt inevitable. Like, this team is a joke. This franchise today is a joke. It got a lot more serious with Pete Carroll, Ashton Genty, year 2 of Brock Bowers. And frankly, as much as a guy like Geno Smith feels a little bit kind of like a ploy, like it doesn't feel real, he's still good enough to scare you. Whereas that was not the case last year with Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell.
You mentioned something about Sean Payton and his coaching style when it comes to the running game and it comes to his running backs, and that is trusting the running game and trusting the players enough to give them some run, to give them a little bit of rope. There's a really interesting parallel that I want to draw to the Colorado Avalanche and Jared Bednar. You don't think of Sean Payton and Jared Bednar as the same type of coach. When it comes to running backs for the Broncos, and when it comes to younger players for the Avs, I think they're one and the same. We'll talk about it next. Back out here live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We've got 3 days out here remaining in our training camp coverage in 2025. Coach Mike Sanford alongside myself, Alex Ryan. Broncos in helmets and just spiders today, so light day at practice, a lot of install that we're expecting. Before we get into the similarities between Sean Payton and Jared Bednar that I've noticed when it comes to committing to the running game and committing to that room, and Jared Bednar not necessarily committing to his younger players. What have you seen so far in front of you today, Coach?
I'm seeing a little bit of pace period, which is like they're throwing screens, and it's a one-play period, and then the entire offensive unit is sprinting to the other field. There feels like there's been an awakened sense of urgency for this football team. Even some of the practice structure, there's been more running around, there's been more drill to drill, and I'll be honest, and there's louder bass, there's louder music. Like you mentioned it, sometimes coaches make those changes. Hey, we need to crank this thing up. The songs need to be louder, and they need to be better, because our energy has sucked, and it showed up on Saturday against the 49ers.
It's such a football thing to have music blaring at practice.
It's so weird, because it used to not be a football thing. That was probably a 2000, and I'd say 2000 and about 11, 2012 is when people started blaring music at practice. And you know what started it? Tempo offenses, because you no longer had communication. It was all fast tempo, so you want this soundtrack to set the energy for fast tempo. So it was like Skrillex. Like a lot of EDM, a lot of those types of music to set what the tempo of practice was. But then it also it had a little bit to do with, like, we don't need to communicate anymore. We're just going to run as many plays at practice as humanly possible, and then we'll just watch the film when we watch the film.
Is this another thing that started in college and then made
its way to high school?
Okay.
So I was recruiting.
The more you know.
I was recruiting at Lake Travis High School in Austin, Texas, just outside of the actual lake of Lake Travis. Beautiful place, beautiful high school football program, one of the best in the state. I go to a practice, and it was like 6 in the morning. I'd never heard EDM music at a football practice, especially 6 in the morning. I mean, they were blasting it. And the tempo and energy of practice was off the charts, and I'm like, Coach, this is awesome. I wish we did this at Stanford. And I brought the idea back to David Shaw, who's not exactly the most emotionally charged individual I've ever been around. Very stoic. Very stoic. He looked at me like I'm
about to fire you.
Yeah, he looked at me as if I was like, are you trying to change the way we football? You're not going to change the way we football.
Never say that again.
We stand around a lot and talk a lot, and there's no energy at our 2 hours and 50-minute practices.
We do football like the Stanford Library is how we do football.
Exactly.
Think Toby Gerhart wants to listen to Cruella?
Yes. So that's a little bit about just the kind of the integration of music in a football practice. I will say, man, Raj, we were talking about how energy, even our radio shows, energy when we're out here at practice the last couple days has been the last couple days we've been able to be out here, which was last Monday and Tuesday, a little bit at the end of that 6-day grind of Monday through Friday. Would you agree also that the energy out here had dipped a bit?
Oh, certainly.
Like a lot?
Well, there's a reason why those practices went so long.
Do you also agree that since the music started blaring, since we've seen the tempo of practice pick up significantly since last Tuesday, that our energy is also mirroring their energy?
Those are Monty Ball jerseys?
Yeah, I just had a little Monty Ball being worn by Savannah Bananas.
Those guys got to be from Wisconsin. There's no reason why you should be rocking a Monty Ball jersey out.
Yeah,
that's as obscure
no
jerseys you can possibly have with the Broncos.
We did get a Bo Nix jersey purchase.
Monty
one of the
Ball.
Bananas.
What? You can't be rocking a Monty Ball jersey. Can't do it. They were authentic jerseys, Cole. You
Game
are correct.
Game worn.
Are correct. Other Broncos roster news of note: they have signed wide receiver A.T. Perry, formerly
interesting signee,
the New Orleans Saints.
Okay, so A.T. Perry is a player that was drafted in 2022 out of Wake Forest. So not a player that was there during the Sean Payton era of the New Orleans Saints. But he was there with Darren Rizzi, who clearly is looking for more special teams juice. But you can look out here at A.T. Perry, number 87, just another long, angular receiver. I mean, if you look at him standing next to Cortland Sutton, Devon Vele, Troy Franklin, and our guy, Joaquin Davis, you're like, yeah, there seems to be like Sean Payton has a type.
Yeah, he's 6'5", 207.
Yeah. Raj, like when you were in college, were you the kind of guy that your friends would be like, Raj has a type?
Yeah.
Okay.
I married my type.
Yeah. That's cool. Good for you. I was kind of like all over the place.
Short, cute brunettes, baby.
So I went from a.
I got one stuck to my hip for the rest of my life.
My freshman year,
baby mama.
My freshman year in college, I had a 6'4" girlfriend that was a starter on the basketball team. My next girlfriend, a 5'3" gymnast that was
Didn't have a type, coach.
Not a type. Yeah, just keep it. Keep it. I do now. I have a type. Her name's Anne-Marie. That's it.
I was going to say,
my type.
You might want to amend that.
It's been my type for 24 years now. So going back to the type that Sean Payton has, A.T. Perry being an interesting player out of Wake Forest, at the combine, he measured in nearly 6'4", just a shade under 6'4", but ran a 4.47 40-yard dash. Tons of Monty Ball jerseys coming out.
Three Monty Ball jerseys worn by the Savannah Banana dudes.
You know why? Probably the Broncos store.
Oh crap! Do we have any jerseys for these guys?
They've been trying to get rid of these game authentics, and they're like, oh, the Savannah Bananas are here. We got to give them something. We got to give them something for free. Oh, we got some Monty Balls that are stashed away.
I have one of those for the Nuggets. I got like a signed. Was it Monte Morris? I've got a signed Monte Morris jersey from like years ago. I'm not going to do anything with it. It's just sitting in the house collecting dust.
Monte Morris was a pretty good. Wasn't he a pretty good?
He was a solid player for the Nuggets.
Golden State Warrior too. Did he play for the Warriors?
He's bounced around, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He was a solid player for the Nuggets. I enjoyed him. I did. You mentioned Sean Payton not committing to the run game, and will he do it much like Harbaugh has in Los Angeles with the Chargers? And I couldn't help but think Jared Bednar has to do the same thing with the Avalanche this year because of the lack of, let's be honest, the lack of skill and the lack of scoring in the bottom six that they have coming into this season. I've looked at the line combinations. I've asked to see if they can trade another player that is in their bottom four in defense to see if you can bring in some better players in your middle six with the forwards. And you might not be able to, like, have they kicked the tires on Sam Girard this offseason with other teams? I would think they have. And there's a reason why he's still in Colorado, and he's skating with Keaton Middleton and skating with Brent Burns over the last few days. I just don't know if the market was there for a guy like Sam Girard, who would have had to have been the player to move on from in order to bring in a player of substance for the forwards in the middle or the bottom six. They signed Joel Kiviranta. They have to find a young player or two or three and lean on them early on in the season, where I see Bednar. He gets a little bit of success with guys, you see the Prishapov and he looks okay, or the Ivan Ivans of the world and they look okay, and they don't get extended looks, extended runs. They automatically just go, you'll play a couple games. If you're good enough for us, we'll send you back down and we'll use you in spots. I think at the beginning of the season, much like Sean Payton has to do with his running back room, Jared Bednar has to commit to running the football, has to commit to commit to his young players in the bottom six. And if that means you're going to lose a couple of games early on in the season, you have to deal with it. Sean Payton has to do the same thing with his running backs.
So tell me who would be some of the, I guess, down the road young players that could end up commanding significant ice time in NHL games? Are these players that finished out at Eagles? Are they in the system? Are these guys that we are all very familiar with as Avs fans?
No, they're going to be players that you really aren't familiar with because of how thin their farm system has become over the past few years by trading away players and trading away picks to try and run at championships. And obviously you got one of those back in 2022, but it's been diminishing returns ever since. The guys that you're going to have to look out for this season, I think Gavin Brindley, who comes across in the deal with Columbus, who is a smaller player, albeit has first and second round pedigree to him. He's small, but he's defensively sound. He skates really well. You have to give him a little bit of rope. You have to look at finding a way to get a player like Mikhail Gulyayev on the back end over from the Continental League as soon as maybe at the end of this season, right? Like, I know Ilya Nabokov is going to come back over from the KHL after his season's over. I want them to do the same with Gulyayev. Could you look at a Taylor McCart, like a big body forward type of player that could get a couple of minutes? Those are the type of players. You're going to see the Achans, you're going to see the Steinbergs get some minutes, but you have to commit to playing them. None of those names that I just mentioned outside of Gavin Brindley and Mikhail Gulyayev should excite you as an Avalanche fan.
Speaking of very young players in the Avs, I got to spend about an hour last night with somebody who's not young and is an Av. Last night at orientation for transfer students, I got a chance to see none other than Brent Burns.
Was he wearing shoes?
He was wearing shoes. They're flip-flops. He was not wearing his teeth. And honestly, having spent time around professional athletes, arguably one of the most genuine, awesome human beings I've ever spoken to in my life. That guy is awesome. Dude, he has so much positive energy. He'd be a great friend of the program at some point. We got to get a little Brent Burns on the air. That guy's got juice, man.
He's a player that I think is going to transform how this defensive unit plays. I think his length is everything at 6'5" and north of 200 pounds. Like, he's 6'5" and like 238. He is massive. Is he a bruiser? Not necessarily, but he doesn't have to be. What he brings to the team off of the ice is what you're going to miss if Eric Johnson isn't on this team. And I don't think EJ is going to get a contract sent his way. I know all those guys are out there in the Amalfi Coast enjoying their time with Nathan McKinnon. Not all of them, but a handful. Eric Johnson is among them. He has to take over the mantle of old guy on the team that is all about the vibes.
Yeah, and he is just energy in and of itself. He's going to be a great kind of yin to maybe the overly serious nature of Nathan McKinnon's yang. And that's what he is. Like, I don't know, Raj, like, I'm a guy that's, would you agree when I come into a room most times it's kind of like chaos and loud and obnoxious? Like,
yeah, I'll give you that.
And when I'm not there, you notice it, maybe. That's what I think that Brent Burns is going to be for this Avs locker room. I had so much fun talking to him. He's in tremendous shape. He doesn't look like a guy that's carrying around 20 years of professional hockey. Is this his 25th year of professional hockey between,
between like major junior? Yeah. If you add in his major junior seasons, yes.
25th year of hockey. That's insane. I'll say this about him. He had a chance to come out and watch me coach football practice one of the days. I didn't know he was out there. His mind was blown by how does football operate like this? Because he's Canadian. He's like, I don't understand how they know all these plays, how they know where to go. How are there 135 people on a field at one time and they all know what they're doing? It was really cool to talk to him about it. It was like two different worlds.
Take a quick time out. We'll be back out here live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Broncos wide receivers going through the route progressions, just about 20 yards to our north. Join us, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line today. That's the Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan on Altitude 92.5. Back out here live at Broncos training camp. All of our coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. As a 2K Tuesday rolls into hour number 2, PhD will take over from 12 to 3. They'll have live podiums during their show, and then Nate and Andy will react to everything that we learned today at a non-padded Broncos practice, looking like they're going to keep the intense work until the Arizona Cardinals come here on Thursday for a joint practice session ahead of week 2 of the NFL preseason. Started off the show talking about Nick Bonitto, who was not originally out here. He is now back out. He's in a hoodie, but not with his helmet on and not with any spider unders. He's not participating in practice today. He did pull up a little bit lame on Saturday's practice. Nothing really to be concerned about, but definitely something to keep an eye on as other players of his ilk in this offseason, in this training camp, Coach, when they've been held out of practices like that.
It's been a similar optic, has it not?
A lot of times it ends up in a contract situation.
And all of a sudden we get some news coming down. I hope that's what we get.
I really hope we get that this week.
I want that desperately either today or tomorrow. So it means that there's no concern about the health of Nick Bonitto, which I don't think there is, man. But does it feel after his performance in preseason, him getting even pulled up just a little bit lame, that you're like, this needs to happen? Because then you got a player that's going to, you're going to ask me to play in preseason when I'm, fighting for every single dollar? This needs to happen. And that's what I feel, man. This does need to happen. That Nick Bonitto needs to be paid, what do we say, 35?
I was cool with 38 because that gets him to legit
Number 3?
Number 3 in terms of average value. That gets him to number 3. And he would have signed that deal at 25 years old, which puts him right around the time and the age that Nick Bosa signed his contract.
Yeah.
So,
and
therefore,
you could potentially have incredible savings in 3 years, right?
Do it now. Don't get into the situation that the Dallas Cowboys always find themselves in. Don't get into that situation.
Michael Parsons.
The Avalanche got themselves into those situations, too.
Yeah,
you waited until the last minute to re-sign Mikko Rantanen when it first came around. You got into the last minute to re-sign Gabriel Landeskog when his big deal came up. And then you kind of waited and forced yourself into trading Mikko Rantanen last year during the season because you were nervous that you would have had to let him walk. Don't put yourself in the position that the Avs put themselves into.
Eventually, you got to pay the piper, man. You
pay the dude early.
Pay the piper.
Pay him early.
No question.
They did it with Zach Allen, and they're already looking at that deal going, yeah, that's one of the better deals, if not best deals, for a player that is that versatile on the defensive line. You're going to have the same feeling if Nick Bonitto signs his deal today. Do it now. He clocked in at number 38 on NFL.com's 100 list. And this from that article, Bonitto explodes onto the scene in the wake of Baron Browning's Week 2 injury, and he played so well that Browning was obviously expendable at the trade deadline. Obviously leads the Broncos in sacks at 13.5, and he only played 61% of the snaps on defense last year. That number has to go higher.
I think so, but, elite edge rushers, how often do they play upwards of 75% of the snaps? I'm guessing it's fairly low. Max Crosby's a bit of an outlier. He seems like his motor is just completely off the charts. But you got to think Micah Parsons, is he playing 75% of his team snaps? Yeah, I guess, when you start getting into the TJ Watts of it all, man, those guys are high energy guys, high output players.
What can I hear right now?
I don't hear anything.
Oh, I hear there's Avalanche highlights going on my phone. What am I doing? Defensive.
You are a mess today.
I'm a mess. Defensive snap count back in. So let's go back to elite pass rushers and how many snaps they play in terms of percentage. Let's go back to the Broncos in 2015. Von Miller, who was a freak that year and obviously won Super Bowl 50 MVP.
79%.
76%.
Okay.
I want Nick Bonitto at 3/4 of your defensive snaps.
Yep.
You want that money? You want to be the top?
Are these all-time Broncos?
No, this is the 2015 season by itself.
Okay.
So you're looking at pure edge rusher, go get the football, go get the quarterback. You want to be Vaughn? You want to be a top 3 paid edge rusher in the league? Go play 75% of the snaps. We've been talking about what the expectations are for Nick Bonitto going into the season, and if it changes based off of the amount of money that you're being paid. If you sign that deal in the offseason, it can't be 61% of the snaps. If you are completely healthy, and he wasn't fully healthy last year, he was largely healthy, not fully Nick Bonito. If you're completely healthy, dude, you're playing 3/4 of the snaps.
TJ Watt, the standard bearer, last season, what percentage do you think he played of snaps?
72.
He played.
Is it way higher?
He played 86% of the total snaps for the Pittsburgh Steelers. You have a really valid point, a highly valid point. So let's go Max Crosby.
Vaughn the year before, 2014, 84% of the team snaps on defense. The year before that, in 2013 on defense, I think, was Vaughn hurt in 2013? Vaughn was hurt in 2013, only 47%.
Max Crosby.
That guy never comes off the field.
90 every year it's been 90% or above. Every year.
You got to play, dude.
You have to play.
You need snaps. Is 75% low now? Now that you're looking at these comparisons for his contemporaries in the league?
So TJ Watt and Max Crosby are like known. Let's see what Michael Parsons is. Michael Parsons.
If you're going to make $38 million a season, dude,
he's an 81% guy.
You can't be at 60. You got to be at 75 or higher. 75 is the low water mark for those types of players.
Yeah.
You're not a gadget player. You are not a luxury item at 60% of the snaps if you're making $38 million.
So we're on to some 7-on-7. This is good work here. Lucas Kroll is back out on the field. He just caught a corner out on a flood concept. First play of 7-on-7 from Bo Nix. You know what I noticed watching Bo Nix today? The sense of urgency from Bo picked up. He's actively coaching receivers on exactly what he wants. Hey, take this type of level of patience, this stick. I want this to time out this way. I see a player right now that probably was going through the doldrums of the monotony of training camp. Certainly that 6-day-in-a-row training camp.
Because we saw that command of the huddle early on in camp. The first couple of days, and we made a note of it, that like Sean Payton wasn't ever talking to Bo Nix. He was talking to other position groups, and Bo was in command of his offensive line and his wide receiver groups. It did kind of go by the wayside in the middle.
It felt a little like there was a general malaise over not only Bo Nix, but I'd say the general football team, which was interesting. And that shows you. Your quarterback's your leader. And so as a quarterback, if you just have a 3-day stretch where there's a bit of a just the energy, the attentiveness to detail, the command where it dips, then you start to see some diminishing returns. Bo Nix, he looks like he is ready to respond. That's what I see. I see a quarterback that says, man, this hasn't been a great training camp for me. That was not a good performance in my first preseason game. And I had my entire crew of weapons out there.
Response has always been one of your favorite things about Bo, has it not?
It is what I believe is what kept him from going the way of many other rookie quarterbacks following. I wouldn't call it a disastrous start at Seattle and a disastrous second game. It's a great throw right there from Bo Nix.
As a rookie, no, those two starts were not disastrous.
But
if
he
has
responded
the same
immediately after with the Greenbrier trip back to the East Coast.
If he has the same situation happen in year 2, where he throws red zone picks where you need points, it turns into disaster.
It turns into disaster unless you respond. You respond the next series, respond the next game. Don't allow the same mistakes to permeate, and that's what we've seen from Bo.
Right, but you can't start slow this season. With how the schedule gets really tough in the middle, you cannot start slow. We've talked about how important the first 4 games of this season are. You've got to find a way to be 3-1. If you're not 3-1 after the first 4, the talk of the AFC West crown is it's kind of over.
We were talking about it yesterday, how you might have a good start to the season if you're the Denver Broncos. Not a great start to the season, but you might be playing good football, and you might start 2-3. You might start the season 2-3, Raj. And if that's the case, what does that ultimately lead to big picture-wise?
So if you start 2-3, that means you start 2-0 and then you lose 3 straight.
And let's talk about who those teams are. At the Chargers. You've got to get over the hump there. Home against Cincinnati.
That's a game you should win. But what a beautiful ball Bo just threw to Troy Franklin.
That was Stiddy.
Was Stiddy?
Yeah. Stiddy, man. He's dialed.
Just a training camp hero.
This guy's dialed.
I thought it was Bo. It's just a training camp hero, Jarrett Stidham.
Training camp and preseason game. And then you have your 5th game would be at Philadelphia. It's a tough start, man. The game that I look at, and I red letter it, red circle it, whatever you want to do. Do not sleep on this game either. At Indianapolis, man. It's early on in the season. Guy Devon Vele just made a tremendous catch. Another absolute seed from Jarrett Stidham on a back shoulder throw.
A little 45-yard.
It was kind of a back shoulder 50-50 type throw. It was tell you what, man. I will say the offense looks like it is set out to get the bad taste out of their mouth. And you wonder if there's some player leadership that took place. Where it's not just Sean getting in their bacon, getting in their chili a little bit. But it's these players talking to each other about, hey, that's what we put forth in the last 3 weeks, or even 2.5 weeks, unacceptable.
Before the energy, the rebound energy that we're seeing in front of us right now today, you know what that is, man? That is, there's always give and take. There's always good and bad.
Yep.
That is the bad situation born from no drama training camp.
Yeah, you're right. There almost isn't. It's funny, man. I always joke that we were talking about what our types are as it relates to females. I couldn't have married somebody that was just no drama all the time. I need some of the ups and downs in my life, man. I do. I need some of that.
You're going to get a text message here? Watch your tongue?
Oh, I get them all the time. Not just about what I say on air. Just about life. I mean, that's a little bit where Urban Meyer was a head coach. In the NFL game, a terrible head coach. In the college game, multiple national championship winner, won at Bowling Green, built Utah into the program that it is today, and then obviously won national championships at both Florida and Ohio State. He believed in crisis creation. My dad worked for him at Utah. If things are going along too smoothly, or they just seems like there's nothing happening that's a moment of adversity.
You get a little handsy with someone at a bar.
You try to see what's going on down there at the bar. No, in training camp, he would create some type of crisis, whether it's benching a senior leader that the whole team revolts against him. He loved creating massive situations of infighting. That's not really my jam because I like the game of football should be pure, but you can see the reason why. And there's our guy Joaquin Davis on a shallow cross. Sam Ellinger stays hot. Joaquin Davis doing what he does, man. Exciting player.
My training camp darling, number 80, Joaquin Davis.
I don't know how Sean Payton allows him to leave this facility and sign elsewhere.
If you try and stash him on the practice squad, again, the reason why you might be able to stash him on practice squad is if he doesn't put up big tape in any of the final two preseason games.
Did he end up having I think he had a reception, if I'm not mistaken, in the preseason game.
Now, if the word gets out from camp that he's looked really good, that's a bad ball. Was that Sam Ellinger?
That was an Ellinger, yeah. I've learned also, Raj, it is hard G.
Oh, Ellinger?
Yeah, I was saying it wrong. I had heard in the recruiting world back in the day that it was Ellinger, but I found out being on with Chris Tavares of 9 News, which we did the halftime and postgame show for the 9 News broadcast of Broncos at 49ers. Chris Tavares he's an Austin native. So is our guy Sam Ellinger, and he also covered the Texas Longhorns for the entirety of Sam Ellinger's college career.
Well, the good news is, barring complete travesty this year, we won't have to worry about saying Sam Ellinger's name much this season.
Correct. Although he did look great. He did look great in the in the preseason game and so far in training camp.
Take a quick break. On the other side, KJ will have his NFL notes. Tell us what's going around the rest of the National Football League as we are in week 2 of the preseason. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi. It's the Morning Sprint. Every day here on the morning sprint with Coach and Raj, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Week 2 of the NFL's preseason. We're out here live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Again, all of our training camp coverage this year is brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. KJ, what's first?
Earlier this morning, Broncos star outside linebacker Nick Bonito was announced as the number 38 player in the NFL for the 2024 season on their top 100 list by the players. Here's a snippet of what players around the league think of Nick Bonito, and our apologies to Twitch and YouTube. It has music under it, so unfortunately you guys will not hear it.
He is worth, without a doubt, a top 5 edge rusher contract in the league right now. Sign him. Now, the issue is, if you're Benito's camp, you don't sign until Micah Parsons.
It's become so
Jerry's
so
in my head,
part,
man.
Yeah,
Jerry's
it's so
in my
much
head.
a part of our vernacular for the show is that we Jerry has disrespected Micah Parsons so badly that we no longer call him by his real name.
If you're the Benito camp, you wait until that deal gets done. You can't jump the gun on this. Can't do it.
But you did mention something. Nick Bonito doesn't have anywhere near the average snap count.
No.
That some of those top 4 guys do have.
That's guarantee that's part of the
Watt,
conversation.
High percentage of snap count. Max Crosby, insanely high number of snap count. Above 90% a majority of his seasons in the NFL. What do we say? Even Parson was above 70 or above 80? I mean, that has to mean something. Because those guys that are getting that type of money, TJ Watt is not a net negative in the run game, against the run game. He's a net positive. Max Crosby, big time net positive against the run game. I'd say Micah Parsons, mixed bag. Good run defender, not a little bit of a mixed bag. Nick Bonito, that's been the one downside of him, to pay him top 3 money. Because the top 3 guys right now in the National Football League that are that kind of edge rusher, also they are not a liability whatsoever in those run gotta have it situations.
Dollar per play is likely what they're looking at here, and then I suppose on the opposite side of that negotiation, if you're in the Benito camp, you can go, well, look what he does with only 60% of the snaps.
For sure, 100%. He's highly productive. He does show. I think he shows enough versatility. The film I watched of him was positive as it relates to what he does on run downs. He just needs to be out there with more frequency.
KJ, what's next?
That wasn't my vision.
ESPN's Seth Walder wrote on Monday that as a bold prediction, he thinks Bo Nix will lose his starting job in 2027 and leave the Broncos at the end of that season. Quote, there's optimism around him now, but there's reason to be skeptical in the long run. As a rookie, his rushing led him to be decent efficiency-wise, but he ranked 28th in completion percentage over expect.
I kept talking about that one last year.
I know you sure did.
That one, and then what was the other one? EPA.
Yep.
What is it, like extra additional or estimated points added, a value per pass or whatever? His EPA per pass was not good.
And he was 22nd in yards per drop back despite playing behind a top-tier offensive line. The roster around him is great now, but it won't always be, end quote. So I want to lean into that last part there where he says it won't always be great around him. If Bo Nix becomes a quarterback that needs talent around him to be essentially Brock Purdy, Would the Broncos be right to move on from Bo Nix in 2027?
I don't think we need to tap the brakes here big time. We had just a week ago, we were having conversations about the national narrative that Sean Payton set that this is going to be a top 3, top 4 quarterback in the NFL within the next year or 2 years.
I have two middle fingers.
Said. And now we're all of a sudden saying he won't play for the Denver Broncos in 27. Like I usually say the truth lies somewhere between these two realities. I believe just being out here every day at practice, knowing what makes Bo Nix tick, seeing his response today, watching the red zone team period in front of us as we speak, and as I watch right here, he does throw a nasty incompletion to a running back behind the line of scrimmage. I would say that Bo Nix is going to not just be your quarterback in 2027. Bo Nix is going to be a top 10 quarterback after the 2027 season.
Once again, the pass rush looks dominant, and that's even without Nick Bonito being out there against the first-team offense.
Speaking of which, can I shower some praise on a player that I don't think we've talked about enough this training camp and had an awesome preseason game? Jonah Ellis. Jonah Ellis has been awesome. I think this guy is twitched up. He looks healthy. The guy's a problem. He's a real problem, and he's a net positive in the run game as well.
J.K. Dobbins continues to show
Good
his
player,
east-west ability. That's going to be
He's your best back.
He's your best back.
If there's one thing I've learned, as much as there were some positives to take away from R.J. Harvey's burst that he showed to get to the edge, J.K. Dobbins is RB1 for this football team today, and it's not particularly close.
I think the Seth Walder comment about how,
who the heck is Seth Walder?
He's an ESPN writer for the NFL, and part of that exercise, it was part of the future rankings of teams 3 years down the road. Part of that exercise was one big, bold prediction for each one of the teams. That was the big, bold prediction, is that Bo Nix is not the starter in Denver come 2027. I don't see a world in which that happens.
Right.
And I think it's the same reason why I don't think that Bo is capable of a sophomore slump. He doesn't do enough things badly. He doesn't do enough things that are catastrophic to a team to have the bottom fall out on him. And yeah, is he going to need some help to get him to elevate his game? Does he need a true number one wide receiver eventually? Does he need a true tight end that can make a difference in the pass game? Yes, he does. And hopefully that's going to be Evan Ingram. But when that time comes, sure, the defense takes a little bit of a step down, but you start to balance those two units out rather than having it be a have and a have not.
Right.
It's going to be okay.
Agreed.
It's a disaster if he's not on the team in 2027. KJ, keep it going.
That wasn't my vision.
As we start to take a peek into later this week with the Arizona Cardinals, head coach Jonathan Gannon stepped up to the podium this morning, and he talked about why this week won't necessarily determine everything for Cardinals players, but it will define who may be a part of the bigger picture this week.
I mean, OTAs, different parts of the year, different reps might be weighted a little bit differently. But I went on this morning as well, and I told the team today, I'm not making decisions off of today's practice and Thursday's practice and Saturday's game, but this is an important week for our guys because roles are starting to get defined and the clock is ticking.
Are there any bubble players for the Broncos that fit that same tone?
I think the biggest bubble player today for me in the Denver Broncos is a player that just appears to have fallen out of favor with this franchise and most importantly with play caller Sean Payton, and that's Audric Estime. It's not typically a good sign if you are the 5th round drafted running back from last year and you are now getting the cleanup carries in a preseason game at the end of the 4th quarter as time is expiring. Tyler Bidet, Blake Watson both got reps well before Audric Estime.
And consistent reps.
And Audric Estime basically just closed out the scrimmage. The preseason game. It's a scrimmage for all intents and purposes. It's not a great sign for Audric. Not a great sign. And the Broncos have wanted Audric Estime to be this player. Great throw from Jarrett Stidham. Tight coverage. Jade Barron on Devon Vele and just a great catch by Vele. nice little RPO. But it's almost as if when you watch Audric Estime, you're waiting for the moment where he breaks tackles. You're waiting for the moment where he runs people over. We just haven't seen it. We haven't seen it.
I don't think he's making the team.
I don't either.
I think your running backs are Dobbins, Harvey, McLaughlin.
I think
Bidet
I think Bidet's going to be active, and I think you try to keep Watson in practice squad stashed. That's what I think you do, and I think that's a good. I think it's a good group.
Estime's the cut, dude. It just the writing's on the wall.
He looks to be the cut. Linebacker. I think because of what's happening, Alex Singleton is back out here. I'm watching. I'm trying to find Dre Greenlaw. I see him. I think over on the sideline. Have you seen Dre Greenlaw out here today?
I haven't seen him yet today.
He has not been turning any reps. It appeared that it's Alex Singleton getting a lot of the first reps with backer, and Justin Strnad, both as a special teams guy, and then also he appears to be the next linebacker up. Lavelle Bailey might have kind of slipped down. Oh, that's a great throw and catch right there. Evan Ingram right over the middle of the field, and another Jarrett Stidham just dime. Are we overreacting right now to watching Jarrett Stidham look super confident out here?
Because he looked like that last year too.
No, he didn't.
Yes, I thought he did, man.
He was average as grits at training camp, man. I don't know, man. He's looked like that preseason game was fantastic. What he did in that preseason game, what he's doing out here right now.
Again, but he's going against 2s and 3s right now, like he was against San Francisco.
Very true. Very true.
He should look good.
Bo went against 2s and 3s in the opening series.
Yeah, that's a great point, Coach.
For three series, did you see one San Francisco 49er starter against Bo Nix?
No, he didn't.
He is seeing starters right now. Again, at Broncos training camp. It's still back to ones-on-ones. I don't know, man.
KJ, what's next?
Stop it.
That wasn't my vision.
The Twitch chat does want to know, Coach, like if you had to give a grade thus far, how Bo is looking out there today. How are things going? Coach, can you hear me? I think we may have lost the guys temporarily here for just a quick second. But nonetheless, we'll continue to work through it as the guys are getting ready to reconnect here in just a second. But as Coach just alluded there, quarterbacks are looking good. Bo Nix, he's back facing the ones. Jarrett Stidham's throwing crazy passes out there. So it's what you'd expect at training camp. The offense is trying to figure it out. I think they've got some fire under them now, especially looking at how things played out against the 49ers. So that's something you definitely got to always kind of keep in mind is like how does this team respond? We saw moments of it last year, and I think we're seeing moments of it right now in training camp. So kudos to the offense. They're looking good today. They're looking a lot better compared to days past. So for what it's worth, we'll take it. You guys got me?
Yes,
KJ,
sir.
We got you, brother.
Sorry, man. I started talking about Bo Nix and the fictitious quarterback controversy that my brain is trying to create.
You got censored?
Yeah, it was wisely.
They snipped a wire.
Wisely, they censored me because it is asinine to even consider that.
Well, here we go. Let's go to the biggest story.
What a play!
Talk to me, Coach.
We got some action today, man. This is a good practice. This is the first fun practice I've watched since that Wednesday of 2 weeks ago. Just had an incredible interception by Jaden Robinson, the nickel from Oregon State, 6', 193, undrafted free agent rookie, covering Jerwan Newton, and a pass thrown by Sam Ehlinger. It was a great throw, but just got tipped enough, and
KJ?
You guys still got me?
No, we're dead again.
All right, well, we've lost the guys. But anyway, as we transition to our next story here, the biggest story outside of the Broncos right now is Jordan Love. Packers quarterback Jordan Love tore a ligament in his left thumb and had a procedure to repair it. Their GM Brian Gutekunst announced earlier this morning. He called it a, quote, little procedure. He also said he shouldn't miss any regular season time, and this is after he banged his left thumb on the helmet, taking a sack this past weekend. The surgery will be today to repair the ligament, so they are believing that things will be just fine. And as the guys are back out at training camp. They can hear me now. I was just talking about Jordan Love and the surgery he's having on his left thumb that was announced this morning by GM Brian Gutekunst. And I just wanted to ask you guys, what's the likelihood that this becomes a lingering or nagging issue this season in regards to Jordan Love trying to figure out, how to hold the ball, things of that nature? Do you think it could become a nagging thing?
You bring up a valid point in the sense that Jordan Love plays in a stadium in a division where there's some cold weather games. Soldier Field, cold weather game. Obviously, the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field. Minnesota, you don't have to deal with it, obviously, being on the road in U.S. Bank Stadium. But, it's Detroit, you don't deal with it. But, really, you're going to play a lot of your home games in cold weather environments. I don't love this for my guy, to be candid. I think he sustained this injury from the preseason game in which he was 1 of 5, which wasn't great, both for him and for the Packers offense. And if you remember, he had a great first season as a starter. He was healthy that year. Year 2, the season opens up in that horrible pitch, that horrible field in Brazil at a soccer stadium. Guys are slipping all over the place. There's injuries left and right. Jordan Love ends up hurting his knee. And you deal with a lingering issue to start the season. At the quarterback position, it's hard enough to play quarterback in the National Football League. You don't need to have these things that just linger over you. And even a left thumb procedure, you're going to be sidelined for some time to let even the wound of the surgery heal.
Being an offhand, right, an off-throwing hand surgery, how much does that affect you as a quarterback?
Taking snaps under center can be a problem. You can't just club up and play quarterback, even if it's your offhand. You can't. It's really, really challenging. I just think it'll be fine once he gets back into it. What I don't love about it for Jordan is he's going to miss time, and he needs the development. He's a good player, but he's a high ceiling player, but his floor is proven to be pretty low at times. Decision making, being a little bit risk averse with the football. He's got to have a big year.
Apologies for our technical difficulties during KJ's NFL Notes, but those notes are brought to you by Colorado's most complete local appliance store. That is Mountain High Appliance. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We'll wrap things up on the other side. Hand it off to PhD in just a few minutes. That's the coach. I'm Raj. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Wrapping things up here on a 2K Tuesday with the morning sprint. The coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, Emmy. PhD's coming up next from noon to 3. Nate and Andy on your drive home from 3 to 6 today. No pads today for the Broncos, just helmets and spiders.
But a good spider helmet type day.
It was a fast day. It had more energy. It was lacking in the energy department, certainly in the middle of last week before they left to go play the 49ers in their joint practice session. It did seem like it was lacking pace. Today was not that case.
What we saw of the first 2 series of the Broncos opening preseason game at San Francisco felt like a continuation of what was a generally speaking, less energetic, less urgent style of practice for nearly a week. I mean, it was about a week that we saw it, that it didn't have that same pop that it had in those first 10 practices or so.
Did you see the news coming out of the Nevada Supreme Court?
Did not.
As it pertains to John Gruden, who has been in an ongoing legal battle with the National Football League dating back to his 2021 leaked emails case that eventually led to his firing as head coach of the Raiders. The Nevada Supreme Court rules in Gruden's favor. 5-2 is the decision that his lawsuit against the NFL will not go to arbitration and behind closed doors, but it can now proceed in public. Gruden sued the NFL, sued the commissioner, saying that the NFL had deliberately leaked his emails to ruin Gruden's reputation, to get him fired from the Raiders. So, again, it was an ugly situation. Obviously, those emails should not have been sent and those words not used. But it seems as though Gruden's going to be able to have a leg to stand on to go up against the Shield, which is not something that a lot of people normally get the opportunity to do.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see. I mean, John Gruden certainly way out of line with some of his emails and stuff that ended up becoming public information, public consumption. But it is what it is. I love John Gruden as a football coach. I don't love John Gruden from some of the things that I've heard about the person. But hey, people make mistakes in their lives. There's plenty of people out there that have made mistakes and that learn from said mistakes. We'll find out if that ends up being John Gruden and he gets the opportunity to be a head coach again.
In a far less serious headline, would you like to hear the latest on Florida Man?
Which one?
Florida Man.
Yes.
Any Florida Man.
Give me a Florida Man.
Florida Man catches 87 invasive pythons in a month, and he's awarded $1,000 through Florida's state incentive system. So pythons, Burmese pythons, if I'm correct.
87?
87 pythons.
Venomous?
No, just
non-venomous.
I don't know
species.
if just an invasive python, a massive, massive snake. He's Aaron Mann. He won $1,000 for capturing 87 of these gigantic snakes, which are like wrapped around him and his wife.
Seems like a lot of effort for a G.
Feels like a whole ton of snakes for $1,000, dude. It comes out to like $12 a snake.
And those things, if you see the picture that we're looking at,
they're gigantic.
Those are not the kind of snakes that you want to just casually try to wrangle.
$11.50 a snake.
Are you mortified of snakes?
I can't stand them.
Snakes or spiders scare you more? Like potentially poisonous spiders.
Snakes.
Spiders, like for me.
Why? You can just smush them. You just smack them.
I always think about just the old sneak attack, not knowing, not seeing them, because they can. You never know. Something drops on you. You know, you're going through the garage, and you have you take out a cardboard box, and a black widow just lands right inside of your collar. Yeah, that scares me.
I've got
snakes. Scare
I got
me.
visions of freaking Ice Cube and John Voight and J-Lo and Anaconda, and I can't get that out of my head.
I love snakes. I was hiking at Garden of the Gods with my family, and it was 3 years ago. So I had
just Rattlesnake Alley.
I had a fight. Yep. We were walking kind of on our own in this area that was a little bit less traveled by the tourists. Of course, it was my idea. Let's go over here. It's less touristy. And there was a baby rattler right in our track, like walking. Boom.
There's a mama somewhere.
Well, even scarier than that, baby rattlers. They're poisonous. Their venom is highly more toxic because it's more concentrated.
Okay. I suppose that makes sense.
Found that
anatomically.
Out. Yep. Found that out after the fact, but I gave the family hey, everybody relax, take a few steps back, stay back there. and then my redneck friend who I coached with at CU started going after the dang thing with the stick, and I'm like, you're a moron. What are you doing? He's
lunatic.
He grew up in Oklahoma around
Lunatics.
a ton of poisonous.
It's like the people who like wrangle alligators for a living. Lunatic. What are we doing?
I'm like, Clay, what are you doing? Bro?
Have you watched the Netflix documentary about the girl who like just swims with great white sharks?
I have not. Is it good?
It's fantastic.
What's it called? Girl who swims
Shark
with great
Girl,
white sharks?
something like that. I don't know.
Is it a
Big
new
Blue?
Is it a new one in the Swedish like the girl who kisses dead spiders? The girl who wears venomous leotards.
It's called Shark Whisperer.
Shark Whisperer.
She dives with like bull sharks and tiger sharks and great whites and stuff. Her name is Ocean Ramsey. Her name is Ocean, which I think is
Is she fairly different?
She's different.
Okay. Denver Broncos offense it appears to be working in the opposite side in the red zone, and we see another. You know who's had a big day today? Evan Ingram, who played over 10 snaps in the opening preseason game. One target?
He had one target, no receptions.
No receptions. You can tell that he has come out, and Sean, in the scripting of practice today, has been very intentional to get him involved.
Week 2 in the preseason, in that vein, who are the offensive skill position players that you need to see against Arizona have a concerted effort to feature them, right? We obviously saw in week 1 against the 49ers that the running backs heavily featured.
Yep.
That you find a way to script Pat Bryant into the third down offense, right? If you want him to be a safety blanket for Bo Nix, script him into the third down situations. Who are the players that you must see scripted into the offense?
Marvin Mims. I want to see it. I want to see it on Thursday.
We saw bubble screen to Mims, and that was basically it.
Yeah, I want to see it Thursday at practice, in the joint practice against the Arizona Cardinals. Devon Vele continue. I see the arrow trending back up on Devon Vele after what had been an offseason hampered by injury and a training camp beginning that was less than impressive, less than stellar. Evan Ingram, man. Evan Ingram's a guy that, at least in the joint practice, your two new offensive acquisitions that are veterans, J.K. Dobbins and Evan Ingram, yeah, I want to see what they're capable of doing.
Do you want Dobbins in a preseason game?
Preseason practice.
Okay, so in joint practices, pads are on, Cardinals are here. We're out here on Thursday to watch.
I want to see those two players look like they are a huge piece of what is going to give you the juice to have the next right step offensively. Because you added two veteran players in positions that were just below the line last year.
But you're comfortable with having Evan Ingram in game situations?
You mean,
these are two guys that you are.
Are you talking about? I'm talking about practice, right? So the joint practice.
Would you want to see Evan Ingram in week 2 of the preseason? Then?
I don't care. I don't care about that. I care about the practice. Me personally, because this is going to be in front of the Broncos media, the Broncos fan base to a certain extent. Yeah, I want to see Evan Ingram and J.K. do some things.
The other player that I'm looking at on the defensive side, you know who I want to see not in a nickel position? I want to watch Jahdae Barrett on the outside.
I don't know if you're going to see it.
I want to see it. Right, because if he's going to be the player that allows you to, so again, he's super versatile. You're obviously going to see him. I think he's going to be your starting nickel throughout the entire season. I think you've said that.
I think that's a real competition that's happening.
It is a true competition, but if we get to the point where, right, we've been talking about the contracts with Bo Nix and Nick Benito, and when you go and pay those edge rushers and you pay those quarterbacks, you eventually have to clip off other pieces of the team. I think one of those pieces would be your incredible depth in the secondary. So let's say Riley Moss prices himself out of Denver in the future. Have you not drafted his replacement with Jahdae Barrett? I do want to see what he can do on the outside if it's a preseason game.
Yeah, I just think that in the modern National Football League, you draft a nickel as high as the first round, as high as pick 20, to be the starting nickel. Not to say that their position designation from the combine is cornerback, but in reality, you're not drafting a cornerback. He is a nickel, and he's competing to be your starting nickel, which is a part of your base defensive package. That is not a sub package anymore. The NFL is a ton of 11 personnel. a ton of just one tight end. I said white tight end. One tight end and 3 wide receivers. And then he's also versatile enough to play some dime linebacker, if you will, because he showed that he's physical enough to handle the box. Even in an NFL preseason game, he showed that he doesn't give up those leaky yards when he makes contact.
You know what would be really fun to watch him, or who is going to be fun to watch him against on Thursday? Trey McBride.
Good call.
Do you think you're going to get that matchup, or if you're Sean Payton, try and force that matchup?
Yes.
Go show me what you can do in a practice scenario against one of the top. Is Trey McBride a top 3, top 5 tight end in the game right now?
Statistically, yes. He had
Show me what you can do.
Season last year. He's unbelievable.
That's actually my most exciting matchup.
It's
either him or it's like Marvin Harrison against Pat Surtain.
Yeah. I want to see Marvin Harrison versus Pat Surtain. I've heard good things about him this training camp. He was a bit underwhelming last year.
Super underwhelming.
Yeah.
Kind of the 40th, 50th best wide receiver in the league last year. Didn't really take off. Wasn't completely healthy. That's a very interesting matchup coming up on Thursday. But the one that I really want to see, it's going to be Jahdae Barrett and Trey McBride.
What about who's the? Could you name a player from the Cardinals defense right now?
No, I can't. No shot.
It's a bit of a no-name defensive unit, is it not?
I don't think I can find it.
If I had to take a guess, what about Budda Baker?
Is Budda Baker a Cardinal? Really? I don't know if he's. I don't see him on the depth chart. Oh, he is. Yeah, he's starting safety.
Remember the draft pick from Ole Miss, Walter Nolan III?
Is Will Johnson the corner? Is that Michigan corner, Will Johnson?
Yes.
Yep.
Will Johnson.
Calais Campbell still in the league, still rocking, man.
How old is he?
That dude's got to be like 36, 37. Has to be. That's an older player, dude. He's 34. He's 40. Calais Campbell's 40 years old.
38.
Damn, man.
But we'll be 39 during this season.
Good for him. Keep making the money when you can.
For all intents and purposes, is a 40-year-old.
All right, that's going to do it for us today. For Coach Mike Sanford, KJ behind the glass, Cole Smith keeping us on the air today. Appreciate you. Don't go anywhere. PhD's got live podiums, reactions from what we're watching today during camp as Will Lutz drills a field goal from, let's call it 38 yards. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning live from Broncos Park at 10 a.m.
Out to training camp we go, and for all the news and all the action, Tyler Polumbus is on the watch. Tyler, no pads today. Got a couple celebrities, Kay Adams, Savannah Banana guys.
Yeah, the bananas.
That's cool.
And actually, it's really the firefighters and a banana.
Okay.
That's what I was told. I was
All
told
right,
there's
all
a
right.
singular banana here and the firefighters.
All right. Well, that's cool though. That's a fun deal.
Who's the turncoat banana hanging out with the firefighters?
I tell you what, man, that ain't good. That is a
yeah,
rotten.
they got to figure that one out. They got to snitch.
Yeah, rotten banana. Yeah, their next city they play in is Chicago. So
yeah, I was a little surprised they're still here.
well, I guess that sort of makes sense. They're like a rock
Tuesday.
band on the road. Yeah, but like where else do you go? Like you got to stay somewhere.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess so.
I'm not really sure there's even a home. I think it's a permanent road trip that these guys are on. So, stay in Denver, stay in Chicago. I mean, what difference does it make? So,
okay.
All right. Tell us what you saw, and we can dig into all sorts of things here today.
Yeah, we got a non-padded practice going on, but I think it's been a pretty sharp practice for the most part. You know, the offense has looked pretty crisp to me. I think that for a non-padded day, the energy seems solid. You know, it's not like we had that one day, and you know the date. You always remember the date.
July 30th.
July 30th.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
We had that one day that, the trash talk was going on and spirits were high, energy was all over the place. We've only had a singular day that was like really fun like that, you know?
Yeah.
But for a non-padded practice, I would say energy looks solid. Overall, offense has been pretty sharp. We got a punter problem.
Oh.
He's had multiple periods today where he's been punting a lot. I was giving Mike Kliss grief because Mike Kliss tweeted out that he was having a good period, and then the second he sent that, and Mike wasn't wrong, but the second he sent that tweet out, he shanked like 4 in a row.
Interesting.
So I don't know what you do about the punter deal, man. I think he's one more shanked punt away in a game from having to bring competition in. Not that anybody's tuning in for punting news.
Well, hey, listen, it's part of the off season. You know, you did not get Riley Dixon enough money. He left. You used a draft pick on this guy, Crawshaw.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's nothing, and you do not have another punter in camp.
Yeah, no competition.
You do not.
Right.
So,
which is a little bit weird to me. Even though they drafted a 6th rounder,
yeah,
it is weird to me that they don't have another leg here.
Boy, they were really sold on that guy, I guess. So, if he can't punt deep consistently, then anybody can more or less punt short, Tyler. Tons of punters can just, punt from the 50 and get it inside the 10. That is really not that special. And if he can't even do that.
They were working on that in the first period. It was, I don't know exactly where he was punting from, but I'd call it their own 35, something like that. So, full leg is my point. Like kicking it the length of the field, trying to flip the field. And distance wasn't necessarily the problem, but hang time was a real problem for him.
Okay.
He had 3 or 4 that were just real shallow, no hang time. And, they got down to the 10-yard line or so, but way outkicked his coverage.
Okay. Quirky problem. Okay. It is what it is.
Well, here's the question. You want a guy that could change the field possession for you, right? I mean, you want a guy that when those moments come, instead of, maybe you don't get that safety in the end zone in that game the other day, but now you're kicking deep and you can boot 170 yards and change field positions. That's great. But is that punting of 2025? Is that what you need more times than not in 2025?
I don't know. All I know is you can't shake. That's it. Just simple as that. It's not that complicated. You got one job. You got to be good at it. There's no margin for error. There's no margin for error. 0.
Are they still out on the field now, Tyler? Are they still working on stuff?
They are still out on the field, so
okay.
I believe what they're going to do now is they kind of get to this awkward spot where they bring the guys together. They usually do a walkthrough of a situational play. So I would guess there's 10 seconds on the clock. So I would guess they're about to do a walkthrough situational play, and then they go to a move the ball / 2-minute drill after that.
Okay. Well, so it's a long 2 hours and 20 minutes. That's what it's kind of shaping up to be. which is, kind of the longest they've gone so far with practice. I'm going to guess that's
pretty much
how.
every day's been about the max time, though.
Other than that first Monday they went to pads, which was like a minute and 8, or an hour and 8, maybe something like that, right?
Right.
Other than that, they've been, 2+ hours.
All right. Why is it sharper, Tyler? What specifically looks a little bit better today?
Well, there's just not been a whole lot of balls on the ground. Devon Bailey had his first, well, maybe not his first, but first moment in a while in training camp where he made a special play during 7-on-7s. It's just been it's been crisp. There hasn't been a whole lot of balls on the ground. There hasn't been a whole lot of issues. I'm not trying to over-exaggerate the day. They don't have pads on, so look, it's only so complicated. But it's been a clean practice.
Hey, let me ask you this. And I don't know if I said it with Andy or if we talked about it yesterday. There had to be, between game on Saturday and today's practice, some sort of come to Jesus meetings, whether it's with the full group or in position groups. Don't you think?
Yeah, I do, but I'll tell you this, Scott. Sean's in a great mood today. He's, I was watching him early in practice, and he was really involved with the wide receivers, and he was coaching his butt off. A lot of times, head coaches are not overly involved in the actual practice. Once practice starts, they're kind of just they kind of just observe. He's been very, very hands-on today.
Yeah. Well,
she's not out here, if that's what you're
She's here. She's here. She's in Denver.
Yeah, I know, but she hasn't been on the side.
I'm just saying, it's a Kay Adams day.
Yeah, she's probably sitting up. Look up above on that little observation.
Yeah, she might be in that family tent over there.
Sure. Sean knows she's here. She's definitely one of his favorite people. They ain't no doubt about it. And
I was told she did bring donuts in the press room again. So 2 years in a row bringing donuts.
That's listen. Are
they doing the? Where is the press room? Is it over in the field house, or is it in the at the front of the building?
It's.
I got to sneak in and find a donut.
Well, good luck on that, because it's Leggy could explain it probably better than me, because I haven't even been in there. But I was told it fits about 6 to 8 people. Like, it's really super small, and everybody else is just kind of on their own. So because of the construction and everything, there really isn't like
you didn't answer the question.
It's like over in the I think it's where we used to take the COVID tests, over in the weight room, that area, kind of over like where the entrance is where you come in, kind of really? in that I think.
Well, you know what? When you walk in through that back gate and you take a left in front of the building, the door popped open one time and it seemed like I saw a table, like a long table and some outlets or something.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but it's not like it used to be. It's I was told, like Arnie Stapleton told me, there's like 6 people in there. Like, it's barely anybody in there, because it's actually pretty far away.
Well, I got to get me a donut. Just say
all right,
Kay Adams.
That would be great.
Dude, with
all
nice all the muggles there, you ain't gonna tell me them donuts ain't gone by now.
Yeah, probably.
It'd be nice if you bring Kay Adams. She's probably busy. I love Kay Adams. I think she's great. I think she's a great interviewer. I like her content.
I've not seen her. I don't know where she is. If she's watching practice, it's not on the sideline with the rest of us.
But it doesn't. A peacock's got his feathers out. When.
But also, if there was a come to Jesus meeting, and all of a sudden the guys perform in the first 30, 40 minutes, and you feel that energy,
of course.
You might be pumped for that too. And then then Kay Adams is here.
Is there a little bit more energy? There's not. I don't hear any music. I heard some music like during the morning sprint with Raj and Mike. I don't know if that was any different than it has been.
No music.
Nothing different.
It's quiet in terms of that. Sean Payton is definitely not a music guy.
Okay, and crowd-wise, good attendance by the fans?
Yeah, looks like we got a full house.
Good, because there's only this tomorrow and Thursday. That's it. That's
I thought the fans were only allowed Thursday.
No. That's today. It's training camp.
We put up there. It said just Thursday.
The last day for the fans, I think it said.
Well, maybe that's
so it's today.
Hey, big win, firefighters. Way to go.
Yeah,
big win. Proud of you.
That's awesome. Get a firefighter over there.
Yeah.
Did those guys come out there?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, what's wrong with me? One of them is wearing a ball jersey. My teammate, the running back. Help me out here. What's
Monte
wrong with
Ball?
me? No, not Monte. Not Monte.
A ball?
The other ball that was here for like 6 years.
I went to Maryland.
Yes. Gosh dang it! What is
snowboarder?
Terrible.
Snowboarder. Talked to
He's
him
my
a million
buddy.
times.
I can picture him.
Oh my God,
Bill.
Lance Ball. Lance,
thank you.
Ball.
Thank you. Yeah, he's wearing a Lance Ball jersey.
How do you know it's because of the number?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. That's well, that guy's from Maryland, I guess, or knows Lance. Lance gave me one of the funniest things of all time.
I don't know. Maybe it's Monte.
Would make more sense if it's Monte, but Lance Ball.
Cole just found the photo. It's a 28. I guess that's Monte.
That would be Monte Ball. Lance Ball said to me one time, in high school, what were your plays like? He goes, it was easy. It was Lance left, Lance right. Lance left, Lance right. Well, they're good in high school, these. So it's Monte Ball, still an interesting one. Like, not sure why. That'd be funny to get to the bottom of why he's wearing a Monte Ball jersey there, Tyler.
Hey, they were happy with their win. They all looked over at me. They're giving me a few claps.
They had lost 14 in a row.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm sure they were happy to get that win.
If you talk to him, ask him which guy went up and gave a little girl a rose in the upper deck.
Okay, I will.
And tell him that was your partner's.
The kid that was a firefighter?
Yeah,
it
was a firefighter.
It was. Do you want to just ask him what the hell you guys still doing here?
Well, now they walk down to the other side of the field. They're gone now. I think they're leaving.
Well, all right. I'm glad to have them there. They provided a lot of entertainment this weekend. All right. Any other news and notes? I know we got a couple of guys back. Singleton in a club. Is that right?
I did not notice that. Alex is out there?
I read that Singleton and Greenlaw are both out there. So,
Okay.
And I think Singleton is clubbed up. So there's that. I read that Nick Benito is on the sidelines watching, that he's not participating today.
Yeah, a little bit interesting. Last time Cortland Sutton had a little kind of training camp hold in, walked away with the contract. I'm not insinuating that that's what's going on, but a little bit interesting.
Well, I think it might be a little bit of a combo meal. I think he did twist his ankle just a schmidge, just a little bit. He was, after he just missed that sack, his last play, he did sort of limp off. Scotty Gange actually talked to him saying that, hey, you were limping off and you wanted to come back on the field. Why was that? So it was noted even on the broadcast that something happened.
Okay.
Right before he asked him about how you like my hair.
And it very well could also just be that combo vet. They got a weird deal going on. Like usually the vets get like a day off. The offensive line today has been a really weird combo package. The starting offensive line is out. Everybody's out here. Everybody's participating in drills. But for a handful of the periods, including right now, which I think they're about to start their 2-minute drill, Quinn Miners and Luke Wattenberg are the only two starting linemen out there. Garrett Bowles is out. Mike McGlinchey is out. Ben Powers is out. So it looks like they're doing some weird combo day, vet rest day. Nothing's wrong. I think they're just giving these guys some periods off.
That being said, for Benito, and I'm not overly concerned. However, I'll say this. If I'm Benito, I feel a little twinge. I think I'm probably at this point right now.
Oh, yeah.
I think I'm sitting it out, after what I've done and the position that I am, Tyler. I think, I could see a couple more days like this for Nick Benito.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, if I'm Nick Benito, why would I even want to play or practice until I get a new deal done at this point?
Because you got a contract for the rest of the year.
Yeah, but you know what's going on here.
Hey, by the way, Jared Stidham's having a hell of a day. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'm not even kidding.
Hell
He's
yeah,
having a
Stiddy.
hell of a day.
How about Bo?
Threw about a 60-yard bomb to Troy Franklin.
Nice.
Touchdown. He's connected on everything.
So that's good. Your backup quarterback's playing great.
Hell yeah. Got that position solid.
Whoa, that's good.
Got it nailed
down.
down.
How about your starter?
I'm just telling you what it is, Scott.
No, it's fine. You're misinterpreting. How's the starter? Because I don't care about the backup. I don't care who the backup is.
Bo's been pretty crisp today. They got a 2-minute drill going on right now. Had a nice little start. I think it was to Troutman, I want to say. Maybe a 20-yard out route. Did not connect on the second pass. We're on our third pass of the drive. Hits Troy Franklin. Gets out of bounds. But this is a good-looking 2-minute drive. They're marching down the field.
I love it. All right, well.
Troy Franklin's turned into a guy, by the way.
That would be fantastic. Dude's 6'3" and fast as a whip.
I'd say they're going about 75%, though.
Okay.
It's not 100%.
And you don't have Benito in.
We'll take a quick break. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. So we'll finish off what happened on that 2-minute drill. We'll hear from Sean Payton. And, yeah, the Nick Bonito situation in terms of getting a new deal done. Sooner the better. PhD on 92.5. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you've got to find a solution that's going to bring you back to life in terms of passion, intimacy, and being yourself. If you've lost that love and feeling, well, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is the place for you to go to bring it on back. They work where the pills or herbals fail. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99. You get a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call today, 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Winston is picked. Intercepted. Bonito. Goodbye. No flags. Touchdown, Denver. And in a year where Nick Bonito has racked up 10 sacks and taken a big step forward, rushing the quarterback, he gets his first ever defensive score.
Okay. We'll get to Benito here in a second. Tyler, just want to wrap up what they're doing out there in terms of the 2-minute drill.
Yeah, just wrapped up practice after Bo Nix wrapped up a decent-looking 2-minute drive with an interception to Jaquan McMillan.
Oh, snarky.
It was throwing the ball to Marvin Mims and underthrew it by 3 or 4 yards. So it was a sprint right. It looked like the play was actually designed to go to the running back, and Bo decided to take a shot down the field, and it just was 3 or 4 yards short.
Yeah, but Stidham's played good.
Stidham's playing great.
Are they doing 2-minute for the
Stidham's
second?
having a day.
Are they doing 2-minute for the second team?
Nope. That's it. Practice over.
Oh, so that's how practice ended? That was it?
Yep. Final play of the practice.
Man, that's brutal for the offense. That is brutal for the offense.
Yeah, well, them's the way the cookie crumbles.
Oh, man. Damn.
Well, the tough thing is, listen, it's a practice.
I get it, but we got to have some good moments here for Bo at some point.
We need here in the next 5 days good moments.
Yeah, I'm not overly concerned, but you certainly want some good moments with all the bad ones. You have to have some sort of balance in there.
Now we need Bo to start stringing them together. Okay?
Right.
Like we need back to back to back.
Good practices.
To back.
Yeah.
Good practices. And for the most part, I actually think today was fine. Until you come down to the wire. And look, that is the most competitive period of practice in terms of what means the most to the players. And you end up wrapping up the interception, so not the best feeling in the world. I don't think it was a disastrous day for Bo Nix, but it also was just a very typical day. It was just kind of like, hey, there was some good, there was a little bit of bad, and you walked away from it just unimpressed.
So a typical day for Bo that we've seen for the last 2 weeks.
I would agree. Yep.
No dumb question here from our guy, Matt. Will Nix get benched this year? Woof. Woof.
Hey, Sparky stays Sparky. You watch out.
Well, let me tell you what. If that
you
were to
never
happen, that thing that DMac read yesterday about 2027.
The bold prediction.
The
prediction that said the Broncos would be one of the top 7 teams in the league in the future without Bo Nix. That ESPN bold prediction, that's what you're talking about?
That's a bold prediction.
Yeah. That's a stupid prediction.
I hate
That
to
is
go
a bold prediction,
I hate to
I
go
guess.
doomsday here, but as we spent the last week and a half talking about the Broncos being Super Bowl contenders, I don't even know that it's a lock that you beat the Titans. Like, this team's got a lot to work on.
Man. Wow.
Dude.
Hey, I feel the paranoia. I saw Jelly Roll talking about grannies to the Titans. You know?
Yeah, this team's got – it's not so much about the Titans as it is just – I've always said this. You got elite football teams in the NFL. You got bottom feeders. Broncos are somewhere in the middle of the pack. They're liable to win some. They're liable to lose some. That's about it. That's where you're at right now.
Did you guys catch Kay Adams, who's out there to do interviews today? Did you see her tweet going into practice today?
I don't.
Oh, Kay Adams wrote, Super Bowl contenders, ? Actually, I should get up it was a little bit more than that. But but that's the narrative Sean has created. He created this. He did it. Nobody else. Sean did it. Sean put it out there. So
you know what's funny? You were all over the Super Bowl vibes by next year, and now all of a sudden, because Sean Payton's talking about it, you're backing off of it.
Listen, nobody gives a rat's ass what I've got to say about anything. So I don't.
I'm just saying, you can't have it both ways. You should be loving it.
No, not a local radio wonk. Of course, is going to be supportive of his team. That's going to not motivate the Titans. They're not going to get Jelly Roll ain't going to get up there and say, "Hey, y'all hear what DMac said?" I mean, Sean Payton attracts a different level of attention with what he says.
Everybody.
Yeah, of course. But listen, man, I don't know. You wanted to say one of the top 7 teams of all time. Bo Nix is one of the top 4 or 5 quarterbacks in the league. But we have a ranking today that says he's 20th.
Bo doesn't look like he's even on the fringe of the top 10 QB in training camp.
Well, that sucks. Okay, wants to know what I should ask Bo Nix today. What else should I say?
Ask him to rank him. Where do you rank yourself in the top QBs?
Ooh, she might have deleted her tweet. Ooh.
Might got a little heat from somebody.
Yeah, I think she might have. Well, that's
so
interesting.
maybe she got a little pushback from the boy from
Sean
Sean.
had a very long post-practice meeting with these guys. I mean, that meeting went on for a solid 5 to 8 minutes. They just broke that sucker.
Oh my lord, she did not delete it. Denver tomorrow. I just didn't go back far enough. Denver tomorrow to visit the Super Bowl contender Broncos. Orange heart emoji. This is what has been created here in good old Denver, Colorado. This is what Sean Payton has created.
This is why you don't run your lips.
Either you like it and you roll with it, or you run away from it, I guess. But yeah, and we'll get into the ranking of Bo Nix being, well, we can do that right now, actually. So this is quarterback tiers, the whole board. And this is 6 GMs, 6 assistant GMs from the Athletic, 6 former GMs, 5 other executives, 8 head coaches, 19 other coaches. It's a 50-person panel. And Bo Nix is, we'll tell you after the press conference. Oh, that's a nice moment of suspense. Here's Sean Payton.
And partly because of when we got home. We got home a little later Saturday night than expected. We had some plane issues. The concern for me always, if we get back past 2 a.m., all the sleep studies give you the information on the days it takes to recover from that. So a lot of good tape yesterday. The day before yesterday. They were off yesterday. Today was a ramp-up practice with some good situational red zone work. Tomorrow we'll be in pads. And then I've talked with Coach Gannon. We'll have a plan for Thursday. And, similar to in years past, we'll use both fields. So we'll have that mapped out pretty clean. Friday will be separate, which would be normal. And then, of course, we play the game Saturday night. So, it's on us pretty quick again. I think the important thing for us as a team is still not losing track of the things that we need to be doing prior to getting to another opponent. And so not losing track of, being in training camp. And I thought they handled today pretty well. So any questions? Yeah, and look, he's doing fine. I anticipate him practicing tomorrow and this week. He should be in good shape. Yeah, look, it was something in his foot, but he's going to be all right.
Coach Devon Bailey had one of his better days in camp. Where is he in his progression as an NFL wide receiver?
Well, I've said this before, even a year ago. He's extremely smart. So he can play a lot of the positions. He's a good blocker. I like his size. And so it's a good chess piece for us, the things that he does well. Certainly year 2 for him, but year 1 was accelerated learning for him as well. Like even last year, we found him playing more than just one position. Sometimes that's not the case, but he's doing well. And part of it is, the maintenance on his knee, making sure he's fresh. And it's a little bit easier to maintain in season than when you're just stacking day after day in training camp. So we'll continue to find his spots. He's a big target on third down and in the red zone.
A.T. Perry was out there for individual. What will he need to do to kind of get caught up?
Yeah, he's getting close. He's smart. Today he was cleared for individual. And, again, we're not going to put a player out there until they're 100% ready. And so there's kind of an on-ramp for someone like him who's missed quite a bit of practice.
For second stream, you kind of had an interesting offseason, had a good preseason. What did you see from him making that climb?
He's smart. He's got really good ball skills. He's one of those players that someone brought it up I think at the beginning of training camp, the tail end of last year, his play and his confidence, you can have a stretch of 4 weeks and all of a sudden that can carry over into the next year. He's someone that prefers to play off and keep the ball in front, break on the ball. But I like his ball skills, and I like between the ears. He's very, very smart.
Sean, you said after the game the other day there were about 14 things that irritated you. What were some of those things, and what are you doing?
Yeah, there are a lot of different things, and none of which I'm going to go through now. When you take your first road trip, and you're seeing it through my eyes, there's certain notes you make, and then it could be sidelines, it could be hotel, it could be 2 a.m. There's a festival outside the hotel, it could be the travel, it could be a number of things that you want to clean up, but I'm not going to go through all 14 of them. There's probably 17 by the time I got home, and so all of which can be cleaned up and easily corrected. And they weren't necessarily game related, if that makes any sense. It's just when you do that and you hadn't done it in a while, and you're doing it with a new group of people, a lot of interns, a lot of, you can't assume anything.
In terms of just game related, what were your thoughts on how the starters did after watching?
Yeah, I think defensively, the first drive, obviously you don't want to see a score. The third down play was a significant play that led to that touchdown. We bounced back pretty quickly. Offensively, we'll clean some things up. Overall, there were a lot of positives. And I think overall grading the week, and what I mean by that is Thursday's practice was pretty long, maybe a little longer than I would have liked. And then the turnaround, and then the game on Saturday, there were a number of things when we put the film on that we felt we did really well situationally. And then there were a handful of things that we didn't do as well. And, we need to get our alignments cleaned up on offense. There was a penalty thrown, and I'm glad it happens in a joint practice. You don't want it to happen in week 10 in a game that matters. So, clearly for us, there was plenty to coach off of, and there were a lot of reps to coach off of. I thought our depth showed up well. Look, you come away with the 4 takeaways. The field position, how we handled the end of the half, I like that sequence. We scored defensively in the 2-minute. They elected to run it. We called the timeouts, got the ball back, scored again, started with the ball. So situationally, there was a lot of things that we could point at. And then on both fields Thursday, there were situations that came up that we're working on right now that you see Evan Rothstein installs each night. We went through just a couple of them right there. These come up in the games. They're not guaranteed to come up each game. Some might come up once every 3 years. Some might come up more frequently. But educating the team to become situationally smarter than the rest, I think is important. And a lot of that came up over the weekend.
Sean, you mentioned that depth, particularly defensively, having guys like Abram Strain, who've now had some action, and Justin Sternad, who played a lot last year. Is that what you're feeling with this camp now, like maybe a different situation?
We're definitely deeper. And look, you guys have written about tough decisions at running back, tough decisions at receiver, tough decisions. Those are all indications that there's a little bit more depth maybe than in years past. Generally speaking, that creates that higher level of performance, that competition, and then how do we keep trying to give these guys opportunities where it gives us more of an exposure. We're not even halfway, and I mean that. We're not halfway, and I want to get Evan a few touches in the game. How do I get Bryant a few, receptions in the game? How do I handle the running back rotation this week different than last week? The same way with us on defense at certain positions. Those are all things that we discuss during the week and try to manufacture.
Wow, what a horrible trip. We'll monitor the rest of the presser to see where he's going, but they got back late. They had plane issues returning. There were, when he's talking about sidelines, he's not talking about players or coaches. He's talking about extra people, Tyler. Like, who knows who that is? Like, I would assume it's clients and other people that are involved, but there were just too many people, I guess, on the sidelines for his liking. That's what that means to me. The hotel sucked, apparently. There was a festival at 2 a.m.
Yeah. There was a party going on still.
What was going on with parties at 2 o'clock in the morning? And then the first team, offense and defense, plays like crud, and then you can't get home on time? Holy cow. What a 4 days of misery in San Jose, Tyler.
Not great. Certainly not ideal. Yeah, I have no idea what the sideline comment is referring to. I mean, by the time you get to the game, none of those people you're talking about are out there. They'll be there in the pregame for sure. I have no clue what he's talking about with the sideline stuff. When you're talking about like your travels ops guys, like, I guess you do got to look into that stuff. Are there any festivals planned outside your hotel? Like, is that stuff that you think of? Like, how do you figure that out? I don't know, man. That's
first
a
of all,
lot.
there are not festivals at 2 a.m., but it could be loud. I mean, you might be in an area where there's stuff going on. That's a possibility. There's not festivals at 2 a.m. But it could be loud.
I don't know the hotel they stayed at. Where they stayed near a fairground or playground? Was it a downtown type area that had, the parties till late?
Maybe they were Santa Clara. I mean,
no. Santa Clara probably would be fine. I think they were in San Jose, which is, it's a fine line. It's not far away. But I don't know. Maybe there were drag races happening outside of his hotel late at night. There was something bad with where
drifters.
There could have been drifting going on. Dion Dawkins might have been showing up just to get some drifting in at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Then he throws the interns under the bus. We got a new group of interns, like they didn't do their jobs. Then he throws Kyle Shanahan under the bus. The practice went too long for my taste. Well, that's not up to him.
Coming off a 2.5-hour practice. Practice was too long coming off a 2.5-hour practice.
Holy cow. Sean was on one. So what a boatload of misery apparently for Sean Payton and the Broncos.
Well, and again, how much would that have been blown up had they first team offense played 2 series and put 14 points on?
Exactly. That's what it always comes down to, Scott.
I got some inside information. Apparently there was a jazz fest. there was a jazz fest across the street. And it went on a long time. So I guess there was a festival.
Yeah, but that's to be able to
night.
put you asleep. Hit a little David Sanborn there for you.
A little David Sanborn?
Yeah, a little David Sanborn.
Maybe it was a little bit more, exciting jazz. I have no idea.
Well, even so. I mean, jazz.
That's pretty funny. There was a jazz fest across the street. You could hear it late into the night from the hotel.
Cool. Consider me Miles Davis, baby.
Oh, my God. Wow. Okay. What a miserable trip.
I guess. And no one even talks about you won 30-9.
Well,
all this stuff is probably small little things that only he got bothered by.
Hey, it ain't 14 now, it's 17.
Yeah, something happened on the way home.
The plane was delayed.
The 15 was the plane delayed, right? No backup.
Hey, travel ops guy, you got to get a better plane.
Oh, my God. We need a better plane. We need a better hotel. We need fewer interns. We got to get people off the sideline that shouldn't be there. We got to get better communication with the opposing coach about the length of practice. We got some work to do here.
Imagine being asleep at 2 o'clock and this is playing.
Well, this would put me to sleep.
That's what I was thinking.
This would be helpful. But then not all jazz sounds like this. It ain't all smooth jazz. Oh, this would be fine. This would rock me right to sleep.
When I was
they're playing this at the festival.
When I was on David Letterman's, David Sanborn was the musical guest.
That's a low-key brag right there. Thank you. All right. All right, Tyler, well, come on back to the barn, and we'll try to digest everything here. Yeah, wow. Sean Payton, man, that dude he's still talking, by the way. So we'll keep monitoring and see what else he's bitching about.
Yeah, for a guy who never does anything locally, when he gets in front of the locals, I mean, he don't shut up.
Oh, well, who knows when this is going to end?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not going to say anything, but get ready. It's PHC on 92.5. All right, this is music by Common. Our listeners are the best. So my little birdie is telling me that, yes, it was the Jazz Fest, and one of our listeners, Scott, on the text line, the Shot Mazda text line, writes, the San Jose Jazz Summer Fest 2025, scheduled for August 8th through the 10th. Keep this music here, Dan. August 8th through the 10th in downtown San Jose, specifically at Plaza de Cesar Chavez Park. There's a large Hilton hotel across the street, seems to check out.
So they probably staying at Hilton.
I mean, you got to have, you're taking 100 people on a road trip. You got to have a big place.
So his thing is,
we
are you not noting that there's a giant concert venue going right across the street from our hotel for 3 days?
I think that is bizarrely unlucky sort of thing. So, I mean, this music doesn't bother me. This is kind of cool, but it wasn't David Sanborn. It was Common turning it up on the Friday night, I guess, before the Broncos played. And then I'm finding out, they were supposed to land at 1:45. They landed 2 hours later than expected at 3:45 in the morning on Sunday, going into Sunday. I mean, at that point, why not just stay over, right? And just leave in the morning. That's what you guys do on your NBA trips. You guys don't travel that late. Not really.
No.
If you don't have to, you don't.
No, and it's always tougher going west to east. Because not only do you still got the 2 hour and 15, 20-minute flight or whatever it is from San Francisco, 2.5, then you lose an hour on top of it. So that's, again, travel people not paying attention.
All right, thank you, Dan. Thank you, listeners, and my little birdie, and put it all together. Sean's they're trying to get some sleep or get some rest or whatever, and there's Common is performing. You can hear it outside your hotel.
Whose dad, who I knew him as Lonnie, and I got to meet him a couple times.
Lonnie Common?
Lonnie Lynn.
Oh, okay.
Who passed away in 2014. But I remember Lonnie may have worked either in a janitor or security for the ball arena even maybe, or whenever that came up. Maybe it was Old McNichols. But played in the ABA, played 1 year for the Rockets. So,
he played in the ABA, and he was also a janitor at Ball Arena?
Well, he got into heroin and other stuff, alcohol, and became a big addict, lost absolutely everything.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, he was in bad shape for a while.
Oh, so there's a Denver connection.
Yeah. And his common son was Lonnie.
Well,
I just always knew him as Lonnie.
So he's Lonnie Jr.?
No, Lonnie's or Common Jr.'s real name. I had it here a second.
Dave? It's Dan.
Birth of his first son, Lonnie Rashad.
Oh, it is Lonnie.
Lynn. Lonnie Rashad Lynn.
All right.
It's Patrick Surtain.
You interested to hear a little Patrick Surtain?
Oh, why not?
Oh, all right. Dan, let's hear a little Patrick Surtain.
The Bay Area for you, when you look at practice, and obviously very limited time in the game.
How was the Jazz Fest?
It was cool. I mean, the weather's pretty nice. Can't complain about that. We had a good joint practice against them, got some good work done, efficient work. So it was a good trip overall.
Last week, Vance Joseph was talking about how Jade has to kind of learn from his mistakes as a rookie. So kind of when you were a rookie, how much did you grow from when you were in camp and kind of the mistakes that you had when you were up?
Yeah, I think football in general is an imperfect game. So, you correct your mistakes, in the film room. And, just work on it. Not every rep's going to be perfect, but as long as you're honest, about your mistakes and you get the job done, that's all that matters. So, he's doing very well with that, understanding what he did wrong and fixing it. So,
Pat, it seems like Riley's continuing to take that next step from last year to this year. What have you seen from him on playing that outside?
I see a tremendous amount of confidence. His IQ off the charts. He's starting to understand the game, at a deeper level now. So, he's definitely very savvy out there. And, it's great to have him on the opposite side. So, he's doing great things so far.
The great Pat Surtain. We'll get back to the Broncos in just a little bit. Tyler headed back from training camp, so we'll get his take on everything. Overall, it sounds like it was a pretty good day of practice, aside from Bo Nix throwing an interception to end the practice in a 2-minute drill. No pads. No pads were on. Greenlaw and Alex Singleton were back. Nick Benito took the day off, as did quite a few of the offensive linemen.
They say he tweaked a foot, but Sean said he should be back tomorrow, Wednesday.
He did,
yeah.
And they'll be in pads tomorrow, so they'll have a day to line it up before they really strap it up against the Cardinals on Thursday. And that practice, that'll end when Sean Payton wants it to end.
Yeah,
We ain't going long on that one.
That's right, because you're at home. So you've got 2 days more 2 more days of practice. Thursday's the dual thing with Arizona. That being said, where are you at with Bo and concerns, non-concerns, or what would you like to see in the next 72 hours from Bo Nix?
I think Bo needs to have some good moments. I think he made 4 bad passes and a terrible decision in his 3 series. And, that's probably not acceptable. Those type of things can cost you in a real game. So you can't do that. The four passes were like, a couple were underthrown. To me, that feels like that's pretty easily correctable. That's just a feel for getting the ball out there. It's not about arm strength or anything like that. I think Bo's got some happy feet sometimes, so.
Which the safety might show you that.
Yeah, and listen, it's preseason, and there's a little heat out there like, oh, Niners, way to dial things up. You got your second, third teamers out there, but still, there's kind of this unspoken thing about, we're just going to keep things kind of bland to get our work in. And apparently that's not what they were doing.
Well, it didn't seem like Vance Joseph was doing that either, though, right?
No, it was pretty vanilla overall.
Really?
Well, I don't know, Scott. Who knows? These preseason games, guys,
Well, I never understood. It used to be the first preseason game, no one blitzed. Kind of like a Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
Kind of like a Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
But now you've gone shorter preseason. You only got 3.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got a competition, I think Denver does for backups. And I'm assuming so do the 49ers. And plus, you played your starters during practice, but we're not playing starters during this game. Why wouldn't you see what they got? What have they picked up? To sit there and say, well, you shouldn't be blitz. Why?
I don't know. Go for it.
Yeah, go for it.
And Sean's like, hey, I got to get Evan Engram the ball. Yeah, okay. I got to get some runs for J.K. Dobbins. And I'm like, uh-huh. Yeah, I guess you do.
That's a big concern of mine, that I think he gets so focused on whatever his play calls are. I don't even know that, because then after a while, I don't even know. But I feel like he loses sight. He did that last year or something, and we said, well, why did so-and-so only get 6 carries? He goes, that's on me. I honestly, I forgot about him. He had like 6 carries and like 36 yards in the first half and got none in the second. I don't even remember if it was McLaughlin or if it was who it was. But you're like, I think I think if I had one negative to say about his coaching, I think he loses sight of guys.
Well, it begs a much bigger question and an inevitability for the NFL, because an 18th game is coming and they'll only have 2 preseason games. So it really all boils down to, well, how much football do you really need to play football? And we can get into the running back situation and Nick Bonito and all that. I do want to run something past you. We do have a little bit of misery season history on the line tonight for the Rockies. Last night, the Rockies were being no-hit through 5 2/3 innings. And the guy who they were, Michelesa, something like that, from the Cardinals, I don't think he could break a pane of glass with his fastball.
Manusla.
Yeah. And but he was controlling things, off-speed pitches, looked like he was trying out for the Savannah Bananas B team, and finally they got a hit off him, and they actually chased him from the game. Because once they broke up the no-hitter, they were only down 1-0. And Chase Dolander, who hadn't pitched in a long time, and he grew a beard, facial hair, guys, emotions, what they're going through. It's like he had to toughen up a little bit. So he grew a beard. Some guys shave it off. Some guys put it on. But it's just a change of attitude, what guys do with their facial hair. Always is, always a sign. He pitched well and eventually left the game. And then the Rockies had a 2-1 lead. But, of course, they Rockied it up and gave up 2 in the 8th. Not like awful, but they only, could put up 2 runs. They lose 3-2. Pretty good game, though, in all honesty. I'll keep it real. When they played like garbage, I'll say it. And when they play well, I'll tell you that too. Overall, pretty good. Bummer of a loss. Here's the note, though. Scott, for the 5th time this year, they have lost 8 straight games.
Oh, goodness gracious.
That's
40 losses right there.
The 4 previous times they have lost 8 games in a row, they won what would have been loss number 9.
So get on your FanDuel tonight.
I'm just pointing it out. For whatever reason, 4 times this year, they've lost 8 in a row, and they've won the 9th game. And tonight would be game number 9. Or they set a record for consecutive losses this miserable year.
I got a question.
Field of dreams, baby.
We talk about the different records they set. Has there any team in the history of Major League Baseball, maybe the White Sox last year, that had 5 losing streaks of 8 games or more?
That is a awesome question. I have no idea. That's a really, really good question. That'd be
Nate.
Maybe somebody out there, Nate. Yeah, somebody help us out. Who's the stats guy? Drew Goodman. Who's your stats guy? They would probably figure it out. Don't you have a Nuggets stats guy that loves all that type of crap?
Yeah.
Well, maybe he can figure it out. But it's a fascinating situation now tonight for the Rockies. Do you go all in? If you were a gambling man, do you go all in on the Rockies tonight? Dan, would you go all in on the Rockies to win tonight?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Scott, would you go all in on the Rockies to win tonight?
No.
Kyle Freeland, he's 2-12 this year.
Hey. So you're saying there's a chance?
Just pointing it out. And that's your moment of zen with the miserable Colorado Rockies, who I don't know if they're going to win 12 more games, y'all. Seriously. They're at 30-88. Dude, they are at 30-88 right now. By the way, despite being a good game, they are still playing lifeless, no energy. Warren Schaefer just looks like he's about to jump off a bridge at any moment. He's trying to defend his team. That's just a bunch of sad sack losers at this point. And we'll see if they set history or keep that amazing we ain't going to lose 9 games in a row. No way, no how sort of mentality. It's PhD on 92.5. Today at Broncos training camp, no pads. Dre Greenlaw and Alex Singleton back in the mix. Nick Bonito watching things on the sideline, as was most of the offensive line. Kay Adams is in town delivering donuts to make friends with everybody, and Sean Payton showed a significant amount of enthusiasm out on the practice field. Then he just whined about things, and 14 is up to 17 in terms of things that are pissing him off. They include Common at the Jazz Fest till 2 a.m., so that's a hotel complaint.
But that was like 4-day Jazz Fest, so that was every night they were there.
Well, it was the 8th through the 10th, according to our texters. So what was that? I don't know. 8th through the 10th, 8, 9, 10.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Oh, okay. Was the 8th a Thursday? Oh, man. Could they have gotten – oh, wow, okay. Nah, the 8th was a Friday, so they only had to deal with it
Friday,
one night.
Saturday, yeah.
Yeah, well, Saturday they weren't there. I mean, unless the Jazz Fest is bothering you in the middle of the day.
So just Friday night that bothered you.
I think a lot of little things bother Sean.
Because you didn't play good.
Yeah. I mean, listen, man, I get bothered by little things. I do. I'll admit it. You know, I'm a little tricky. Like when I go out to eat at a restaurant, I'm a little perturbed when you
Put a kid beside you.
I will not eat dinner if I have any choice whatsoever next to a small child. I'm there for my own reasons. It's not anti-kid. It's anti-parents that don't know how to, listen, if I'm at a McDonald's or something, bro, okay, fine, whatever, I get it. But if I'm it's anywhere somewhat nice, the kid, home. What are we doing here?
I was thinking, so my little over a year-old granddaughter came to Ellie's soccer game this weekend.
Yeah.
Got a little fussy.
Yeah.
Kind of had to wake her up from her nap and everything.
Yeah.
And she was kind of loud on the sideline.
Okay. That's fine.
I was thinking about you.
No. Sideline, a kid's sporting event, no problem. Perry's Steakhouse, we're going to have an issue. we're Chick-fil-A? Hey, okay.
Okay.
We're out of Shanahan's?
Anything with a ball pit, you're fine with.
If I can order a glass of wine there, you probably got to keep your 3-year-old at home. Pretty simple.
Yeah.
The other day was tricky. Went to a cheap, good ramen place. It's like, this is kind of a nice place.
Is that called Safeway?
But it's kind of cheap. Wasn't Safeway. No problems with Safeway. And my wife picked the seats, and she picked like a 2 in the middle of a 4. And I'm like, that could be bad. And it was. And we got double hammered on that one. And the guy leans over and goes, what kind of noodles are that? To me. I mean, he's asking me, what do I...
so that
am I wearing a name tag?
Now we're from the little kids at a nice restaurant to, why are you talking to me during dinner?
It really is never the kids. It's always the idiot parents. And the kids are just kids. Kids are just kids. Kids are going to be kids. Kids should be kids.
Yeah.
It's more on mom.
Don't blame the kids.
I'm not going to blame the kids. It's more on mom and dad. Okay? And just because we're on a patio doesn't give you free license to bring the blabbering kid out there with the soiled diapers.
Again, parent though.
And I look at the server who brings me next to the table. And I'm just like, really? I got him now. Over here. I'll let the server make the first choice where to put me. But I ain't sitting next to the bathroom, the kitchen, or a kid. Okay? And as long, Scott, as there's empty tables and it's reasonable, my wife hates this, by the way. I mean, she hates it. She'll just sit anywhere,
Yeah.
Can I have a Coke?
Maybe she wants a kid.
We're not into round 2 like you, bro. We figured that out. We done, we fixed we blew the bridge.
What was that?
It's like in
the bridge on the River Kwai. You took care of it, right?
We were Tom Hanks in Searching for Private Ryan. Just bam, bam, firing those gunshots off to blow that damn bridge till the bridge blew up. We knew a long time ago. Greatest moment of your life. I know. I got you.
It's funny. I went with the bridge over the River Kwai, and you pulled out.
Well, I just think the scene of like the biggest bridge blowing is Tom Hanks with just the pistols trying to stop tanks.
Right.
And Kane is dying.
And then
I'm a teacher in Maine, and then the Air Force comes and takes everything out. Just awesome.
He slowed him down.
He slowed him down just enough.
And then what did he whisper in his ear?
I should have moved to Canada. I don't know. What do you
earn this?
Oh, that's right. You're getting serious on it. Yeah.
Remember?
Good memory.
Yeah.
Great movie. Crazy good.
You know, I after that movie came out, because it blew everybody away, right? When Saving Private Ryan came out, and the opening scene on D-Day, and how loud it was and crazy.
Yes.
And Joe Williams, who fought in Vietnam, I remember seeing Joe. Did a show with him or whatever, and he'd went to it, and I said, how was it? I mean, was it realistic? He fought. He was on the ground fighting in Vietnam. He said it was pretty realistic, except it wasn't loud enough. And for me, that was like the loudest movie at that time I'd ever been to in my life.
Yeah.
He said it wasn't loud enough. I was like, whoa, that's crazy, right?
You get my attention on that.
Right.
By the way, couple of Nuggets news real quick. We'll get back to the Broncos here in a second. They're opening up. I think I saw this, right? A couple of things. Christmas. I haven't even talked to you about this.
No Christmas.
No. They're playing on Christmas, brother.
Oh, and the first one I saw, they didn't say Christmas.
My man. Christmas Day.
What does it say?
The one against the Timberwolves, 8:30.
You sure it's Christmas Day?
Yeah, that's what. See the big thing? It says Christmas Day on the top. Big, huge thing saying Christmas Day. Yeah, 8:30 at night. That game against the Suns on Christmas night. That was an 8:30 game a couple years ago when AG had the dunk over Shamet. That was. I've been to a lot of Nuggets games. That was the drunkest crowd It was great. It was an awesome game. I mean, it's an overtime game. You know, the dunk, maybe the dunk of Aaron Gordon's life. You know, they win in overtime. That Christmas night crowd, Scott, was the most hammered crowd I'd ever been part of, ever seen. So, but yeah, Christmas Day. Do we have the opening day for the Nuggets?
The one I said they have it listed on like the third day was a national game.
I think it's October 27th at the Timberwolves. So Christmas Day is the Timberwolves and opening night is the Timberwolves.
Opening night at Minnesota?
Yep. Wait, is it at? Hold on. No. Oh, so I'm sorry about that. The Nuggets will play the Timberwolves October 27th. That's on Peacock NBA Monday. My bad.
So
opening
you haven't
night.
got rid of Peacock yet.
No, I guess not. Opening night is Thursday, October 23rd here in Denver. 8 o'clock tip, Nuggets Warriors. That's where you sent the thing because you saw Jokic and Steph Curry's heads combined and you know, crazy guess.
So you think that'll be their opener?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought they had a soft open on the 21st. But
they do?
Not the Nuggets, but somebody else did.
Oh, all right. I don't know. Oh, you're talking just about the NBA?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just focused on the Nuggets.
Because this year they're rolling it out different, trying to make it a whole week. Now, have you noticed it's all about a week to 2 weeks before they usually start?
I did not notice that.
Well, they usually start like the 31st, 1st.
Why is that? Are you spreading things out this year?
I think they're spreading it out for the play-in tournament that everybody hated last year because they thought the schedule was jammed.
Okay.
So I think they started early instead of taking your and my suggestion, finish it later.
Well, there you go, Scott. You are smarter than the average bear. Tuesday, October 21st, we kick things off with Houston at Oklahoma City, Golden State at Los Angeles, and the Nuggets get to action 2 days later. There you go. So you do have a little bit of a soft opening. So yeah, you got games Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, huh? So there you go. And then we're off and running with another Nuggets season. Can't wait. Excited for this year. Got a couple of new players. Get to see Jonas. Get to see our guy back here.
And these are just national TV games. So like Golden State plays the 21st against Lakers in LA, and then the 23rd here. There's no, because the whole schedule doesn't come out till Thursday.
Right.
That the Nuggets might play somewhere on the 21st too. It's just not a national game.
Man, I am okay.
Could.
How do you feel about 8:30 on Christmas night?
Well, I hope it's ABC.
Well, I don't know.
It says ABC, ESPN.
Well, it's a national. It's ABC, ESPN.
Well, if it's ESPN, then we'll do games when ESPN does them. But if it's ABC, then they'll make that exclusive.
Well, it's all listed as ABC, ESPN.
Well, because
you're not going to get an exclusive. They're not going to.
We did last Christmas.
No. Because you're playing at a reasonable time. This game is dropping at 10:30 Eastern time. This is going to be an altitude game. It's not going to be an ABC like exclusive, dude. At 8:30 at 10:30 at night, they don't care about that. That's for the West Coast. Yeah.
Christmas jacket.
You bring the heat every year for that.
Go on now.
It's always sweet.
Well.
By the way, did you catch too? The Nuggets will be playing at the same time as the Broncos, second half. Broncos will be playing the Chiefs that'll kick at 6:15-ish or whatever. So you'll have the second half of the Broncos and the tip of the Nuggets at the same exact time.
Well, good. You can finish up the Broncos and then slip over to the Minnesota.
In terms of like a night on the couch, like you do everything for the kiddos. You know,
crack the wine.
Christmas is cool. Everything's good. You hit the church, get back, and then you're sitting on that couch starting about 6 p.m. and you got Broncos Chiefs, and on the other TV you got Nuggets Wolves. Tell me that ain't a great night.
And a big game for.
Are you kidding me?
Big game for both teams.
And as I pointed out to Dan, you can do that all with your family. Dan was a big like, if I got to spend time with my family. I'm like, well, who's pushing the family away? Just sit there and watch Denver sports all night. And it's a Thursday, so we can come in the next day, the 26th, and talk all about it.
And you know, it's perfect, Dan, for when the Chiefs game start. Your mom can bring out the figgy pudding.
Bring me the figgy pudding.
Yeah. We'll be at the game. We'll be at the us three. I'm guessing we'll be at the Nuggets game.
Say it again.
I'm guessing us three will be at the Nuggets game on Christmas.
Oh no,
I'll be there.
He'll be three sheets to the.
No, I will
prisoner.
Not. I will.
That doesn't
not.
mean he's not going to be there.
I will not. I don't drink when I'm doing work stuff.
Why don't you just work from home?
You know, you do the whole thing. You're all in. You're all in. When you're all in, you're all in. I'll be all in.
Really?
Hell yeah!
Is the Bronco game at Kansas City?
Yeah. Yeah, unless you want to send me to Kansas City, and then I'll be all in Kansas City.
But then you'd miss Christmas with the family, and then you wouldn't have the kiddos in the church.
Well, we just do things. We can't. My kids are in their 20s. I don't know what
he
they're
doesn't
doing.
care about that.
I was asking my older son the other day. He was over, and we're talking about Thanksgiving. And he's like, yeah, if I come. Like, they're in their 20s, dude. They can do whatever they want. We have no control of them at this point.
No, they just come home and
they do whatever they damn please. Well, he's obsessed because he's a huge ASU guy, and ASU, did you catch that? They're ranked 11th overall. 11th. How about CU be ranked something like that? Then that's the next day is the big ASU Arizona thing, and forks up and let's go and beat Arizona, the whole thing.
Well, so he could have dinner with you on Thursday and then get back to his apartment.
Yeah, or
by
he can
Friday,
go
right?
see like all of his college friends and just have Thanksgiving with them, and then
in Tempe.
Yeah, which is probably a lot more fun. I got to admit. On that note, okay, Tyler has returned. We'll get back to where the Broncos sit. What's going on with them today? We'll give you all of Sean's complaints. Sean was in a complaining type of mood today. And by the way, on the text line, the 2003 Tigers had 6 8-game losing streaks.
Oh, so you're saying there's a chance?
Got to win tonight, though.
How many did they win for the season that year? That's the key.
It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and low T can cause all sorts of problems, brain fog, maybe a bit of a libido sort of decreased energy. You're just not feeling like yourself or like you want to or you have been in the past. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can get you back to feeling the way that you want to feel. And that's just taking care of that low T. Take the low T quiz on their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 10 questions, yes or no. It takes just a couple minutes. They'll draw your blood and have your results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider will review your results, discuss your options, and go from there. Cost of the appointment is only $99. You get a medical consult, T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. So call today, 720-440-7900. There's 5 locations up and down I-25. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, no dumb questions coming up at 1:45-ish. Rockies on the verge of history tonight. But all eyes on the Broncos. And it's Cardinals week. Tyler, back from training camp. Welcome back.
Hi.
How was the weather out there today? It was a little cooler today, huh?
It was great. Yeah, it was perfect. I don't know what the temperature was out there, but I'd say high 70s, low 80s. And it was sunny, though.
All right. I thought it was...
I'm not Andy Lindahl over here. I don't have a thermometer coming out of my back pocket.
Okay. I'll check with Andy.
First day of school today.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, no.
Wait, what? Today was the first day of school?
Yeah.
What counties?
In Littleton, Zorapo.
No, Littleton's Arapahoe County?
Yeah, I believe so, isn't it?
I don't think so.
Jefferson
County.
Littleton's in Jefferson County?
Yeah. Dude. Yes. Yeah, that's not Arapahoe
Littleton
County.
Public School District is not in Jeffco.
It is in
Jeffco starts next week.
Is it just Littleton may be their own district? Littleton may be their own thing. But it's not. I don't know if it's Arapahoe County. Anyways, whatever. Doesn't matter. Today was Ellie's first day of school?
Yeah. First day of middle school.
6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
Was she nervous?
Oh, she didn't seem to be.
Today's the first first day of school. Holy cow!
That was going to be one of my no-dumb questions.
Holy
Why are
cow!
you starting so soon?
Yeah, tomorrow's first day for my kids.
So that's out there in the Parker area.
But
Cherry,
that's too soon.
It's early.
It seemed like when I was a kid, we would start the Friday, like before Labor Day, and we'd have like a half day, and then you'd have Saturday, Sunday, Monday off, and then you start Tuesday, would go 4-go.
Yeah.
And now we're starting August when pools are still open. It's as you said, 80 degrees.
Yeah, it feels crazy early.
well, I know that schools in Colorado start in August. I mean,
But it's
I
too
get
soon.
August 12th?
Yeah, it's too soon.
School?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, as far as I'm concerned, they could go to school year round, but, fine by me. I mean,
Which gives my PSA that I do every time this year. Be careful going through the streets and stuff now. You ain't been used to little kids, and some of them are stupid, as DMac tells us every day.
Well, that's more stupid parents
Watch
than
for
stupid
kids walking out in between cars and stuff.
Dude.
Just be a more aware driver.
I was taking a walk yesterday. I almost saw a kid get killed.
It's scary,
I watched
man.
it happen in real time.
Yo.
He was riding in the bike lane right next to me, and all of a sudden he just veers across the road without looking. Car swerves, gets out of his way. I'm like, oh my gosh, that kid just almost died.
So let's pay attention because there are going to be more kids biking to school and stuff. So just watch out.
all right. Well,
I do that PSA every year.
Okay. You probably have saved
Well, if it saves
thousands of lives.
All I know is, listen, man, it's too early to be starting school. In my opinion.
Well, I agree with you, obviously, as I'm
But the point
quite
being,
taken by surprise.
I walked out.
It's sad when the kids go back.
A little bit. So I'm walking out in T-shirt and shorts to get in the car to take it. I drove, and it was cold. I mean, I'm like, man, this is like a nice fall morning, a little crisp in the air. So temperature's great.
I've been celebrating back to school, watching sorority girls in the South do dances.
Oh, yeah, those are all over. What's your favorite one?
Yeah, you and Epstein were big into that.
I'm sorry, huh? What'd you say? All right, Broncos. Let's get back to sports. Sports. Best thing about today, Tyler, was?
Oh, I don't know. There was a best thing.
Stidham.
Stidham was good again. Yeah, Stidham was really, really good. Stidham's doing what I want Bo Nix to do, and he's stringing together consecutive days, right? That's what we need from Bo Nix. Bo Nix is just not strung together 2 straight days, yet alone 3 or 4 straight days. And it's not that Bo Nix is all bad. It's not like that. I do think he had one bad period in there, and then he finished off practice with an interception. But there was also some periods that you're like, okay, it's fine. Like it looks pretty good. 7-on-7 was real crisp. Some good catches from Devon Vele. I do think the energy was decent for a non-padded practice. But look, man, we're pretty deep into this thing, and I think it's fair to have a concern level of who Bo Nix really is right now.
Well, and that's why when you said that earlier about Stidham, you thought I was getting on because I'm not a big Stidham fan, but I don't need Stidham to, put back-to-back days. I'm glad he is. But you just said it. You need Bo Nix, and it needs to start tomorrow. It needs to be tomorrow, dual practice, game on Saturday, couple days next week. Probably ain't going to play in the third preseason game.
Why not?
Well, usually teams don't play their stars the last game.
Those rules are out the window.
Well, I understand that. But did San Francisco play anybody in game one? Because used to play nobody in game one either.
No, but Dan saw something today that
Hackett didn't play anybody all preseason.
I got you. Okay. We're using Nathaniel Hackett as a barometer. Dan, what did you say? You saw something that more starters than ever played in week 1 compared to last year, something like that?
Yeah, I heard Cowherd and John Middlecoff talking about a lot more teams this year are deciding to play their starters in the preseason due to, specifically the Bengals. They got off to such a slow start at the beginning of last year that they're playing Burrow and Jamar Chase and all these starters, and that's kind of been a trend around the league.
Yeah, I mean, you have 2 weeks between your last preseason game and opening night.
And that may change. That may change some things too.
You know what you'll probably start seeing is I do think they'll play the majority of the starters, but I think you'll start seeing hand-picked guys that get put in bubble wrap. I think J.K. Dobbins got put in bubble wrap in the first game. I know Sean Payton said he's got to get him more carries, but I legitimately believe they know what they got. You got an injury-prone running back. Let's get this dude to the season. We don't really need to mess around with it. So Pat Surtain, I was a little bit surprised Pat was out there at all in the first game, you know? So is Pat out there in the second one? Is he out there in the third one? You play your starters, but find some guys that got to go in bubble wrap as well.
Well, it is interesting because inevitably you're going to have an 18th game. You're going to have 2 preseason games. Whatever year that happens, the next couple of years, it'll happen. So you're going to significantly reduce in half the amount of preseason games. So the NFL or the NFLPA, who will inevitably agree to it, is telling you we don't need that much time to get ready, or at least we need half the amount of time that we used to. Now, I understand coaches will take as much time as you possibly give them. If there used to be 6 preseason games. Can you imagine that? There was a time.
Most I ever called was 5.
6?
Yeah, see, look, man, you're right, it's going to happen, but I think you're absolutely wrong in terms of whether they need the time or not. Look at this team right now. This team needs the time. Look at what happens every year, and this is league-wide. The first week of training camp, offenses get demolished league-wide. You watched it in Hard Knocks. You saw, oh my gosh, who was the legend they brought up there?
Thurman Thomas.
Thank you. He walks in and says, well, defense wins the day. Defense is dominating, right?
Yeah.
That's what happens. So picture a 2-week training camp. Picture that, and then think about how sloppy the ball is going to be.
All right, well, that's the age-old question. How much do you need to play to be ready to play? How much real football do you need? And every coach seems to have a different answer to that question, by the way. There is no standard. So I get it why you wouldn't play, but I understand what you're saying. Frankly, I don't know, man. They put the games out there for you.
This Broncos team ain't ready. I'll tell you that
keep
much.
playing then. Keep playing because the goal is to get the first teamers ready. There ain't nothing more important than getting your main guys ready to play the end.
Amen.
This is not about evaluating guys. We ain't in high school or college or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's just about winning football games for your first teamers. I've always been confused watching training camp for 30 years why the second or third teamers sometimes get snaps at all.
And especially for a team who came in had the most retention of any other team in the NFL, there aren't the competitions for starting positions right now. It's your bench. Great. Guess what? Make sure you watch this today. Hey, Tyler, you make sure you get the old line. Give me 3 or 4 guys you like in that backup role. Blah. Coaches need to get the starters ready, period, bottom line.
Yeah, I mean, as an undrafted guy, I'm thinking to myself, how the hell would I have ever made the team? I don't know. You're not wrong. It ain't about the undrafted guys, but it will make life tough on them.
Well, this are the decisions the Broncos have to make. And listen, I get it. Pat Surtain, we're good. I gotcha. He's probably ready to play football right now.
Yeah,
So,
put him in bubble wrap.
That's fine.
I honestly wouldn't play Pat another down of preseason football.
I'd play your rookie, though, let him get a little taste of the outside in the NFL.
And maybe the defense doesn't need to play as much as the offense. Maybe
Dude, I'm not so sure Janae Barron. McMillan's a good football player. I know he got beat on that first play of the game. He was in good position. I don't know what more you want to ask out of the guy.
Had a great pick
Had
later.
a great pick today. I'm telling you, he's a good football player. It's not going to be easy for Janae.
Then what do you do with him?
Make him earn his keep.
Dime? He's out there in dime?
I mean, just make him earn his keep. Put him out there when he's ready. But there's my point is there's no reason to rush him on the field because you got a good football player that's already out there.
Well, that's fine. I mean, there's rookie quarterbacks that, don't play right away, obviously. It's, okay, fine. It's a little weird because if you drafted a guy at another position, he'd be starting right away.
Sure.
But, okay. These are rich people problems. And if the Broncos are one of them teams, okay, cool. I don't really care. Especially with the running back situation because Harvey seems to be the guy and Pat Bryant seems to be doing pretty well too. And
I think Charday was a luxury pick that you've called it in the sense that you lose Riley Moss, one of your starters 4 weeks last year or something like that in the middle of the season. And there was a slip-off. Maybe it didn't get better because of Moss, but maybe also Moss, because it wasn't going good, came back sooner than he should have, right? Then now we got a little depth in case those times happen.
I think, and Sean addressed it today, I think the depth of this team is fantastic. Running back's an interesting position right now. I don't know who they're going to keep. I don't know why they would keep more than 3 running backs on the 53. You could do whatever you want. But I could definitely see a situation where it's Harvey and Dobbins, and that third guy could just keep rotating the entire year.
Well, both Bidet and Watson were on the practice squad last year.
Yeah, and they both played during the season, too.
Bidet was on the 53-man, and then he went on the IR for the majority of the season.
I thought he started practice squad.
Maybe at the very beginning, but, I mean, he was playing early on, and then he played in that Jets game, and then he went on the IR.
Watson, Bidet, McLaughlin, Esime. Who cares? Pick one of them to be on the 53. The other 3?
I think it's going to be Bidet.
Okay, fine. And then the other 3, throw in the practice squad if you can keep them. And if you can't, oh well. But if you can, that's good because you just never know how the season's going to go. And how many carries is that third guy going to get anyways?
I don't know. The way Sean does it, you never know. He's known to give his third guy a lot of carries.
What's a lot in a game?
5.
All right. I mean, I think any of those guys would be great with 5 carries. Any one of them would do the trick for 5 carries.
What's the rule on practice squad when I get an offer? Now, this is a testosterone-filled reply, but they go, no, I'm okay.
So,
because if you're Estime,
I'm not sure I understand the question. Are you saying the player decides to stay?
Estime, hey, listen, you're not going to be starting on the 53. We want to put you on the practice squad. If you're Estime, who's had it seemed like a one turbulent year with Sean Payton already, why would he say okay?
Oh, he doesn't have to.
That's what I'm saying.
Once you clear waivers, and you can't get put on practice squad until you've cleared waivers. So nobody chose to claim your current contract. You go for 24 hours. Any team can claim your contract. Once you clear that, now it's your decision. I could sign with the Broncos practice squad. I could sign with the Saints. I could do whatever I want. And then, once say you're on the Broncos practice squad and the Saints come calling and they say, hey, we want to put you on the 53-man roster.
Then they can pick you off.
Well, they can pick you off, but they have to keep you on the 53-man for at least 2 weeks.
Right. But if I'm Estime, and it seems like it's kind of last year, a kind of rocky relationship with Sean Payton, if you thought somebody else might put you on their practice squad, would you not say, nah, that's okay. I'm gonna go look at Kansas City or Chargers because someone will offer him to be on the practice squad.
Probably.
You have options.
Yeah.
Theoretically. You do get cut. So you are cut before you're signed to the practice squad. I'm just not going to sweat it. I don't think it's that big. I guess my point is you got some talent. You got some depth. You got some good guys already. I don't really care. Do whatever you want on that. I'm not going to sweat it. And I know Sean talked about tough decisions, and okay, fine. I'm not saying it's not a tough decision. But we are talking about the third running back. We are talking about max perhaps 5 carries in a game. And I'm not trying to downplay that. Of course, they're important, but they ain't as important as the 18 carries that Harvey and Dobbins are going to get. Between the two of them, maybe 26 to 30. Those are the ones that matter.
You know what? You say something, and it makes me tingly and makes me happy. Sean Payton going to run somebody 30 times in a game.
Well, are you going to have a balanced offense or not?
Sean Payton going to have 30 carries by.
I mean, there's very few teams in the NFL that run the ball 30 times a game, but I understand what DMac's point.
What's the number? How many times a game do you want to run the ball?
Last year, there's a couple of games he ran it like 12.
I mean, you just do the math, man. I mean, are we winning or losing these games?
Well, they were close games, even.
If we're losing like we were against the Bills, you ain't gonna,
It's more about a percentage than it is the total amount of plays. I mean, if you can keep it anywhere between 60-40 and the balance of run to pass, that's relatively healthy.
Okay, so whatever that is, whatever the percentage is. But I think that's the goal. I think that's what they're going to try to do, and I think they're going to do it with 2 guys.
Well, that's what they said last year, and they didn't.
Okay. But again, I would go back and ask you, how many of these games did you have a lead in?
You won 10 games.
Well,
I mean, it had to be a pretty good season.
10
games, and you should have won 2 more.
I'm not trying to
fight that one.
You could have had 12 wins.
Good luck
Kansas
fighting
City
that
game,
one.
Cincinnati game. I mean, that's close to a 12-win season.
Okay, now you're sticking up for Sean Payton and the Broncos?
His point is
you're running it 12 times a game.
His point is you had every opportunity to run the ball if you wanted to because it's not like you were struggling.
Okay. I've run across this battle so many times.
Really?
Yeah, because it's
what battle?
To me, it's about points, not about percentage of running this, that, the other thing.
Well,
are you scoring points or not?
I said it a long time ago. Saying that you want to help Bo Nix in his second year when everybody now has 17 games of film on him. You want to help him have a healthy running game.
Let him play off play action. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have enough with Harvey and Dobbins? Are you happy with those two guys?
I think so. I mean, I don't think either one of them have looked like electric by any means, but I think they both look like they're going to be productive running backs.
I agree. I think they're in a good position, and I think they got solid depth there. I actually don't think it's that tough of a decision. You can just do whatever you want. Whatever guy rows your boat. If you like Watson more than Estime, Watson. If you like Bidet more, if you like McLaughlin more, if you like Estime more. I mean, do we really care? Is it really that big of a deal? I think they're in a great position on this. I think what you got to get done here before you do anything seriously is figure out this Benito situation and what you're doing with him. I think that is a way more pressing matter.
I wouldn't get my hopes up on that one. I would be very surprised if anything happened anytime soon. You got the Micah Parsons deal that has to go down.
You've said that multiple times. Why does that have to happen first?
Because if you're Nick Benito's agent, you would be an idiot if you told him to sign that deal before Micah Parsons signs his.
What do you think the financial difference would be?
You've got guys making $40 and $41 million per year right now at that position. Micah Parsons now signs for $44. Sorry, I got something stuck in my throat all day.
It's all right.
Micah Parsons signs for $44. Well, that all of a sudden bumps Nick Benito up from 30 to 35.
All right, and I guess I'd say if you were to sign before Parsons, what kind of money do you think you'd be leaving on the table?
Probably about $5 million a year.
$5 million a year for how many years? 4 years, something like that.
Yeah.
So $20 million. Yeah, okay, fine. If you think it's
You'd
that
be
much,
a fool to sign before Micah Parsons.
T.J. Watt signed for 129 extension with 100 and something guaranteed. What do you think the guaranteed money for Nick Benito? What do you think the difference would be between in guaranteed money? $15 million?
See, this is why I don't think it's going to go down anytime soon, and I hope I'm wrong, but this is going to be complicated. You really believe in Nick Benito that much? You really ready to give this guy a $100 million plus contract? Are you really willing to pay him $35 million per year? I'd be pretty hesitant. Like I love Nick Benito. This is not a shot at Nick Benito at all, but he's had one really explosive year. If he could get back-to-back years of around 15 sacks this year, if he could get 15 sacks, okay, now you're feeling pretty good about it. But it's scary. Look, man, that is scary to give a dude $35 million a year for 1 year of production.
This is crazy. Dan brought up the guaranteed money in the contract.
Yeah, it's 41 and 40. Those are the two numbers.
Well, only Karlaftis with the Chiefs is 24. And everybody else above him is 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 31, 30.
All right, where do you think?
So where's Benito? 25?
Yeah, where do you think he
25,
fits?
26?
Nick Benito is going to want between $30 and $38 million a year, and then you're going to find middle ground, and it's probably going to come in around 34. And now you're saying, this is my whole point.
Now you're at Nick Bosa level.
Now you are saying to Nick Benito, you are a top 5 pass rusher in the NFL. Are you ready to say that?
Nick Bosa, $170 million, 122.5 guaranteed.
You guys, are you guys ready to commit to Nick Benito like he's a top 5 pass rusher in the NFL?
Josh Hines Allen, I like that one better.
It's not going to be easy. Now, if Nick was willing to sign for $24 million per year, this would be super easy. Get it done right now.
So if he was willing to go Rashawn Gary, $24 million a year, 34 points. There's no way he'd agree to that.
No chance.
No.
The numbers will be over $30 million.
All right, Montez Sweat, that's a little bit more realistic. 24.5 a year, 72.8 guaranteed.
But keep in mind, when Montez Sweat signed that deal, who knows what the top end was? It might have been $33 million per year when Montez signed it.
So you're looking
and now with Micah on the horizon, he's about to reset that thing to about $43-44 million per year.
What's crazy is obviously the guaranteed money.
Yep.
That's what it's really all about. And if you're Nick Benito, all right, that's the big question. Is Nick Benito worth
$100 million fully guaranteed?
Well, that would make him that would make him the third highest in terms of guarantee. No, fourth highest. Sorry, fourth highest in terms of guaranteed money.
Mm-hmm.
That's tough.
Well, I'll just ask you.
I
this.
don't know, man.
The three
That's a good question. I don't know.
The three guys that are ahead of him, I'll go back to Tyler's argument. T.J. Watt, Myles Garrett, and Nick Bosa. They got a little more of a history of doing it more often?
Yeah, I'd put them ahead of Nick Bonito right now.
So you want to pay them fourth behind those three guys who've got stacked years.
Right.
Stacked years.
Crosby's in at 91.
But the problem is Nick Bonito's got, he's got a very good argument. Hey, just look at my season last year.
Yeah.
This is who I am.
It'd be nice. How about just under Crosby at 90 million guaranteed? Like, would that make sense?
That's still terrifying to me. 90 million, like that's nothing.
No, of course, it's unbelievable. But all right. The real question is he the guy or not? Is he the guy or not?
And I guess where I'm at, I'd love to see more.
Okay. Well, you certainly have time. It could go one of two ways, right? It could go, this is why if I'm Bonito, I don't even play. Seriously, I make the Broncos figure this one out. If I got a hangnail, I'm sitting this out. Why would I take any chances on Nick Bonito? We're talking about up to $90 million guaranteed that he could fetch for himself if the Broncos take the bait without him doing anything else. Why would this dude put himself at risk at all? Actually, when you think about it, isn't it kind of amazing how much he has been playing already?
Unless the Broncos are just saying, "Hey, man, we really want to get it done, but we got to get halfway through the season. We got to see more."
Oh man, how do you feel if you're Bonito if they make you do that?
You're pissed off.
You're pissed off.
You're pissed off.
Rightfully
for
so.
sure. Well, I don't know if it's rightfully so, but it's a natural human emotion. I think that's fair from the Broncos.
It's been very peaceful for the Broncos in their negotiations so far.
Yeah.
And this might
I've always said this is going to be the tough one.
This is going to be the one. All right, we got no dumb questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right. Whoa. Sorry. My bad on that. My ears. 303-504-0925. You got anything stupid on your minds here today before I look at Twitch and text line and such? Such as?
So I've been going through a back thing, right? I mean,
yeah, how you doing, man?
It's killing me.
You seem exhausted with this.
No, it's killing me.
It's been a few weeks.
Tiger's been. Oh yeah. I've been on the.
Are you sleeping or not?
Not well.
That
decompression table 2 days in a row. And
Scott and I share sleeping advice almost daily.
Yeah.
We share trade secrets of how to avoid certain pain.
Yeah.
I found my daughter's bed fits my back better than my bed, so I did last week.
Yeah, that's not bad. A little snuggle time.
But no, she doesn't like because I snore, so she goes in and sleeps with mom. And
Wait a second. How big is your daughter's bed?
It's just a queen.
Your daughter has a queen-size bed?
I think so.
Oh,
I think it's
okay. Well, that's cool.
Well, we already had a mattress, so we got a frame to fit a queen.
Hey, all right, cool.
Mattress. Is that big?
For an 11-year-old girl, it's kind of huge.
My 12-year-old's got a queen.
Yeah.
All right.
That way they'll have it all the way through high school.
Because there are little queens.
There are little queens.
Sometimes.
So my back is just doing absolutely horrible.
Okay.
But I'm working on doing stuff, going to the gym, haven't really lifted because I'm afraid to compress my lower spine and all that stuff. But I've been going and still doing stretching and then doing abs and core stuff.
Yeah.
And then they got one of those hydro massage beds.
Yep.
Which are fantastic. If you got a place that just got a hydro bed on that.
I've never been on one of those because but I've always felt like they couldn't be that good. They're good
for your lower back, and you can put out the range of motion on it. I just put it going up from like my butt to the middle of my back and just back and forth, and it feels great. Long story short, so two of the Warden's favorite bands are in town this week.
Who's that?
Hit that mosh pit, buddy.
Tonight and Friday.
Who? Where?
Pantera.
Both of them are at Ball Arena.
Okay.
Tonight's Bush.
All right.
And they're not even the main act.
You guys go to Bush like every year, don't you?
That's because she wanted to marry Gavin Rossdale since she's 12.
Gavin's a swell-looking fella.
He's still swell-looking
Could not
fella.
keep that marriage going with Gwen.
Well, he had an affair with a guy.
He did?
That's the rumor.
I didn't know that.
Well, they're still out there.
Wow, glycerine.
Yeah.
Okay.
that was Listerine at that time. But anyway, that was one of the rumors.
Great live band.
Yeah. Can I say?
I know there's a question in here.
I've seen them twice at concert. They're very good. I touched Gavin Rossdale's butt.
Okay. 3.5 more minutes, and we're going to get a question.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we got
the other band
segment.
The other band.
9 Inch Nails.
Are they still going? Trent's still doing that, huh?
Is Trent still alive?
Trent Reznor? Is there 9 Inch Nails without Trent Reznor?
I don't know.
I don't think so, dude. I mean, he's the band. He's it.
Then I guess Trent's still alive.
So 9 Inch Nails playing in Ball Arena. Another
Ball
great
Arena
live band.
on Friday.
Okay.
I'm bagging tonight.
You're passing on Bush.
Just backed too much, and I just don't want to, drive down there.
No Bush for you.
Sit around the concert. I got another little therapy thing on Thursday, but I'm thinking I will go to 9 Inch Nails.
All right.
But it's standing room only.
Oh, forget that. I would never do that.
That's the question.
Again,
if it's a concert,
I wouldn't do that even if my back wasn't hurting.
Yeah, forget that.
But see, I can stand up. My back doesn't hurt. It's sitting down that kills my back.
I would never do that. Standing room only for any concert? Pass.
Really?
Pass. You can't get yourself in a box or a suite or something at Ball Arena?
Oh, no.
Come on. You got to be able to get something.
Hey, we got all the metalheads here in the upper echelons. Got to take.
Dude, you can pull a little. You can figure that out.
I have SROs on Friday.
Is it
You're
weird that I'm not
you
a
have a
concert guy? Like at all? Like I do not like. I'm just not a concert guy. I don't need to do crowds. I don't need to like awkward, sweaty crowds. On top of that, with everybody smoking pot in my face.
Tyler, I was right there with you till about 14 years ago.
Now I'll go to a country concert here and there. Oh, 14. Yep, gotcha. Yep.
14 years ago.
Changed everything.
Changed everything.
Yeah, not into crowds. Not into dirty, sweaty
I would
crowds.
never go somewhere that I'd have to stand the entire time. I would never do that.
Lifetime bucket list, though. I do want to go to a rave one time.
Oh.
I've never been to a rave. Just one time in my life, I want to go to a rave.
Go to Electric Forest.
Yeah, I'd be down for that.
By the way,
Except for
that's another thing.
Tomorrowland. That's another one.
The Kid Bop or K-pop.
Kids Bop.
K-pop Demon Hunter thing.
Oh my God, I'm not into it.
It's like electronic music. That's why I thought you would like it.
Oh, okay.
It's got this like a lot of electronic beat to it.
Okay.
I thought you might like it.
Was there a question in there?
I asked you a question. Would you go to a concert even if you really liked the band?
No and hell no. Well, I like Nine Inch Nails. I ain't going. I wasn't even curious about it.
You didn't even know they were coming Friday.
I know, but it's Denver.
Someone on the text line says they got 2 extra tickets in the suite for 9 Inch Nails.
Oh, well. Hey.
But they'll charge you $230.
No.
Yeah, man, I don't know.
I'm out.
I didn't go to the Savannah Bananas because I heard the crowds were going to be so outrageous. I got to stand somewhere. I got to be in the middle of a million people. I can't get out of there easy.
Yeah, but you can walk around, look for places, bing.
I'm comfortable with the Rockies games now. You go there. There's tons of empty seats.
You can sit anywhere you want.
Get in, you get out, you go, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, concerts are, listen, a concert is only as good as like the entire experiences. Never mind the act. So that's got to be good. Start there. But there's so many ways going to a concert can get easily ruined by like people.
Best concert experience you've ever had?
Garth Brooks.
That was good. The one where you did like 6 days or
I
10
mean,
days in a row?
That was incredible because it was when I was playing, and he had a big foundation the players always supported. And if you supported the foundation, he did a little meet and greet with you. That dude is incredible.
Yeah.
He's incredible. He will meet you before the concert. He'll walk around, shake hands, no rush. I mean, have a conversation with you. Meet you after the concert. Remembers your freaking name. Like remembered my name after the concert.
How do you think he remembers all them songs? He's got to have a great memory.
I don't know. That's amazing to me. But, we were at one point, they put us in like the first and second rows. And at one point, I stood up to take a photo of him. And he literally walks over. He kneels down right in front of me. And he smiles while he's playing his guitar to pose for the photo. Pretty cool.
You still got the picture?
I do.
Oh,
yeah.
That's cool.
I was on stage with Willie B. and Mark Stout at Red Rocks between Bush and Godsmack. Singing "Bork with the Bork," our parody song, when the Avs were about to win their Stanley Cup in 2001. Bork the Bork, the Wattawa, footy, said the Sack, said up, jump the Forsberg, the Kid Rock song. That was a trip, man. Like, dude, that was crazy. So we're doing a little karaoke action at Red Rocks, 10,000 people between sets, between Bush and Godsmack.
Yeah.
We're both great, by the way. Incredible concerts.
Bush is a good concert.
Dude, the whole night was unbelievable. And then to be on and hear that sort of thing, that's hard to top, man. No wonder people want to be rock stars. That sort of thing. Besides that, I was on stage with Vanilla Ice last summer for the Cool concert, and that was freaking awesome.
When did you go out there?
But everybody was out there. That was such a fun-ass concert. He's got like 2 or 3 of his own songs. Then he just does a bunch of covers. He's a really cool guy. They invited it was wide open. Like, I think anybody could have basically walked on stage with him. I'm sitting there next to Vanilla Ice as he's singing Ice Ice Baby. It was so much fun because you asked like the best concert. Like, isn't it just as much fun as you can have? Isn't that the barometer of if it's fun or not?
It's always nostalgia ones.
I've gone to Metallica like 3 times and just walked out because I wasn't having any fun. Like, they're great. I love them and everything, but like, I don't know. Yeah. I walked out on Rush. I love Rush. But I was like bored to tears. Like any concert that's just boring is like, I'm out of there.
What's the group with Maynard? Is that Tool?
Maynard is Tool, yeah.
Yeah. Great music.
Yeah, he doesn't move. He stands in the back and is all moody.
I hated the concert because I was not entertained. I liked the music, but
Maynard's amazing. Danny Carey's one of the best rock drummers ever, and I wouldn't go to a Tool concert if you paid me.
Yeah, I won't ever go again.
Right, because it's boring.
Yeah.
You gotta have fun. By the way, on sports here a little bit. This is what the Savannah Bananas figured out, by the way. This is what they figured out. You got to have fun when you go to things.
Around a boring game, they made it fun.
Yes, and that's what the NFL has tried to do too by making the experience of going to a game more fun and more interesting because it can be unbelievably boring at times. And when sports takes itself too seriously, I don't know why anybody would go because it's just better on TV. That being said, big question of the day. We'll get to the Broncos in training camp coming up next. Well, I go to the Shant Mazda text line. And it's a no dumb question, but I don't think it's a dumb question at all. What's the true story? Because Coach and Raj said Bo Nix had a great day and really solid, focused, bounce back. But y'all are saying the opposite. So what's the true story?
Well, respectfully, I mean, where they're seated, they can't really see it very well during practice. So let's just be real about that. You know, they can see what they can see. They can't see it all. I talked to Coach after practice, and I asked him his opinion. He said that he really liked the energy. I agreed with that. He thought that for a non-padded practice, the guys had some good spunk. I agreed with that. I don't think the Bo Nix had a good day. I think it was a borderline bad day, to be honest with you. But he had his moments, you know, like we were doing the 2-minute drill live and I'm breaking it down. I'm like, okay, here we go. We got a good looking 2-minute drill. Beautiful 15, 18-yard out route to Adam Troutman, gets out of bounds. Misses the next pass, connects on the one after that to Troy Franklin, gets out of bounds. I mean, we're marching. We're moving down the field. A little swing route, okay? Gets about 6-7 yards. Everything's going great. Get down there at about the 20-yard line. There's 18 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time. We don't have to take a shot for the end zone. You can if you want to, right? They've got a design sprint out to the right. Running back is, in all likelihood, the number one look on that one, I would think. I don't know if he was open or not, but I just know that play. And Bo decides to take a shot down the field to Marvin Mims and underthrows him by a solid 3 yards. Interception, practice is over. Now, was that the only bad throw of practice? No, it was not. I just know this with Bo Nix. He has been far from consistent. Far.
Okay. So it's a little bit of both.
I don't know if it can be both. I don't think it can be both. I'm trying to not be overly negative by pointing out the good things that he does. But when you're a starting QB in the NFL, you can't have as many bad things as there have been every single day.
So you need a lot more consistency, not a little bit more consistency.
Yeah.
A lot more.
Like DMac, we haven't even strung together an entire practice of good football, yet alone back-to-back practices or back-to-back-to-back practices, which is when we would start feeling great about this.
Let me ask you some X's and O's sort of thing. Is it footwork? Is it the design of the plays? Is it something else going on?
I mean, I can't answer that. That's a pretty detailed question when you're watching football with your naked eye without film to rewind it. So I can't really answer that.
Okay.
Or is it a comfort zone that he's too comfortable right now? That was my take.
I don't know.
That was my take from the 2 weeks prior before they went to San Francisco, and then that Monday, I think here, that was my take that he just looked way too comfortable and not good comfortable. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I mean, there's fat people sit on a lounge chair that are comfortable, but that ain't necessarily a good looking comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say he looks lackadaisical by any means to me. But I do think that between all the good things that are being said, his coach is talking about him as a top 5 QB. He's no longer in a position of being challenged by Jarrett Stidham. It doesn't matter how good Jarrett Stidham plays. There's no challenge there. There is a lot of comfort going on.
Yeah.
Okay, so
and listen, and Sean Payton, and we try to do that, which I'm sure every talk show does, right? Tries to find in between the lines. What does he really mean? And he mentioned something last week, or after the game or whenever it was, that I didn't like our urgency. Well, to me, that starts with your quarterback, right? I mean, that's the guy that's on the side and getting guys going to the offensive line. Blah, 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 blah. I watched Tom Brady talk about that today, and he compared Jordan. Did you see ever Jordan ever smiling and happy? You see Kobe Bryant. He named somebody else, and it showed him. Said, no, you ain't out there to be Mr. Nice Guy, smiling, go out and dinner with people. That ain't what this is about. And that makes sense to me.
Someone on Twitch says, is it going against a top 3 defense? How would you say the conversation would be different if it were Herbert in this camp? Well, I'll avoid the Herbert question. It doesn't really matter because what you're really asking is it been bad simply because the defense is so good? Well, that's been the hope and the prayer, right? You cross your fingers and you're like, well, sometimes there is just the one side of the ball that is dominant. Well, then you go out and you play against San Francisco 49ers backup defense, and, well, that ain't a top 3 defense. That ain't even starters.
Yeah, I had a buddy who's out in San Francisco, and he was listening to their talk shows, and their tune was like, damn, we're better maybe than we thought we were. Like, they were kind of pumped that their twos were, running the ball or driving the ball for a touchdown and then playing defense pretty well. They were kind of pumped up about it. But we'll get to Sean talking about the San Jose pit of misery here in a second. The Athletic did a survey, 50 people of
NFL people.
What does that mean?
There was GMs, former GMs, there was coaches, staff, and 6 retired players.
There it is. 6 GMs, 6 assistant GMs, 6 former GMs, 5 other execs, 8 head coaches, 19 other coaches, including 15 coordinators.
All right.
On this 50
pretty good, right?
That seems pretty legit.
All right. And on this panel, Bo Nix is tied for 20th with Sam Darnold in terms of quarterback talent. The top 4, the typical 4, Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Jackson. And then you got Stafford, Daniels. How about that? Herbert, Goff, Stroud, Hurts at 9 with Mayfield, Prescott, Love, Purdy, Murray, Rodgers, Tagovailoa, Lawrence, Geno Smith, and then Bo Nix. I think this is actually pretty fair. And then he's above Drake May, Caleb Williams, Bryce Young, Kirk Cousins, Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, Pat Nix. It goes from there. I think that's pretty fair. Do you guys?
Yeah. Anything scary to you on that?
What do you mean?
All three AFC West quarterbacks ranked higher?
True.
Well, that doesn't bother me
Two of them in the top 10?
Here's why that doesn't bother me. Because I would say the Broncos defense is the top defense in the AFC West, which means things are going to be easier for the Broncos offense. So that actually is no big deal to me because I think our depth and our defense is superior to the Chiefs, Chargers, and the Raiders. Bo Nix at 20, though, I think that's about right now. And with the right defense, you can go, you can get to the playoffs and maybe even win a playoff game. But you ain't winning a Super Bowl. Not yet. You're definitely not there yet. And I thought I was optimistic with the fact I said, hey, 11 wins and a playoff win, and that's going to be a good year. Hey, look out 2026. This whole concept of the Broncos being ready for a Super Bowl right now, I think is getting way over their skis. And I can see that.
Can I just say this, though? If you think that, and if you still legitimately believe that they're capable of winning a Super Bowl next season, they should be pretty damn close to winning a Super Bowl this season.
Is 11 wins and a playoff win not close enough to make that next step?
Maybe. I mean, I would think an AFC Championship game probably.
I think anything can happen there in those championship games. And, who knows? I just think, man, I think Bo is where he's supposed to be right now, in all honesty. I think he's fine. But maybe fine isn't good enough. Maybe the expectations, which I thought I was optimistic, maybe we're taking these kind of crazy wild leaps with this guy and with this team right now.
Look, at the end of the day, it's preseason football, and we don't know anything until we see real action. So I'll reserve. I would say I'm concerned by the way Bo Nix has played in training camp. I'm not going to panic until we play a couple real games. And I've been around this a lot. I've seen guys look phenomenal in training camp, and then they suck when the regular season comes around. I've seen guys look bad in preseason and look great when the regular season comes around. It's all about what happens in week 1 and week 2. I'll give you my panic level after that. For now, I'm concerned. I'm not panicked.
Yeah. All right. Meanwhile, Sean Payton, he went on today. First, he said he wasn't going to say anything, and then he said everything.
Yeah, there are a lot of different things, and none of which I'm going to go through now. When you take your first road trip and you're seeing it through my eyes, there's certain notes you make, and then it could be sidelines, it could be hotel, it could be 2 a.m. There's a festival outside the hotel, it could be the travel, it could be a number of things that you want to clean up, but I'm not going to go through all 14 of them. There's probably 17 by the time I got home. And so all of which can be cleaned up and easily corrected, and they weren't necessarily game related, if that makes any sense. It's just when you do that and you hadn't done it in a while, and you're doing it with a new group of people, a lot of interns, a lot of you can't assume anything.
After that answer, he went on to say the practice went too long on Thursday. He also revealed that they got in 2 hours late that landed them instead of 1:45 a.m., 3:45 a.m., and it impacted who they're actually practicing today and how they're doing things. Guys, we are talking about a pretty miserable overall experience there in San Jose, San Francisco.
I don't know if it's miserable. I mean, it's pretty standard operations to have delays getting home later. It sucks. It's not fun. But I would just say this is standard procedure when you're on the road, man. I mean, all this stuff seems relatively normal to me.
A lot smaller party, but I've had to get to the airport, wait around for an hour and a half. All of a sudden, the plane ain't going to go, and the replacements 4 hours away.
I mean,
find a hotel, go back into the city, stay in the hotel, and then get up early the next morning to go and play the next night.
I can only imagine how many times that happens in the NBA. It would happen to us at least 3 or 4 times a year, and we've only got 8 trips.
As it turns out, Common was headlining the Jazz Fest,
which sounds funny.
I gotcha, but
Common was that doesn't make sense.
What can I tell you? The San Jose Jazz Fest has a different take on things, and Common was apparently loud.
Maybe is that a change of genres?
I don't know what to say, man. It was funny to hear Sean say, I'm not going to say anything, and then he just laid out, everything. I mean, it wasn't 14 or 17 things, but it impacted the way they practice today, I guess, according to Sean. Here it is a couple days later, but all right. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of this. It's an interesting thing for Sean to just sort of complain about all this stuff, several days after it all happened.
But what it really comes out to, and Scott pointed this out in the first segment of the show, his starting offense sucked, and that makes you grumpy. Your starting offense goes out there, and they're good. All of a sudden, I'm feeling a whole lot better. These 13 or 14 things that bother me, well, I got a list. We'll talk about it later. No big deal. We'll get to that when we get to it. But now, well, hey, because the projector wasn't set up, that caused this. Because we didn't have our hash browns out, that caused that. So you just start going through the list, and all of a sudden everything bothers you a little bit more when you don't play the way that you like.
The intern was supposed to bring my stat book before this point.
We got a new group of interns.
Well, they have never traveled before.
Apparently, it was not acceptable. Whatever that new group of interns was doing.
Maybe they're at the Jazz Fest.
Salty Sean, man. He's nobody knows how to make a mountain out of a molehill more than Sean
would
Payton.
not have appreciated when I went to the LARP festival as a player one time.
Probably not.
He would not have been happy with me.
By the way, you told us that before.
Do you want to recap that story?
Did you costume up?
Oh, I didn't costume up, but I definitely played. Yeah. They would have a LARP festival at the Gaylord National out in Washington, D.C. every single year. And I'd always watch that thing, and I was like, I'd watch role models, and I'm like, you know what? That looks kind of fun.
Can you explain what LARP is for people who don't know?
Oh, you'll do a better job than me. Go
Live
ahead.
action role play.
You dress up like a knight of the middle.
If you've seen
ages.
role models, you know what LARPing is, right?
Okay.
So you go out there, and everybody's dressed up like knights and kings and queens and everything else. And, I mean, we're talking hundreds and hundreds of people. So it's a multi-day, convention that's going on, and we got there a little bit early on a Saturday, and I went up to them and I said, "Hey, can I LARP?" They're like, "Yeah, we would love to have you LARP."
Oh, you'd fit so many
naturally,
roles.
I'm a 6'8", 310-pound offensive lineman.
The mountain.
Where do you think they're going to put me?
Oh, you're going to be killing people or beheading people or I don't know something.
Oh, I'm going straight to the King's Guard, man. King's Guard. I mean, right. I am leading the King's Guard. I had some fun. I did stab one person. Then I got stabbed in the back, and I laid down and I died, and I had to sit there for about 10 minutes. And then they're like, "Hey, you can't move." I'm like, "No, I really got to go to my meeting. Like, I can't lay here and pretend like I'm dead any longer." Like, no, that's part of the deal. You got to lay here. Hey, I appreciate it, but I'm coming back to life. Somebody gave me some CPR, and I got out of there and I went to my meeting, but I had fun.
Wait a second. Hold on. How far was the LARPing from your hotel?
Well, if you've ever been to Gaylord, it was in the hotel.
It's in the hotel.
Yeah. You ever been to Gaylord?
I haven't. I've gone past it. I have not gone in there.
I mean, they're enormous.
It's just unbelievable.
Convention centers and rooms and offices. They're absolutely enormous. But it's easily from where I was LARPing a solid 10, 12-minute walk to my meetings.
What are one of those, that video I just watched of those guys? How many of those guys wore their Starbucks uniform underneath their LARPing outfit?
They gave me a little sash and a foam sword.
Think about how many moms were just waiting to pick those adults up in their cars. Are we done with the LARPing?
I had fun.
Mm-hmm.
I'd do it again.
Well, I'm sure there's a Parker
LARPing?
Yeah, Parker LARPing Association.
LARPing?
Yeah, PLA.
I'm going to go to the one where they dress up as animals next.
Well, that's a whole nother thing. That's called furries.
It's PhD on 92.5. Dude, I don't even remember you saying that.
Oh, yeah, you smiled.
What was that in reference to?
I don't have.
Yeah. All right, thank you to Mountain High
I'm a
Appliance.
regurgitator.
And MountainHighAppliance.com is the absolute best. Get whatever you want there. They'll treat you right. MountainHighAppliance.com. Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner. Let's football go.
All right, we'll hear from Patrick Surtain, who spoke today in just a second, fellas. But Sean Payton, after the game against the 49ers, said he'd have to look at the film before giving a proper evaluation of how his team fared on Saturday. Well, today he was asked, after watching the film, did he like what he saw from the starters on Saturday?
Overall, grading the week, and what I mean by that is Thursday. Thursday's practice was pretty long, maybe a little longer than I would have liked, and then the turnaround, and then the game on Saturday. There were a number of things when we put the film on that we felt we did really well situationally, and then there were a handful of things that we didn't do as well. And, we need to get our alignments cleaned up on offense. There was a penalty thrown, and I'm glad it happens in a joint practice. You don't want it to happen in week 10 in a game that matters. So clearly for us, there was plenty to coach off of, and there were a lot of reps to coach off of.
So situational football.
Situational football. Say it right.
Football.
Say it right, Dan.
I'm sorry, Sean. Situational football.
There you go.
Alignments and penalties were the three main things that Sean Payton said stuck out that they need to work on. Would you guys agree with that? And is there anything else that you could add to that list that Sean just gave us there?
Getting first downs would be cool.
Touchdowns would be nice.
Actually giving a straightforward answer instead of gobbledygook all around it would be good.
And telling Common to shut the hell up. We got to get our rest for the big game tomorrow.
Listen, again, to me, when coaches avoid saying anything, they're saying everything. He didn't like what he saw. Well, you evaluate, you look at the whole week. Well, why didn't you give us a whole week evaluation after the game? You already knew that evaluation.
There's no way he turned on that film and was like, yep, that was good.
Those are my guys.
Yep. There's some situations.
That was awesome. Yeah, I mean, it was cool when Jaleel McLaughlin picked off, what's-his-face, Mac Jones. I mean, that was all right. Led to an awesome field goal.
McMillan.
Yeah. What'd I say?
Jaleel McLaughlin, yeah.
Oh.
I didn't know
that's all right.
McMillan,
slight correction.
Yeah.
I knew what you meant.
Yeah, we knew the situation.
Yeah.
Nobody liked what they saw.
I mean, you should take that as a compliment because I didn't even try to correct Scott. It happens to Scott so much. I just let it roll.
That's just let it roll.
Yeah.
Well, but you and I love Jersey Store with the situation.
The situation sucked, top to bottom in San Jose. Hey, maybe that's what we should call it. The San Jose situation. It wasn't good. The whole experience
when we do the breakdown film of the year, and this season started with the situation in San Jose.
It's one of his favorite words, too.
Oh, he says it all the time.
He says situation all the time?
Oh, yeah.
Relative to other words he says.
Yeah, relative to he says all the time.
He loves relative to and situation. These are his two crutches when he talks.
Well, listen.
Relative to.
So we got July 30th, the greatest practice of all time.
Why haven't we had a single day like that? Like, why? How could we go from such incredible energy? And I'm telling you, it was fun. As a player, when you've got practices like that, that's fun. And generally speaking, it's contagious, and it happens the day after that at least. It usually at least carries forward for a handful of practices. We've really only had one freaking practice that we were like, yes, intensity was high. These guys were dialed in. They're trash talking. They're having fun.
Yeah.
And that was that Tuesday after the Monday, wasn't it?
Ask DMac's got the date.
It was July 30th. It was just July. It's burned into my memory as July 30th. So, I mean, I don't know what day of the week it was, but it was July 30th. And that now we have the San Jose situation. We have...
Gosh, your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
We got the little internet shows are driving me crazy. We got Sean talking to like 4 national media outlets about how great Bo Nix is and what a genius he was to find him. And now we have 14 problems, but the players ain't one.
I'll be really curious to see what the interview with Kay Adams sounds like.
I'm dying to see that.
Because I think he's going to dial it back. I do. I think he's going to dial all the rhetoric way back. It's not going to be as over the top. He's got to know. First off, he's been exposed isn't the right word, because I'm not saying that this, like, what you saw is what it's going to be, but his concern level's got to be up there now.
Yeah, because he latteed up this team and this quarterback, and it just hasn't panned out right now.
Do you think the situation that he has set himself up for was not only so much about pumping up team/Bo Nix, but it was a outwardly way to really pump himself up?
Dude, everything is about anything except for pumping himself up falls flat. The concept that there's some sort of I'm playing chess while you're playing checkers is BS. Everything he just says, he's just like, he's a narcissistic dude in terms of that. He is a good football coach, though, okay? He is. But we've seen him Sean-splain everything since this dude's been here.
So someone on Twitch says, no way, Tyler. Sean Payton's going to double down. I think he's going to back off. Where do you guys stand?
I think he's going to double down because I think he's looking to impress her. Like when you said he was in a really good mood and running around whatever today, to me, I rolled my eyes knowing that she's there. No, I think he'll double down. He will want to impress her, and she's a good interviewer. She'll draw it out of him.
You might be right.
She's good at that stuff, man. This is what she does. I can't speak for those other reporters, but
do we not have anything from her yet?
Oh, I doubt she. What she does, and I noticed it with Rossini and Chase Daniel too. They'll go into town, but they'll drip out the interview. They'll like release it over a period of time. It won't come out like all at once. So we'll see things from her with him, and she's talking to Bo Nix today, apparently too.
I did see her set up with her microphones and everything, but I didn't see her a single time. I don't know where she was.
Well, who knows?
Wonder if there was chocolates sent to the hotel.
Was Common playing there? I hope she had a restful night wherever she was staying.
I don't think you picked up what he was putting down there.
I know what he was saying. I was trying to move it from one situation to another.
Whatever. You're the one that said he was glossing her at the beginning of practice simply by coaching.
I'm getting some more things here from some little birdies. Oh, ratting out Kay Adams. She didn't show up until 20 minutes before practice was ending.
Professional.
Okay. Thank you, Birdie. Appreciate it. Next up.
All right, let's hear from Patrick Surtain. Here he is. He was asked today, guys, how's the progression going for rookie corner Jahdae Barron?
Yeah, I think football in general is an imperfect game. So, you correct your mistakes.
So not great.
In the film room. And, just work on it. Not every rep's going to be perfect, but as long as you're honest, about your mistakes and you get the job done, that's all that matters. So, he's doing very well with that, understanding what he did wrong and fixing it. So,
Tyler, today you mentioned that you thought Jaquan McMillan could at least take the starting role of the nickel to start the season. Do you still feel that way? And do you guys think that Jaquan McMillan will start the season at the nickel spot?
Yeah, listen, it's a matter of time. It's going to be Jahdae Barron's job. And I've been in this exact situation that McMillan's in, and a dude gets drafted to replace you. And inside your head, look, I know reality here, but how long can I prolong reality? How long can I hold this guy off? And I do think that Jaquan McMillan's a good football player. He got beat on the first play of the game. Was that the first play?
No, it wasn't. It was the first series.
First series, whatever.
Yeah.
He got beat on the first series of the game, and everybody was kind of poking fun of him. But if you really watch that play,
hell of a catch,
hell of a catch, hell of a throw. Yeah. I don't really know what else he could have done
aside from interfere with them. No, I agree with you. I think sometimes other dudes make great plays too, and then he made a really cool interception. It has been interesting. We haven't really heard about Barron playing on the outside at all, right?
No.
Okay, because that was a little bit of a vibe that he would be moving around, but he just hasn't done that.
Well, and I said be either game 2 or game 3. I'd start him outside and let him get a whole look outside.
Yeah, but Riley Moss has, from all accounts, done a really good job of sort of
but you're not going to play them the whole game 2, and you're not going to play him probably at all in game 3. I'd let him play outside the entire game.
Okay, I just don't know if he's gotten much run at that even during practice. But hey, whatever, man. These games are set up to try new things and not worry about the score all that much. Score doesn't matter. It's how you play during the game. That's why, you can't. The Broncos won the game handily. But all we were focused on are these first 3 series.
27 unanswered points.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
It was 9-3.
I guess you're right. All right, last story, Dan.
All right, guys. Kevin Stefanski, the head coach of the Cleveland Browns, has said he's hopeful that Kenny Pickett and Dylan Gabriel will be able to fully participate in a pair of joint practices this week with the Eagles, and also hopeful they can play in their preseason game this weekend against the Eagles. So the Browns had their unofficial second depth chart come out yesterday, and they did have Shedeur Sanders still listed as the fourth quarterback on the depth chart. If you guys were Kevin Stefanski, Kenny Pickett is healthy, Dylan Gabriel's healthy and ready to go for their second preseason game, would you give Shedeur Sanders another crack at the starting spot in preseason game number 2?
Yeah, I would. I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, look, dude's got a hot hand. Why not ride the hot hand and see if it was luck or if it's real? I can
tell you why.
They're going to play. Okay, go ahead. I know what you're going to say, but go ahead.
No, they're in Cleveland. He doesn't want that heat if he goes into Cleveland and plays good. He ain't going to start him in Cleveland.
I don't know what the difference is, really. I mean, do you think it really matters whether it's on the road or at home?
Well,
the fans are watching.
Well, I agree, but I'm just telling you, he goes in and lights Cleveland fans up. I mean, those are your hardcore.
Yeah.
Those are the guys that are there every night, right? You're right. You can do it. And let them two – now, here's the opposite. Those other two guys suck. You don't think they're going to – for a preseason game, going to be calling for Shedeur in a preseason game?
Do you know how dumb the Browns
are? That would be wild if you heard chants for him in a preseason game.
Right.
That would be wild.
They only have themselves to blame. A quarterback competition between two quarterbacks is stupid. You have a quarterback competition right now between 4 quarterbacks? How dumb are you? So they don't have much of a choice but to, because they've set it up this way, like a bunch of morons, to have Gabriel and Pickett play. It doesn't make any sense.
If Joe Flacco's your guy, Kenny Pickett doesn't need a start. He doesn't need a start at all. Just cut him. Just get rid of him. And then give Dylan Gabriel the start, and then you figure it out in the third game.
Anyway.
So stupid.
Anyway, is there any way? I'm going to give you 2 is there any way questions. 1, is there any way Shedeur Sanders doesn't play the rest of the preseason?
No.
I don't think so. But
something to think about, though. It makes you think a little bit, doesn't it?
Well, if that's true, there's a real conspiracy going on.
Right?
I don't know.
Is there any way they could cut him and keep him?
No. No way. No way. He would get snatched up quickly. I'm not exactly sure who, but somebody would roll the dice with him. You know what?
Wouldn't the Raiders right away have to take him?
I'm so glad you brought that up. I was talking to Dan about this before. I can't believe the Raiders specifically the Raiders, did not draft him. And I get it. They loved Ashton Genty. Okay, I mean, all right, fine. When we put up that list, I don't know if you guys noticed that list. We counted up. There's 34 quarterbacks on that list. 28 of them are first-round draft picks. The Raiders, it is bizarre that the Raiders did not take Shedeur at some point. Bizarre. Especially with the relationship I thought Tom Brady had with Prime and Shedeur. Like, I can't believe they didn't pick him up. Who's the backup in Vegas? Who's their backup quarterback?
That's a good question.
I'm stunned that the Raiders very specifically did not pick him up. And yes, they would be.
I think it's still Aiden O'Connell.
It is Aiden
O'Connell.
You've seen that, right? You've been there, seen that.
The ceiling. Look at where on this list. Kenny Pickett is 34 and Joe Flacco's 31. What is their ceiling? Shedeur's ceiling. Who knows?
Well, hold on. Now, the 2025 quarterback tier is the whole board. Why do you have 34 teams? Because is there anybody else have backups on there?
Yeah, Daniel Jones and Richardson. Because we got a quarterback competition. They're not sure.
Well, that's real.
Who the starters are.
So Pickett and Flacco, you're comparing 31 and 34. So there's so where's Shedeur sit?
He's not technically part of that because he's ranked 4th on the depth chart.
But where would he sit?
Between those two? I don't know.
I mean, he'd be at the bottom. Look, he'd be at the bottom of the list.
He would be, but I would put him ahead of Richardson and Rattler and Pickett. It'd be hard to put him ahead of any of those other guys right now. I mean, I'd put him ahead of Russell
McCartney
Wilson.
hasn't thrown a pass.
No, I gotcha. I'm with you. I think Shedeur is I can't believe they just don't name him the starter and move on. And that's that. But they have made...
Maybe they want him to keep earning it and stay hungry and let him get to the preseason.
It's so hard to get these guys ready, period. We're all talking about Bo Nix getting ready. It's hard to prepare for the season, to be ready for the season. What do you think you're doing there in Cleveland? I don't know who they're facing in their first 2 or 3 games, but they're going to get their ass kicked if they can't just figure it out here quickly.
Is my prediction I made a few months ago that Shedeur Sanders will be the starter by week 7, does that sound more and more realistic?
I think he's either the starter on day 1 or he may not start the entire season.
He will not be the starter on day 1.
Well, then
he will not.
Then he may not get a start the entire season if he's not the starter on day 1.
I don't know about that. I mean, I don't think Joe Flacco's going to go out there and crush it.
All right. But who's the backup then?
Probably Shedeur.
Really? Well, I don't know.
Well, look, I don't know what the hell they're going to do, so I probably shouldn't try to predict it. But it seems insane to me that they would keep both Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco on the team because you have to keep Dylan Gabriel and you have to keep Shedeur Sanders. You can't keep 4 QBs. You can't do it. So Kenny Pickett is toast. He's out of there. Then you got Dylan Gabriel and you got Shedeur Sanders. You got to pick one as your backup.
Hey, none of this makes sense to me, what they're doing in Cleveland. Literally none of it. Look at that list, guys. It's commitments to first-round quarterbacks, and you go from there. And Cleveland didn't want to make a commitment. They are really rowing a weird boat.
Can you name the second-round picks?
The second-round picks? On that list?
I mean, non-first round.
On that list? I can do it with looking at you without even looking at the list.
All right.
It's going to be Jalen Hurts. It's going to be Dak Prescott. It's going to be Russell Wilson. That's 3 of them. Maybe I can only name 3. Now I got to cheat a little bit.
Jordan Love. Oh,
he was in the first round.
He was like 23
Brock
or something.
Purdy. I
right?
should have got that.
Brock
That's
Purdy.
4.
Kirk Cousins.
Spencer Rattler and Kirk Cousins. The rest of them are first-round guys. The overwhelming move in the NFL in the past 10 years is this right here, guys. Younger, first-round quarterbacks. Of the 34 potential starting quarterbacks this year, of the 34, 28 are first-round guys. And thank God the Broncos are one of them. That's all I got to say on that. So
you're top 28.
Gino was second round too, by the way.
So 7.
7. Okay. Gino was second round, really?
Yeah, I just looked it up.
Oh, I thought he was first round. Okay, my bad. 7. Sorry. 27 out of 34. Well, the Broncos got their guy. He's 20th on the list. That's probably about right. I see people accusing us of being negative on the text line. What do you want us to do?
What negative about what?
Who knows? I mean, you don't want us to blow sunshine about Bo if it's not really happening? You guys were honest about it. And then there was a preseason game, and you were right. You two were right. Everything you said about camp came true in the preseason game.
Yep.
Every single thing you said.
But why are we negative?
Well, because people just,
rose-colored glasses.
Yeah, you get your orange and blue glasses on.
Because it's preseason football, and everybody wants to think you're going to win 11 or 12 games.
Yeah, I mean, I'm one of them. We're all one of them. We all want them to win.
Do you still stand by that?
I do, because the defense and the depth is so good right now. I mean, because what we saw later in the game, I believe will happen in real life. Even if the Broncos offense sucks, the Broncos defense will get turnovers. They will be short fields. You'll have, it won't be that hard to go from the 50-yard line to the 35 for a field goal. And that'll happen a couple times a game. That's the real benefit of having an amazing defense, because you're going to put the offense, even if they suck, in really good positions to succeed. And then, I gotta finish off a 35-yard drive okay. I mean, a lot of guys could do that. You don't have to be that special. You can be the 20th best quarterback and convert on a 35-yard drive. The special things as a quarterback, third down and last 2 minutes of the first half and second half. Can you do that? And, Bo can kind of scramble around. He can run around. He can. So he can convert stuff. And you don't get
to
What? Who?
Sparky.
City?
Sparky can run around.
He did run for an 18-yard game.
Yeah, buddy.
Hey, Stiddy ain't no joke, man. He has started real NFL games, man. He's not, you and your Stiddy hate, but that dude's played.
No, I don't hate him. I just think he's boring.
Oh, okay, fine. So what? A lot of great ways you can win boring
14 out
games.
of 15 is boring.
Well, I mean, since you're propping him up on one preseason game, so why can't we do the opposite of what Bo did it? Because they
What
were
do you
on
mean?
both
I'm
sides.
going to call it both ways.
They're both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, well, Bo wasn't that bad. I mean,
Thank you. I agree. It wasn't great.
So 55% completion
I
percentage.
wouldn't say Bo was on the opposite end of the spectrum. It's not like it was a disaster.
Sean Payton said it right. It was average to below average. That's exactly where they were.
Yeah. Which is how he's practiced the 9 practices I watched.
Correct. But what we need is something that's above average to just give us a little breath here.
And you might get it. You might get it starting Thursday.
Well, they're in pads tomorrow. Let's get after it. And Thursday they got the Cardinals in town. So let's go. The opportunity is there. It's PhD on 92.5.
Okay, guys and gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, pick up the phone, call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love your experience. You're going to have a fantastic experience. Guys, you'll be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is fantastic. The entire staff, fantastic at what they do. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one, so call 720-459-HAIR. What I love about Advanced Hair is they believe in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. Don't waste time. Call today. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
All right, Nate, Andy, and Coach are coming up here in just a little bit. I was thinking about Nick Bonito while I was going to the bathroom.
Whoa!
I don't think one thing had to do with another, but just being descriptive, properly, overly descriptive. If you're Nick Bonito.
Wait, so you went to the bathroom, Nick Bonito.
Whoa. Hell yeah. Why would Nick Bonito participate in any more practices until he gets a new deal?
Team guy.
Phew. Would you? Tyler, would you?
Yeah, I would.
Oof. Portland Sutton didn't he?
He didn't. He wasn't looking at $90 million guaranteed. A lot. Yeah. I mean, it's risky. I mean, Zach Allen did too. It's risky.
But what's his option?
Bonito's.
It depends on how close they are. I mean, are they actually having conversations? Are their numbers being tossed around that they feel like they're in the ballpark? If I feel like I'm in the ballpark, then yeah, maybe it's time to sit it out. But until then, I'd love to know what's going on.
Each one of you give me a Bonito contract you'd be comfortable with right now if the situation called for it.
24 and a half, $75 million guaranteed. I'd sign that tomorrow if I was the Broncos.
Well, that ain't gonna happen ever.
Okay, well but that's the question you asked.
I know.
That's the question you asked.
And okay, I'd probably do that deal in a heartbeat as well.
And Nick Bonito's probably looking for 35, 90 million guaranteed minimum.
Yes, and that's where the challenge.
So how many years can they give him? 5?
Nah, it's usually a 4-year deal, but it's all about the guaranteed money.
Oh, I understand that, but you could give him 5, right?
And spread it out a little bit? Sure, I guess. I don't think cash is the problem. The cash is definitely not the problem. They got the cash. So spreading it out wouldn't make a whole – it doesn't really matter. It's about the signing bonus right up front and where you and your commitment to him and where he really stands in the world.
5-year, $120 million, $70 million guaranteed.
And well, that would be way off from the percentage of guaranteed money to total salaries for the other top guys, Scott. That'd be way off.
108 to 123. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Well, look at
Miles
Hines
Garrett.
Allen. You mentioned Hines Allen. 88 guaranteed, 170 million contract. Or 141 million contract.
Yeah, all right. I mean, yeah, okay. I don't know. But okay, look at Hines Allen. That's 88 million, excuse me, guaranteed. Is he better than Hines Allen?
Not yet.
Oh, well, all right. Then who's he better than?
On that list?
Is he better than Montez Sweat?
Probably.
Is he better than Brian Burns? Brian Burns has 87.5 guaranteed. Really good player. Is he better than him?
And only 28.2 off the per year. Is that a more comfortable yearly knock?
Is he better than Max Crosby?
Look, I would do a deal I would do the deal in the $28 million range. And I would still be uncomfortable with it. I don't think that's even realistic. I don't think there's a chance in hell Nick Bonito is going to sign a contract for less than $33+ million per year.
And what guaranteed? Ish.
Probably 85 or more.
Okay, fine. I agree with you.
That's what they're going to want.
Okay.
How about somewhere in the 27, 28 million per?
Yeah.
With another 10 million bonuses if you get 15 sacks.
All right.
20
sure.
sacks, 5 million here, 10 million there.
What's your guaranteed money?
I would go 2/3.
All right, so we're talking 24, 20, 30 times 5.
4 years, 100 million, 67 guaranteed.
He's never going to go for that.
67.
No way. Look where that would put him on the list. It's way down.
25 million per.
It's not way down, but I mean it's outside. Even in the top 10?
Tyler said this way. I like Nick Bonito, and I hope they get something signed. But Nick Bonito has not earned a T.J. Watt or a Myles Garrett or a Max Crosby or a Nick Bosa type of contract.
All right, even $67 million would make him the 8th highest. But
well,
I
think the deal that you look at if you're the Broncos and you say, okay, here's our comp. Here's the range that we want to put you in. You look at George Karlaftis, who signed an $88 million deal, 22 per with 64 guaranteed.
Right.
And you say, that's about the ballpark that we value at, right?
Right.
And they say, well, we're offended. Yeah,
Right.
F you.
Right.
How many sacks did he have last year?
13 and a half.
13 and a half.
Okay.
Third in the NFL.
Okay, we're actually the third best pass rusher in the NFL. So you're trying to put me in the same ballpark as George Karlaftis. No, I was the third best pass rusher in the NFL last year.
Right.
You're going to pay me like the third best pass rusher.
Which would be Garrett.
It would be $120
Crosby.
plus million guaranteed. That's what their camps can ask for.
All right, well.
and then you find some middle ground, and it probably comes into that $34-35 million per year range.
So why in the world, if I listen, do you know how
This is why if I'm the Broncos, I'm in no rush. Man.
Yeah, well,
I
if
mean,
I-
fine, you want to wait for Micah Parsons, cool. Makes sense. His agent wouldn't be a fool if he told him to sign a deal before them. Cool, let's wait for that. And then you know what? Why don't we just wait until about week 6 and see how it's going?
Well, if I was Nick Benito and I've done what I've done, maybe I'm in no rush to get on the field.
Who would you, at this moment right now, be more willing to pay, Nick Benito, or Micah Parsons?
Micah, in a heartbeat.
Well, then trade Benito in the first round to Dallas.
Well, but Scott, the hope is you can get Nick Benito signed on a much more team-friendly deal. So rather than paying 42, you try to have the conversation and you try to see if you can land in the $28 million range and see if you can get the dude to sign it.
I'm just trying to point out, why would Benito take any risk at all when these are the conversations about him right now?
Well, how much is he making
Because really
this year?
the Broncos still have a lot of leverage, man. I mean, we still got a whole season and a franchise tag. So
I would have a very polite holdout if I
Yeah,
was Nick
you've got
Benito.
him 3 years, this year and 2 more if you want.
I'm just saying it's just risky. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he's mad or anything at the Broncos, and they're figuring it out. I'm just saying anytime he gets on the field, as he kind of twisted up his foot on Saturday, it's just kind of like, risky for a guy that we're, one way or the other. These are the conversations that are having with this guy. He doesn't have to do anything else to have these conversations. Now, if the Broncos just don't want to, really pay him, and he's like, okay, I'll bet on myself and I'll prove it to you guys. Well, then he's got to get on the field to do that.
So do you guys know?
But he might not have to.
Do you know what he's playing for this year?
He's on his first contract, so I have no idea.
$5.3 million.
Yeah, 4th year of his rookie deal. It's very affordable.
I got right here. This could be wrong, but it says 1.496.
Oh, I don't know. It's a rookie deal. He was the last pick in the second round. Where does that slot? I mean, relatively low in terms of rookie deals.
Well,
relatively.
Sport Track has him around the 25.5 range after this deal, but this year's deal is 1.496.
I said yesterday, because my guess is you guys said 42 for Parsons. I bet he gets 45.
That's a pretty big jump.
But that's what
I'll meet
Jerry
you in the
does.
middle. I'll call it 43.
Like Dak got 60, and no other quarterback is making more than 55.
Well, okay, if he stays in Dallas, you might very well be right. Because at this point, they might have to just be like, here you go, buddy.
Yeah,
what do you need?
Jerry has a tendency to do that. He negotiates against himself for as long as he possibly can, and then he always ends up coughing up more money than he had to. Like, he could have gotten – because Parsons went to Dallas after, I think, his 3rd year. And he was a Pro Bowler all 3 years. He went to him after his 3rd year and was just like, let's get it done now. And that was when I think it was Crosby. Max 66 Crosby was number 1 at 35, whatever he's making. So really, like, Jerry could have paid 35. He's going to end up paying probably $8 to $10 million more per year average annual based on having to work in today's market. He could have just gotten it done years ago.
So what would you do if you're Benito?
If I was Nick Benito right now, I would wait on the Parsons deal.
And I got you. But would you be participating in things? Would you?
Oh, sure. Yeah. No, it's you know, you're going into year 4. Be a good citizen. I think I really like Benito. He's got the track record of, okay, already this offseason, the Broncos have taken care of a bunch of his teammates. They took care of Sutton. They took care of Zach Allen. Like, obviously, there's a track record of that. Just go ahead and show good faith, and I think the Broncos will reward it. Isn't that what they've done so far?
I would have a series of lingering injuries. That's what I would have. And they have shown
the
good faith.
Dangerfield. Oh, my arm.
Well, he didn't play. He didn't participate today.
I think it's pretty early for that, man.
Okay, but hey, man,
to ratchet it up that hot.
Yeah. I don't know that benefits him.
Well, if I'm Sean too, like what's the benefit for Sean Payton for playing Benito right now? There's no upside.
He doesn't need to.
No, he doesn't need to. Surtain doesn't need to.
Yeah.
Benito doesn't need to. And Jonathan Cooper probably doesn't need to. I mean, we could go through.
Holy crap, guys! Jonathan Cooper today. Whew, I know they're not in pads and everything like
Looking
that,
good.
but he was in the backfield on every freaking
All
play.
right, so there's probably a lot of
Guy's
defensive
good.
guys. There's probably a lot of defensive guys that really, we're good.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Offense is obviously different.
They've got the work to do, but yeah, honestly, like this defense, give them a couple of series every game, and then you guys you're good to go. That defense, if they are anything less than like third in most of the metrics, I'll be stunned. That'd
be really disappointing.
It's so freaking good, man. And unless they just get absolutely beset by injuries, they're loaded in the secondary.
I'm worried about inside linebacker.
Okay.
And I think
just because of Greenlaw and the injury history?
Yeah, and now Alex is banged up, and I know it's just a thumb, whatever. But either one of those guys go down. People talk about the depth we've got at inside linebacker. I'm like, what depth? What depth? Justin Strnad's a fine football player.
Sure.
He ain't Drake Greenlaw. He ain't even Alex Singleton, right?
Okay, but tell me this, though. Like, in this age of the NFL, where, okay, like, who's the best, what they now call off-ball linebacker? It's Warner in San Francisco, right? That's probably who it is. How critical is that position in the modern NFL? When almost everything
I think it's more difficult than it's ever been.
Right, because everything now is a sub package or at least 5 DBs on any given play.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like you're kind of dismissing it.
I guess the argument I'm making is like if there's a position to be weak at when there's strength all over the field, isn't that kind of the one?
I guess I understand what you're saying, but my counter to it is the position has never been more challenging to play because you're trying to cover dudes like Evan Ingram in base packages.
Sure.
Sometimes you got dudes like and when I was playing, when we put Tony Scheffler in the game, everybody that was our Tiger personnel. Everybody's going to nickel. Everybody's going to sub packages. Mm-hmm. Well, nowadays you got dudes like Evan Ingram that are your base package tight ends.
I mean, that's just it though. Like the moment Ingram's on the field, like every team is like their base is nickel right there. Like it's going to be a DB covering him.
Probably.
Yeah. Because he's a big dude, but he's, like Evan Ingram isn't, he's not Gronk out there.
But that's the beauty of having guys like Evan is you try to put defense into a stress and you try to make them make a decision.
Yeah.
Okay, is this base personnel or is this sub personnel? And they don't always get it right. And when you put that sub personnel on the field, well, now that's our opportunity to run the football down your throat.
Okay, here's another way of looking at it, okay? After inside linebacker, what would you say is the next area of concern or position of concern on this defense?
I don't really have one.
I know. Are you serious? Right?
I got nothing for you.
Right. It's
corner set. Depth and corner set. Safety set. Depth and safety set.
Yeah.
Defensive line set and set. Starting and backups. Pass rushers loaded. What else is there?
You're good to go, man.
Yeah.
You are loaded up all over the friggin' place.
And the depth is crazy.
And the
too.
depth is good, too. Yeah. It is wild how good they are. Yeah,
the offense can suck a little bit.
Honestly, they kind of can. They really if you have a defense you think of what the ceiling is with this defense, and you got to have crazy good health and you got to have things go your way. But if this defense hits its ceiling, that alone might win you the AFC West.
You guys are forgetting a big problem.
Okay.
We're going to punt the ball to the 35-yard line every single time.
He had a rough
Our
one
own
today.
35-yard line.
He had a rough one again today.
I don't care how good your defense is. You're already in field goal position.
When do you have to make a change on that one?
So Tyler and I were discussing this today. Okay, so if he sucks Thursday in the joint practice against the Cardinals, I'd have somebody there by Friday.
I agree.
Yeah,
I'd have someone there already. I mean, if nothing else, it's just the leg. It's just competition.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Why not bring in somebody else?
It is odd how many he shanks.
Well, he has been doing that all. Now, I've been told, though, when he gets a hold of it.
Oh, he had one today. Like, okay, there were, and I was paying close attention to this. So Marvin Mims, Courtney Jackson were the two back, and it was just, I think there were 5 punts in a row. The third one was one of the most beautiful punts I've ever seen in my life. I mean, that thing was just sitting in the clouds, drops right at the 5, like chef's kiss. The problem is it was in the midst of just a bunch of shanks, a bunch of Mark Moser 7-irons, if you will. It was bad.
Okay.
Why is Moj catching strays?
First guy I could think of that plays too much golf. So there you go. But no, he's not a good punter. He's
not yet.
Wow.
They drafted him.
He
They used a 6th-round pick on him.
I am surprised we've gotten this far without someone else being added.
Right?
Put it this, like we're discussing him again here on the 12th of August. He kind of sucks.
Okay. I mean, move on.
He does.
But when he doesn't, he doesn't.
Right. When he gets a hold of it, it's a thing of friggin' beauty.
I mean, that's teardrops are falling in New South Wales, whatever, just outside Sydney. The Highlands Ranch of Sydney is bummed right now to hear this report.
You know, I talked to one of the Australian. Was it Cincinnati or Utah? Do you remember who I talked to last year? It was the craziest halftime I ever spent.
I think it was the kid from Cincinnati, right?
Cincinnati. So he's an Australian punter. He's got nothing to do. I got to just stand in the corner. Tyler knows you got to stand in the corner of the CU end zone because there is no place to go.
Right.
So I'm sitting there. I'm waiting. I don't get to talk to Prime at halftime. Everybody knows that. So literally, I got nothing to do. So I'm
What am I doing in my life?
And the punter, the Cincinnati punter, comes up to me and he's like, "Wow, I can't even do an Australian accent." But he's like, "Is it always this great?" And he mated me a couple times. "Hey, mate."
Crikey, mate.
So I was like, I'm thinking to myself, are you allowed to talk to me? We're in the middle of the game. I go, are you not going to go into the locker room? He's like, no, I got nothing to hear in there. They got nothing for me. There's nothing to coach me on. I just got to hit it straight and hit it far, right? So we talked the whole halftime, and at the end, I go, do you have like an Australian kicker? He's like, oh, we all know each other. We all know each other. There's a guy here and a guy there.
It's like there's like I don't remember.
They're
what
all
it's
like
called.
30 and have kids.
Yeah, it's like some academy of sport or whatever that they all come from. They all come out of the same place, and then they come over to the U.S. and our dude Patty Turner was up at CSU. We love that guy. He was great when we got to talk to him.
Are they all got a little Australian rules in their background?
Yes,
I think so for the most part.
Probably.
Yeah. They know they can make money here. Remember the Chargers? Who was the Chargers guy that was
he was
really
good. He was really good.
Bald dude.
Yeah. Gosh darn it. I know exactly who you're talking about. He was another older guy, too.
Punted with Rivers, the Philip Rivers team. So, but anyway.
Hey, David Bin is their long snapper. Remember David Bin
I know,
with the Chargers forever?
I know a crazy amount of David Bin.
He dated Pamela Anderson.
That's part of the story. 18 years on the Chargers.
Yeah.
And he was a Bronco for one game.
One game.
Orlando Franklin was next to him. He did not realize David Bin was his teammate. He thought it was Lonnie Paxton. But Lonnie's wife had some issues, and so they called David Bin on a Friday. They signed him. He flies to New England. Orlando had no clue there was a different human being next to him on special teams. The David Bin story, I think, should be a movie. Because he was, can you imagine it? 18 years, you date Pamela Anderson, but now you're out because he tore his ACL or something.
Yeah.
So he was out. That's how he ended. Can you just imagine the movie with him sitting on the beach, some beers going on, maybe an estranged daughter or something, just like not knowing what to do with his life, and all of a sudden he gets a call to be, maybe it's the Super Bowl, not just a playoff
Show
game.
up and snap tomorrow.
The David Bin story, it's so awesome that you know his name.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite guys ever on the Broncos.
You just made him Mickey Rourke in The Wrestler. That's what you just described.
His story is awesome.
Only he was on the beach.
He was, he's on the beach, but he literally was only on he made 12 snaps.
Yeah. He was a Renaissance man.
The 12 snaps were great in that particular game, although the Broncos played like crap and got, Tom Brady's punting on third down in that game and Von Miller starting fights because of it. But he was great. But he's immediately cut from the team as soon as the game's over. He doesn't have to get on the team plane to go home. He can go anywhere he damn pleases. He's David Bin.
Here's your check.
Love him.
Now, do you remember
Love
the
that
most
story.
famous long snapper I think there might be was the guy that signed with the Giants for one game in the
And it was
playoffs,
terrible.
and he blew the game when he kicked snap.
Yes. It was a great story.
Yeah,
And
until
that
then.
happened. Another great long snapper story, your buddy. We
Dave
were working,
Diaz-Infante?
David, we're over in Clear Channel. It was Clear Channel at the time, and I'm seeing David like in the lunchroom in the elevator, and then it's like 10 weeks into the season, and he's a talk show host, part-time, by the way.
I know, I was working the show. It was my show.
And he's just, all of a sudden, he's on the Broncos. He's going from the office. I'll never forget this. He was having a hard time because he was like a part-time guy. So he had to see Chandra and get his pay stub signed. He couldn't figure out the paperwork. 2 days later, he's long snapping for the Broncos.
That didn't last long, though.
Whatever. It's
Remember
a great
the tight
story.
end?
You go from an office job to playing for the Broncos?
Well, if it was your show, I don't know if it was such a great story.
Wasn't
I had Stink. Stink was ready to quit. Matter of fact, we picked up Doc because of I'll just name names. We picked up Doc because Ed Berliner, and Stink finally went in there. Was just like, I can't take this anymore. It's either him or me. Stink was trying to give me. You'll like this. Stink was like, he calls me up one day. He goes, "If I get you a job with my guy that does lawn care, will you please leave this so I don't feel like I'm abandoning ship on you? I can't do this to you because I can't take it anymore." And the guy who's trying to get me hired on with is the guy that runs the chili company, David Hunt or whatever. All that going down. Yeah, Doc used to, like, everybody would come up to Doc everywhere we went, and they wanted him to teach them how to long snap.
How about
and he couldn't. He's like, you either get it, you just have the muscle memory, or you don't.
How about the fact Dreesen stayed in shape for 2 years after he was done, I heard, because he was keeping out hope that he could be signed as a long snapper.
Oh, it's a great, well,
did you guys
screwing
know?
It up, it's the greatest job ever.
So this is what I know about long snapping now. So it was last year, 2 years ago, one of the high school games they were doing, and I apologize, I don't remember which school it was. But I remember, like, during the call with the coach, and the coach being like, "Oh, yeah, no, this kid's got a bunch of offers." Okay? Well, one of the, like, I would Google the kids or whatever and try and read a little bit about them before calling the game. This kid had been to a bunch of long snapping, like, clinics, like, traveled around the country.
Yeah.
Like, that to me, and I don't have a kid, you know, especially you, DMac, you've done a ton of this stuff.
Yeah.
I don't have a kid playing like high level youth sports or anything like that.
Yeah.
But that to me was like that, because like I knew it was intense. But once I found out that there was long snapping clinics, long snapping academies, long snapping watch lists for Division I coaches.
Pretty crazy, right?
That was when I was like, we have lost our way officially.
Who was the guy?
That's hysterical.
Who was the guy that you and I interviewed in camp?
Casey Kreider.
Okay,
Casey
Fangio's
Kreider,
first
yeah.
year. We just start the show.
Yeah.
He comes over to first off, what I love, here's what you need to know. Nate actually loves the long snapping
I
unit.
love the
He
specialists.
loves the kickers. He loves it.
I think they're fascinating people.
We got Brett Kern on, and you could tell
One of
with
the
Brett's
best.
voice, he was waiting for us to be the jackass radio guys. Like, he could not believe we wanted to do a serious interview about punting with all his nicknames for his punts.
Brett Kern.
The spicy meatball and the missile and
The
all
piss
that.
missile, yeah. Brett Kern went from he went from like Broncos, like he was just a body here. McDaniels didn't even really want him.
No. Well, he was 6. They were 6-0, and they cut him.
Yeah, and then he became an All-Pro in Tennessee.
It's the curse of
Berger.
It's the curse of Brett Kern. And Mitch Berger was married to who?
No. Ruin was married to Amy Van Dyke.
No. Who's Mitch Berger
I have
married
no
to?
idea.
Oh, I don't know.
He was married to like the Hooters like model of like,
no kidding.
of Canada or something. He was married to a supermodel. Like
Former Broncos
Listen.
punter Sam Martin was married to Nastia Lukin,
Well,
the
he's
Olympic gold
also-
medalist, the
That's
gymnast.
fantastic.
He's now dating Berkeley, who is the Sports Illustrated.
Elizabeth Berkley
No,
from Saved by
Berkeley,
the Bell.
one of the old cheerleaders.
Oh, no,
you know the
Showgirls.
ones.
Don't reference Saved by the Bell.
Yeah, not her. not her.
Get the good movie
Well,
she was
have you
in.
ever? Did you ever meet any of Prater's girlfriends?
I
think I met the girl with the Lakita incident because he brought her by Bronco Talk one time, and then like a week later, it's in the news, and I was like, "Wait, is that the gal?" I don't know.
No, she didn't. She just called him Matty P, bro. She didn't. I think he had met her that night.
Okay,
on
fair
that,
enough,
you
fair
know,
enough.
with
Well,
the-
listen.
That night, I think they were strangers.
Not
I
bad.
don't think that
The
was the
one I
girlfriend.
met, I heard girls playing in the background of my head. I'm not sure she was retaining much either.
It's KKSC FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder.
Oh, good. We got
Really
DMac,
quick, really quick. You realize it's a historic night potentially for the Rockies.
Why?
Okay.
I don't.
See, this is for you gambling addicts out there.
Oh, well.
The Rockies,
I'm listening.
for the 5th time this year, have now lost 8 in a row.
8-game losing streak. Yep.
This is unbelievable.
Five 8-game losing streaks.
This is their
year.
5th one.
Yeah.
On the previous 4 8-game losing streaks, they have won game number 9.
So the Rockies are 4-0 this season when facing a potential 9-game losing streak.
As bad as their year has been, they have not lost 9 games in a row.
So we got, what is it? It's Freeland and Liberator tonight. Here's the other thing I wanted to know. That's a great historic nugget. I had it written down. Not the gambling note, though. That's
mean,
good.
or would you bet on the Rockies to win?
I think I have
Money
to
line,
now.
would you go on the Rockies?
I think I now have to take the Rocks money line tonight. I just saw Spring open up his app too. Here's the other question
Kevin
I got.
Freeland?
So last night, Miles Michaelis takes a no-hitter into the sixth last night against the Rocks.
Yeah.
I have no idea how to do this research. I'm sure Dan Hyatt would know. This has got to be some kind of record for teams that have been no-hit for at least 5 innings of a game, right, in a season.
How many times
that's a
you've not
fun
hit
one.
until the pen comes in, basically?
They have been like no hit, like at least midway through a game so many times this year.
It was impressive, though, just to give them some props, because they chased Olander. And Mikolas, I don't know if he can break a pane of glass, to be honest with you. But
his 78-mile-an-hour
they
curveball.
They couldn't hit him, but they did chase him, and they did have the lead. They chased him out of the game.
Yeah.
So this guy throws a no-hitter for 5 2/3 innings and gets knocked out of the game with the loss.
Yeah,
he would have got the loss had they been able to hang on the 8th inning, which, of course, they couldn't.
They could not.
All right, let's let him weigh in.
Dollander, by the way, was good last night.
I thought so, too.
Yeah.
And the team played kind of a really good game.
Yeah.
But they are lifeless. They have no energy.
They have no.
They don't
They
seem.
can't hit.
They do not seem to care.
Yeah.
And at least it was a better effort.
Ooh.
To be honest with you.
Let me give you one more Rockies note really quickly, DMac. You'll
We
like
got to
this
ask
one.
him the question of the day.
Oh.
By the way, Darren Bennett, the punter. Thank you, text line.
Right now, the Rockies are 26.5 out of 4th in the NL West.
Mm-hmm.
That is further back than any team is in baseball out of 1st in their respective division. The White Sox are 25.5 out of 1st in the AL Central. But yeah,
That's a great stat.
The Rockies have a greater disparity between themselves and 4th place than anyone in baseball than last place and 1st.
Can we make
That's
a
a fun
man
number.
rule for the Rockies?
That's great.
Because Nate and I were discussing this.
What's that?
If your guy Warren Schaefer can't prevent the walk,
He is not my guy, bro. But
if
it's just easy.
if he doesn't win 12 games in 44 tries, you said,
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
can't be manager, right?
He
Cannot be hired. If you do not escape, you've got 44 shots at 12 wins. If you can't get 12 wins over the next 44, there's no way you can be considered.
Well,
there's no way you can keep that job.
I agree, but in my opinion, he's flunked the tryout already. He's already flunked the tryout. He's had some nice moments, but he's lost it. And I think strongly, when you look at the core of the Rockies and what they have, and you look at baseball, you need a bilingual outsider to shake things up. And I'm not joking about that. If you looked at the starting infield for the Rockies at one point, it was Arcia, Tovar, Estrada, and Bernabel. Okay? I mean, we need to have some sort of guy who can communicate with these prospects that the Rockies have. And it needs to be somebody that's going to light a fire under their ass, not somebody that's going to make excuses. And Warren Schaefer too often this season, sadly, has made excuses, and I think it's because he was the coach as these guys were coming up, so he's a little too soft on them. And they played out those feelings. So I want somebody in here who's a veteran, who can speak Spanish, and doesn't give a crap about what the past has been to light a fire.
Seriously, if they don't win 12 and 44.
I know, dude.
I don't want
walk.
him hired, period.
I'll be
Clean
walking.
the whole
You
thing.
guys.
Clean it
I don't know
all.
how. I don't know how they're going to do it though.
I'm telling you, I will be floored if Schaefer doesn't get the gig, the full time. I will be shocked and floored.
That's a different conversation.
If it doesn't
Will you
happen.
be dismayed?
Oh, should he be the manager?
There's no question, no.
Nobody that is currently employed over there should have their job.
Agreed.
That includes Walker and Spalding Monfort, okay? Like, none of them should have their jobs.
Like, I agree.
Did you do that on purpose? Or did you just Andy Lindahl that thing?
Spalding, no! Spalding, get your foot off the boat. Anyway, nobody should continue to be employed, but that's not what they're going to do.
If he gets win 42, I bet you anything he's the manager next year.
I think if he gets win 39, he'll still be the manager next year. It will be beyond stunning to me. Like, I don't think that Walker Monfort has, and granted, I don't know. Nobody over there knows. Like, Saunders wrote about it in the paper last week. Like, nobody knows how much control and influence he has over baseball decisions anyway. But is he going to buck every tradition that his dad has laid down for decades plus and just say, we'll get somebody from outside the organization to run things?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, is the guy who's now running baseball going to fire his brother?
Right. No.
Is he
He's
going to
not.
fire Uncle Bill?
Is he going to tell his dad the way that you've run this for decades is wrong?
He doesn't have to. The results are there. That's what drives me nuts about this. It's sports. It's the ultimate numbers game. You've got the actual numbers to tell you this sucks real bad.
And yet.
All-time bad.
And yet. The only reason why you think that, Andy, is because you don't understand baseball at elevation.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't understand a lot of things.
That's what you don't get.
That's you got.
You know what I'll
baseball
do?
at
I'm gonna
elevation.
take my
Oh my
big
God!
jug.
Yeah, what is the deal with
We're
that?
gonna
By the way,
split a couple drinks.
no, seriously,
and we're gonna get to the bottom.
What
of this.
How much do you urinate during the show?
This,
what is the deal?
First off, it's just a 2-day thing. Calm down.
What do you mean a 2-day thing?
I'm trying to lose weight. Do you mind soda weight loss?
No, I'm fine with it.
You
so
know,
what's the goal?
Our friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic are help me figure some stuff out. The
All
goal
right.
is to not be fat anymore. What do you mean?
All right, how many ounces
I'm
is that?
248. I'd like to visit 200 again before I'm 60. Is
So
that
you're
all
gonna
right?
drown yourself
You
eternally?
I might.
He's trying to pee his way to
Listen,
weight loss.
as far as you know,
I mean, I don't mean to be a jerk here.
No, we
but
both- hey, we
couldn't you
both-
have just got like a more small size and
I
just
have
fill it
a
up?
certain amount I need to drink, and it's 2 of these. Don't give me a lot of math. You and I both did Slim Genix, dude. I tried to tell him we were peeing all the dude. I was doing Slim Genix. You know how many times,
dude,
in the middle of Slim
oh.
Genix, and it worked great. First off, the program was great,
Yeah.
and I was the weight I wanted to be till I did a stupid morning show and ate McDonald's every morning.
All right.
But seriously, the college stadiums, I had to
do.
try to find a place to relieve myself. I told him the story about Missouri. They wouldn't let me out, then they wouldn't let me back in.
Guys-
Mark's like, can we do a sideline report? I'm like, not in the stadium.
We are going to pee football numbers on you when we come back. A clear statistical marker that means something has changed with the Broncos from preseason game number 1. We'll tell you what that is next.
Oh, when you get the smooth elevator music, you know it's time to get back to the show. Who is this is what I got to figure out here. I got to put my headphones on because we were screwing around in the break like we usually do. But spring, this isn't a spring special because we played it so many times. But, I mean, seriously.
This was a Nate suggestion. This is Gorillas.
Oh, it's Gorillas.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Sexy.
Where did you get the Gorillas elevator sounding song inspiration from? See, now it's getting a little hip, but it starts out with, it's just, I feel like I'm in the dentist's office when it starts out.
Well, jazz flute, man. Well, jazz flute for you.
A little, hey, we need some beef tweets going now. I kind of miss the beef tweets music.
We haven't beef tweeted in a long time.
People have been behaving. Well, not really.
No, they really haven't. I don't know if you've been on the internet recently.
We could visit another realm to get plenty of beef tweets.
Okay.
But we won't.
Andy brought it in, so bump music talk on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Here we go.
Listen, now we just were curious.
Here we go. Here's a stat for you, Andy. Saturday, preseason game against the Niners. The first time in a combined 21 preseason, regular season, and playoff games that Bo Nix did not record a single rushing attempt.
Really?
Yeah. Did you realize?
No.
The Broncos' longest rush of the day was 18 yards. That was from Stiddy. By the way, the Stiddy-sance continues, man. My dude is gunslinging all over the place right now. Something happened to that guy last week, Andy. I don't know what it is.
I think he decided he didn't want to be bored anymore,
I think
frankly.
so.
You know, hey, I can throw some TDs too.
He was,
because quite honestly,
he was slinging it around again today.
Well, you and I were out there for plenty of it.
Yeah.
And while you were gone, it was no dude. Up until that game, Stiddy looked like a guy who's just resigned to his lot in life, and so whatever, I'll run your reps. But now they're a little at fire back.
He was firing it, man. God, he had a throw to Evan Engram today. And it was a hell of a catch by Engram, but still, it was just like, all right, Stiddy. I see what you're trying to do right now. Also, got to talk about Bo's red zone session today.
You didn't seem too impressed.
Ooh, yeah, not good.
And remember, it's preseason.
It's preseason for everybody.
That's it.
That's what we've heard. Okay, so earlier in training camp, our buddy Nick Kosmider had asked Sean Payton about Bo running the ball last season. Bo Nix, 92 rush attempts, most by a Broncos QB since Tebow back in 2011.
Okay.
Now, that's a lot of designed runs for Tebow. Bo is more of a scrambler. According to the charts here, True Media, scrambles accounted for 54% of Bo's rush attempts last year. So, yeah, it was a lot of him taking off. Now, he did a lot of good with those plays. 41 of his rushes last year resulted in first downs. That was fifth most in the league, behind only Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson.
Josh Allen?
Pretty good company to be keeping amongst mobile quarterbacks in the NFL, I would say. So you want Nix to be in that place. However, Peyton had said, and we had played the audio a couple of weeks ago, that it's not that he wants him running less, but he wants him focusing more on what he's doing at the end of the play. That's what he wants out of Bo Nix, is taking care of himself out there. Yeah, but we went through a whole preseason game and 3 series of Bo Nix in which he didn't take off and run once. Is that a trend, Andy? Is that a coached trend, or was that merely circumstance?
I would say it was circumstance, simply from what we've seen at practice. Now, I do think his plan was to try to stand in there and run the offense and get some different looks.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Bo's trying to turn himself into Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson, right? But I do think they got caught off guard by some of the blitzing. And listen, I think Robert Saleh might have done Bo a little bit of a favor. And let's go back to the safety. You know, who cares about that right now? It's preseason.
Sure.
Nothing of circumstance happened in that,
Didn't count.
in that game.
Yeah.
But he showed, hey, young fella, your running did catch our eyes as defensive coordinators. So when I pressure you, I'm not giving you that. I'm not letting you leak to the outside anymore.
Right.
You better get used to that guy coming on a wide angle.
Yeah, there's a lot of film on what it looks like now.
Yeah.
And last year it was he's a very good escape artist. That was a part of Bo's gifts that we saw on display last year, but also that is now it's on the chart.
Well, and what Bo does well that he just needs to continue to do well, and I was pleased to see Shador do it when he was playing with the Cleveland Browns. He's not afraid to step up into the pocket. Again, what got Bo in trouble on the safety was he tried to roll backwards and beat the outside, and eventually it led him to the end zone.
Yeah.
Go forward. You got to go forward and manipulate some stuff like he would last year.
Move to the side, look for those.
Yeah.
That kind of movement inside the pocket.
Don't retreat and give up yardage. Frankly, people have asked what got Shador in trouble. That was the number one thing I heard. And Jeff talked about it. Jeff Legwold educated it. You cannot escape out of the back of the pocket. They will get you in the NFL.
Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country.
Can I tell you real quick before we transition? You know, it's when we talk about the speed of the game.
Yeah.
Gosh, I wanted to bring this play up. Man, did you watch any of Travis Hunter's highlights over the weekend?
Some, yes.
Okay, someone put it all in a nice package.
Yeah.
Okay. I watched one play, and I should have sent it to Spring to pull it up there. I wish we could just show it to everybody because it was a play that I saw, 20 times at CU, and they tried to run his little favorite route on offense where it was that screen play, right? And all of a sudden he's got a bubble and he's got one guy to beat. And I'm telling you, 9 out of 10 times, Travis is by the guy and gone.
Yeah.
Dude, he got like 7 yards and they were on him. I was like, okay, there's the NFL speed. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Shador and Bo and everybody else. There's the example right there. He can't run by everybody anymore because they're just as fast.
I think R.J. Harvey dealt with that in game number 1.
I don't think you're wrong.
I think there's a lot of rookies that they step out on the field for the first time in the preseason, and it's like, oh, yeah, everybody's an All-American.
Yeah, you're not running by the first guy. That's
Right.
That's not the future accountant at his dad's corporate company or whatever.
Sure, yeah, or gym teacher or whatever they end up doing. So red zone period, a snap from the 15, the 10, and the 5. From the 15, Nix overthrows Cortland Sutton on a fade. Just missed.
What is going on with Sutton and Nix? That's a little weird.
Great question. They were not on the same page the other night, and again today it wasn't awesome. Second play at the 10, Jonathan Cooper with just an unbelievable get off, just destroys the play. Bo scrambles, throws back across his body, misses Devon Vele, incomplete. And then he missed Franklin on an out route to the left, just missed him. This was 3 throws in a row, and then Bo's series was over. I think there was a run play mixed in there as well. They gave him 4 downs, but that was it. It's over. And it was bad. Practice ended with Jaquan McMillan picking off Bo Nix. It was a team drill. It was going at 3/4 speed. I don't want to overreact to it, but again, it was just that was how practice ended today. I mean, it was double horn, and it ended on a Bo Nix interception. He's just kind of. The dog days of camp and the preseason right now, I think, are catching up to him a little bit.
So I don't like hearing it, okay?
Yeah.
I'm not just completely dismissing it, but here's where I also have seen so many camps where, and it really jumped out to me where you described the Jonathan Cooper play.
Yeah.
Bro, you know the snap count.
He does.
To the point where I'm like, you know what? Throw a fake one in. You know what? Give him the dummy.
The hard
Make
count.
him jump off sides,
Yeah.
whatever it is.
Yeah.
The hard count. And so that's the kind of stuff where you're just like, man, the D does know these plays. I think it adds a little extra toughness for the offense, but
it's not sharp right now.
Well, he and Franklin, I think, are still kind of working some stuff out. And
Yeah.
it feels like let's be honest, Franklin's now running some routes and in a position he wasn't in a year ago.
right.
They're going to rely on him more. It's the stuff with Sutton. He and Sutton have always been good at seeing the same endpoint for the route. And it feels like you said they're just not They're not, like, again, he threw it outside to try to help Sutton the other night, and Sutton looked like he was expecting it inside, and then they misconnect on that what could have been a deep play.
Yeah, the missed fade today in the red zone, and it was similar to the play that they ran the other night where Bo underthrew it. This one he overthrew it, but it's just like there's a little bit of a lack of touch going on out there right now. Something is just a little bit off. It's striking to me because, so last night, I finally caught up. I watched the first episode of Hard Knocks, which, oh, God.
Good for you, bud.
Yeah.
Although I did it last week. I missed the first 2 minutes, and after watching the episode, I'm like, I'm not watching the first 2 minutes.
You didn't need to go back.
Very mundane.
But watching, Allen working on fade routes with Josh Palmer and just like the precision with which he's throwing those things, and then kind of watching Bo struggle on the same throws out there today, it's like, all right, dude, come on. Clean some of this stuff up. Some of this, and you know what? Like,
is it footwork? Did you get any hint as to what maybe was leading to it? Or?
He's just missing. Like, his touch isn't there. Didn't you think that the other night? His touch just wasn't there.
I'm with you, but again, I felt like, and first time out, the whole first drive, I felt like he was jacked up to finally just play.
Sure.
And I felt like he overdid a couple
I think
passes
that's very real.
He was fired up to be playing.
Sure.
So I don't know. I'm not too worried about it, FaZe, but we'd like to see the trend start to break this weekend, right?
I would say so. Yeah, just let's start going back in the right direction. This isn't panic time about Bo Nix or anything else like that. It's just let's get back in a good groove, in a good progression towards where you need to be this season. That's what I want to see out of him. And again, you're right, Andy. There's a bunch of excuses to make. The defense is caught up. Dog days of camp. Sure, all of that is very true. Joined practice before the Niners game, then he goes out and plays the Niners game. Is there a little bit of a natural letdown? I'm sure there probably is. All of that stuff does exist. It doesn't change the part where I would like to see a franchise quarterback start to look pretty sharp here in mid-August.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't want to excuse everything away, but I also think there's good reasons for it. I do wonder. Look, there's still, again, the Sutton stuff's the only thing that kind of raises my eyebrow. The other guys, he's still working this stuff out with.
Yeah.
All right. What do you need? What's a good game? Because we can't ask perfection from quarterbacks, period. Not going to happen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't need him to go out there and be 10 for 10 in this next game or the next practice when they get together or whatever. Because Sean Payton suggested today how the practice goes Thursday. He said he usually plays most of his guys in the second preseason game. He's, depending on how the practice goes, he may not play him so much this game. It may look completely different. All I'd like to see, I don't need perfect. I just like to see few completions and a touchdown drive. Yeah. And I don't even care if the touchdown drive ends with a handoff. Just show me a good rhythm, because Nate, frankly, what we're describing with Bo, I think Bo had a great first 2 weeks of camp. We talked about it. He looked in charge of everything. And the inaccuracy you're talking about, it didn't show up that I saw until really a week ago Monday. So yesterday, a week ago, after they got done with the scrimmage, is when it felt like he started sailing the stuff.
Yeah.
And it was wild because he hasn't been missing guys the whole camp. It just feels like it's been about the last 8 or 9 days.
Yeah, no, it's missing throws that he's typically got some pretty good touch on. So again, it could be nothing.
Bugs me?
What's that?
I hope the back thing isn't bugging him then.
I hope not either. Transverse process fractures that he was dealing with a year ago.
Cleaned up and it's fine or whatever. But
the injury from the Raider game, I don't know.
His accuracy has never been something. Have we ever talked about him being inaccurate? He's never really been inaccurate.
Not really, no. I mean, we've talked about arm strength plenty when it comes to Bo Nix, but the accuracy generally, he's got touch. He generally has. He hasn't had it here of late. Maybe some of the decision is a little bit weird. Some of the confidence is a little bit shaken. It could be something. It could be nothing. But what I'm watching right now is a quarterback that is not crisp.
Sure, and you want to see that again.
Very moment, and that's what we're looking for.
Okay. So when do we go to the twos? When do they face? I know everybody keeps telling me face the ones, for goodness sake.
Yeah.
Just get some rhythm.
Yeah, get something clicking. I don't think you're wrong. I don't think that's a bad take at all. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, talking Broncos training camp, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. The Broncos did win the other night against San Francisco. However, Sean Payton was irritable after the game. Andy, he pointed to 14 things. He had a list of 14 things that need to be corrected after the game. And so today you got the question, hey, what were the 14 things that bothered you on Saturday? I love that he knew.
13 reasons why.
Exactly how many grievances that he had after the game. What was Sean Payton so bugged about with his team, with his staff, with the team employees? What was Sean mad about? Here we go.
Yeah, there are a lot of different things, and none of which I'm going to go through now. You know, when you take your first road trip and you're seeing it through my eyes, there's certain notes you make, and then it could be sidelines, it could be hotel, it could be 2 a.m. There's a festival outside the hotel, it could be the travel, it could be a number of things that you want to clean up, but I'm not going to go through all 14 of them. There's probably 17 by the time I got home, and so all of which can be cleaned up and easily corrected. And they weren't necessarily game related, if that makes any sense. It's just when you do that and you hadn't done it in a while, and you're doing it with a new group of people, a lot of interns, a lot of, you can't assume anything.
Blame it on the college kids. There you go, Sean. The damn interns. They didn't get my coffee order right. Was there a festival on the street at 2 a.m. in Santa Clara?
You know what? I'm trying to text.
A nice 2 a.m. festival?
I'm trying to text a buddy of mine.
Okay.
To find out if they stayed in the same hotel we stayed in for the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Which, again, you can literally see Levi's Stadium from most of the rooms.
So it's probably convenient.
Well, I've told you before. I've told you the story where there's a Bennigan's. Literally a Bennigan's. I didn't know they even still existed. Now, it's been... 10 years since I've been there, so maybe it's not anymore, okay?
Could be an Applebee's now.
It could be an Applebee's, but this Bennigan's, when we went there in 2016
was
for
raging.
the Super Bowl, it was a Bennigan's by day, and I remember one night I'm like, what is the damn club music that I'm hearing? And so I started, I couldn't sleep anyway, so I started looking out, I had a little door I could step out on the patio, and I'm like, oh my God, I think it's the Bennigan's. I go, what is that? It literally was like the EDM, and it just all freaking night until like 2 a.m. And I'm like, dude, what is going on?
At the Bennigan's?
I was like, it's a Bennigan's. It's a Bennigan's. What are you doing? All of a sudden, the Monte Cristo and the Turkey O'Toole are $2 and come get your EDM on? What are we doing?
What was the Turkey O'Toole?
It was a nice, okay. So I guess they weren't in that hotel. Now I'm even more curious.
Ooh, further away from the Bennigan's.
Yeah, no, the Turkey O'Toole was a lovely turkey sandwich on a pretzel bun.
Oh.
That had Swiss cheese and a lovely Dijon mustard.
So,
I actually would get it.
AKA a turkey sandwich.
Pretty much. But it was hot. And the Dijon was lovely.
Okay.
It was creamy.
So a turkey sandwich with mustard.
My favorite thing was always, and look, I already told you my weight problem, so you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and put it out there.
O'Toole.
My favorite order to get people was...
Who was O'Toole?
Well, we were Irish.
I got you.
We wanted to make sure that you showed up to the Irish bar on St. Patty's Day.
Why not the Turkey McMurphy?
Yeah. Turkey O'Flaherty. I don't know, man. Look. But I always love when people walked in, did the Monte Cristo, which was like a 5,000 calorie sandwich, and then you wanted a Diet Coke. You know what? I'm just going to get your regular Coke. You're already too far down the road. I had two people show up one time that wanted potato skins, bowls of potato soup, and then 2 Monte Cristos, finished off with a death by chocolate. I think it was seriously like a 20,000 calorie meal. But you better not bring me a regular Coke, damn it.
They had a turkey O'Toole and a grilled chicken O'Toole.
I wasn't there for the grilled chicken O'Toole. That must have passed me by.
It's still on the menu to this day.
We had a pot roast for a while.
By the way, man, turkey O'Toole, that's a classic recipe. It hasn't changed. It is exactly as you described.
Because they were good. I would eat them sometimes.
Okay.
And then other times they had employee nachos, and I had I had a Latino cook who said, "You want your gringo nachos?"
So just queso, basically?
No, it was literally melted cheese.
All right. So Sean is
he didn't get the Turkey O'Toole.
No,
but he was sick of the club music coming from Bennigan's.
Is he angry that the interns were slow to deliver his Turkey O'Toole?
He made him DoorDash it.
Damn interns don't know what they're doing.
Well, go ahead.
Sean Payton, let's see. Oh, we got another joint practice this week.
Yeah, we do. And he
Arizona.
said this is the first time he's done it.
On Thursday. Okay, so Niners last week, Cardinals coming in on Thursday. Sean Payton on not losing sight of his own efforts despite multiple joint practices. Here we go.
Well, yeah, this is the first time for me and for us where like back-to-back joint practices. And so when you have a joint practice, like you lose a day, like the day prior, you got to be smart and so it can, when you get the calendar at the start of preseason, you lay it out and you see when your games are, there's 3 of them. And when you add a joint practice, it's a little different the day before and the day. So when you have 2 of them, it can cut into maybe your installation and your normal training camp routine. So the first time for us to do 2, we'll see if we ever do it again. I'm used to really 1, either week 2 or week 3. So what was different was week 1. And that's just, one of those things you make a note of.
I got to be honest with you. I'm really shocked by that answer. Saying he may not do it again and whatnot for this reason. He talked about Friday, what a tremendous amount of work they got in, how many plays they were able to. See, here's the other thing. He's got the answer. We don't need to play it necessarily unless you want to, but he talked about how maybe the practice was a little too long Thursday for his liking. Well, right after the practice, he was raving about it. He was aglow. First off, his team won. By all accounts, the Broncos won everything Thursday, which is why the Niners were a little spicy in the game the other day. But seriously, dude, coaches usually with the modern rules, coaches usually like to get these practices in because you can get so much more done and get so many more snaps in.
Well, apparently it's messing him up. There's a preparation day, then there's a hangover afterwards, and Sean's not pleased. He's not thrilled to be doing this twice.
Can we just cut the crap?
He's still mad at the interns.
He's mad that the offense, I'm sure he was like the rest of us. He wanted his offense to go out there, have a 10-play day, which would have been 1 drive, cap it off with a TD, and put your ball caps on.
Yeah.
And instead, you had to keep him out there for 3 series to try to get anything accomplished.
Yep.
So you're upset about that, and that's fine. We don't need to we don't need to blame, and people are telling us it's the San Jose Jazz Fest. I can't imagine the San Jose Jazz Fest was keeping you up at 2 a.m. Who the hell can't fall asleep to some soft jazz?
The soprano saxophone was keeping everybody
Kenny
awake.
G was getting wild on that soprano sax.
The Wine Country Jazz Festival was too intense. It's not Miles Davis on the corner out there or anything like that.
Did he get the crowd that fought at the Mariah Carey concert? Is that it?
Soft jazz came out of Wine Country. That's exactly what we're talking about right there. The San Jose Jazz
Just go ahead and say I'm
Festival.
disappointed with that. It went. Let's move on. Interns catching strays.
Got this damn tuba player keeping me up all night.
That damn jazz flute.
So we talked about Crawshaw before.
Yeah.
Jeremy Crawshaw, the rookie punter, he's not been good. And here we go. Sean Payton talked about his patience, just a little patience with Jeremy Crawshaw.
Hey, and it's just game day experience. It was funny. Both he and Morstead were there, and Thomas, I told you guys, I had a chance to draft him in New Orleans in 2009. And so, God, I don't know what year it is for him now, 18. But he was a 5th-round pick, and he came up to me afterwards, and he just went on about having a chance to meet our guy and then watch his flexibility. He just said, and Thomas has done this long enough. He said, "Man, you really got a good one," and so it's working through some of those things that we do with rookies. but you guys see it, and him getting used to the game situations, and that he's got a bright future.
Okay. Well, Sean, it as of now is defending his 6th round draft pick, Jeremy Crawshaw.
Yeah.
If he has another bad one on Saturday against Arizona.
Nate, I don't know what to say. I've asked guys. Again, it was a theme while you were gone last week.
Yeah.
Because it just is not being consistent.
They got some punting problems.
And I like Crawshaw. Like you said, when the kid drills it,
yeah,
it's a thing of beauty. You could see what a weapon it can be. But, I mean, you can't have him shake a punt in the first 4. You can't have him shank one against the Bengals and give Joe Burrow the 50 when you were hoping for him to flip the field.
Andy, it's Tuesday. We got a new episode of Hard Knocks coming tonight, everybody. Is Hard Knocks finished, or is there a chance to still save the series? We'll talk about that next. You should listen to the Altitude Sports Radio app. We've got an app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. It is Tuesday, which means we get a fresh ep of Hard Knocks tonight. Training
excited?
camp with the Buffalo Bills. I mean, Andy, I'm going to watch. I am a Hard Knocks viewer. I will say episode 1 of the Buffalo series might have been the lamest episode of Hard Knocks I've ever seen.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. Number 1 is always a little slow.
Yes.
That was, one of the most interesting thing about my Hard Knocks viewing experience a week ago was I discovered a documentary called The Yogurt Shop Murders that I actually was more into.
Okay. Was it like froyo or like Greek yogurt?
Oh, dude, it's Froyo, California.
Okay. All right.
Pretty gnarly case, man.
Okay. All right. Well, it sounds... Why a yogurt shop? Why do you want to kill people that just want to have a low-fat snack?
Oh, there's a lot of intrigue already.
So
I'm 1 of 5 in. Looking more forward to that, frankly, than Hard Knocks right now.
Well,
that thing better spice up.
If you want to make it more boring, have Terry Pagula give you a tour of a froyo shop.
Oh, my gosh.
So that episode...
How long before we get the stadium tour? Is that going to be what you're describing?
That's what it was. You had Pagula and Josh Allen wandering through the thing.
I know.
Josh Allen?
Gee, Mr. Pagula, this looks terrific.
Oh, what are you going to say?
The thing was an infomercial for the Bills.
Well, is that not what this is turning into with coaches' control?
Yeah, with the organizations having editorial control, this is what I worry about now with Hard Knocks is like, we didn't have an off-season Hard Knocks. We didn't get it. Because why? Because the first season was too good. Because the Giants and their giant mess was too good, and letting Saquon walk and Mara being pissed off and bold declarations being made by the front office, and then the Giants go out and stink, and it's suddenly nobody's going to do it.
And Saquon's MVP of the league and winning a Super Bowl.
Exactly. Like, in-season Hard Knocks last year I thought was good. The AFC North, I thought it was good. But the training camp one, especially when everyone has this much time on their hands right now at this time of year, I just think the editorial control that you're giving these teams is killing the show. It's taken, and this will sound like a silly statement, but follow me for a second. It's kind of taken the soul of the show away.
No, I'm with you because we used to see real actual football. It created the human element. One of the things that I'm most bummed about when Marcus Washington was in here last Thursday, he couldn't believe they got rid of it, was the cutscenes.
Right.
And I realize we're trying to be a more sensitive society, and I'm for that. But there were a lot of guys that gave you a great example of how to handle a firing. Because guess what? Whether it's the NFL or real life, what we're all doing, it's going to happen to you.
Remember the Joe Philbin season with Miami?
Yeah.
And Ocho Cinco ends up getting axed, and Philbin is calling him in, and they got the camera up there in the corner. It was terrific television. It was absolutely gripping. It was wonderful.
What about that tight end that had the dad in Cleveland?
Cajuiced. Yeah.
And he had to go tell his dad, I'm bummed I didn't make it again, but I think he ends up getting signed 2 days later.
Oh.
I was actually interested in him and his kind of funny dad.
I mean, and again, we're only one episode into it, but this has kind of been the trend is they've gone away from the end of the roster guys, which oftentimes they're the most compelling stories. The will they, won't they, are they going to make it story. The injuries that pop up, it is gripping, like these guys fighting essentially for their professional football lives. And instead it's like, all right, well, here's some more Josh Allen sound bites for you. And Josh Allen's a perfectly likable guy, but he's just like, what's all that compelling right now with Josh Allen on this show? Deion Dawkins, like, how is it possible to make Tokyo drifting look boring? Somehow he did.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tre'Davious White, like, good personality. Tre'Davious White, I enjoyed all that, but again, just like handing out ice cream. Again, it felt like product placement more so than anything else. This was a show that, we used to go inside the coaches' meeting rooms. They would mic up, hilarious assistant coaches. Remember Bob Wiley in Cleveland, the big fat guy, whose gut would bounce every single time that he would say, "Hut," Like that.
Comparing animals to how you got to attack.
Exactly.
And Tyler Polumbus, by the way, sat through one of those because he was with him in Washington.
You know, I think of the Jets season with Rex Ryan just being so completely oblivious of,
anything.
Let's go eat a bleeping snack with
Yeah.
F-bomb every other word, and it was so good. And now, because the league has shifted to giving the editorial control to the organizations themselves, and the coaches are reviewing all of this, what you get is last night, which was last week, maybe the most boring episode of the show that I've ever seen. And yet I bet you if you were to ask Terry Pagula or Sean McDermott or Josh Allen, they'd be like, oh, you were bored by it and you maybe don't want to watch anymore?
Perfect.
Cool. That's awesome for us.
Is it also thrown in there the fact that they're a good team? I feel like the fact that the Bills, the only thing they get approved is when January shows up.
Sure.
And can they get past the Chiefs?
Which I even kind of felt like it was touched on, but like glossed over.
Oh, completely.
The heartbreak of a year ago.
Yeah, completely. They just showed a bunch of happy Bills fans waiting for that first preseason game or whatever they were doing, right?
And quite honestly, if you wanted to do a show about Bills Mafia,
that would be
about our buddy Del Reed and about everybody else and the insane fans of Buffalo, go around to the businesses where the Browns bars and everything else, like I'd be all for it. I think that honestly would be more interesting than what we got out of the football team in episode 1.
Well, and give me some flashback to the meetings, to watching that tape again, to the pain of how do we get past these guys.
Right.
Give me some of that.
Thurman
That's what
Thomas,
it used to be.
The most, just again, like Thurman Thomas, I'll just stand here and I'll speak in ex-jock cliches to all of you guys, and this is supposed to serve as some inspiration for the upcoming season. Like, what are we doing here? And that's what sucks about it, is that truly did used to be one of the best shows on television.
Now, here's where I'll give it a little bit of hope, and I think it starts this week. Once they finally get the preseason going, but see, to your point, you've got to follow guys trying to make the team. I don't need Deion Dawkins and Josh Allen.
You don't want to see
on the team.
Dawson Knox's wife pack his suitcase,
right? Cool, Carl.
Wow.
Yeah,
this is thrilling stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. There's
no. I want to see Cajuste telling his dad, "I'm stressed. I'm not going to get enough chances to prove myself."
I think there's an interesting show in there that they just decided not to. They didn't even mention that DeMar Hamlin died on the field. He was on the show. They didn't mention that he died.
That's a great point. You're right.
It was just like here's a famous Bills player whose name you heard of, and he talked about. Again, his how his religion and his faith helps him in his football life, all of that. But it's just like this is the story you're telling right now.
Yeah,
what's going on right here? But I felt like I was watching a boring infomercial for the Buffalo Bills.
All right,
and I didn't want to buy it.
Tell you what, it's Tuesday.
Okay,
I need some power rankings in my life.
Okay,
I have a list that sits in front of me of every team all time.
That's been on Hard Knocks?
That's been on Hard Knocks. Let's rank some teams, shall we?
Okay.
But I can't do it until I get a little of the He-Man sounder in my life. Spring, would you please? There it is. Soon to be a live-action movie.
All right.
Did you like He-Man or Fisto better?
Who was Fisto?
It's one of his sidekicks.
Should I have known?
It was one of his pals.
I knew
that he called help out. What was it?
Fisto.
Dude, look at the names of some of these people.
I mean, I knew there was
Skeletor,
Man-at-Arms,
She-Ra, Man-at-Arms,
Manny Faces.
Uh-huh.
Fisto.
Just they all had the dumb punching action, looking like Chris Farley trying to fire you up as the motivational speaker. You know what? Those toys sucked.
Why have they not remade Masters of the Universe starring Dolph Lundgren yet? They've remade every other movie.
They're literally doing another live-action one.
Seriously?
Jared Leto is Skeletor.
Are they bringing back Courtney Cox?
I don't think so. I don't know who gets to play She-Ra.
Why was Courtney? She wasn't even a He-Man character. There was some like interdimensional time travel thing going on in the show. Why? Just give me He-Man.
Because you made a movie based on a damn toy that wasn't really all that popular.
I just want Dolph Lundgren to be stabbing Skeletor in the face.
I think they got another like European bodybuilder guy to be He-Man.
Oh, good.
And run around with the sword.
That's important. Is he doing roids in the basement with Brigitte Nielsen?
Can't say. Can't say how he got to look how he did, but he did. All right.
He-Man was juicing.
Come on.
He-Man.
Nobody lives in the dumb castle, by the way.
He-Man and Brett Boone. That's rather than power rank Hard Knocks seasons, let's remember some Mitchell Report All-Stars today.
Luis Gonzalez says hello.
Brady Anderson? Anybody?
Oh, yeah.
51 home runs for the Baltimore Orioles. I think his previous career high had been like 12.
And then just done after that.
Okay.
All right.
We don't need to go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah. All right. You want to know one of the teams that I thought was low-key? I'd probably put him as my number 5 team.
Okay.
And maybe it's just the nostalgia of us watching this season as you and I started our show together. But when the Raiders did it, and it was 2019, for those that don't remember, that was, you know why that was so interesting, and not because of Derek Carr's giant baby? You had Antonio Brown and the sagas that were Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
And they kept dancing around the storylines of the fact that the dude was at camp, then wasn't at camp, allegedly, remember his feet got burned in the cryo chamber. He hated his helmet.
Yep.
And all they could show of him on the show, like, I don't think he talked the entire time.
He got in the fight with Mayock.
Yeah. But he didn't, he kept showing up and working out. But I'm not sure he had I guess he had a couple lines. His kid wanted to know where Ben Roethlisberger was.
Knock on wood.
And he had to be like, that ain't our guy
if
anymore.
You're with me, Gruden.
Well, that was interesting because he and Mayock get in the car.
Yeah.
He's listening to 80s hair band at 4 a.m. as they drive to start camp.
By the way, did you see today Gruden's lawsuit against the NFL? It's going forward. This is not going to arbitration. Nope, Gruden's going to get his day in court as of right now.
He wants his money.
That's going to be kind of fun.
That was a big fat contract that I believe he was owed.
I think I'm going to kind of enjoy that. You know what's funny is, like, I feel like when I think back on seasons of Hard Knocks, I remember specific moments more so than anything else. Rex Ryan's
foot fetish.
I don't think that was on Hard Knocks.
Was that not there? Oh, who made fun of it? It came out somewhere.
Oh, it was
Wes Welker made fun of it at a press conference.
He did. Yes, he made fun of it at a press conference. He was talking about somebody having good feet, not to sound like Rex Ryan or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rex Ryan and Quentin Tarantino, both big foot guys. No, now let's go eat a bleeping snack.
Yes.
After ripping his players, so good. So good. That one was completely unforgettable. Do you remember the Baltimore season?
I remember them. Was it Sharp hid Ray Lewis's car?
Everybody did at the rookie show, they all did their best Shannon Sharp impression. And like Sharp was not amused by it, and his teammates were just crying, laughing.
That was good.
I remember that one being very strong.
Do you remember the Dallas? So the Dallas Cowboys were on there a few times. Okay. First, the Dallas Cowboys were on there in 2008. And remember, that was the Shanahan, Ryan Clady fight year.
The Wade Phillips. The Wade Phillips team was really good.
It was. That one was fun.
Yeah. Pac-Man Jones was on that team.
Pac-Man Jones was on that team. Remember 2002, though? Let's go to 2002.
Okay.
In 2002, they had, who was it? It was like, it was their former offensive coordinator had taken over. One of those, like, guy was always an OC. But they cut Danny Amendola, I want to say it was. And I remember they were saying at the end of the cutscene.
Was it?
Chan Gailey, that was it. Thank you. But I remember Chan Gailey was cutting, I believe it was Danny Amendola, where he goes, yeah, that guy might be pretty good. I don't know if we made the right choice. And then he goes off to become really good with the Patriots or whoever.
Okay.
So, see, those are the ones I like where you cut a guy, you can tell the coach is stressing over it, and then it comes back to bite him. Who could forget? It's a sound effect on Spring's board. The Houston Texans.
It was Dave Campo that took
it
over
was
for
Campo
Chan
that
Gailey.
did it. Okay, it was Dave Campo with the glasses.
Okay.
And I believe they cut Amendola, didn't they?
Uh-huh.
Because he would come back and actually be a really good player for both the Rams and the Patriots.
You know what Hard Knocks season I low-key enjoyed, and it was only because I was so appalled that this guy was an NFL head coach, was the Matt Eberflus Bears season.
Oh, that was last year.
It was only last year, but it was just the thing, and it wasn't like a great season of the show, but I was sitting there watching Matt Eberflus, and I was just going, how the hell did this guy get this job? This guy he has no charisma.
None.
There's no magnetism to him at all.
Dude, his guy had to make a call for him, Nick Saban. That had to be it.
Yeah.
What about the 2015?
Oh, and then they hauled Saban in.
Yeah, and then he
to be
talked
on an episode
to try to make it look like this is legitimately why he got a job.
Right.
How about 2015 with the Houston Texans? We got Brian Cushing puking.
Oh, Vince Wilfork in the overalls.
Vince Wilfork and his overalls were great. Psycho Bill O'Brien with his quarterbacks.
Oh, and he loved Rick Ross.
He loved Rick Ross. And then J.J. Watt just going out there and, like, at midnight, taking the camera crew to watch him go punch tackling dummies or sleds or whatever. Do you remember that?
He had his bed in the facility.
Yeah.
He had his special mattress that was, like, set up in the facility so he could, like, sleep in the middle of every single day.
I like J.J. Watt. That was very Russell Wilson-ish.
Oh,
his Hard Knock season was it felt very, very propped up.
It was
scripted.
Let's show J.J. Watt exercising, put some dubstep music to it, and that will qualify as television.
You know the camera guys are like, really? We got to go watch you run around the blocking dummies again at midnight? That's high knees on the plane kind of stuff.
Oh, man. This show, again,
can be so good.
So compelling and so good at times. And let's see what Ep 2 has. You know, I'm gonna come back for Ep 2. I'm gonna watch it. I gotta see what's in store. Boy, Sean McDermott too, man. That man is translucent. That guy is, I mean, pale.
He does not get out a lot.
Did you see the size of his sun hat?
Bro, have you seen a beach? just you don't even have to go to the West Coast. Just go, like, go to Maine, get you a lobster, and just take in a little vitamin D.
Wasn't McDermott also the coach that they exposed that he told his guys in a meeting, like, an example of a group working really well together was the 9/11 hijackers?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yeah, that's I tell you what, you want to spice up Hard Knocks, you put that on television, okay?
Unfiltered. What about, remember Detroit? The Detroit Lions season 2022?
Dan Campbell. We found out that Dan Campbell pounded 2 Americanos first thing in the morning. He always crushed a thing of ice cream when he got home, but he shared it with his dogs. Dan Campbell just automatically makes for compelling television.
Well, I did like it, but man, there was too much like full-on rage into crying. Right by the end, I was like, all right, I'm worn out.
There were so many tears.
You need to stabilize a little bit.
There were so many tears.
You got to stabilize.
Yeah.
And they ended up being good that year.
They did.
The 21 Cowboys was fun with Jerry. That was with, remember, you had Diggs, the corner, not Stephon Diggs' brother. Trayvon Diggs and his cute little kid.
That was when we found out that Jerry Jones puts extra salt on an Egg McMuffin.
Yeah, this thing isn't enough.
I think it may have been a McGriddle, actually, now that I think about it.
And then the helicopter pilot left without Steven. Are we going to have this kind of day? Have we already screwed it up? That was a fun one, right?
That was good.
That's how Glizzy came into our life, because of Ezekiel
Micah Parsons.
Elliott.
Yeah, Parsons and Zeke. We started talking about Glizzies. By the way, the Chicago White Sox, they had a 50-foot-long Glizzy the other day. 50-footer.
God, was it boiled? How the hell do you cook that?
That's a great question. I don't know. You just leave it out in the sun for a while,
What vat of water did you throw that in? Did you go to the Shamu tank and heat it up?
Can you make a 7-Eleven roller 50 feet long with the light?
We don't know the more impressive record, the dog or the roller we cooked it on.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Yes, we are Hard Knocks lovers. We have high hopes for the show. Pick it up a little bit, okay, fellas? Just give us a little something. We'll take a break. When we come back, I got some great quotes from Sean Payton talking about a quarterback that was drafted last year that was not Bo Nix. What does this mean for Sean's love for Bo Nix? We'll explore that next.
We won't win it. We'll sit back and say, why didn't we do it? We didn't do it because where were our priorities? How about our offense? When are we going to put it together? When are we going to put it together? Can we not run the ball down their throats every snap? Can we not throw it anytime we want to throw it? Let's make sure we play like the New York Jets and not some slap team. That's what I want to see tomorrow. Do we understand what the I want to see tomorrow? Let's go to eat a damn snack.
That was like 400-pound Rex Ryan, too. What would he consider a snack?
It's a great question. Which one was it?
Side of beef.
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
Yeah. Well grilled. Which one were they getting the ice cream? Was it Detroit where they had the ice cream? Do you remember that?
Dan Campbell was addicted to it. Was the coffee ice cream, wasn't it? He would go home every night and crush like 2 of those things.
I think you're right. I'm telling you, there was another one where they just always had the ice cream. That might have been Atlanta.
There is a good indication that you get from that show, like just how unhealthy football coaches really are. Like
Oh my gosh.
their lifestyles of just like nothing but nicotine and caffeine imbibed at all hours of the day.
Okay, I had someone tell me they don't think that Sean Payton would want to do Hard Knocks. Don't you feel like this version of Sean Payton would want to do Hard Knocks?
You know, it's funny that you bring that up. I saw this tweet today. I saw it because you sent it to me.
Good.
So
better than you not seeing it. Which, as we all know, happens quite often.
Happens quite
For
often.
all of us. For all of us. I'm not calling anyone out.
I miss most things.
I don't think I've doubled up a
on
spring
Twitter.
tweet in at least a month.
Hey, that's
you know why?
That's good.
We've all been on vacation.
That's right. So Kay Adams was at practice today.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she tweeted something last night that you sent over that I saw from the show thread.
You happen to see.
That I happen to see because Andy put it right in front of me. She tweets, Denver tomorrow to visit the Super Bowl contender Broncos. All right.
The Broncos!
We've gotten Colin Cowherd.
Yep.
Has gone all full. The Broncos can win the Super Bowl. That's another big-time Sean Payton media guy. Diana Rossini and Chase Daniel on their podcast. They went all in on Denver contending. That's all right there.
Congratulations, by the way, to our guy James Palmer. He's jumping in with that crew for a couple days a week.
I listened to episode 1 with him on there. So there's a substantial amount of national media heavy hitters that we have pinpointed over the years here, Andy, like Cowherd. Peyton and Cowherd were together at Fox. Peyton was regularly doing his show during his sabbatical. Kay Adams, who Sean loves. And
the entire NFL, I think, loves her. When she did Good Morning Football, she was very popular.
Very popular, and her and Peyton seem to have a
vibe.
A rapport. Yes,
Sure.
if you will.
Remember, this is where we got what I think we need.
Yeah. The Joker cut was from the Kay Adams podcast.
I say we need a Joker.
Yeah. And again, she's going to be and remember, like last year when he sat down with her, like it was, well, you're not saying any of this stuff to the local media, and so good on Kay for being able to get that. That's her job right there. And again, like Chase Daniels, the guy that played for him. Something that I wondered about when I saw that tweet today. Okay, the hype that is going on around the Broncos right now out of the national media. Honestly, Andy, and again, I don't listen to every second of every radio show or read every single column inch or blog line written in Denver, but I consume a lot of it, okay? I don't feel like the Super Bowl hype is coming from inside the building. It's coming from outside the building.
Sure.
Generally. And when I say that, I mean the town, the market, okay? Sean Payton wants it to be known Super Bowl expectations are out there. Steve Levy was talking about it during the broadcast the other day that the Super Bowl expectations are out there, okay? There's a lot of Sean Payton hype going on. And to be fair, like Sean's earned it. 10 wins a year ago, you took Bo Nix 12th, like you made the playoffs. You're doing a great job right now. One thing I wondered about, here in the AFC West, some of the highest paid coaches in the entire NFL are right here in this division, including the one NFL head coach that, according to reports, makes more in average annual salary than Sean Payton. That's Andy Reid in Kansas City. The funny part being that the Kansas City Chiefs oftentimes do really bad on that PA survey, Andy, and have often been criticized by people within the organization of being a bunch of cheapskates. And yet there's Andy Reid with his 3 rings making more money than Sean Payton. Here's Sean Payton working for the wealthiest owners in all of professional sports. Do you think that Sean Payton ever wonders why he isn't the highest paid coach in the NFL?
I'm sure yeah.
Ultra competitive Sean Payton?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, all these guys think they're the best or
Sure.
they shouldn't be doing the job.
Sure.
So, yeah, I wouldn't. I'm sure it I would imagine if a Super Bowl victory comes in the next 2 years, there'll be a request.
Yeah. I kind of wonder if some of the hype is trying to prime that pump a little bit.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. I don't think Sean Payton likes that he's not the highest paid coach in the NFL.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Especially when, again, he remembers who his owner is. Who his bosses are. Like, Andy, they could swipe a new contract out, Xerox that thing off, and sign it up, and boom, and they wouldn't even notice.
Right.
Wouldn't know the difference. They could give Sean Payton $21 million a year versus the $18 million that he's getting right now, and boom, it's done.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think Craig Penner probably would say, all right, let's get a playoff win first, and then we'll maybe think about what we want to do with this contract. Because, again, we're going into year 3.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been all positive for Sean. He's yet to really.
I don't think Sean Payton liked that the idea of the West Coast guys that they were clowning Sean Payton, that there was mockery of what he did with Russell Wilson, that there was mockery of his choice of taking Bo Nix at number 12. I think he wants his mouthpieces doing his work for him and declaring his team as a contender right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
because again, look, to be fair to the discussion, and this is where I think we got to be a little bit careful, and I think a lot of people in town that watched the season last year are saying everything is pointing upwards. It's great. It's a better time to be a Bronco fan than it's been in 9 years. Easily.
Without a doubt.
You can have great faith, and I think legitimate faith and hope that this season could be something fun and special more than the last 8 or 9 have been. That said, this team does get talked about like they were the ones that had the clock tick out on them with just a score needed to go on to the Super Bowl,
right,
and not Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't win a playoff game. They need to win a playoff game first.
You know the hype that they're getting right now it's the same hype that Houston got last year.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're right.
It is a mirror image, man.
Because we like the new kid on the block.
Right.
We want a new toy to play with.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's Denver in the AFC and it's Washington in the NFC.
And to your point, Sean has powerful national media friends.
Yep.
Remember, Chase Daniel played for him. He and Diana Rossini clearly have a long-standing relationship. As you said, we know the connections to a Colin Cowherd.
Yep.
We know a Peter Schrager often did some stuff with him at Fox when he did that one year of the pregame show. He's got national people that like him.
Connected. Yep. Connected. And for good reason. I think Sean gives him good information. I think he talks football with him. I think he plays the game really well.
Listen, when he wants to not be in a bad mood and give you something, he's got interesting answers and perspective on the history of the game.
Yeah, story time with Sean. We get it often. Here's some great quotes from Sean Payton for you. So Seth Wickersham, who we've had on the show before, we've talked about his new book that is going to be coming out, American Kings, a biography of the quarterback. Comes out next month. I can't wait to read this thing. Seth Wickersham stuff is really, really good. And in one section of the book, this is according to a piece in The Athletic today from John Greenberg, Seth Wickersham sits down with Sean Payton ahead of the 2024 draft. And the large gist of this story is about Caleb Williams. And if you recall, Caleb Williams' dad, Carl, he wanted to steer his son away from being drafted by the Bears.
Yep.
He even dropped the idea of like giving him like a minority stake in the franchise. He was very much a football dad, but also, I will say this, I would say his concerns about his son going to play for the Chicago Bears, well-founded. Okay?
Especially, after that rookie year. And remember, the quotes you're talking about are the quotes that got stirred up this past offseason in Chicago.
So there was an idea that he was going to pull a Jack Elway or an Archie Manning, and like Jack did with John, like Archie did with Eli, and steer his kid away from the team with the number 1 overall pick. Caleb reportedly wanted to play for Minnesota. That was what he wanted to go play up there and play with a coach that was more aligned with his thinking rather than playing for Eberflus. And, as it was revealed, like Caleb Williams even had quotes of saying, like, nobody watched film with me. I didn't know what I was doing. Like that the coaching staff did not do a good job. The Bears were smart to hire Ben Johnson. But Sean Payton gave some great quotes that are in this book about Williams ahead of last year's draft. These are from before the draft last year. And as was written in The Athletic, Payton wasn't sold that Williams would excel in the NFL. For one, Payton has a formula weighted on negative plays in college that informs his evaluations, and Williams' number was higher than Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels. We were talking about that the other week. I think Sean dropped it was like 1 in 82 plays or something like that by Bo Nix at Oregon was a negative play.
Yep.
That's a good number. While Payton loves Williams' arm at USC, he is worried a little about his processing speed. Payton sees too many easy completions left on the field, open receivers that Caleb fails to spot quickly, but his primary concerns with Caleb Williams are existential. Payton wonders how Williams will deal with failure at the NFL level. On the surface, as John Greenberg writes, I thought Williams handled that part pretty well in terms of he didn't miss any games. His teammates seemed to like him, even as crappy as the team was. He did a pretty good job being affable with the media and all of that. So, like, I would say those concerns, Caleb Williams tended to handle the failure of his first year in Chicago pretty well. But the part about processing speed and too many completions being left on the field and holding the ball too often, yeah, those are all very real concerns. And I wondered as I read these quotes, Andy, if given the opportunity a year ago, if Caleb Williams and Bo Nix had been on the board at the same time when Sean Payton was drafting, would he have taken Bo Nix over Caleb Williams?
I know a lot of people that firmly believe he would have.
Yeah. Right?
Because of the way
because of
Caleb
the profile.
plays.
Right, because of the profile. I believe that Jaden Daniels would have been the guy that Sean really wanted.
Yeah.
That he would have taken number 1 overall. But remember, like, Bo was taken after Drake May, after Penix, after J.J. McCarthy, after all of these guys. And yet Sean very much, like, if you're to ask Sean Payton what's the most important quality you can have in a quarterback, it's avoid negative plays, and Bo Nix does that as well as any quarterback in the draft last year. The one thing I do wonder about is, I know that Sean Payton is a quarterback guru. I know that Sean Payton has a very specific taste in quarterbacks. I get all of that. But, like, if you were to give him and just say, like, okay, you can have the athleticism and arm of Caleb Williams, and you can have the decision-making of Bo Nix, would Sean Payton in his head have justified it of, well, I can teach the decision-making. This guy's got too many qualities that I can't teach.
See, I don't think so.
Okay.
And here's why I believe it. I just think, and I think Russell Wilson laid out the blueprint for it. Now, the guy that I think would have been intriguing had he been there would have been Michael Penix.
Mm-hmm.
Because Penix was not known to take a ton of sacks either.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think he was as good as Bo Nix, but he had that arm that you're talking about. So would that have been a tougher decision that never had to be made because Atlanta surprised everybody? Again, everything I've been told by people close enough to the situation have said he loved Nix. Clear. Everything we've read is the same. But he did like Daniels. He would have taken Daniels over Caleb Williams. He would have taken Daniels over Bo Nix. I'm confident of that.
Right.
But I do think Bo was his number 2. Remember, we'll see what Drake May does, but there's still, and you remember it because you stood up for your guy.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't love the long release of Drake May and think it's got to shorten up somehow. So I don't think that would have been a Payton thing. But I just think Payton loves the plays that he designs. And I don't think he wants you. I don't think he cares if you go off script if it works. But when Russell Wilson is constantly trying to redo the play that he called or not do the first couple plays to set up the big play that he's thinking in his head, I think it drives him absolutely nuts. And I think Caleb showed again last year. He's an offensive coordinator's, I think, headache because he just wants to do whatever he thinks he wants to do.
And won't just take the throws while they're there. There was a quote yesterday in the quarterback tiers list on The Athletic about Caleb Williams. Listen to this. This is an NFL defensive coordinator said, quote, he's got the talent to move up, but in terms of processing ability and getting the ball out of his hands, He was the worst we played against. He just holds the ball forever. Close quote.
Because, again, he's got that college thing built into him.
Yeah.
Of, I don't need this first route that comes open. I can wait and get the second.
Sure. Yeah.
And he couldn't. Now, he's got an amazing arm. I'm not going to tell you I wasn't hoping that he'd find a way to the Broncos.
Sure.
When the Broncos and Bears were playing each other that game.
Tremendous
that the
athlete.
Broncos came back to win.
Yeah.
But again, look, I get why Sean Payton likes what he sees out of Bo Nix, but I also think I think Sean Payton wants the play run the way that he wants it run.
I love system. I love fit for system.
Because he's basically the Madden controller guy at that point.
Yeah. And in many ways, Sean's process is probably right. Like, again, like the test with Caleb Williams this year is, can Ben Johnson repair him? That Johnson's been hired to do exactly that thing. Like, Sean Payton had a very clear idea of what he is looking for in a quarterback, and Sean Payton also knows that his future is completely tied and invested into the success of Bo Nix. If you're looking for the proper situation to incubate and develop a good franchise NFL quarterback, like Sean Payton he's pretty much figured out exactly how to do that. He's got that on lockdown, which, again, goes back to, Caleb Williams' dad was probably right to not want his kid to play for the Bears. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Look, one of the things you hear a lot about, especially if you listen to sports radio, is low testosterone and what are your levels and what would it be like and what are the causes and so on and so forth. But if it's something that you've thought about because maybe you've heard about something like low energy or not seeing the gains in the gym, of course, if there's sexual side effects, you want to get that looked at. Sometimes it even can be the cause of depression. Don't deal with any of these things because there's help over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Look, if you get up and you find yourself ready for the day and excited to get things done, and then the energy dips somewhere around lunch and you're almost wanting a nap, again, that could be a sign of low T. If you want to know some other quick signs, go and take their low T quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. And it's a quick yes or no 10-question quiz and takes about 2 minutes. Schedule a consult there while you're on the website and go on over and have your first visit. They'll draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes, go over what those results look like with a Colorado licensed medical provider. It's a T and a PSA test, and the cost is $99. But if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your visit, that visit is free. They have 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. You can give them a call today if you'd like to chat with them, 720-440-7900. They'll direct you to the one closest to you, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
No Nick Bonito today at practice. We'll dive into that a little bit further coming up here in the High Five. The 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We'll do that right at 5 o'clock. Andy, I want to continue the conversation we were having in Cross from earlier today. Does Nick Bonito need to be in any hurry to get back to practice for the Broncos?
Well, I mean, no. Here's the thing. Do you think today was
not an intense practice? I watched it.
Okay, not only that, but do you think this is a contract thing? I mean, and we talked about this yesterday. I think it's Nick Bonito's people that want to wait, not the Broncos. If I'm the Broncos, I'm trying to figure out what minimum amount of guaranteed money you'll take so we can just get this thing done before the market gets reset by one or two more pass rushers possibly.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Obviously, Micah Parsons, chief among them. I don't think Nick Bonito needs to play another down the rest of the preseason, if that's what you're asking. He's in great form.
Right.
Matter of fact, again, if you're going to continue to go against the ones, I think about Jonathan Cooper getting out of there too, because both these guys have the snap counts timed up, and then Bonito goes and shows you how good he is against the Niners the other night.
Yeah, he's so damn good. Jonathan Cooper, really. I mean, that guy's a former 7th-round pick. That's a wonderful NFL success story right there.
It is.
Yeah.
And he's already gotten paid, so that's great too.
Yep.
Jonah Ellis is another fun one to watch. You know what I can't believe is how all of a sudden this team has just a wealth and an embarrassment of linebackers, both outside and inside, it feels like. Now, hopefully when we get to the regular season, that continues to hold up. But we were talking about a team just a year ago. ESPN's GM survey named them the 31st roster in the NFL.
I know. Isn't it wild?
And now all of a sudden, we talked about it earlier. What were they, top 10?
Uh-huh.
Right?
Andy, as I was watching camp a year ago, I was just like, do they have good players besides Surtain? That's what it felt like as you were watching it. Like, who's standing out? And now you go out there and you watch, and it's like, holy crap, Jonathan Cooper is dominating on every damn play, and he's already been compensated well for it. Nick Bonito, we saw it the other night. He had a whole series that was just like, I'm gonna ruin everything that San Francisco is trying to do with Mac Jones right now. Like, there's so much friggin' talent out there. The D-line anchored by DJ Jones. We know how good Zach Allen is. Franklin Myers is a freaking beast, man.
Did they shop him? If Savion Jones continues to look good.
No, just be awesome.
I know, but JFM wants a contract.
Yeah, well, he can get it on another team next year. But, like, for now, no. Like, just be awesome. Be loaded and be deep and be awesome on that side of the ball. Because I really do think the offense is going to be a work in progress this year.
Okay. Let's
starting from a much better place than they have been, but still, I'm looking for this offense to be a lot better in December than I think they're going to look in September.
Yeah. Well, that seems to be the pace of Sean Payton. Period.
Yeah.
You know, again, I do think it's if they're really going to go ahead and do things that they haven't done in the past couple of years, which is win a playoff game, they've got to get off to a better start than what they've typically done under Sean Payton. Now, I realize people can go back and look at the 2-1 start I believe they had his first year where they lost in Seattle. Then what did they do? They beat Houston here, but that was a terrible game where the fans are counting down the play clock.
I remember
and
that.
I can't even remember who the next victory was, but we were just looking at this going, this is not good. They can't move the ball. They couldn't score points. Remember? I mean, it just was terrible.
Yeah.
Or no, wait. I take that back. The Houston thing, that was the Hackett debacle.
It was.
So Sean's first year, they lose to Washington inexplicably. They lost to the Raiders the first game. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
So they've got to do better under Sean than they've done the last couple years. So did they get off to 2-1 last year?
They were 0-2 last year, and then they won the
lost
next
to
two.
Seattle.
They beat the Jets, and they beat Tampa Bay. They were 2-2, and it was unexpected by everybody.
Of the first, you want to go 4 or 5 games, it doesn't matter because I believe that the Philadelphia is the 5th game, right?
It is.
Let's stop at 4 then. What do they need that record to be?
I will argue that the first 2 games of the year for the Broncos are must-win. Tennessee and Indianapolis are must-win games for the Broncos because I am not going to be stunned if they lose to both the Chargers and the Bengals.
Yeah, it's real possible.
Yeah, I'm not going to be stunned.
And then you go to Philly.
And then you go to Philly.
And then you go off to London to face the Jets.
Yeah, it's, Jets, Giants, Cowboys. You got a good opportunity to get right. You got a Week 10 against the Raiders. Like there's plenty of correctable opportunities in there. But right now, I think the best case scenario is 3-1 at the end of September. I think that's best case scenario. I mean, sure, you could go 4-0. I don't think they're going to. I think there's a loss baked in between the Chargers and Cincinnati. So it's like, okay, you got to get the first two absolute must wins, and then you got to get one of those next two at the Chargers or home against the Bengals.
Yeah, if you're 2-2, then you're gonna have to you're gonna have to win the Jets game in London. You're not gonna have a choice.
Yeah,
you got it.
I think they have to win that game anyway because the Jets stink. You have to win that game.
I don't disagree, but again, the travel is the great equalizer sometimes, you know?
Sure, absolutely.
Now, I don't know, this team, remember they had that weird stretch where they did the Greenbrier, they did Tampa, they did the Jets, it rained, all that, they never came home.
Yeah,
they found a way to maintain it.
Yep, did great through all that. Mm-hmm.
Well, who's right after the Jets? Because you don't get a bye after London. That's what's kind of weird.
You're back home against the Giants.
Yeah, you can't go letting London screw up that W for you.
Let Russell
Wilson scheduled
come in and beat you. Yeah, scheduled win. Get it. Okay? Do not lose that game. So, Andy, did you know Travis Kelce has a podcast?
Been aware of it for a while. He makes a snot load of money off of it.
It's called New Heights.
Sure.
He hosts it with his brother. I've heard a thing or two about it.
I think we played a clip or two on this show.
So Taylor Swift is going to appear on this podcast.
Yeah, there's cuts flying all over the place.
Tomorrow releases tomorrow at 5:00 Mountain Time.
And the internet then breaks.
Yes. She has already announced she has a new record coming out, The Life of a Showgirl. I don't know if that's about Elizabeth Berkley either, but that's going to be the new record, the new album from Taylor Swift, and she is announcing it on the Travis Kelce and Jason Kelce podcast.
She showed off what was a blurred cover in the clip circulate.
We don't get to see the cover yet.
So do we get to see it tomorrow?
I hope
in
so.
The actual podcast?
I need to know what's the cover art.
Yeah. Who's the showgirl?
Yes.
That is the life of the album.
I'm assuming it's Taylor Swift, but who knows?
There was a movie that
there was a film.
It was really bad.
Sucked is in the eye of the beholder, Andy. Okay, all right. I quite frankly, I enjoyed it. So
you get to the end and you're like, you know what? Everyone get dressed and go home. What are we doing? When they got to the point where the woman's knee broke and it sounded like a tree branch cracked, I'm like,
yourself.
Listen. I don't know who's in charge of sound effects, but a tree branch break was not the sound effect because she hurt her knee. All right.
You know what though, Andy? Memorable.
Oh yeah.
Memorable.
Yeah.
You didn't forget it, did you?
No, by that point I was offended. I'm like, I am a moron. Hey, look, I like a lot of what's being shown on screen, but I am ready to go home. Never thought I'd have enough, but you found my point.
We get it. Nipples.
Got it. Yeah. Everyone's miserable and naked in this movie.
Yeah, I don't know. I liked it.
Boy, Vegas looks cool.
Gotta say, I kind of liked it. Anyway, is Travis Kelce the most famous football player in the world?
Yes.
Is he really?
Yes.
More than Mahomes?
Yes.
In the world,
yes.
I don't mean like
yes
amongst sports fans.
Yes.
He really is.
Yes.
It's wild.
There's no discussion. All right, you know what I'm going to Google real quick?
Who would even be number 2? Mahomes, I guess?
Mahomes.
Just because he's the...
Saquon, Josh Allen. Josh Allen, now listen, here's where Josh Allen could make a run a little bit at Travis.
Yeah.
He's got the movie star girlfriend.
Wife.
Are they married yet?
Haley Steinfeld. They got married.
A fiance. Is it over?
They
got married?
Well, it's not over.
Where was my invite?
It's just beginning.
Okay.
I saw clips of them singing Mr. Brightside at his wedding.
Okay.
It seemed fun.
All right.
Yeah. It seemed like a good time. So
here's my thing. I'm texting. I just asked AI on Google, how many fans
the oldest man
does Taylor?
I was asking the AI
hit up Chat GPT
on the Google.
On the Google machine.
Yeah.
How many fans does Taylor Swift have? That's the question.
How many fans?
Yes. Taylor Swift is believed to have fans estimated in the hundreds of millions. It includes over 280 million followers on Instagram alone.
Okay.
And I promise you, I would say 90% of the 280 million, 200 know who Travis Kelce is.
Probably.
Because
so.
they're all obsessed with her, and he's her boyfriend.
Even the Russian porn bots that follow her know who Travis Kelce
They're
is.
quite aware. They want in on that too. and remember, that's just Instagram.
Yeah.
Only that's not X. That's not whatever Facebook page. That's not back in the day when she hit me up on MySpace.
Okay.
Because she friended the entire MySpace community. Yeah. He is the most famous because her fan base is why. That's it. That's it.
Who's number 2? Aaron Rodgers?
No.
He's pretty famous.
I would say Mahomes or Josh.
Okay.
It's a QB, isn't it?
Over Rodgers.
Yeah.
I mean, Aaron Rodgers has crossover appeal.
All right, well.
The Joe Rogan crowd loves that
this
dude.
Just because you know who he is?
He's got a baked-in fandom. I mean, he's got automatically, like all those years with the Packers, one of the most iconic franchises and being a 4-time MVP. And then when he became conspiracy theory guy, like I think that he garnered an entire new fan base.
I don't think that carries weight like Haley Steinfeld or Taylor Swift, but I might be wrong on Josh Allen.
All right.
You're going to have to go a long way to convince me.
What about Shailene Woodley and the Clay Eater?
Yeah, that didn't work out so well, did
it? Still some name recognition to it.
Okay, but when you talk famous, I think it's people that root for them. I think Travis Kelce has the entire Swift nation rooting for him.
I'm not even talking about approval rating. I'm talking straight
just
name
straight known. I know who that is.
Mm-hmm.
I just think Kelce has it because of Taylor Swift.
By a ton.
But what about Mahomes? He does 1,000 commercials. You don't buy insurance from him?
Actually, no, I do. Yeah. Now that I mention it, yeah. Uh-huh.
What else he's selling you? He's got the Oakleys. He's got the Gatorade.
I'm sure there's Nikes. I'm sure there's got to be a cereal
Head
in
and
there
Shoulders?
somewhere, right?
Head and Shoulders.
Tiny Troy.
Yeah.
That's a great call.
Good call.
That's a great call.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't.
Yep.
Does he have a famous wife? She's famous
all
now.
Bo Nix is doing is just exercising and dropping inspirational cliches on me. That's all I'm getting out of him right now. He's working out on a track.
He's getting ready he's getting you ready for this show.
Is that
you
got to
do it whether you want to or not.
I'll be there, man. I'm in. The in between.
Do you enjoy it? No, you just got to do it.
No, I watched it. Okay.
No, I mean this show.
Oh, this show? This show? That's a loaded question.
You're just here because you have to. You need the check.
Here so I don't get fined.
Yeah. Could you be still in New Mexico camping? Maybe.
But
you're here.
Instead, I'm here. And I'm stone sober and doing sports talk radio with my pal Andy. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. 5 biggest
never
stories
sounded more sad.
of the day around the NFL. Hang out with Lindahl every day. But we got the 5 biggest stories of the day around the NFL, and we're excited to bring that to you right here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. That is next. Let's go. Time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer, let's dive right in.
Hey, Nick Bonito was voted the 38th best player in the NFL on the NFL's top 100 list. Congratulations to Nick Bonito, who also did not practice today. Sean Payton was asked about that. He says he's dealing with a little foot injury. Is that all there is to it? Here's Sean.
Yeah, and look, he's doing fine. I anticipate him practicing tomorrow and this week. He should be in good shape.
Looks like he was limping at the game and stuff.
Yeah, look, it was something in his foot, but he's going to be all right.
He's got something in his foot, Andy.
Yeah, a few ligaments, a couple bones. I mean, the whole deal down there.
Nick Bonito at 38, one spot ahead of C.J. Stroud, still one spot below Travis Kelce at 37.
By the way, a few people are throwing Tom Brady out there as competition for most famous with Giselle.
Not a football player.
Not anymore. He's an announcer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like he very well may be. Like Tom Brady and Peyton Manning are probably more famous than Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen right now, right?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Everything they did over the course of their careers, but yeah, not actually football players. Former football players, I suppose.
So Travis is ahead of Nick.
Yep. But C.J. Stroud is behind him. Roquan Smith coming in at 40, by the way. Apparently they had just unveiled number 37 through 40 on the list. Check back Wednesday for the 36th and 35th ranked players. I got to be honest with you, I have not been tracking this all that terribly closely. I probably won't be checking back on Wednesday for 36 and 35. I'm sure I'll find out whenever they get to Surtain, who I'm assuming is going to be top 10.
You would hope.
Defensive player
Maybe
of
top
the year.
5.
Best corner in the league. Yeah.
Depending on how they slant the quarterbacks.
I think there's a really good chance that he is going to be there. Who's going to be number 1? Lamar or Josh Allen?
That's a great question. I don't really know. Does Saquon get a say?
Or Saquon?
Because if we're going just by the year, Saquon had the highlight of the year and was Super Bowl MVP, right?
Sounds sure.
Was he? No, I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
I think he was.
Yeah.
He says confidently.
Yeah. Or was it a defensive player because of how good that defense played? It probably should have been a defensive player, but who cares? Let's really be honest about it. All I care is the Chiefs lost.
It was Jalen Hurts.
No, of course.
He was the Super
old
Bowl
default.
MVP.
We call that the default.
Yes. I think he played well, too.
He did, sure.
Sure.
But, I mean, come on. That defense held down that offense.
I would
forever.
say that was the biggest part of why they probably won that game.
Yeah, the NFL Network's really stretching this sucker out.
They're gonna, by the time ESPN takes over, they're gonna be like, we don't even feel like finishing anymore. This thing's exhausting.
Yeah, find your own top 5.
13.5 sacks, Pro Bowl, second team All-Pro, 16 TFLs, 24 quarterback hits, 2 forced fumbles, and 2 touchdowns last year. One was a pick 6 and one was a fumble return for a touchdown, which was actually a pick 6. Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good out of Nick Bonito. Pay the man. He's got a foot. He did not practice today. I don't think we're at a point yet where there's something going on with Nick Bonito and the frustration with the contract. I think right now they're waiting on the market to play itself out.
No, I fully agree with you. I think the Broncos probably know they'd rather get this deal done now than later.
Yep.
And but instead, especially with no games being played, no rush. Now, I am curious if it looks like the Micah Parsons drama is going to play into the regular season and Parsons eventually goes home and all that jazz.
Sure.
Does Bonito go, all right, give me the contract? Because, again, I always think about these situations where our guy Jackson from the Super Bowl team,
Malik
Jackson, talked about how had the Broncos offered him the hometown discount beginning of the year, he'd have jumped on it right away because he didn't want to have to survive at that time 16 games to get paid.
Right.
You know, so I wonder.
I think Bonito is he's shopping for real estate in a different neighborhood, so to speak, than Malik Jackson was. Like,
there's no doubt
he's
a set the market guy.
Yeah, or at least top 5 pass rusher money, which is pretty stupidly good money to go ahead and make. So I don't think there's much going on right there. I just know the player is freaking awesome. Let's hear from the most famous football player in the world, Spring.
High 5. Yeah, Travis Kelce was profiled by GQ magazine. Did a whole photo shoot. There's a photo of him in his hairy chest and stomach, rocking some sort of construction vest in a lake.
So he's a member of the Village People. Go ahead.
Doing his best blue steel.
He's got a hairy belly?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of hair there. Travis Kelce talking to GQ magazine about his on-field performance mixed with his other business ventures. He said, quote, I think it might have slipped a little bit because I did have a little bit more focus in trying to set myself up, and opportunities came up where I was excited to venture into a new world of acting and being an entertainer. I don't say this as I shouldn't have done it. I'm just saying that my work ethic is such that I have so much pride in how I do things that I never want the product to tail off, and I feel like these past 2 years haven't been to my standard. I just have such a motivation to show up this year for my guys.
You know, that's a really friggin' smart thing to do. Be ahead of it, so to speak, and just admit, okay, if my play wasn't as good as it has been, and everyone's ripping me for it, and saying, I got this podcast, I'm doing movies, I'm doing too much TV, or whatever it is, I'm gallivanting the globe with my superstar girlfriend. I mean, they can't really criticize you too much anymore if you admit it, right?
Yeah, I agree. The other thing I'd say, though, is, dude, it's age.
That too.
You look like you're in shape to me.
Yeah.
You just don't look like as fast
You're
as
35.
you once been, bud.
Yeah.
It gets everybody.
Your team was still in the damn Super Bowl last year.
You were 15-2. That's the one thing that hacks me off about all this and some of this talk. Everybody wants to focus on the Broncos in particular as the new darling of the division. And I'm not mad that they're the darling of the division, but we're letting the Chiefs just quietly go about their business and not face any pressure.
Yep.
And everyone's kind of moved on because you get tired of success. And all this gets to go on in the background. But seriously, you look like you're just getting older.
Does Travis Kelce, is he one of those dudes that goes rooting around in the Everglades looking for pythons and boa constrictors, or what's going on here?
Maybe.
I'm digging through this photo shoot right now. It seems as though he's got some new hobbies. That's all. By the way, I saw this story apropos of nothing. New York Post headline, Florida man catches 87 invasive pythons in a month, awarded $1,000 through state incentive system.
$1,000 total?
$1,000 for catching 87 pythons. That's like $11 a python.
Yeah, it doesn't feel, that's not good.
No.
That's not enough incentive for me.
You should probably just like go get a job at 7-Eleven, my guy.
Sure.
Yeah. You are not.
Although he doesn't have a boss.
I suppose not. It's just the pace.
Just wandering the Everglades looking for an invasive python.
Kind of crappy. If you had just $11 a python, and also like there's a good chance one of those things could just wring your damn neck. It just feels like dangerous work for not great compensation.
Love of the game.
I suppose so. And now he's got Travis Kelce stealing his work. Also, who is it? Was it Epinesa from the Bills? He's also out there trying to find pythons in the Florida Everglades. Also, like apparently, like the Florida like Division of Wildlife or whatever, they pay these Florida men to just like go off into the swamps to find these snakes. And they've apparently since 2000, roughly 19,000 have been removed from the Everglades. Doesn't seem like it's making a difference.
Yeah, but how many do we got?
Yeah.
At what point do you run out of pythons to incentivize?
Again, like I know Florida men are bored and I don't know, they're like out of bath salts and meth or whatever, so they're like, I'll wander into the swamp and go catch some snakes.
It's hot today. Let's go root around in the water. Look for a python.
It just seems like the pay's not great. Go ahead, Spring.
$11.
All right, let's talk Aaron Rodgers. He got stepped on at Steelers practice today. His right foot area got stepped on.
Right foot area?
Yeah, I think it was his leg.
So it's a hockey description of his leg.
Apparently
he got spiked.
Yeah, he cut his shin.
Okay.
Apparently he cut his right shin, although he was heavily taped. I saw a photo where that right shin was heavily taped. He did return to the field afterwards. Mike Tomlin said after practice that it was nothing of any significance. He tore his left Achilles, and now he's got a right shin cut, apparently. Aaron Rodgers also does not like his new helmet. He can't wear his old helmet anymore. It was banned for failing to meet new safety standards, so he's got one of those fancy new helmets. Here's Aaron Rodgers on his new helmet.
Yeah, I still don't like it.
Did you find?
No, I don't like it. No, I'm trying to change. We're in the process still. Looks like a damn spaceship out there. I gotta change it. The face mask doesn't fit the helmet because it's an old face mask, obviously, just like I'm old. But we're trying to find the right helmet right now.
So Aaron Rodgers he's what, he's 40, 41?
Yep.
42, whatever
41.
he is.
I looked it up last week.
Okay, follow me on this for a second. Do you remember when the NHL helmet rules and head protection rules evolved over time in the NHL? Craig McTavish of the Edmonton Oilers, I believe he was with Edmonton at that point, was the last player that didn't wear a helmet on the ice.
Was out there with his crazy curly hair,
right,
doing his thing.
And it was grandfathered in.
Yeah.
Okay, Aaron Rodgers is 42.
Yep.
Okay, 41, 42, whatever he is. He's old as hell. He's been in the NFL for like 21 years now, all right? Like, the brain is damaged.
Yeah, whatever you're figuring out his helmet wasn't good for, it's too late.
It's too late.
It's been done.
Let him wear whatever whatever the bucket that he had. Let him wear the damn thing. Why is a guy that has been in the NFL for 20 plus years, who has consciously made the decision, like, I'm sure he's read the studies. He honestly, now that I think about it, he probably doesn't believe them, but he at least has been presented with the information of, hey, this sport is bad for your noggin. He's decided, I'm cool with it. I like the millions of dollars. I'm going to continue to do this. Why don't you just look at Aaron Rodgers and just say, you know what, man, at this point, you're a lost cause. Who cares? Wear whatever the hell helmet you want. Why does he need a new helmet?
I don't disagree with you, but they wouldn't let Antonio Brown do the same thing.
It's
I think
stupid.
that's the problem. I think then every guy nearing 40, and then how far back do you go? 35 and up? 30? You know what I mean?
I say 35 and up because how many 35 and up players are there in the NFL?
Fair
like
enough.
7?
Well, a lot of them are quarterbacks, and let's be honest, Aaron Rodgers' job does not require him to run and drop his head as much as, say, a wide receiver who would be attempting to break tackles, I guess, but depends on the protection of your offensive line, too. I don't have a problem with it. I just think this is funny because this became Helmet Gate with our guy Antonio Brown there back during the Raiders Hard Knocks that we talked about. So I guess we'll see how far this goes.
By the way, I was wrong. 25 players, 35 or older.
Well, there you go.
In the
Then
NFL.
I'm with you.
So, like if
There's a couple players still in the NHL that don't have to wear eye shields.
right,
If you know.
If Joe Flacco wants to wear a Rydell from high school, let him wear it. Who cares? Again, these guys, like they've made the decision.
Yeah, plenty of lawyers to get them to sign off on. You will not sue us for this.
Exactly. You'll be fine. Spring.
High five. Hey, the Broncos' Week 2 opponent is the Colts. Anthony Richardson started the Colts' first preseason game. Didn't last long because he got trucked. He got sacked and he dislocated his right pinky finger. But Anthony Richardson appeared on Sirius XM NFL radio and gave us an update on his pinky.
It's all good, honestly. I was actually trying to get back in the game when it happened because I just saw it. I'm like, man, that's not supposed to look like that. But they popped it back in place, and I just threw the ball around a little bit just to see how it felt. And ultimately, it's been feeling better day by day, and it hasn't stopped me from practicing. And I'm excited to keep it going.
That's another dude that's got to throw the damn ball. Hit the hot route, my guy.
He wasn't even looking in the direction of it.
Yeah.
That's what was crazy.
Yeah. Get rid of the ball. Is Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones going to be the Colts starting quarterback in
It'll be
week 2?
Danny Dimes. I know they desperately want it to be Anthony Richardson because they promised Jim Irsay they try to turn him into a QB, the posthumous Jim Irsay.
Sure.
But it's going to be Danny Dimes, and the Broncos are going to have to deal with his running around. That's the thing that makes me a little nervous now. Look, the Broncos should set up where Danny Dimes is going to be in a lot of trouble trying to run on the Denver D, but he's unpredictable.
Sure.
Yeah. So, I don't know.
I mean, reports out of Indianapolis are that neither of them are grabbing a hold of that job.
What a shock.
Yeah.
What a real shock.
Yeah,
are you surprised?
It's a real Drew Lock, Teddy Bridgewater
All right,
situation.
I got a question for you then. Are the Colts in the market for Kirk Cousins soon?
Probably. They should be. But I don't, is that going to make anything better for them?
It'll be a competent quarterback.
That's
now,
true.
listen, they don't play in a very good division.
No.
I mean, the Texans, if the Texans are in fact reborn, they could be good.
Matt LaFleur, by the way, says it's highly unlikely that Jordan Love plays any more this preseason after surgery on his left thumb.
Is he
his non-throwing
becoming
thumb
a little injury prone for you? I mean, he's a fun quarterback when he's out there and playing, but I feel like every year he's got a little something bugging him.
A little something.
And again, it costs you early season games, so you're having to do special things at the end. That's not a good formula.
LaFleur saying, from what I've been understanding, it's pretty relatively quick recovery. The other reports that I've seen out of Green Bay are that Matt LaFleur is ornery this training camp. He's irritable. He's apparently generally been seen as a coach that is well in control of his emotions and whatnot. He's been a little bit more vocal, a little bit more spicy out there. You know, that's a coach that has won an awful lot of regular season games in his tenure there in Green Bay and not necessarily seen the playoff success. Locals getting a little bit restless. I think LaFleur, I wouldn't call LaFleur on the hot seat, but I would call it a mildly warming seat as of right now.
No, I would agree, and it doesn't help that Josh Jacobs is blasting the receiving corps in podcasts in the offseason.
Yeah, he's I think LaFleur's a hell of a good coach, but I think I think people in Green Bay are looking at him and going, it's time for you to win something. I think Gutekunst wants to see that happen. That's just a fun name to say. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Bo Nix did not have a rushing attempt against San Francisco the other night. Want to revisit some of those numbers right there, plus the performance of the Broncos quarterback and the Denver offense. When do we worry? We'll talk about that next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Sign yourself up for Roller Auction's email list at roller.bid/altitude. There's two reasons you need to do that. Number one, you want to get that email getting sent to you every single day to find out the new auctions that are opening up at Roller Auction. Because it is an auction situation, you do want to be prompt. You do want to be timely to get in there and bid on the items that you are looking at. If you get that email, you will see they got a vehicles contractor and rental yard equipment auction coming up. That is going to open next week. They've got a government computers, police evidence, general surplus, and more auction opening next week. By the way, those auctions are so fun to peruse and dig through. There's really cool stuff at great deals that becomes available for you to be able to bid on. Another reason to sign up at roller.bid/altitude is that you can win tickets just for signing up for Roller Auction's email list and getting ready to bid from us here at Altitude. Our friend Dominic Silvera, he won a pair of tickets to see 9 Inch Nails at Ball Arena. Well, our next giveaway is going to be a pair of tickets to see Linkin Park at Ball Arena on September the 3rd. You can win those tickets from us just by signing up at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude. Get on it. Yes, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Red Zone session today as the Broncos got back to work in preparation for the Arizona Cardinals this week. Joint practice on Thursday, game on Saturday. Red Zone work, Bo Nix, Andy overthrows Cortland Sutton on a fade. Very similar to the third down play in which he left the ball short. This time he overthrows Sutton. Following that, Jonathan Cooper destroys a play. Bo scrambles, throws back across his body, incomplete. Kind of fortunate it was incomplete. Then misses Troy Franklin on an out route to the left side. Whiffs on that one. Threw it low and outside. Just a bad throw. Bad throw by Bo Nix. Finished practice today with an interception. Didn't look particularly sharp the other night against the Niners, and then a little bit of a rocky practice today. Andy, what could be at play right now with Bo Nix kind of scuffling through the dog days of camp?
Look, it could be a lot of things. He is trying to break in some new receivers when it comes to guys like an Evan Ingram. And look, I know Troy Franklin's not new.
Yeah.
But they are asking him, I think, to do some different things than he did a year ago. There are people talking about the fact that there's folks in the media saying he could be up for number 2. He's in square play for the number 2 wideout position, even though the actual number 2 is going to be Evan Ingram. Everyone's confident of that. I don't know how to explain what's going on with him and Sutton because the inaccuracies have been showing up. Bo had a great first 2 weeks of camp despite how tough the defense was, I thought.
Yeah.
He was in charge. He brought in energy. There was a liveliness to camp. I thought they had a great first day where they got a lot of work done, something like I'd said at the time we hadn't seen since Peyton Manning was around there. And then they went and had that scrimmage. And I just know that a lot of us, not yesterday, but a week ago yesterday, when we watched Bo return to practice prior to going to San Fran, he was all over the place with his throws.
Yeah.
And none of us really knew why. And so it didn't get too much better as they went along. Now, from what I understand, we didn't watch it, but from what I understand, he had better performances in the practice against the Niners. But he did, it's funny you bring up red zone, all the reports were he did miss an open throw, a Texas route out of the backfield to R.J. Harvey that normally he's money on.
Yeah.
He throws a great wheel route to his backside of the backfield. It's been one of his most impressive throws since I've seen him as a Bronco, even going back to last year. So that started a little bit last week, and then, he wasn't exactly, and I'm not putting it all on him necessarily, but he and Sutton were off on a couple throws. He had the bad throw basically to Troy Franklin the other night. I hope it's not something with the back, or maybe he's just got a sore arm. The guys, they throw a lot of passes now, more than they will all year. But I don't know what's going on, Nate. Again, part of me does feel like they faced a suffocating defense so often, and you talked about when your breakdown of the red zone earlier that Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper, now Bonito didn't practice today, but Cooper had the big get-off on one of the plays, and he's just constantly facing pressure. And I just don't know that as tough as we think this defense is going to be, I just don't think they found a rhythm yet.
You mentioned the targets that he's throwing the football to at training camp. Coverage on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Saw this today. I was reading some fantasy football stuff.
Yeah.
It's that time of year, baby.
ESPN's doing their big marathon leading up to Thursday.
Priming up for draft time. Here we go. The Athletics fantasy staff dropped their favorite sleepers of the year.
Okay.
Sleepers. Oh, I love sleepers. Number 1 on the list, Marvin Mims.
Oh, really?
Here's the breakdown. Nearly flawless over his last 5 regular season games, Mims caught 23 of 26 targets for 5 tutties and an average of 68 yards per game. His use as Denver's clear number 2, along with surprisingly limited use for Evan Ingram, moves Mims up in my rankings and projections. If Mims is truly the number 2 option and sees 100-plus targets, he's a tremendous value with WR3 upside.
All right, hold on now. How do you feel about that paragraph you just read?
I didn't agree with everything I read.
I think you need to get out to camp and you better watch it because, again, frankly, weren't we just talking yesterday? Where are the plays for Mims?
Yeah.
The plays for Mims?
Yeah. I do not believe he is the clear number 2.
I'm not sure he runs routes well enough from the people that I talk to. I think he's a weapon. But we talked about it yesterday. You've got to be, well, in most NFL offenses, they got to trust you to run the route as called, and you're going to be in the spot where you're supposed to be.
I believe there's going to be weeks he's going to be the number 2.
Okay, I would agree.
I believe that's going to be the case. I think there's also going to be weeks when you're going to go, is Marvin Mims playing?
We've had that last year, so a repeat of last year.
Yeah. Now,
and Ingram will get used more than what they've seen so far.
You go back and look. This is from the Raider game, November 24th onwards. Targets per game, 5, 4, 4, 5, 8. That was the Cincinnati game. He caught all 8 of those targets. Unbelievable. 2 tutties in that game. 5 in the blowout win over the Chiefs backups, and then 4 in the playoff game. Only 2 catches, though, for 12 yards. This is, and I've said this in regards to Mims as a fantasy pick, is I think he's going to be hard to predict on a week-to-week basis when to play him.
He'll be like a running back by committee guy.
Right. There's going to be weeks where Marvin Mims is going to score you 30 points. I think there's also going to be weeks where Marvin Mims is going to score you 5 points. And that it's going to be a little bit tough to decipher when to use him and when not to. That's the one thing I worry about with him a little bit. There's going to be weeks where he's going to break a tackle and he's going to turn a play into 35 yards, 40 yards, 50 yards. And I think there's going to be other weeks where the tackle is made. You're going to look up the end of the game and it's going to be like Marvin Mims, 3 catches for 13 yards or whatever it is with no touchdowns. So that is what I think is going to be a little bit tough to project with him as a fantasy player. I think by the end of the year, you'll look at the balance of the season and go, oh, he was productive. I just think it's going to vary wildly. And that directly ties to his use in the actual Bronco offense, in which I think there's going to be weeks where he's hugely productive and other weeks where not so much, because I think he's a gadget guy.
Yeah, and I'd like to see him break out and be more of that. You know, I do think there's more he can add to the roster. But again, I don't know if it's on Sean. I don't know if it's on him. Frankly, I don't know if Sean just loses some of the routes he should call for him or just gets lost in these other plays that he likes better. Or again, if Marvin's just not trustworthy enough as a route runner, that's why he doesn't get that. It's probably, there's a good chance the truth probably lies in the middle of both those statements. But I know there's more to Marvin Mims in there, but to your point, will it be in lock consistently? I have no idea. No idea at all, but I'd like to see it. So, but I don't think he'll be, I think you call it right. I think some weeks it'll be him. I think some weeks it'll be Franklin. Look, I think Pat Bryant may have the catches that would suggest he's a number 2. I don't think he's going to be used all over the field, but I'll tell you what, I might be wrong on that too. Every time I look up, it feels like Pat Bryant is making a play for whatever quarterback is paired with him.
Mm-hmm. Consistently.
He has been showing up, whether he's with Stiddy, whether he's with Bo, he's just out there making plays. He just gets open.
Okay. So let's do a little bit of roster math for you real quick, okay? What if the Broncos decide at running back this year? What if they decide we don't want to cut Tyler Bidet and Blake Watson?
Okay.
They're too good. We want to keep those guys around. What if there is a world where the Broncos have 5 running backs on their roster? Seems insane, right?
It does.
However, I've got a spot where they may be able to do that at the expense of a particular player. And I hadn't thought about this. And then our friend Tyler Polumbus dropped a hot take on me today. Okay, so Cortland Sutton's the number 1 receiver, right?
Yep.
Troy Franklin is, I've been calling him the number 2. I think that's what he is. Mims the number 3. And again, there's gadget type of uses right there. Variety of different ways in which he will be deployed. Pam Bright's third round pick is going to make the team. Trent Sherfield is going to make the team.
Oh, yeah.
Because of his special teams value, and also we have seen how good of a receiver that he is. If the Broncos decide their running back room is too good and too deep, and they know that J.K. Dobbins has an injury history, what if they said, sorry, Devon Vele, we've got too many guys like you.
I'll be honest with you. He still has just had an okay camp for me.
Yeah.
Devon has not popped or repeated what he did last year. Now, I'm not knocking the guy. He's a big-bodied receiver, but he's also 27.
Tyler Polumbus suggested to me, There's a world where he might not make the team.
You know what I could see him doing? Practice squad him. It's not like he's got some extensive highlight reel from last year where all these teams are going to be drooling to pick him up. Now, maybe they do.
He was second on the team in receptions.
I get it, but
I feel like there's a lot of teams in the NFL that would look at Devon Valley and say, like, I'll take that.
You absolutely may be right. But also remember, all these other teams are also cutting guys that they've had in camp the whole time that they're hoping to get back.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, he could just be a caught-up-in-the-wash guy.
Well, the funny thing about Devon Valley is, like, in Denver, like, he could be viewed as, well, you're kind of redundant. You're 6'3", 220 or whatever it is, and so you're kind of a redundant player. There's other teams in the NFL that isn't, like, exclusively what they have.
Well, and look at Joaquin Davis, that number 80.
I like that guy.
Told you, 6'4", big guy.
Kind of good. Yeah, it's kind of fun.
He's had a couple flashes at 81. Jerwan, is it Dawson?
Newton, I believe.
Juwan Newton. He's made a couple plays too.
Yep.
And then it's funny because in 89, who we've barely seen make
Courtney
any plays, he shows
Jackson.
up.
Yeah, he was working as a punt returner the other day.
So yeah, I think they've got a lot of guys. Well, I would even throw this at you though. See, to me, I think Watson, you can get back to the practice squad. I do, unless he has a. How about Bidet to the practice squad? What is the league seen? I'm talking about Vele. At least Vele does have a tape and some history, as you said. Bidet has had a good game, then got hurt the next week, then didn't play in the playoff game.
43-yard run against Tampa.
But couldn't you sneak Bidet to the practice squad and versus trying to do it with Vele?
I mean, people are trying to use less toilet paper.
Well,
he could be popular.
Yeah.
That's one of the things.
Environmentally
one of those
sound.
problems.
Hey!
Thank you very much.
Listen, we haven't had a Nate Kreckman dad joke since he got back. It's finally, now the show's off and running. Now we're back.
Somebody shuffle, baby!
See, here's the problem. People are asking, the most recent one, does Vele have any trade value? Guys, the thing that's tough about the trade sometimes, not all the times, but sometimes is you've got people that feel like they've got the same quality guy that they're trying to keep around because they just spent camp with him.
Yeah.
You know? Now, look, again, I like Vele. I'd be a little sorry to see him go.
I don't think he's a bad player at all.
No, but again, he's older. The thing that's going to work against him, he's older.
He's a 7th rounder. And again, like,
he's been a little nicked up.
He came in at the age of 26 and was ready to contribute right away and had a very good season. But, like, you know, Troy Franklin was drafted with a higher ceiling. Pat Bryant was drafted with a higher ceiling. It's just kind of a crowded room.
It is a crowded room. The other thing, they could, like, if we're talking trades, they could try to move a defensive lineman. They could try to move a DB. Chris Abrams Drain, I promise you, would probably get you something.
Yeah.
But when it comes to him, I'm with what you said with all your defensive linemen. You keep every corner that you have because you'll lose a couple every year.
Kreckman and Lindahl, we're rolling with you here. We're talking NFL. We're talking Broncos training camp. Our coverage on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Rockies and Cardinals once again tonight. What do the Rocks have to do the rest of the way to avoid history? Plus, I found it, Andy, the dumbest GoFundMe account that I have ever heard of. I will share with you what that is next. We are delayed at Busch Stadium, Andy.
Oh, no.
Due to inclement weather in the St. Louis area, the start of tonight's game is delayed. More information will be available as it becomes available. That is from the Twitter account of @Cardinals. Rocks and Cardinals tonight, starting whenever they're able to start. Kyle, don't call me Kevin Freeland, towing the slab tonight.
Freeland?
2-12 with a 5.53.
Who stuck up the joint for the Rockies?
Matthew Liberatore, very nice 6-9 on the season for St. Louis. By the way, how much does Nolan Gorman suck at third base? They need Arenado to get healthy in a freaking hurry. Whew.
Okay, would you still have rather had him than Gomber?
Yes.
How fast is Gomber getting out of town? Seriously.
All the way fast.
Austin Gomber cannot wait to never put Coors Field on his list again. He may sign in the American League just simply to avoid the place.
Nolan having a shoulder injury does not change the fact that I wish he was still on the Rockies. Because here's the other part of it too, Andy, is like, even with declining performance with age, even with increased injuries as a player ages, okay? Still would have been better than Chris Bryant.
Yeah.
And it would have been a player that, like, you know what he is. You trust him. He has
I'm even talking about Nolan Gorman,
a connection to the organization. Well, Nolan Gorman too, but Nolan Arenado specifically, it's just like, just imagine a world where they didn't shove their own heads up their own rear ends and make that trade.
Okay, here's the thing, dude. If you keep Nolan Arenado, then Trevor Story's not looking to leave. Likely. Think about all the people that left.
A commitment to, like, hey, it looks like we're trying something.
And you know what, then? Maybe it's worth keeping John Gray around.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a bunch of guys that left because when you blew up the thing with Nolan, they were all like, all right, we're out.
They've lost 8 in a row.
Yeah.
They 5th 8-game losing streak of the season for the Rocks, by the way.
You betting that they don't lose the 9? You betting it?
DMac did have the betting nugget for us that the Rockies are 4-0 this season
on the 9-gamer
when facing their 9th consecutive loss.
Is that the most any team has had a chance to break an 8-game streak?
Oh, I know. It's so good. It's so wild. They had 5 hits last night. Rockies are 26.5 out of 4th in the NL West. That's how much they trail Arizona by. In baseball right now, the White Sox are 25.5 out of first.
First, not 4th.
The Rockies are further out of 4th in their division than any other team in baseball is out of first.
Yeah, let that sink in.
Yeah, think about that for a moment. Run differential on the season, I took a gander at that today, minus 330. The next worst run differential in baseball, the Nationals at minus 146. The Rockies are nearly 200 runs in the red, worse than the next crappiest team in baseball, the Washington Nationals.
Cool, Carl.
Cool,
Carl.
Cool, Carl. They are quite terrible. So anyway, we'll see if we get baseball tonight between the Rockies and the Cardinals.
But do you care? The bettors probably.
I care. I always care.
No, you got Hard Knocks tonight. You're good.
Well, I am going to watch Hard Knocks tonight. That is, I do have to find out if this season's going to get any better. Got a really stupid story for you. Okay?
I like stupid.
Headline. Guy trying to eat at all 13,544 McDonald's in America says, quote, it isn't just about the food.
How many again?
13,544 McDonald's locations in the United States. This guy's trying to eat at all of them.
That's not. It's not a good idea.
19 years of age.
Okay.
Okay. Goes by Donnie Boys 10 on TikTok. And Donnie he's trying to eat at every McDonald's in the U.S. So far, he's already eaten at around 350 different McDonald's locations over the past year. So he's only 1 year into this thing. But he's hit 350. He wants to go all of them.
Hold on. He's 1 year in and he's hit 350.
350.
You've missed only 5 days of eating at McDonald's.
Which also I would say
15.
I would say that part of his flaw here is he needs to step this up. If you want to get this done, you have
before you're 90.
You have to I'll give you one meal off. You need to breakfast, and you need to either lunch or dinner. I don't think you can just be having like one a day. I think that's going to take too long. Here's his quote from his, I kid you not, Andy, GoFundMe page. As he's trying to raise the hundreds of thousands of dollars he believes it will cost him over the next 3+ decades to eat at every McDonald's in the U.S. Here's his quote. I've always dreamed of visiting every McDonald's in the United States. Hold on. Let's step back for a moment.
No, you know.
Always? You've always dreamed of that.
For 19 years. Yeah.
Tasting each unique item on the menu and experiencing the local vibes. Hey, you know, when you want to meet get a sense of the local cuisine, you go to the McDonald's.
Well, and trust me, doesn't the Raton McDonald's share a gas station? You want the Big Mac there?
This journey isn't just about the food, it's about connecting with people and cultures across the country. However, the cost of travel, lodging, and meals add up quickly. With your support, I can make this culinary adventure a reality, sharing my experiences and discoveries with you every step of the way. Join me on this delicious quest. He did an interview recently with the Daily Mail. His daily diet of McDonald's has not negatively impacted his health because he maintains a, quote, very balanced diet to counter all the fast food he eats, close quote. I believe you don't. I believe all the fast food you eat counters your very balanced diet you believe you have.
Yeah, are you having a fast food salad, too? I mean, what are we doing here? The fact that you're 19 helps. We all ate like crap at 19.
Exactly. Like, no, I look great. I'm 19. Yeah, let's see what you look like when you're 45, my dude.
Did you ever do the Taco Bell McDonald's combo in college in the same day? Where one was lunch, one was dinner?
Undoubtedly.
That was a 3 a.m. wake-up call that you'd like to forget.
I was going to say, I was at that Taco Bell at 3 a.m. Said, I've been eating McDonald's almost daily for years. I've still maintained a healthy figure and physique. Again, that's a 19-year-old.
You're 19, my friend.
He also says it has been his dream to travel the entire country and see everything that our country has to offer, and this challenge will fulfill my dreams. He's trying to calculate how long this is going to take him. Believes that it will take him 36 years to complete this. The length of time it'll take if he visited the 13,544 different McDonald's restaurants at a rate of 1 per day. He says in this quote, if I had to make an estimate, this will cost me around $500,000 to $750,000 in travel costs, food, hotels, gas, flights, and car maintenance, close quote. So far, his GoFundMe has raised $105. My faith in humanity was just restored.
You can't even get a Ska Friday song for that, pal. Tell you that right here.
Oh, you want to go to McDonald's every day for 3 decades?
Does the kid
shove it?
You know what I think is funny? The kid is imagining like all the grand. There are some nice McDonald's. I'll give it to you. Okay. There's some that have like the nice play place and whatever. Okay.
I always feel like that place is just a bacteria trap for my kids.
But you're not thinking of the ones that, again, literally share a gas station in a part of town that you don't want to be in.
Well, it's again, he's trying to experience.
What about the gas station
all the culture.
You're convinced that Seabass is going to catch you in as you try to just go to McDonald's? Seabass is going to show up.
Hey,
and take your chicken McNuggets.
He's like a modern Bukowski, all right, Andy? Like he's like a character from Jack Kerouac. He's just traveling the country, writing his poetry and eating at McDonald's every single day with the speed freaks and everything else that's out there.
You know what you need? Here's what you need. You need to go full Forrest Gump and run to each McDonald's so that you keep what you're doing to yourself off. Holy cow. I'm thinking, so we were on our way to San Diego and we drove. And I can't remember, it might have been Grand Junction. We stopped in some McDonald's.
Okay.
Because we started at night to try to avoid some of the heat.
Okay.
As we drove all the way through.